Chapter 2901. As he fused with the dark side of Nora, his wizard form began to expand and transform. It grew to 20,000 miles, then 30,000 miles, and finally reached 100,000 miles. The lost monarch called out urgently, "Devouring Sky Demon Lord, go kill that man." The devouring Sky Demon Lord sensed a shift in the air. Tentacles armed with numerous mouths emerged from the void, but they struck the ice wall before they could approach Vecna. Gullwig stood atop the wall with sword in hand. He appeared ethereal, like a figure descended from a fairy tale. Behind him, the shadow of the frost giant ancestor clenched its fist, manifesting with an overwhelming aura. Behind Vecna, his shadow transformed dramatically. It donned heavy black armor and draped itself in an ashen cloak. It wielded a gleaming silver greatsword and towered at a full 200,000 miles. Rivers and mountains flowed across its surface, resembling the topography of the dark side. Vecna looked like half man and half god. He murmured softly, "Thank you, friend. In that case, my new wizard form shall be called Unyielding Shadow Owens. I said you would not disappear." The silver-armored knight gripped the greatsword and posed in an attacking stance. Although it was clearly a wizard form, it seemed to mutter as well, "Unyielding Shadow Owens." As the greatsword of Owens cleaved forward, a force far exceeding the early stage of level 10 surged toward the battlefield of the nightmare creatures. Nora's dark side danced along with it, unleashing disaster power across the world and ravaging the army of nightmare creatures. Locked in a fierce battle with Edmund, the lost monarch realized the trick. He shouted for all monarchs to lead their armies in retreat and leave the dark side of Nora. The entire world had been refined by that damned legendary wizard. How could this be possible? When the nightmare world invaded, it had obliterated all life, leaving behind a silent land with no trace of life force. Logically, no one could refine such a place, so the monarchs had dared to merge here without worry. They did not know that the Ashen world was born to die. Within the dead silence, a new will was reborn. It hovered in this land of despair, seeking a glimmer of life force in its loneliness. Under the influence of this obsession, the will incarnated as Owens. They did not know that under the guidance of another, Owens had waited alone for countless years in Windmill Village. Through the Wheel of Time, he waited until he was visited by the black-armored swordsman. At that moment, the Wheel of Destiny began to turn. Levi, the Inferno Dragon breathing technique, Windmill Village, the unyielding Silver Seat Owens, the Ancient Tower, the Ash Dragon, the Shadow World, the Undying Shadow Vecna, Sauron, and the Dark Side of Nora. When all the intertwined conditions were fulfilled, everything fell into place. The solitary Vecna found redemption from Levi in the Shadow World. The solitary Owens found redemption from Levi in the Ashen World. Two solitary wills fulfilled each other. Thus, the current sovereign of the dark side of Nora was born. Within the demiplane of Vecna, he was the absolute true god. The lost monarch panicked. It was not worried about failing to defeat Vecna, for with a little effort and its own realm, it could still subdue the opponent. It was worried about the hard-recruited army of billions of nightmare creatures. They had no resistance against the world map disaster attacks formed by the power of the plane. The bulks of nightmare creatures melted and dissolved like snow. They were extinguished, turning into scattered nightmare crystals across the field. The nightmare monarchs moved under the cover of the four great demon lords and began retreating with the important lords. There was no way to fight this war. The arrogant demon lord had been beaten into retreat by the heavenly will. Its previous shouting about wiping out Nora in a year now proved to be absurd and laughable. Edmund stood surrounded by compass-shaped wizard tools. His wizard form was in full display as he battled the lost monarch, the cross-death monarch, and the black heart demon lord. He fought these three top-level experts alone. In this battle, he did not unleash his million-mile true sun form, which indicated that such means were too powerful to be frequently employed. Yet even so, he faced three enemies alone without falling into a disadvantage. The Lady of Thunder and the Wind Empress engaged the Void Demon Lord. Even at this moment, the Demon Lord teased the two ladies, which displayed its formidable strength. However, the ladies were not pushovers. Their storm powers interwoven caused the Demon Lord a considerable headache. Relying on the geographical advantages created by the sovereign of the dark side, the strong warriors from Nora clearly held the upper hand. Retaining those monarchs remained difficult, however. This time, the full military action of the Nora Council aimed to do more than just eliminate a great number of cannon fodder. Their true goal was to seize this opportunity to retain 1 or 2 level 10 monarchs. High above, reinforcements from Nora delved deeper. They formed a Super 8 formation map battle group, composed of 16 level 9 experts. There were 10 such groups, and with Nora currently boasting over 320 level 9 experts, they had deployed half of them. Serpents coiled and cranes soared, tigers leaped and dragons ascended. Clouds bowed and winds rose as the earth overturned and the heavens tilted. These 10 battle groups all possessed the strength to contend with the early stages of level 10. They joined the fray at this moment and became the crucial Dharma treasure used to break the deadlock. The rotten sovereign stood surrounded, its face filled with panic. The wizard form of Unyielding Shadow charged, aiming to collaborate with the battle group and annihilate it. The previously unstoppable offensive of the rotten sovereign was blocked by the Super 8 formation map. Owens wielded his greatsword and swept through thousands of troops, leveling countless dead summoned creatures and piercing into the body of the rotten sovereign. Damn it. Help me. The creature was a level 10 mid-stage expert, but it was unexpectedly frightened. The other sovereigns were preoccupied and could not care for it. Elsewhere, the silent monarch was also surrounded. It was merely a level 10 early-stage expert, now encircled by several 8 formation map battle groups. Chapter 2902, 589. Shadow World rekindled. Nightmare utterly defeated. The lost monarch observed the situation, rage surging within. It could do nothing, for fighting with Edmund meant walking on thin ice. It dared not be distracted in the slightest, lest it perish. Time passed. One by one, the monarchs tore open red and black rifts and started to lead their armies to retreat. The devouring Sky Demon Lord, who had fought a great battle with Gullwig, remained extremely unwilling, but he had no choice but to turn and run. This battle proved truly unexpected for them. In a disadvantaged situation, it was imperative to preserve strength first. Otherwise, summoning the forces again would waste considerable time. Just as the lost monarch was retreating, sudden changes occurred. 10 shadows appeared, each emanating a magnificent level 10 aura. The strongest among them stood at the peak of level 10, wearing the emperor crown and draped in a shadow cloak that covered the sky. His face remained resolute, his eyes ablaze with the fire of revenge. In his hand, he held the head of a beautiful woman. The devouring Sky Demon Lord recoiled in shock. You killed Lady Yin Tian. Caractacus, daring to kill the emissary of our nightmare world. Are you in rebellion, Shadow World? Shadow Emperor Caractacus stood as the strongest in the Shadow World. The other 9 were also Shadow Monarchs. This represented the foundation of the once mighty Shadow World. They were not enough to counter the giant world, but they possessed enough power to alter the course of the current war. The Shadow Emperor spoke coldly. This Lady Yin Tian was a traitor to our Shadow World. So what if I killed her? We have endured enough for so many years. We are not rebelling. We intend to reclaim everything that once belonged to the Shadow World. The devouring Sky Demon Lord replied with anger. Good. Very good. You have indeed teamed up with Nora, seeking your own doom. Since that is the case, there is no need for the Shadow World to exist. After this battle, our nightmare world will surely visit. We are ready any time. The Shadow Emperor waved his hand, unleashing 9 level 10 auras to block the retreat of the nightmare monarchs. He intended to leave more of them on this field. The scales of war tipped entirely towards the side of Nora. Ah! Screams resonated, and the silent monarch perished. The joint forces of the Shadow Powerhouse and the 8 formation map annihilated him. He dissipated into ashes, the first level 10 to fall in this battle. The other monarchs exerted all their strength. They tore open a breach and retreated from the place. Damn it. The rotten sovereign fell. Owen crushed him with a great sword. Surrounded by endless ashen power, the sovereign turned into a writhing giant orb before he was beaten to death. The level 10 mid-stage also fell. The hysterical roar of the lost monarch made the dark side of Nora tremble. The 4 great demon lords did their utmost to repel the strong fighters from Nora. They retreated quickly. The monarchs ran away one by one, but the joint forces of Nora and shadow fighters pursued. The 3rd, 4th, even the 5th and 6th nightmare monarchs fell. In the end, only 20 nightmare monarchs escaped back to the nightmare world. In one day, 6 strong nightmare beings fell. The battle results equaled the depth of the 2,000 years of the Nora blood battle. Pazuzu would wake up laughing if he knew. When the war subsided, the dark side of Nora remained riddled with scars. The ground lay covered with exploded nightmare crystals, numbering in the billions. The strong fighters of Nora stood behind Edmund. They looked at the strong fighters of Shadow with amazed expressions. Edmund wore a sincere smile and expressed his gratitude. To set aside past grievances and come to the aid of Nora was indeed unexpected. Thank you. If there was any offense in saving compatriots at the time, I hope everyone will forgive. The Shadow Emperor replied. We mainly want to vent our anger. The nightmare world thought they could intimidate us by sending an emissary. We have had enough of such days. Edmund spoke. In this universe, frailty is the original sin. This is true for individuals and civilizations alike. This is how Nora has come. We chose to resist, even if it means death. Standing up to die is more dignified than dying on one's knees, isn't it? The Shadow Emperor nodded. Our visit is also to negotiate an alliance. With the foundation of our shadow world, combined with the flourishing Super Nora, joining strong forces, we will have more confidence in facing any giant world. Edmund smiled. Welcome, welcome. The Shadow Emperor clarified. However, we are only forming an alliance, offering mutual assistance for now. We do not plan to join the Nora Council at this time. This must be clear. Edmund nodded. I understand. The shadow world has its peculiarities. I have one question. The distance between Nora and the shadow world is extremely vast. How did you all get here? The Shadow Emperor smiled. Although the universe dark side was shattered, only 1/10 of the shadow world remains. Over the long years, we have secretly repaired part of the shadow passage. After we ally, I will reveal these secret paths to the Supreme Council for your use. If our shadow world encounters a nightmare invasion, we hope, for the sake of today aid and alliance, the Nora Council will lend us aid. I trust the Grand Council Chairman. Edmund extended his hand. Good. From now on, we are allies. We either continue together until new worlds are established, or die together in struggles. Never betray. He shook the hand of the Shadow Emperor. Hope we can live to see new worlds. Caractacus said as such. Before leaving, Edmund looked at the gradually disappearing strong fighters of Shadow. Aren't you taking some of these war spoils left by the nightmares? If the Shadow world had not intervened in this battle, leaving even 1 or 2 level 10s in Nora would be commendable. Slaying 6 relied entirely on the Shadow World turning the tide. Chapter 2903, 589. The Shadow World rekindled. Nightmare suffers a crushing defeat. The Shadow Emperor swept his gaze across the area. We do not need them, he said. Let these be gifts for Nora. After all, our homeland is full of such spoils of war. Heaven and earth quieted down. Wagner returned to his natural state, his face pale. With his current realm, using the dark side power of Nora required him to exert all his strength each time. Powerful figures from the Congress gathered at his side. Are you all right, Wagner? One of them asked. I am fine, Wagner replied. I just need some time to rest. It was thanks to you just now, the wizard continued. Otherwise, it would have been far too difficult to secure victory, especially considering they dispatched the 4 great demon lords with the likely aim of eliminating Nora swiftly. The Wind Empress laughed as she looked over the battlefield. This battle was exhilarating. Cutting down 6 nightmare monarchs is an achievement rare and remarkable even across the long river of time. Indeed, another wizard added. Plus, they have lost countless legions. Next, deploying troops will waste a lot of time, and perhaps they will even give up on invading. The legendary wizards departed, their spirits elated. In the end, only Wagner remained, staring at the world full of scars. Edmund emerged from the distance, dragging a metallic mountain behind him. This Roger mountain will henceforth be your supreme treasure, Edmund said. You can refine it, making it easier to suppress the dark side of Nora. If you encounter a powerful enemy, hide within Roger Mountain. Unless a level 11 arrives, its defense cannot be broken quickly. Wagner stowed the treasure away. Thank you, Grand Council Chairman. And thanks to Roger, he sighed. Edmund patted his shoulder. Rest well. I will guard here for a while until you awaken. In a situation unknown to many low-level wizards, the first large-scale invasion of the Nightmare World suffered a total failure. They withdrew in defeat before achieving any success. The next day, the Nora Council issued a war announcement. Recently, the Nora Council wiped out 6 monarchs of the Nightmare World, obliterating countless nightmare legions, achieving an unprecedented victory on the frontline battlefield. The newly promoted legendary wizard, Undying Shadow Wagner, made outstanding contributions. Due to the request of the Shadow Emperor, this announcement did not mention the secretly allied Shadow World. Externally, it appeared to be the work of the Nora Council alone. This news shocked the entire population. Everyone had been at home preparing for a real battle with the Nightmare World, and now there was news of victory on the front lines. They learned that 6 level 10 enemies had been killed. This was an outcome beyond even the wildest dreams. Until the Congress projected those 6 terrifying monarch corpses, many finally believed it was not a joke or fake news. In the land of darkness, the Shadow Demon Queen rubbed her eyes. Was my vision playing tricks on me, she wondered. How could it have ended before it even started? When has the Nightmare World become so vulnerable? She relayed the shocking news to Pazuzu, who responded with hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash, far inferior to me. The Shadow Demon Queen did not think it was very funny. This meant that the opponents of Nora in the Abyss were becoming stronger, to the point that the situation was getting hard to comprehend. In the Sea of Ruins, spaceships navigated the void. Levi learned of the news from Nora. Inconceivable and unexpected, he murmured. I thought it would be at most a narrow victory, barely defending. I did not anticipate the Shadow World intervening. Wonderful. The more allies, the higher the chances of victory for Nora. Such a good thing deserves celebration. He immediately went to the Nightmare World and secretly spread poison for a few days. In the lost domain of the Nightmare World, a slew of wounded figures descended from the sky through the cracks in reality. The lost monarch clutched the burning wound on his chest, his eyes dark. Other monarchs were similarly battered, each wearing a grim expression. A peculiar silence enveloped the scene. The Ghost Alley monarch returned after narrowly escaping, only to receive news that his territory had suffered a plague disaster again. The frustration nearly made him cough blood from anger. The devouring Sky Demon Lord spoke up furiously. Shadow World. It is all the fault of the Shadow World. I suggest communicating with the Supreme Will, deploying the entire realm, and launching an expedition against the Shadow World. We should first annihilate those remnants, then flatten Nora to satiate my heart's anger. The Void Demon Lord nodded. I agree. Other demon lords echoed the sentiment in agreement. The lost monarch shook his head. Now that Nora has allied with the underworld, if the Supreme Will enters the fray, perhaps the underworld source river will also take action. Are you all prepared for this supreme level war? The monarchs fell silent. Throughout history, every supreme confrontation had been an absolutely turbulent year, where 10 level 10 warriors fell like migrating fish. The lost monarch continued. Next, continue expanding the recruitment range. We must split into 2 forces. One will continue to enter from the dark side of Nora. It is imperative to kill the newly promoted legendary wizard, as the reason for our defeat lies not with the Shadow World, but with him. The other force will surround Nora from the outside. The devouring Sky Demon Lord clenched his fists. I will invite several more demon lords. Next time, we will use overwhelming numbers and strength to sweep Nora. The years flowed by. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. It was now Nora calendar 1717, and Blood Battle 1605. The Nightmare World lay dormant, gathering strength for another round. Levi traveled alone deep in space, gradually nearing the land of oblivion. As the century turnover approached, he sought out a safe shelter and entered the dark ancient tower, embarking on a treasure hunt journey. At the same time, in the southern sea of Nora, overwhelming waves began to sweep across the surface. A gigantic continent began to emerge, its size no smaller than the heaven continent of old. Legendary wizards skillfully arrived, casting powerful spells to suppress the sea waves. In the Nelarian world, the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts and Lady Olissa looked upon the brand new world. Their feelings were complex yet elated. Rowan, after ending the lengthy gravitational tunnel journey, breathed a sigh of relief. "Welcome, the three of you," a voice boomed. Edmund stood there, as warm and reliable as the sun more than 20 level 10 auras arrayed behind him, greeting the Beastmaster civilization with the greatest sincerity. Rowan introduced these powerful figures to the couple. The eyes of the Emperor and the Mistress grew brighter. Before arriving, they had heard the recent big news, knowing the Nora Council had slain 6 monarchs and achieved a great victory. Seeing such a formidable lineup brought them a great deal of reassurance. "Thank you all for your welcome," the Emperor said. "From now on, Nelarian and Nora share a fate," Edmund replied. "Just as once the ancestor of wizards and the tame ancestor did, let us face the upcoming storms together." Thus, the seats of the Supreme Council reached an unprecedented 30. With the Baha'i barbarians, East Sea Pandora, and the South Sea Beastmaster, the land of the four seas grew ever more lively, and every inch of the ocean of Nora held significance. Chapter 2904. Dark Ancient Tower. Unknowingly, 2,000 years have passed since Levi first entered the ancient tower. He came to Caneland, his powerful spiritual force sweeping across the world. Wizard towers rose, academies flourished, and humanity thrived. There were more than 10 primordial soul wizards alone, and with the traditional supreme archmage, nearly 20. Within and outside the tower, there were splendid scenes everywhere. After seeking everyone's opinion, Levi took half of the primordial soul wizards with him to see the wider world. For those content with the status quo, he respected their personal choice, letting them teach and enjoy the rest of their lives within the ancient tower. Life is not only about poetry and the distant place, but also about the struggles in front of us. 7th floor, Rune Land. "Flame Wolf, you will come out with me," Levi directed. Is it really okay?" Flame Wolf hesitated. "Yes, I observed that your cultivation over the past century has stagnated. It may be very difficult to reach level 8 peak within this ancient tower. This place no longer needs you to guard it. Thank you, Ultimate Saint. By the way, there is also some great news. Our Grey-White Academy has produced an outstanding newcomer in this century. Take me to see him," Levi instructed. Levi met the newcomer. He wore a white robe, stood tall with handsome features, radiating a 4th circle's perfection-level spiritual force fluctuation. He was practicing Gondifa's created purple crystal body refining technique. He looked at Levi, neither overbearing nor servile, showcasing the demeanor of a strong individual. "What is your name, young one?" Levi asked. "Platinum Fist Edward," the young man replied. Hearing this title, Levi was momentarily stunned. "What is wrong, Saint? Is there a problem with this person?" Flame Wolf Saint quickly asked. "No problem." Levi shook his head slightly. This young man called Edward was born in the year 1600 of the Nora calendar, the same year as Viken, the arcane star of the current Arcane Academy. His talent was average, merely a child of chaos. Yet in a century, he cultivated the extremely difficult purple crystal body refining technique to the 4th circle realm, which indicated his body refining talent was quite good. However, the Academy's crystal did not detect any special physique in him. The teachers could not determine how Edward managed to cultivate to the 4th circle. Levi ordered Leon to secretly investigate Edward's past lives. Going back 666 generations, Edward had another identity, Platinum Wind, Roger. In the past, Levi might have deemed it to be destiny. But now he understood that this might be orchestrated by someone. Sauron. Roger had long exhausted his chances for reincarnation and retraining. Like the Arcane Emperor, he had an ordinary reincarnation, with no connection to his past life. In this life, he would embark again as an unremarkable child of chaos. Therefore, Levi accepted another disciple for Gondif, passing the chaos body refining technique to Edward and urging him to cultivate well, hoping he could continue Roger's legendary tale. Land of Darkness. In the void, misty fog slowly took shape, forming a giant face. Grey Mist Monarch appeared somewhat confused, muttering to himself. "What is going on? I have completely lost perception. Damn it, mere level 9. How could it be so hard to deal with?" The first invasion war of the Nightmare World had failed, casting a shadow over the Grey Mist Monarch's heart. Now it had lost track of the Dusk Palace Master. So many setbacks had left a nameless sense of unease in its heart. Momentarily hesitating, it chose to persevere. "Come on, Grey Mist Monarch. Perseverance leads to victory." Nora, Ancient Dragon Continent. One after another, phantom images of giant beasts swirling with storms appeared in the heavens and the earth, their gazes fixed on the burly red-armored knight, who wielded wind and commanded fire. Wind and Fire Dragon Witch, Leland. After centuries of time, he finally completed the preparation for Supermyth evolution. It was due to the Dragon Flame God's heritage and destiny that it took so long. Mainly because among wind elemental legendary creatures, those known for their strength are rare. He did not want to simply reach super mythical. He aimed to create a supreme bloodline adept in wind and fire to perfectly complement his current wizard path. This mutual enhancement gave him greater hope to reach the Supreme this lifetime. Indeed, he had the ambition to simultaneously ascend to the Supreme as both a wizard and a knight. This was his ambition. Come, let me defeat these ancient wills residing in the bloodline. I want to step by step reach the Supreme. Wind and Fire Dragon God Path. Leland shouted, drawing his sword and slashing toward the sky. A white hurricane dragon and black flame divine dragon twirled together like a braid, spiraling toward the heavens, radiating a glorious light. After a battle that altered the sky and earth, Leland leaned on his longsword, inserting it into the void before him. He gasped heavily. Elation coursed through him. Congratulations, Leland. Abel applauded in praise. His father, the Fire Dragon Knight, also emerged from the void. Good, our Fire Dragon family also now has a supreme bloodline. The father exclaimed. Mother Louise's eyes were filled with emotion. If father knew in the heavens, witnessing this scene, I wonder how happy he would be. Supreme, a dream unreachable in his lifetime. Thus, the 17th bloodline surpassing myth was born in the Dusk Holy Temple, named Dragon God Breathing Method. Dragon Flame God Lager underwent a complete transformation, returning as a king. Dark Ancient Tower. 9th layer. Levi's eyes were bright, his gaze filled with anticipation. Good, this 18th myth bloodline. I wonder where it will belong. To possess a myth bloodline merely represents the potential to reach level 10. However, whether one can truly endure the countless trials to become a mythical knight is still uncertain. But as the Dusk Palace Master, Levi would do his utmost to ensure that all these knights following him reach the realm of their dreams. Chapter 2905. One day, the 18 Twilight Cavalry will leave Nora to patrol the multidimensional plane. They will branch out and become the 18 heavenly pillars of the great Nora world. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jin stood with hands on hips. He looked at the hound with disdain. He felt the loneliness of a master unattainable at the heights as another brutal competition approached. He aspired to become the treasure hunter king. Levi looked at the dark ancient tower with immense anticipation after witnessing the primordial relics scattered across the heavens. 300,000 years had passed. The primordial things collected here surely were not limited to just the golden electric sword grass. There must be more buried within. Levi signaled his intent. A day later, under the guidance of the hound, he arrived at a silver-white mountainous area. Everywhere he looked were mithril ores. So many. Not bad at all. Mithril might seem like low-level material, but it is an indispensable resource for wizards across all professions. It is usable in forging and weapon refinement. Start digging. Behind him, a shadow army emerged and began mining. In the blink of an eye, a pit with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles began to take shape. The eternal star abyss devoured these metals like a bottomless pit. Who dares to disturb my slumber? An extremely angry voice echoed from the depths of the pit. A sweeping power of frost followed. A pure white giant dragon emanated the aura of a level 8 peak. It split the earth and came rushing out. Frostwing Setheld was a true pure-blooded dragon. He was one of the 5-colored ancient dragons, an ancient white dragon of the Frost Dragon clan, now 25,000 years old. By right, with his lifespan, he should have been an adult long ago. Unfortunately, since his birth, he felt a mysterious limit. This power kept him from becoming an adult. Thus, he remained at level 8 peak. Fortunately, there were no other strong beings in this world. This made Setheld a ceiling-level existence. He ruled and enjoyed dominance here. What delighted him more was a recent event. He went to challenge his old rival, the fiery flame devourer Ilos, and discovered the guy had disappeared. Surely, he hid away fearing his strength. Lonely like snow, he could only sleep deeply until today. Someone woke him. Taste the wrath of the frost wings. Setheld opened his light gold dragon eyes. He was dumbfounded. He saw the overwhelming shadow army all around. Some were even stronger than himself. He thought he was having a nightmare, and shook his head. Once clear-headed, a black armored swordsman came into view. The man showed a kind smile, like a seasoned farmer at harvest. Your name is Frost Wings. I still lack an ancient silver dragon. Come with me. Setheld originally wanted to rage. He wanted to question who this man thought he was. Yet perhaps his instinct of danger made him stutter. Finally, he murmured, all right, I will go with you. But who are you? Levi pointed to the sky and smiled confidently. I am the master of the Dragon Palace. Behind Levi, when unnoticed, the silhouettes of 10,000 dragons emerged. They soared to the sky. Countless eyes watched the Frost Wings. Setheld pays respect to the Lord. The Frost Wings did not know if it was dreaming. He did not dare say, nor did he dare ask. He muddle-headedly joined the Dragon Palace. Levi applauded with glee. Within less than a century, he had already collected the second type of 5-colored ancient dragon. He needed just 3 more to cure his compulsive disorder. Arriving at the Dragon Palace, the Frost Wings was overwhelmed. So many female dragons. Despite not being level 9, he had matured long ago. In the ancient tower, he could not find an appropriate partner. He had to mate with other creatures. This Dragon Palace seemed like heaven. It had endless lovely dragons. He believed he was dreaming, a sweet dream. He. Relying on his pure-blooded dragon clan bloodline, shortly after entering, many female dragons were attracted to him. They threw themselves into his embrace. His days were as happy as a celestial being. Levi continued mining. He incidentally brought along the Frost Wings dragon sons and grandsons into the Dragon Palace too. After everything was done, he found the Frost Wings. In the years you have been here, Did you find any heavenly materials and earthly treasures? The Frostwing silently handed over a large pile of gold and silver treasures. He was somewhat reluctant. Levi rummaged through them. Ultimately, he discovered a miniature throne phantom. It was bright silver, adorned with mysterious metallic runes sparkling. Is this the sun refining artifact Silver Order? Levi was overjoyed. He could profit another oddity. By refining this oddity, Victor should reach the 8-ring limit. Once which mark branding is done, he can advance to the 9th circle, becoming the first sword from 1,000 miles away in this world. In his palm appeared a golden finger rare treasure. I will not take it for free. Here are 1 billion fate coins. Gold cascaded down like rain. The Frostwings watched the shower of coins with astonishment. Drool dripped from his mouth as he murmured, "May this long dream never wake." A month later, the Hound found another tie stone mine. It harvested over 80 billion ether stone. 2 months later, the Hound discovered a large chunk of level 9 ore, containing plenty of Hyger's gold. Not to be outdone, Jin found for Levi a non-sequential sun refining artifact, the Thunder Dragon's Heart. He found many bright moon and morning star artifacts alongside it. With the increasing strength of the companion creature, Jin's treasure hunting ability far surpassed what it used to be. Combined with the sheer vastness of the 9th layer, where countless treasures had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years, Levi found small gains daily, with occasional large hauls. In treasure hunting, both skill and luck are merely supportive. Chapter 2906. 590. Sauron's Golden Finger. Resources are paramount, just like fishing. Time passed. 6 months later, Levi arrived at a land of extreme cold. The cold wind howled, and Jin sat atop the Hound, basking in glory. This was a treasure land it had found. Halfway there, Levi had already acquired a sun-refining artifact from the Frost faction, called the Frost God Chapter. Levi had discovered the temples of the Father, Holy Mother, Lord of Storm, and Eternal Fire on the 9th layer. Among the 7 Orthodox gods, the Snow Goddess, King of 10,000 dragons, and the Star Beast remained. Their attitude toward Nora was relatively better than the previous 4. The Temple of Ice and Snow appeared faintly through the blizzard. Levi gazed calmly, pushing open the door. The interior remained quiet, with a decayed figure sitting alone on a high hall. It possessed 12 wings, its feathers like ice crystals having long lost their luster. The figure stood tall and strong. It reminded Levi of a giant. In the palm of its hand, it held a long spear, with divine light swirling. It was indeed a divine weapon. Levi tightened his gaze. This angel's status was not low. Many intermediate gods did not have a divine weapon. Danger felt absent, and thus he reached out to take the weapon. Suddenly, the corpse flickered with a hint of light. Tightly closed eyes opened, scrutinizing Levi before it. "You have come." For 300,000 years, it had not spoken. The voice sounded hoarse and deep. Levi shifted his gaze, speaking calmly. "Did you know I would come?" he asked. "Yes. Had you come any later, the last trace of divine power I stored in this divine weapon would have been exhausted," the figure rasped. "Why were you waiting for me?" Levi asked. "I was following the divine oracle of my lord, waiting here lifelessly." "How many years have passed since the fall of the frost giant ancestor?" it asked. "Over 300,000 years," Levi replied. "So long. Your master is the snow goddess," Levi confirmed. "Yes. Interesting. It seems you willingly allowed yourself to be imprisoned here by Sauron. If I am not mistaken, before your divine enthronement, you were a frost giant." "I am the king of giants, Olsen," the figure stated. "So, after the ancestor of giants failed against the gods, you frost giants ultimately betrayed him and turned to the snow goddess," Levi observed. Hearing the word betrayal, the voice laughed coldly. "The giants would rather die standing than live kneeling. Betrayal is a term never natural to us. Back when we failed against the gods, the ancestor of giants perished, and his supreme body was divided and consumed by the gods in a futile attempt to gain the frost blood and enhance God's authority. But supreme power is not something these fake gods can easily control. The snow goddess, who consumed the most of our master, is no longer the god she used to be. Her will had long been replaced by the ancestor of giants. We are brave, fearless, and strong, but we are not foolish. Since we could not win, we pretended to join them, lying in wait for an opportunity. The future is not devoid of chances for resurgence." Hearing this, Levi remained calm, as if he had anticipated the explanation. "So, the ancestor of giants is not dead. Why are you telling me this?" Levi asked. Olsen spoke. "Because you are Sauron's contingency plan. My master and Sauron have an agreement. After 300,000 years, when the time is ripe, we shall rise again to fight the gods once more." Levi pondered inwardly, not completely believing the words of Olsen. He recalled the Frost Witch, who also acquired the power of the ancestor of giants and might face the risk of his will's corruption. The ancestor of giants seemed to be attempting a rebirth by possession, possibly splitting into two, one in the astral world, and another in the mortal world, not putting all eggs in one basket. Quite risk-aware indeed. Since the giants and Nora are allies, why have your Church of Snow been oppressing Nora from the near-ancient era onwards? Was it all an act? Levi asked. Naturally, only if we appear to be like them would we not arouse suspicion from the astral world. Sauron says this is the great wisdom of harmonizing with light and dust, to blend in without standing out in the astral world, Olsen said. Having heard this, Levi was now largely convinced that Olsen was not lying to him. However, feeling uncertain, he continued to pace around within the temple. Olsen merely murmured to himself, "You need not be astonished. An existence that reaches the Supreme Realm cannot fully perish. They leave contingencies across the multidimensional plane. After the giants failed against the gods, they were not entirely exterminated. Some surrendered to the astral world, and were made angels to serve it. Another part hid within the special dimensional space opened by the ancestor of giants inside the multidimensional plane, the ancestral god's land, breeding quietly, avoiding the mundane, waiting for the opportunity for revenge. While treasure hunting, Levi raised his head, asking, "Where is that place?" Olsen did not hide it from Levi. "The entrance is in the land of oblivion." Having said this, it closed its eyes again. And then, Levi asked. Unfortunately, Olsen did not answer. Its last breath dissipated, the divine remains turned to ashes, leaving only the long spear-shaped divine weapon falling to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Levi picked it up, noticing the text engraved in the Star Realm language on it. Shattered jade. This had to be an ancient divine artifact, its power not far from the dusk moon. It once belonged to Olsen, the most powerful angel leader of the snow goddess. Information from the shattered jade divine spear surged into the mind of Levi. This divine weapon is actually the key to the giant kingdom. Regarding whether the snow goddess is indeed an ally, Levi still needed verification. Eventually, he found a blue ancient book on a shelf within the temple. Chapter 2907. It radiates the glow of a purple epic. It should be a rare treasure. Equipment name, Frost Cold Tome, Epic Level. Equipment level, Level 9. Equipment effect, Proof of the Giants. Proof of the Giants. 1. Possessing this tome grants friendship with the ancient giants. 2. Through this tome, you can communicate with the frost giant ancestor and receive their blessings temporarily, increasing power attributes by 500% for a quarter of an hour. After reading it, Levi put it away. This item is very useful for his journey to the land of oblivion. Additionally, that 500% increase is not bad, elevating his killing power to a new level. He flipped through the pages and found a bookmark in the middle. Snow goddess Catherine, residing in the extreme cold mountains of the Thousand Hills countries, is the second greatest beneficiary of the frost giant ancestor's downfall, having consumed the frost giant soul, thus becoming a top-level existence among powerful gods. After I ascended to Supreme, she contacted me proactively, wanting to collaborate, and revealed her secret. The frost giant ancestor is not completely dead. Even before heavenly chopping, it prepared a fallback, secretly establishing the giant kingdom, hiding all giant races within it as a kindling. It used secret techniques to scatter its soul will, evenly distributing it among all frost giant individuals with frost blood, able to carry through bloodline inheritance. As long as one survives, it has the chance for rebirth. Though I believe the new individual is no longer it, but it firmly believes it is the frost blood. With the bloodline undying, it is immortal. The cost of the secret technique was that it went completely insane, a mental split, even more chaotic than Abyss will. Its obsession with heavenly chopping drove it into the astral world, going on a killing spree. In the end, it was exterminated jointly by 2 incarnations of the star ancestor, dying in the astral world, its body devoured by the gods. Perhaps it had foreseen such a result. It was just unwilling, reigniting its obsession within the body of the snow goddess. It wants another chance, so we chose to collaborate. It said that someday in the future, its newborn will might make a comeback within individuals possessing frost blood. But it sees the limitations of the giant race, wanting a different existence. It wants to combine the frost giant's blood with the path of the wizard to see if a being stronger than it, even stronger than me, Sauron, can be born. It mentioned that the ultimate creation, which once wreaked havoc in the 4 realms, and eventually failed, had created a secret technique related to the frost giants. Its bloodline also has remnants in humanity. It wants to have its will reborn in human individuals, to live another life. I told it to wait. I said I wasn't prepared yet, and the right timing is far from arrival. Forever scattered and intermittent attacks can't defeat the astral world. We must unite all forces at a future moment, to strike simultaneously for hope. If you trust me, follow my plan. It agreed. After failing, it realized it is not adept at scheming. I asked, what if the future rebirth of the frost giant ancestors will clashes with human will? It said each by their means, fair competition. If it wins, it truly lives a second life. If it loses, it believes it won't be completely dead. As long as it firmly believes it is the very essence of frost blood, then Ygmir's will would persist eternally, undying. Isn't this a kind of Aku spirit? I admire the ancestor of giants. With my typical human mentality, indeed, I can't reach such a realm. Before leaving the ice and snow divine country, it gave me its secretly collected evolution stone plate fragments. It said these are key to bloodline evolution. Ultimate creation attained supreme by acquiring these, gathering the blood of 10,000 spirits. But relying solely on bloodline, even cultivating to peak, can't truly be invincible. Ultimate creation is a precedent, so it highly regards the path of the wizard. Bloodline and body are materials. Soul and will are spirit. Every life form is a combination of material and spirit. Yet since ancient times, none have refined both material and spirit to peak. The star ancestor is the extreme belief spiritual collective. Nightmare is the extreme negative spiritual collective. Abyss and underworld, though powerful, are still incomplete. Exhaust the blood of 10,000 spirits, gather all knowledge. Uniting the two might transcend all, becoming that transcendent universe. Supreme existence. What is called supreme is merely those strong enough to touch the ceiling. Breaking the ceiling leads to supreme. Supreme realm could be level 12, or level 100. For it is the end of the universe, also the beginning of time. I asked, if life reaches supreme realm, would it replace the land of darkness, embody the path, becoming a new universe, trapped in an endless loop? It couldn't answer, neither could I. Because our realms aren't enough to see it all. Before leaving the ice and snow divine country, it arranged its most loyal angel leader to be defeated and imprisoned by me. This way I will seem impartial, not raising suspicion among other gods. The shattered jade divine spear can traverse to its clandestine giant kingdom. Should there come a day, when I am ready, then unite, and fight once more. After leaving the ice and snow divine country, I visited the last two of the 7 orthodox gods. As I guessed, both the king of 10,000 dragons and lord of the stars were double agents as well. These failures remain unwilling. The astral world was once their homeland, their sanctuary. They truly are the stars of the multidimensional plane, not the divine kingdoms built on faith. Chapter 2908. How many such those who endure hardships exist in the vast astral world? Does the star ancestor deep within know all of this? I cannot say. After some time passes, I too shall seek death. Only the death of a level 11 can set the giants at ease. That year, I had the fortune to arrive in this universe, starting as an ordinary farmer blessed by the heaven and earth bell. While plowing the land, I unearthed a broken piece of a wordless stone tablet. It looked artificially carved, yet bore no inscription. Who would have thought that this stone tablet would become the sole reliance of me, the transmigrator, in a dark and chaotic era, until I leaned on it to become a legendary wizard, gradually uncovering parts of a forgotten history, amid growing strength and travels across the multidimensional plane. It was then I realized that this stone tablet was actually a fragment of a primordial relic. I do not know what ancients called it. I named it the Wisdom Tablet. It is the torch of wisdom, Prometheus, and also the astral world's restrictor that seals wisdom and keeps all beings in ignorance. Once residing in the depths of the astral world, it was like a city wall, a curtain, a pair of handcuffs, covering our eyes from observing all things, blinding our brains from pondering laws, cuffing our hands from crafting tools. With its help, gods could spread beliefs more smoothly, ensuring the masses could never leave the divine, could not empower themselves, could not learn, keeping them blind, conformist, timid, and numb, losing the capability for independent thought. This is the spiritual poison directly acting on thoughts. After wizards rose, the Heavenly Father slandered me, deceiving the ignorant mortals, fabricating the fake legend of the 7 knights of the sky. The saints selflessly divided their remains among the 7 knights, endowing them with God's speed, endurance, gallantry, spirit, strength, physical defense, and wisdom. They said I, Sauron, ate the saint's brain to gain wisdom. They claimed the knight's strength also came as a gift from the saint. God loves all men. Bullshit. Love your mother's head. I did not eat a brain. I don't want to catch prion disease. During the primordial era of the cosmic explosion, the wisdom primordial spirit, meant for perfecting rules and enlightening beings' wisdom, was already born. If it developed normally, it should have self-annihilated like time, space, and other primordial things, becoming part of the universe, allowing beings to evolve and learn knowledge. Yet, like the evolution stone plate, the wisdom tablet was captured by the astral world and sealed away, to prevent the world from gaining wisdom, to stop the people from opening their eyes to see the world. Those insects are too afraid of people gaining wisdom, because wisdom is an ability with extremely high upper and lower limits. It is unpredictable, uncontrollable, and once developed, no one can guess its trajectory. It is the Dharma treasure for discovering universal laws. It is the weapon for parsing all truths. Due to the snow goddess, also known as the ancestor of frost giants, I learned of the heavenly will, a formidable ancient relic from ancient times. He even proposed the theory of the evolution stone plate and bloodline, and pioneered the path of barbarian totems, although he still could not escape the bonds of belief. This is not his fault, nor because he was not smart enough. It is because throughout the ancient years, his wisdom was clamped by the restrictor, so no matter how hard he cracked his brain, he was unable to conceive of the wisdom tablet. Because the strength from the wisdom tablet makes all beings instinctively forget it, keeping it forever in the fog of history and the vacuum of thought. This is the 404 law of another world. This world needs a Tiger Gate smoke elimination. So after the ancestor of frost giants broke the evolution stone plate, I speculate it was the subsequent one who smashed the wisdom tablet. That one, who ascended to the supreme realm before me, was the ultimate creation Kaz, the greatest supreme powerhouse outside of the giant world in ancient and modern times. In terms of combat strength alone, I do not surpass it, but as the ancestor of frost giants said, relying on bloodline alone is not enough to contend with giants. Kaz failed, perished, disappearing from the path, possibly hiding somewhere to await a future comeback, a resurgence, but did a good thing before dying. Standing on the shoulders of these predecessors and giants, I was born into a better era and conditions, even gaining the wisdom tablet fragment thanks to my transmigrator's aura. Thus, my path of a wizard proceeded smoothly. I am aware that I, Sauron, can achieve today's success not because of how amazing and hardworking I am, but because the era has shaped me. Good winds rely on strength to help me ascend to the azure skies. But the era can only send me to the ordinary supreme realm, and it cannot defy the will of the giants, cannot rebel, and overthrow the star ancestor. So, next, I must exchange roles with the era. I will use my planning, my power, my efforts, my wisdom, my civilization to forge an era strong enough to shake the giant world, bringing unprecedented waves, so immense that they could overturn the high and mighty above. With this golden age as the advantage of time and place, with a soul not belonging to this universe as the human harmony, to initiate a great transformation that will change heaven and earth. In prosperous times, all are mere hounds. In chaos, heroes emerge. Only by turning the entire multidimensional plane into a stewpot of turmoil can the unsung heroes in the crevices have a glimmer of hope for life. Whether the universe remains chaotic or not, the abyss makes the call. This game of chess begins here. The content of the Easter egg abruptly ends. Chapter 2909. Levi put away the bookmark. He was accustomed to the cliffhangers left by the dog wizard Sauron. He guessed the truth. He muttered, "Indeed, I knew it. Sauron also has a golden finger." Without cheats, in this desperate land of darkness, where the four great giants hold mortals tightly, it is utterly impossible for them to rise. When a person's life from birth to grave is clearly arranged, no matter how smart he is, or how heavenly his luck is, he cannot stir the waves. So it still boils down to one statement. Only the primordial can combat the primordial. The creation of heaven and earth gave birth to many primordial creatures. According to Sauron's theory, their purpose should be to perfect the universe's rules and build a better world. But once consciousness arises, and the biological instinct to seek advantage takes hold, some primordial creatures begin to oppress and control other existences. Thus, the evolution of the universe deviates. This ultimately formed the current pattern. The early powerful vested interests attempt to gather resources together, limiting the development of latecomers. It is still about the land of darkness, or rather the universe's resources, which are relatively finite within a historical node. It is expanding, but too slowly. It is far from keeping up with the consumption rate. At first, Levi thought Sauron wanted Nora to rise to form a balance with the four great giants, perhaps adding the insects to create a structure of 6 great giants. But now, he knows Sauron's ambitions are far greater. He might want to utterly end the abyss, the astral world, the nightmare, and the insects. As for the underworld, as an ally, it should be spared. If these giants are all annihilated, the land of darkness would naturally save countless resources, enough for the growth of the Nora clan. In the end, it is about struggle. Levi calmed his emotions and flew out of the great hall. If all goes well, there are 2 more temples in the 9th layer. The king of 10,000 dragons and the Lord of the Stars had a battle in their late years that was actually a purposeful show. The Star Dragon King joined the astral world for divine enthronement, but it was not necessarily for extending life. Perhaps it was not entirely for prolonging life. If you cannot beat them, join them. Yet, I am in Kao's troop while my heart is in Han. I act compliant in the astral world, ready to strike when the time is right. This is the Avengers alliance that Sauron has formed. It is a truly well-crafted era. Excitement surged through Levi. Sauron modestly said that without the wisdom tablet, he is nothing. But he is able to plan so much, precisely designing each step. The image of Sauron as the ancestor of wizards has not completely collapsed in Levi's heart. What truly collapsed is Sauron's questionable taste. The temple yielded a good harvest this time. He gained a piece of divine crystal, a divine weapon, and a level 9 treasure. Most importantly, he learned the path to the giant kingdom. Otherwise, even if he went to the land of oblivion, he might only find some wandering ordinary giant tribes, unable to connect with the true essence of the giants. The temple was found by Jin. It acted quite proud for once again catching up to the hound. Half a year remains, so surpassing it can be done at ease before the ancient tower closes. A month later, in a certain valley, a black cold pond remained hidden. A golden-haired mouse hovered above, its eyes spinning. Levi strode forward. With a casual wave, a fierce wind absorbed the water of the 1,000-mile cold pond. He revealed the scene below, where a long white giant serpent, thousands of feet in length, coiled. It exuded a level 8 late-stage aura, with a prominent horn on its head. It looked like a type of creature's tooth, with truth runes flickering upon it. A sun-refining artifact accompanies a transcendent creature. Interesting. The white giant serpent appeared tense. It coiled up like a cobra, revealing its fangs. 2 streams of venom breath corroded the void, shooting towards Levi. Retaliation from the weak is also adorable in my eyes. Levi showed no anger. With Vajra's sacred realm protection, impervious to water and fire, he swaggered to the giant serpent. He administered a slap in its shocked gaze. This mighty blow directly slammed the serpent into the ground, dazed and bruised. Its gaze was dazed. It fearfully stared at Levi, motionless. Levi said softly, "In the future, be more perceptive. I can casually destroy your home, so don't engage in meaningless struggles. Clinging to life is most important. Any other would have made you a dead snake." He extracted the oddity from the serpent's head. "Let's call you the poison dragon's tooth." This oddity is a variant of the ocean faction, containing poisonous energy. It is excellent for Triss to refine, enough to dominate her existing 5 poison-strange objects and further advance. This white giant serpent may seem like tough iron, but it is indeed extraordinary. It is the Skyfrost white snake, much like the Chaos ancient serpent. Both are serpent-shaped Dragon Clan members, and they are legendary, though juvenile. Levi recalled the late friend White Snake Horman. Its Dragon Clan bloodline origin might lie in this Skyfrost white snake. "Come with me. You won't grow up here." Levi gently said this, using the power of the Green Emperor Dragon to heal its wounds. The Skyfrost white snake felt its body warm and extraordinarily comfortable. It bowed its snake head, indicating submission. With Levi, the Dragon King, and his mighty presence, subduing a Dragon Clan member is standard practice. Time flowed day by day. In the remaining months, Levi gathered quite a few treasures. These included the sun-refining artifact Fire Crow's Nest obtained from the land of extreme fire, the level 9 treasure sword of the Copper King acquired at some ancient ruins, the level 9 Gale, and level 8 purple crystal dug up by the Hound, and the like. Not everything is listed. On the eve of the closing of the ancient tower, Jin guided Levi to the final treasure trove. A dead giant tree lay across the canyon, emitting intense dark energy and swallowing the surrounding light. It is black star wood. Refining it into the wizard tower means the mainstream elements and energy sets are basically complete. Perfect. Levi threw out the eternal star abyss, collecting it within. In the ravine below the black star wood, clusters of eerie plants resembling eyeballs grew, swaying and producing rustling sounds. Suddenly, all the eyeballs turned toward Levi, opening simultaneously. Rather than fear, Levi was pleased. He waved a large hand to peel up the land. It is surprisingly ghost pupil grass. Truly, heaven helps me. Ghost pupil grass, an 8-circle herb, has perished in the outside world. It can be refined into Shattered Dream Potion. Consuming this potion grants permanent shattering dream eyes, breaking through most conventional illusions below level 8. With the Nightmare Invasion crisis unresolved, this potion is bound for great sales. On the following morning, Levi returned to the land of darkness. Inexpressible gray mist enveloped the surrounding world. He snapped his fingers. Boundless flames rolled back in all directions, accompanied by fierce winds sweeping incessantly. As the wind and fire ceased, the mist did not dissipate. A mocking voice sounded. Entered my gray mist domain. Don't think about leaving. Levi looked into the void, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Oh, is that so? Chapter 2910. The land of darkness holds the gray mist. It envelopes everything, endless and boundless. An ambush strikes, locking onto Levi. This nightmare monarch proves quite skillful. The entity masters some kind of tracking technique. It clings to Levi like a leech, setting a trap while Levi remains inside the dark ancient tower. As soon as Levi emerges, he falls into the ambush. Levi refuses to fight. He cannot win against a mid-stage level 10 opponent. A fight only wastes his strength and time. He activates the invisible secret word, randomly choosing a direction. Whoosh. In a fleeting moment, he travels 1,000,000 miles. Levi appears from the light, his expression solemn. Endless gray mist surrounds him. It is pervasive, trying to penetrate his blood battle armor and seep into his body, accompanied by a sinister laugh. I have told you, no one can escape my gray mist domain. Do you think killing one R2 makes you special? The voice taunts. Levi ignores the taunts. The enemy possesses tricks up its sleeve, much stronger than R2. It is not necessarily strong in direct confrontation, but its abilities are eerie. This gray mist domain confuses and distorts space. Levi teleported 1,000,000 miles, yet he remains in the same spot. The range of the gray mist domain does not exceed 1,000,000 miles. To test his hypothesis, Levi teleports 3 more times in one direction, exceeding 4,000,000 miles. Sure enough, he remains within the reach of the gray mist. Haha, not running anymore, the voice calls out from within the mist. Levi smiles faintly, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Yes, I am not running. I am just taking a break, he replies. The surging mist presses in from all sides. The sound of space shattering fills the air, as if an invisible wall tries to imprison him. Terrifying pressure bears down on the blood battle armor, sparking intense flames. Levi remains unmoved. Aside from spiritual force, he trusts that the sheer hardness of the blood battle armor is unbreakable by anyone under level 11. To make one level 10 crystal core, Sauron used 10. That does not even include the other divine artifacts, primordial relics, and materials used. Surrounded by the power of the Vajra sacred realm, he leaves no opportunity for the mist to infiltrate. He contemplates a way to break the situation. The gray mist monarch likely remains wary of Levi. So far, it has not shown itself, only continuing to erode him with the gray mist domain. In these situations, you usually have to break the main body to succeed, Levi thinks. His deep red eyes split open, shooting thousands of red beams out in all directions. The eyes not only foresee danger, but also pierce through illusions. As a nightmare monarch, this strong opponent likely relies on very advanced illusion techniques. He decides to use the Nightmare Emperor Dragon. It is useless, the ethereal voice comes again. The red light gradually dims. Levi retracts the deep red eyes, a smile touching his face. Oh, so you are there, he says. The gray mist falls silent for a moment then sneers. Trying to trick me, the voice scoffs. It does not believe Levi can see through its abilities. Levi stands up. He is reluctant to stay here long, lest he be dragged to the Nightmare World base camp to be sealed and refined. Omniscient, nothing can hide. No hidden heaven, he commands. The 6 holy heavens descend, and Levi vanishes. Damn it, impossible, a voice of disbelief echoes from the mist. Within the no hidden heaven, Levi appears on a throne. He overlooks the scene from another realm and dimension, seeing through all illusions and mazes below. Before his eyes lies a gray mist about 10,000 miles in size, writhing in place. A mysterious power pulls the surrounding space, forming a sphere. Under such a force field, space turns into a circular track. No wonder I could not fly out. This method is effective, and it enlightens me. It will be very useful for future research in space-related spells, Levi thinks. The deep red eyes lock onto the southeast corner of the mist. A sneaky figure looks up to the sky, meeting his gaze. A colossal arm formed by gray mist reaches for Levi. You cannot escape, the voice declares. No matter which dimension you enter, you are ultimately still within the original space. No matter how you teleport, or use void travel, or elemental escape technique, you will never leave. This is my gray mist domain. The path of space, even many level 10 late-stage beings cannot compare to me, let alone you. You are just a level 9 knight relying on brute force. Boom. Levi's form plummets, leaving no hidden heaven. The blood battle spirit emerges behind him, leading the charge toward the southeast corner. A torrential blood sea crashes in. The giant arm of mist collides with the blood sea, tearing it apart, and flinging the blood battle spirit away. Taking the opportunity, Levi's sword chi spreads out, reaching the main body of the gray mist monarch. He activates the 6-layered holy domain power, unlocking all 6 attribute boosts of the blood battle armor except for spiritual force. As for the power of the frost giant ancestor, he does not use it yet. It can only last for a moment and needs to be used at a crucial time. One spear breaks 9 stars, Levi shouts. The spear technique from the Holy War Monarch connects the stars of the 9 heavens. With the phantoms of stars extinguishing, an extreme destruction pours forth. Sword chi engulfs the gray misty body. The body of the gray mist monarch disappears without a trace. Suddenly, a giant gray mist hand slams toward Levi from behind. Bam! His figure goes flying, flesh and blood bursting within. Tisk tisk tisk. I have heard you have the power of undying. Let me see how many times you can resurrect. In this world, there is no true immortality, the monster taunts. Chapter 2911. Hundreds of gray mist tentacles attacked wildly. Levi dodged and turned. Occasionally, a strike landed, and his figure would explode. The power of a level 10 mid-stage opponent was terrifying. The gray mist monarch's offensive grew increasingly fierce. I refuse to believe I cannot kill you, the monarch roared. Thump! A blood-colored longsword pierced through the head of the gray mist monarch. It is useless, the monarch sneered. I also possess true immortality. I am the incarnation of mist. What in this world can eliminate mist? Nothing. The gray mist monarch ignored the attack of the blood battle spirit. Levi maneuvered around the void, pondering his next move. If I had the sealing techniques of Gargamel, dealing with the gray mist monarch would be much easier, Levi thought. Its ability is similar to the previous poison smoke lady. Once he finished with the spirit and space sects, he planned to study sealing arts. A quarter of an hour later, the gray mist monarch looked at the undying Levi. His face was grim. How is this possible? The monarch muttered. It must be the power of that blood-colored supreme treasure. How could such a good thing not belong to me? The monarch continued to attack, relentless. Levi dodged frequently, seemingly powerless to resist. After half an hour, his expression brightened. Found it, Levi whispered. On the other side of the spherical space, a pure white dragon moved. Protected by the blood battle spirit and the primordial spirit emperor, it broke through numerous obstructive barriers to reach a void. Here, there was an extremely subtle spatial rift, difficult to detect. This was the connection node of the spherical space, the weakness of the gray mist domain. On the Chaos Dragon, myriad spell lights erupted. Levi activated 70% of his spiritual force amplification and 500% of his giant power. 9 suns suspended in the sky. All creation thunder, fire dragon tribulation, and other mighty spells blasted at the node. The spherical space trembled violently. What? Impossible, the gray mist monarch cried out. His face changed drastically. This person had actually found the flaw in his domain, a place that many at level 10 could not find. Unceasing spell bombardments and sword chi attacks poured out. The gray mist monarch exerted all his strength to stabilize the space, preventing Levi from escaping alive. Levi frowned. Even such fierce attacks could not shatter the barrier in a short time. It seemed he would have to use that move. Then, he saw a runic symbol on the Chaos Dragon that had not lit up before. It shimmered with an unusual luster. Decomposition technique, Levi shouted. Zap! An indescribable light struck the trembling node. Crash! The mirror surface shattered, and pieces annihilated. From a perspective above, that gray mist space looked like a deflating balloon, with dense mist pouring out into the land of darkness. The gray mist dissipated, revealing a dazed gaze inside. Sauron's great disintegration technique. No, this is not that, the monarch stammered. Terror rose in the heart of the gray mist monarch. Most of the time, nightmare monarchs were not afraid of legendary wizards. But when the decomposition technique appeared, it was entirely different. Its nature was equivalent to a madman wielding a nuclear bomb. Legendary wizards rarely used decomposition techniques to kill enemies. Every use was a last resort. The domain shattered. The gray mist monarch knew this assassination had already failed. With the methods of the Dusk Palace Master, he must have already fled 1,000,000 miles away. Die, the monarch screamed. A longsword wrapped in 26 layers of holy domain power slashed forward. Levi intended to run, but before leaving, he had to strike once. He wanted to see the difference between himself and a level 10 mid-stage opponent. The gray mist monarch's form misted, attempting to dodge the sword. Sword chi pierced the dense mist, exploding. The starry sky shone in multicolored hues. Cough, 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 the monarch groaned. His form seemed slightly thinner. Given the chance, you do not flee. Truly arrogant, the monarch hissed. A long dragon of mist spiraled out, obscuring the view of Levi. His spiritual force now exceeded 100,000. Innate spells with power between 9th circle and 10th circle were unleashed without restraint. Hundreds of fire dragons weaved through the mist, exploding. These methods were only lightly injurious to the Grey Mist Monarch, not lethal, but the sheer number made it overwhelming. However, the most troublesome aspect was that blood-colored armor. The many techniques used on it were deflected. The aftermath could not kill Levi. This was the strongest shell on the multidimensional plane created for Levi by Sauron. The monarch knew if he continued, there would only be one result. The level 10 midstage himself would lose. It was unbelievable, but the facts were clear. Humph, I will spare your life today, the monarch spat. Want to leave? Levi laughed. You are a level 10 midstage, are not you? I am not running. Why are you running? Stay and fight with me. Spells and sword chi constantly attacked the mist. The wizard tower and 8 formation map hung high in the starry sky, trying hard to trap the Grey Mist Monarch, but they were easily broken by the other party. With his current means, defeating or exhausting the opponent was no problem. But a level 10 midstage opponent who wanted to leave could not be stopped. Do not be complacent too soon, someone will deal with you, the monarch threatened. The mist dispersed like cockroaches scattering, disappearing into the void. Levi had no choice but to remember the threat on a little note, and take revenge later. Suddenly, his expression changed. The surrounding world rewound as if time were reversing. The mist that escaped into the void uncontrollably returned. Damn, Hera, Levi cursed. The Grey Mist Monarch roared. Levi felt like a spectator watching this miraculous scene. There were billions named Hera in the multidimensional plane, but only one could make the Grey Mist Monarch change color. Void Holy Seat Hera, possessing the supreme treasure of the Panplane second only to the Dark Ancient Tower, the Death Throne, she was once the third strongest on the Panplane after the Fire Sovereign. Chapter 2912. It remains unclear who stands stronger between the Grand Council Chairman and her. In any case, she possesses level 10 peak power. She is even capable of using time reversal methods to bring back a level 10 middle stage individual who has already fled. Levi suspects she might also have one foot in level 11. Though she is a woman, she leads the second largest transcendent force in the Panplane. It sits just behind Nora in scale, comparable to the Council of 10,000 clans at its peak. She is here, but where is she? Levi wonders. In terms of reputation, the previously low-key Grand Council Chairman does not compare to Hera. Time rewinds to 3 breaths ago. The Grey Mist Monarch shouts. Do not be too complacent. There will be someone to deal with you. The creature knows it has just spoken those words. Yet, in the face of the great power of time reversal, it can only repeat itself like a robot. A buzz rings out. A pitch-black throne of bones appears surrounded by indescribable death energy. A heroic female swordswoman with golden hair sits cross-legged on the throne in full armor. She radiates confidence, flamboyance, and dominance. Who do you think will deal with me? She asks. The power of time reversal dissipates. The Grey Mist Monarch transforms into misty tentacles and charges toward the figure on the throne. It stops 3 inches in front of Hera. The Grey Mist Monarch fails to make a mark. It sneers coldly. It seems the nightmare world has not taken action for too long. You local snakes of the Panplane no longer regard us. Let me leave, or the Void Holy Temple will be flattened within a century. Boom. Hera grasps the void. A giant hand, 100,000 miles long and formed from death energy, slams down. Levi's eyes tremble as he watches. If this strike landed on the blood battle armor, the consequences would be unimaginable, Levi thinks. Hera has grown stronger, or rather, she was always strong. Like the Grand Council Chairman, she was just hiding her strength. But now the times have changed. Nora is rising, shadows are intervening, and heroes are emerging. She has torn this disguise apart. He does not know why Hera is helping him. But striking at the Nightmare Monarch at this critical moment acts as a declaration of war against the Nightmare world. Does someone as top level as Hera also want to join Nora? Good, good, the Grey Mist Monarch growls. It does not sit idle. Its foggy form transforms into a grey greatsword, slashing toward the giant hand. The greatsword crumbles like decayed wood. Explode, the creature commands. The Grey Mist Monarch explodes. The shockwave forces Hera to retreat temporarily. She laughs. Such courage, to seek survival by breaking the tail so decisively. Hera, the multidimensional plane is no longer a place for your Void Holy Tower, the monarch cries out. A burst of mist shoots into the distance, vanishing into the void. Hera does not chase. A starry brilliance stretching 30,000 miles, like a Milky Way, sweeps from afar, and engulfs the misty figure. Levi shakes slightly. This is sword chi, he breathes. The scream of the Grey Mist Monarch gradually dissipates within the sword chi. Its true soul escapes into the void, staring at everyone in hatred. You will all die. Hera reaches out to capture the soul, when the underworld source river descends from the void. A hell warhorse rides over the waves. Golden brilliance shatters the true soul into pieces. On horseback sits a 3-inch tall figure in golden armor. So it was him, Hera thinks, not angry. Thus, a level 10 middle stage, extremely troublesome Nightmare Monarch dies and disappears, with no chance of reincarnation or resurrection. Leon drags his spoils back to Levi's side. Levi's heart trembles. How dare this little guy snatch Hera's spoils? If this woman asks, it is not my Dragon King Lee's fault, he muses. Master, I found this in its true soul, Leon says. He hands a grey bead to Levi in front of Hera. This belongs to Senior Hera. You should give it to her, Levi quickly says. Hera waves her hand. Useless to me, she says. At the same time, on the never-dissipating 10,000-mile Sword Chi River, a burly figure appears. He is shirtless, with a 10,000-meter-tall frame. The figure has 24 arms, each holding a sword. Levi recalls the legend of this person. It is the Star Sky Sword Saint Davis, the sixth strongest in the Pamplane. A lone wolf from the Armshura clan, ranked after the Amethyst Saint. He is a level 10 late-stage master. He possesses the supreme treasure Autumn Water, ranked 12th. This treasure consists of 24 sword embryos. It is a top-grade sword, its killing power unmatched. The Star Sky Sword Saint has not appeared in millennia, and he is not a member of the Void Holy Temple. Cooperating with Hera this time suggests he is probably joining them. Many thanks to Seniors Hera and Davis for lending a hand, Levi says, bowing to the two. The Star Sky Sword Saint examines Levi. I heard you are also skilled in sword craft, the saint says. I only know a little, not worth comparing to you, seniors, Levi replies. No need to be modest. When you reach level 10, let us spar and exchange sword skills to see if we can break through the level 9 shackles. All right, Levi agrees. Hera speaks. We did not rescue you out of obligation. With your capability, that Grey Mist Monarch could not kill you. It was causing too much trouble on our territory. It was too arrogant, and did not put my Void Holy Temple in its eyes. Levi looks helpless. Worlds as giant as these have always looked down on us. You two seniors have done well to kill it. But by offending the Nightmare World, are you not worried about revenge, he asks. The Star Sky Sword Saint laughs. Of course we are worried. But we cannot keep living so wretchedly. There are brave ones in the Pamplane. It is not just you and Nora. Chapter 2913. Levi looked toward his counterparts. Have the Sword Saint and Elder Hera considered joining Nora? If we bring them in, Nora will have an epic enhancement, stronger than the barbarian tribe's great fusion, which would attract many, and could easily increase by more than a dozen level 10 powerhouses. Hera adjusted her posture, her eyes meeting his. We currently do not wish to reside under others. With our strength, we can protect ourselves on the Pamplane, but we can form an alliance to jointly resist the Abyss and Nightmare. Levi nodded, accepting her position. All right, welcome to both of you for visiting and discussing cooperation matters. Hera turned to the Star Sky Sword Saint. Sir Davis, you may return now. I will have a private chat with the Dusk Palace Master. Davis offered a parting nod, his hand resting on his blade. Sir Levi, don't forget our agreement after you reach level 10. He walked away, leaving the two of them alone. Hera watched the Star Sky Sword Saint leave the hall. Davis is a natural sword skill seed. The Armshura tribe is a longevity species, with a lifespan 3 times that of humans, yet he reached the pinnacle of sword skill in less than 6,000 years, becoming a level 10 powerhouse in 10,000 years, obsessed with swords. Levi let out a low chuckle. So he became a sword saint. After exchanging pleasantries, Hera leaned in slightly. Have you ever seen Sauron, Sir Levi? I haven't seen him. Levi shook his head. If the timing hadn't been off, he would have suspected Hera was Sauron's lover. Sauron really made a mess. Are you Sauron? Levi met her gaze directly. No, I see. Hera studied the black armored swordsman before her, her eyes scanning him for any sign of deception. Finally, she nodded slightly. Since you're not Sauron, then forget it. As smoke rises throughout the Pamplane, Nora wants to become the leader of the multidimensional plane. I admire your courage, however. As the leader of the Void Holy Tower, I cannot easily change my doors. I understand. Take this. Your Nora Council should find it useful. She slid a translucent insect shedding across the table. What is this? Levi picked it up, turning the item over in his hands. This is a level 10 insect shedding from the Worm Lord. It was given to me as the price for helping him contact the survivor of the vast sea with secret technique tracking. I haven't used it. With this, you can locate the Worm Lord's lair. What you do next is up to you. I can't accept without merit. Today I've received too many benefits from the Elder, feeling both overwhelmed and uneasy. I hope the Elder will tell me what price I need to pay. Hera looked at him, her expression softening. Recently, I rejected the Underworld's invitation to become the Nether Emperor because once I became the Nether Emperor, I would cut off the possibility of reaching level 11. I observe your current achievements may be inseparable from Sauron. With your prowess, stepping into level 11 should be possible. In the future, just lend me a hand when you can. To be honest, I'm already on the edge of level 11, but I lack the courage to take that step. Levi processed her words, realization dawning. Another bigwig arrived for risk investment upon seeing his potential. To this, Levi could only smile at her keen eye for people. If I can reach level 11, I will definitely help the Elder within my capability as thanks for today's favor. Becoming acquaintances with such a powerhouse promised future benefits. So far, no conflicts occurred between the Void Holy Tower and Nora. Fundamentally, they were too far apart, and the Pamplane convergence hardly affected them. Hera smiled, her confidence radiating. Don't worry, tasks you can't accomplish won't trouble you. Then it's agreed, young man. Levi watched Hera depart, then checked the battlefield once again. He spotted a piece of grayish crystal shrouded in mist and smiled with delight. A level 10 nightmare crystal. Such a treasured item even the bigwigs ignore. Ensuring nothing was omitted, Levi headed towards the coordinates of the giant kingdom. 3 years later, Nora calendar year 1720. Blood battle year 1608. Nightmares formally declared war on the Void Holy Temple. At the same time, the 6th strongest on the Pamplane, the Star Sky Sword Saint, the 17th of Lowo Country, Dahiloo, and the 18th strongest cosmic pirate, the Dark Conqueror Apollos, all announced joining the Void Holy Temple. This Penplane's second force already possessed 10 level 10 strongmen, surpassing the peak period of the Council of 10,000 Clans, second only to Nora. Levi knew Hera was an ambitious woman. This round was even a fair competition with Nora for level 10 talents from the Penplane. Anyway, currently, the Void Holy Temple shared much pressure from the Nightmare World for Nora, which was a positive. Once everyone gets through this raid, they'll compete based on their abilities to vie for the position of multidimensional plane overlord. Nora's thrice defeating the Abyss and a major victory over the Nightmare left a profound impact. The truth proved that the giant was not invincible. The Penplane wasn't weak either. With over 100 level 10 strongmen, if united, the giants wouldn't dare underestimate them. Nightmare World. A group of Monarch-level strongmen looked grim. The Grey Mist Monarch who hunted Levi died by the hands of Hera, and the Star Sky Sword Saint. This nightmare invasion unprecedentedly lost 7 Monarch strongmen. For 30 million years of the near ancient times, when had they ever suffered such losses? The arrogant demon lord slammed his fist down. These ordinary insects dare to form alliances against us. Local wars are no longer sufficient to resolve them. I suggest immediately summoning across the nightmare domain, deploying 300 nightmare monarchs to slay all level 10 troublemakers. That's right. The Penplane needs a purging. The lost monarch remained calm amidst the excited generals. Calm down. 300 isn't feasible. It'll only allow the other 3 realms to seize the opportunity, losing more than gaining. Remember, our main conflict has always been with the astral world. Regardless of how the Penplane rebels, the ultimate outcome is extinction. Still, the Penplane cannot be allowed unchecked growth. The seedlings must be nipped in the bud. Starting today, I will communicate with the Supreme Will, summoning 100 nightmare monarchs across the domain to crush the Shadow World, Void Holy Temple, and Nora Council. The repeatedly defeated monarchs had lost patience. This time, they were serious. Land of Oblivion. A certain shelter. Levi assessed the gains from this ancient tower. Sun refining artifacts say nothing. Plus 15 bright moon artifacts, 54 morning star artifacts, and totaling 546 artifacts of other levels. Rare treasures above level 6, 2 9-level treasures, 1 divine weapon. Other resources were countless. Upon exiting, Levi encountered the Grey Mist Monarch and received 1 level 10 nightmare crystal core for free. Levi held it in his palm, revealing mysterious spatial rhythms and knowledge within. A quality item indeed, convenient for researching space sequence magic. There was also a level 10 illusion device. Unlike a divine weapon, this item could be utilized by Levi, the Nightmare Lord. After some research, he discovered its name was the Night Barrier Bead. Its main functionalities are 2. First, obscuring secrets, anti-divination, and prophecy. Even Levi's powerful deep red eyes were blinded, indicating its power. Second, forming a nightmare field covering 100,000 miles, blinding enemies' perception, plunging them into terrifying illusions, and creating formidable control. This treasure isn't strong in head-on combat, but is an auxiliary divine weapon. Before becoming the Nightmare Emperor Dragon level 10, it can supplement nightmare means. Lastly, Levi took out the level 10 insect shedding. Deep red eyes split open. Little worm, let me see where you're hiding. Chapter 2914. Threads of red light sank into the insect shedding. Levi kept his eyes tightly shut, leaving only his deep red eyes steadily expanding. After a whole month of trying, a picture materialized before him. A secluded, black world held a magnificent palace, with a white plump figure sitting inside, his eyes tightly closed as if in slumber. He sensed someone watching. He raised his head and looked around in panic. Damn it. Having a nightmare. With my current realm, it is impossible to dream when sleeping. It seems that a strong being from the nightmare world has set their sights on me. It is said recently that the Void Holy Temple represented by Hera brazenly slew the Grey Mist Monarch. Who knows what this woman is thinking, learning from Nora. The problem is, Nora has the Dusk Palace Master, such a monstrous figure, and what is her trump card? Truly seeking death. Fomenting trouble was one thing, but now the nightmare world plans to cleanse the entire Penplane, dragging us, who just want a peaceful life, into it. What happened in this era? Nora's great defeat of the nightmare made the figure realize how trivial the Congress of 10,000 Clans is, but it was too late to repent. It spread its duplication across the multidimensional planes, constantly plotting how to make its true self escape, but several attempts failed. The Land of Oblivion. This barren land composed of several domains, filled with worlds lacking in resources, was akin to the slums of the Penplane. The wanderers who have lost their homes, lawless individuals from various civilizations, and the dark pirates all reside here. This is the world of the forgotten. Somewhere deep in the space of the Land of Darkness, boundless sword chi engulfed a broken spaceship. A group of terrified pirates stood in place, their eyes locked on the black armored swordsman. He spoke calmly. If you wish to live, go surrender to Nora and reform. All right, we will go to Nora. Thank you, Lord, for your mercy. We also want to return, but lack the ability. If the Lord needs to explore this place, we can guide you. This group of dark pirates were human wizards. They were descendants of ancient traveling wizards, stranded here for various reasons, branched out in this barren land, and formed a force not inferior to the top wizard organizations, known as the Lamb Witch Council. Several of the higher-ups were 8th Circle wizards, with over 20 primordial soul wizards. They were quite familiar with the situation here, so Levi planned to recruit them. Eternal Star Abyss manifested, absorbing this group of wizards. Given the distance from here to Nora, they would never return in their lifetime even if they traveled. Levi took out the divine weapon, the shattered jade divine spear. Its surface flickered and trembled, clearly indicating that the entrance to the Forgotten Kingdom was here. Suddenly, the shattered jade divine spear floated up, then drew a rapidly spinning circle in the void, and a kaleidoscopic teleportation portal appeared. Leaving behind a safeguard, Levi stepped into the giant kingdom. Upon entering, he faced the pressure of 4 robust auras, all level 10. Levi looked around. This space did not resemble traditional plane worlds. There was no sky, no ground, only boundless walls of blue frost. Who are you? An enormous figure wrapped in crackling flames, clad in red armor, wearing a crown, and wielding a red flame giant sword, peered down at Levi. This was the fire giant king, Guman. If it were not for the knowledge that no one could enter here without the ancestor's token, he would have acted already, given his temperament. Levi chanted an incantation. The frost tome floated in the void, verifying his identity. I am the Dusk Palace Master, a friend to you all, without malice. You have the frost tome. What is your relation to the frost giant ancestor? The king of the mountain giants, wearing earth yellow armor and holding a giant shield, stepped forward, his expression changing. This belongs to our giant's ancestors. Why is it with you? If you do not explain today, you will remain here. Surrounded by vigilant gazes, Levi did not show a hint of nervousness. He scanned the area, noting 2 more giants. One donned blue armor, holding a black spiked club. Another wore white armor, carrying a bright silver spear on his back. The 4 giants of earth, fire, wind, and water all possessed level 10 strongmen, hidden by the ancestor of giants without the world's knowledge. Levi's heart stirred. Civilizations which have birthed supreme existences possessed a profound foundation that was not to be underestimated. He smiled. Esteemed seniors, this matter is a long story. Would you sit and listen to me recount? The level 10 mid-stage fire giant king, brimming with fury, saw level 9 junior maintaining calm arrogance. He was eager to slash him with a sword. Do not waste time with him. Capture him first. The giant sword, likely at supreme treasure level, glittered dazzlingly, and cleaved towards Levi. This strike used 1/5 of its power. Regarding average individual power attributes, those comparable to the giants in the multidimensional plane are only the Amethyst race and the Dragon clan. A casual strike from the fire giant king could break all techniques, destroying any level 9 being. But knowing Levi wore supreme treasure armor, his life was not at risk. The king just wanted to teach him a lesson. Seeing the opponent about to attack, Levi remained unafraid. He did not draw his sword, nor did he dodge. He clenched his fist with one hand, and his body actively charged towards the giant sword. The 6-fold destruction holy realm swirled as he fiercely punched. The red flame giant sword divine weapon buzzed and trembled. Even the fire giant king's palm split open. Shock filled his eyes. He clearly had not expected this man to dare to face the weapon head-on. Chapter 2915. The towering figure, spanning 1,000 miles, uncontrollably took a few steps back before stabilizing. Levi gracefully landed on the ground, arms crossed. Do you still wish to take me down, sir? Guman sneered, pointing toward the sky. You, what an arrogant boy. I just used a bit of power earlier, but this time, I won't go easy on you. I am Guman, the strongest swordsman of the giant clan. The sword in my hand is called Flame Soul, a supreme treasure. I don't want to take advantage of you. Boss, lend him your shield for a bit. Let him use 2 supreme treasures to fight me. The fire giant king was obviously a hot-tempered fellow. The boss he referred to was the king of mountain giants, Raffi, the strongest with a level 10 late-stage realm. Raffi was the leader of all the giants in this realm, the one with the highest prestige, the most stable personality, and considerable wisdom, a classic calm contrast to Guman's fiery nature. Raffi waved his hand, tossing his shield out, not worried that Levi would run off with the supreme treasure. With a thud, the shield flew back to its original place. Thanks, but I don't need it. Levi, with bare fists, his fighting spirit rising, sprang into action. Fighting the soft gray mist monarch had not allowed him to leverage his body's advantage. He preferred battling giants and dragons, those tough beings, exchanging blow for blow. You're not using one? Then neither will I. Guman threw the flame soul back to Raffi. His mountain-sized fist tore through the air like a storm, obliterating everything in its path into elemental particles. Boom. A level 9 Crimson Emperor Dragon versus a level 10 Fire Giant King. The collision of 2 absolute forces resembled 2 meteors colliding at high speed, unleashing countless megatons of energy. The shockwaves swept across, alarming all the giants living in this realm. They raised their heads, faces full of shock. Such strong fluctuations. This is the clash of the Giant Kings. Quick, the Giant Kings must be sparring. Let's go have a look. Careful, don't get caught in it. Across the world, strong giants rushed over, gazing from afar at the battlefield. One was a fiery red giant, 1,000 miles tall, none other than Guman. Opposite it, there appeared to be nothing. A small black dot hovered there. It was a black-armored swordsman, carrying a sword, fighting the fire giant king like a fly shaking a mountain, engaging in hundreds of rounds within moments, without a winner. How could this be possible? One giant murmured. That's a human, right? How can a human's strength compare to Lord Guman's? We've always had a one-way passage. How could a human have gotten in here? And he appears to be only level 9. This can't be true. He must be hiding his true strength. The giants, isolated from the world for hundreds of thousands of years, could not believe a level 9 being, the weakest of humans, could compete with a level 10 giant. On the battlefield, Levi had not activated any blood battle armor special effects, or used the giant power, relying solely on his hexagon-like physical attributes, clashing fist to fist with Guman. Fortunately, the space created by the ancestor of giants was sturdy enough. Otherwise, an ordinary large world would have long crumbled apart, the plain dead. This human must have used some ascension and burst seed secret methods. He can't hold on for long. Also, that supreme treasure armor he's wearing is very powerful, otherwise, he would have been crushed to pieces by now, and Lord Guman hasn't even used the Flame Soul Sword. Even so, it's still incredible. Lord Guman is level 10 midstage. Ordinary level 10s don't dare withstand its punches head on. This one's only level 9, imagine once he becomes level 10, what then? By the way, what's going on with this era? Back when our ancestors were settled in ancestral God's land, humans were only wizards at best, and in terms of physical standards, among all clans, they were at the bottom. Raffi's gaze was serious. As a level 10 late stage, he perceived Levi's extraordinariness. His heart was conflicted, for the ancestor of frost giants had set a series of rules to ensure the absolute safety of ancestral God's land, such as only exits and no entries here, and upon leaving, any memory of ancestral God's land would be automatically forgotten. The ancestors said the only possible entrant must hold the token of the frost cold tome, which was this person before them, and not to trouble him. But one could use some means to test his character. If he were too evil, and could not possibly cooperate with the giants, he would be directly destroyed. If his character proved decent, then cooperation was possible, working together to plot the heavenly chopping. From the behavior and demeanor of the black-armored swordsman thus far, Raffi was approving inwardly, seeing him as neither servile nor overbearing, composed and modest. Even when provoked by such a hot-tempered person like the second, he did not get angry, indicating he was capable of achieving great things. Of course, the most outrageous thing was that he was too strong to collaborate in plotting the heavenly chopping with the ancestor of giants. This person certainly had the qualifications. In the history of the giant clan, there was only one person who, when at level 9, barely approached this person's achievements, and that was Gullwig. The battle between Levi and the fire giant king lasted a full month, with more and more spectators gathering, all witnessing this unprecedented battle. Perhaps not wanting to bully Levi, Guman did not use spell abilities. It was unconvinced, though somewhat exhausted, still refusing to give up. As a proud level 10 mid-stage, if it truly lost to a junior, it would become the shame of the giant clan. After 2 more months of fierce battle, everyone acknowledged Levi's strength, while the fire giant king appeared somewhat out of strength. Raffi wished to call a halt, yet worried about losing Guman's face. Chapter 2916. A giant whispered, "So powerful. Is this really a human?" Another giant grunted in response, "Exactly, this seems like a humanoid dragon. The dragon's might is too obvious." A third giant folded his arms. "I cannot understand. How can humans possess the power of a giant dragon? And from the aura, it is even stronger than the mythical giant dragon bones in our museum." Boom. After yet another indecisive collision, Levi landed on the ground. He cupped his fists as expected of the giant king. "How about we stop here?" Guman landed on the ground, panting like a bull. He was nearly exhausted, but he did not want to admit defeat. Levi offered him a way out. Guman laughed. "The hero emerges at a young age. Although your excellency is human, you possess 6 unimaginable dragon powers. You must be an unparalleled prodigy from the outside world. Strictly speaking, I have lost this battle. My admiration." Raffi walked over. "It seems your excellency is indeed the person our ancestors have been waiting for. The second brother has a quick temper, but he bears no ill intentions. I hope you do not mind." Levi understood these nuances. He laughed. "No problem. It has been a long time since I have had such a satisfying battle, thanks to Senior Guman for yielding to me." The wind giant king arrived with a long spear on his back, laughing heartily. "Let me introduce myself. I am Hanu. You may call me third brother." The sea giant king patted Levi's shoulder and laughed. "I am the fourth brother, real name Kula. Brother, you are strong." Levi addressed them. "Dusk Palace Master, Supreme Knight Levi." The wind giant king tilted his head. "Knight. Strange indeed. I have heard a little about knights. Supposedly mere mortals possessing some breathing techniques and a trace of bloodline power." Levi gestured to the landscape. "The times have changed. Everyone has been isolated here for too long. My visit here is based on the will of the ancestor of wizards and the ancestor of giants, to discuss cooperation." Hana nodded. "All right, let us return to our ancestral god hall." On their way, Levi gazed at the endless frost space. This place is predominantly frost power. Apart from the frost giants, other giants must struggle to cultivate and grow. Are there other spaces in the ancestral god's land? Raffi gestured forward. "Yes, but the frost space is the largest, generally serving as our public meeting area." They entered the ancestral god hall. An immense frost giant statue held a huge axe, defying the heavens to chop gods, with silver long hair and a prominent chest, clearly a female giant. "This is Yugmir." Inside the hall, the 4 giant kings and Levi took their seats. 1 level 10 late stage, 1 mid stage, 2 early stage. Dozens of level 9 giants occupied the room, with many more above level 6. Such a powerful faction. I must find a way to bring them to Nora. Raffi leaned forward. "Please tell us about the external world." Levi described the current situation, including how he obtained the key and token, withholding nothing. Lying to level 10 strongmen was pointless. If something mismatched, it could lose the hard-earned initial trust. Upon hearing, the Fire Giant King sighed. I see, sea and field, once weak mortals, have become the second force after our giant empire that is about to dominate the multidimensional plane. 30 level 10s, nearly half of the empire's peak period. The Wind Giant King rubbed his chin. Amazing Nora, defeated 3 abyss invasions, 1 nightmare invasion, in less than 2,000 years, killed more than a dozen giant level 10 strongmen, and survived intact. It seems the ancestor of wizards still blesses you. The Sea Giant King scoffed. Unexpectedly, the ancestor god replaced the snow goddess, a brilliant move, infiltrating the enemy to grasp first-hand information and gradually disintegrate them. Facing the giant world, brute force will not suffice. Throughout history, the failures of the Origin Empire, Double Dragon Empire, and Giant Empire are examples. Raffi shook his head. We initially thought the ancestor intended a death wish, thus rushing headlong, defying the heavens, but did not expect the elder intended to escape from such a false death path. Levi stood. My visit today is to invite the giant clan to join Nora. Now Nora is vast and sparsely populated, resource-rich. All clans coexist harmoniously, unprecedented prestige in the Panplane, having allied with the Void Holy Temple and Shadow World, totaling over 50 level 10s, and this number is growing. Moreover, although I am level 9, in a few centuries, I will surely reach level 10. I do not mean to boast. When I, Levi, reach level 10, I should equal 10 level 10s. In the coming millennium, Nora's level 10 strongmen count might reach 100. Nora's sole purpose is to eliminate the giant world pressing over our multidimensional plane clans, leaving only the neutral underworld to maintain the life and death order. All those abyss, astral world, nightmare, crush them all. The Fire Giant King clapped his massive hands. Good, ambitious, although nearly impossible, but I like it. The other 2 giant kings shouted their approval. Raffi thought deeply. What if one day we truly topple these 3 mountains, with the human clan's power and wisdom? Our giant clan surely cannot compete with you. As you said, resources are fixed, we cannot rival you. The giant feared that once no common enemy remained, the Nora clan might eliminate the meritorious contributors. Historical cases abounded. Levi looked at him evenly. You are right. No civilization can possibly remain eternally united. Even within the human race, there is intrigue, let alone among all clans. Moreover, as time goes on, class solidification and various drawbacks will inevitably be exposed. Chapter 2917. Therefore, we can only strive to maintain balance, allowing internal healthy competition among all clans. But if we face a great tribulation threatening the status of all clans, we must unite our front. Moreover, resources are not completely fixed. Our universe is expanding, albeit slowly. But with Nora technology, the day will come when we can, like the insect tribe, venture through wormholes into other universes. Whether through exchange or war, in any case, we can set a larger objective, focusing our sights on the multi-universe rather than the multidimensional plane. No one can resolve the concerns Raffi holds. This was the best solution Levi could think of. Raffi pondered the request, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Indeed, we have been narrow-sighted. The insect tribe can battle across universes to find resources, why cannot we? The Fire Giant King, a warrior at heart, looked forward to the prospect. Ha ha ha, conquering other universes, how interesting. I hope I can live to see that day. Raffi leaned forward, his voice measured. Allow us to consider it, we will give you a reply within a month. The giant clan lived safely here, yet resources in this space were limited. This was not a long-term strategy. Otherwise, one day, even level 10 cannot be reached. Seizing this opportunity to venture out might allow further advancement. Time flew by. A month later, Raffi and others eventually decided all 4 giant kings would accompany Levi to Nora. They would leave 2/3 of the giants, with 1/3 left as seeds temporarily in ancestral god land, deciding whether to emerge based on future circumstances. The giants leaving included earth, fire, wind, water giants, green giants, thunder giants, copper giants, frost giants, and multiple titan giant clans, with up to 24 level 9 experts. Levi had already contacted the Supreme Council, and the Earth Saint had already gone to the Eastern Sea, intending to create a supercontinent there to accommodate the giants. It would include elemental-rich lands much better than ancestral god land. With help from Levi, the mighty army left ancestral god land and entered the dark deep space. A group of giants looked bewildered for a moment, then returned to normal. Levi gestured to the group. Sir Raffi, do you still remember ancestral god land? The giant king shook his head. What ancestral god land? Do you still recognize me? Of course, Sir Levi, what is wrong? Awe stirred within Levi as he watched the scene. This kind of supreme method is indeed powerful. Even the late level 10 Raffi forgot the ancestral godland where he lived for tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, it does not work on Levi. He was unsure whether he was unique, or if it was due to possessing the giant's token and shattered jade divine spear. Everyone, to facilitate the journey, please board the ship. Levi produced a silver spaceship. All the giants shrank to their true form, fitting inside. The Fire Giant King laughed. Interesting, This is my first time seeing such a thing. The Nora civilization is fascinating. I cannot wait. Everything was new to the giants. Their awareness of the outside world came entirely from ancient books, records, and museums. There was no practical experience, so back at Nora, a thorough transformation was needed. Within the ship, Levi summoned the leader of the Lamb Witch Council. Dalmat, which tribes are living in the land of oblivion? Have you heard of the Black Scale, Golden Scale, and Crimson Scale tribes? Lord, I have heard of the Black Scale. They seem adept at water control, residing on Blackwater Star. Their clan leader is a level 9 expert. The Crimson Scale tribe, also known as the Master of Flames tribe, excels at fire control. They live on Red River Star. Their clan leader is also a level 9 expert. As for the Golden Scale tribe, I have not heard of them. Please pardon me, my lord. Alright, next take me to find those two tribes. These two tribes have constantly fought for millennia in the Black Gold world. I will take you there. Levi was in a good mood. If successful, the 7-colored Scale clan could gather 6 types, leaving only the elusive Golden Scale tribe. Additionally, the legendary giant ape of the 7 elements, besides the beast-taming civilization, he also collected earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, frost. Only lacking the metal giant ape, and it would be complete. It seems that in the multidimensional plane, the metal faction is rather rare. The spaceship turned into a silver stream of light and disappeared. The giants, with apprehensive hearts, embarked on a new and unprecedented journey. The astral world lay ahead, specifically the land of frost, and the gate of extreme cold. The snow goddess Divine Kingdom was located here. As a powerful deity born from the ancient age, this goddess has always been low-key, yet her actions are quite ruthless and decisive, with few who dare provoke her. At the end of the ancient age, the frost giant ancestor fell. As the god of frost, she benefited the most, and after consuming Ygmir, her strength surged. From an ordinary powerful deity, she rose to one not inferior to Heavenly Father. Nowadays, she should be among the top 10 in the astral world. But to digest the power of the ancestor of giants, she has been secluded for nearly 300,000 years, not engaging in battle, quietly managing the belief land. To this, other powerful deities are naturally pleased. On the ice throne, a wondrous figure sat with closed eyes, breathing deeply, a vast divine power forming a time-freezing storm. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise. The ancestral godland has opened. It seems Sauron plans are almost ready. With the giants integrating into Nora, perhaps they will partake in the feast. The frost giants currently have no level 10 combat power. Now leading is one of the earth, fire, wind, water clans. Regardless of who, should another level 11 emerge, future actions could have a higher success rate. Ygmir, who planned against heaven, was deeply aware of the strength found in the astral world. He had not even awakened the star ancestor when he was annihilated by 2 incarnations. Even gathering all rebels in history would not match the astral world, hence more levels of 11 must emerge. The more, the better. Once everything is ready, when the hidden levels of 11 across the multidimensional plane simultaneously appear and attack the astral world, jointly confronting the star ancestor, besiege this old creature, only then might victory be possible. Especially Levi, who has inherited the bloodline power of the once ultimate creation, is particularly crucial because he alone holds the 6 supreme powers, the absolute main force. Sauron planned for so long. With his world-shocking wisdom, Levi is only one part of the backup. There should be other supreme forces joining. Amongst the astral world, abyss, and nightmare, there must be spies or internal aides. Unfortunately, their disguises are so good. The snow goddess, silently observing the astral world for 300,000 years, could not spot a single suspect. They are all crafty veterans, well-versed in the art of stealth. Of course, this is good news. The deeper the concealment, the deeper the wound brought to the giants during their betrayal. Backstabbing is always fatal. This super grand chess game spanning from the ancient age to the present, involving the entire universe and countless lives, is nearing its conclusion. Whether it is a victory or a complete failure, all will be revealed within this millennium. The Unchanging Age history book should be rewritten by our generation. Chapter 2918. 2 years later, Nora Calendar 1722. Blood Battle 1610. Land of Oblivion, Black Gold World. As one of the few places rich in resources, this has been a strategic focal point for powers since antiquity. 1,000 years ago, the Black Scale clan swept through the lands and claimed ownership of the mines. But soon after, the Red Scale tribe also moved to the land of Oblivion. These two clans naturally clash, unable to coexist like water and fire, with ancestral grudges accumulating over generations. Hatred reached its peak in the Black Gold world, erupting like a volcano. Thus began the 1,000-year Black Gold War, with generations of clan members fighting fiercely until now. On the battlefield, the two clans invested over 100 level 6 and above experts, with commanders all being level 9 experts. The lower-ranking Scales clan members were countless. Such a scale of war is already at the top level in the land of Oblivion. The Black Gold world was divided into two. One side was a scorched earth for thousands of miles. The other side held torrents of black water. They collided in the center to form a sky-high white mist that permeated the horizon, forming a natural boundary. On this day, for certain reasons, another major battle erupted. Sounds of slaughter echoed throughout the battlefield. The level 9 Black Scale clan and level 9 Red Scale tribe occasionally fought hand-to-hand, sometimes clashing with water, and fire in intense combat. Black Ghost Nick and Red Ghost Rex, the two pinnacle figures of the Black Gold battlefield, stood as the leaders of their respective clans. Both held level 9 middle stage cultivation. Their strengths were evenly matched, having fought for 1,000 years without a conclusive victory. Today one wins, tomorrow the other. But this time, Red Ghost was particularly confident. Red Ghost looked at the old rival it had been confronting morning and night, offered a smile, and spoke. Admit defeat, Black Ghost. This decades-long grudge should come to an end. Black Ghost sneered, chilling the air around them. Indeed, it should end. This black gold mine was discovered by us. Get out. Red Ghost snapped its fingers and laughed. Haha, unaware of impending doom. Red Dog, come forth. On the ground, flowing flames carved out a giant array 100 miles wide. From it, a red-haired giant dog emerged, towering tens of thousands of feet high, exuding the momentum of a level 9 early stage. It was a legendary creature, the Red Prison Demon Mastiff. This large dog resembled a Tibetan Mastiff, with robust and powerful limbs comparable to the Golden Lion, drooling incessantly. Woof woof woof. The Demon Mastiff transformed into a ray of red light, rushing towards Black Ghost, engulfed in thousands of miles of red flames. Black Ghost's expression shifted slightly. No wonder you are so confident. You have managed to tame such a legendary giant beast. Alas, after fighting for 1,000 years, your wife still does not understand you better than I do. You disappeared for a year and I knew you were looking for a trump card. How could I not have a defense prepared? A shadow soared through the air, delivering a punch to the chest of the red dog, causing the giant mastiff to wince in pain and fly backwards. It was an exceedingly robust figure, covered in blue-black scale armor, and simultaneously wielding the power of earth and water. Its gaze was fierce, with blood-red eyes fixed on Red Dog, bloodthirsty, and seemingly devoid of reason. Red Ghost stared in shock. Black Ghost, have you gone mad? Your Black Scale clan actually secretly bred the Forbidden Scale clan. The world did not know that the Black Scale and Red Scale clans were originally one and the same long ago. During antiquity, on the multidimensional plane, there existed a clan with such power that they ranked among the top 10 in the Panplane, known as the Seven Calamities Ancient Clan, also referred to as the Seven Colored Scale Clan. Although the Ancient Clan was not as innately powerful as giants, their bodies were still exceptional. They were born with control over at least one elemental power. The fewer types of elemental power they mastered, the faster they grew. Conversely, they grew slower but were nearly unbeatable against opponents of the same realm, able to fight 10 opponents single-handedly. When the Seven Calamities Ancient Clan was flourishing, Wizard civilization was still in the archaic antiquity age, far inferior to the Scales clan. The ancient clan established the mighty Seven-Colored Empire. At that time, the Seven-Colored Empire had numerous level 9 experts, numbering in the hundreds. But strangely enough, despite having such a high number of level 9 individuals, they could not produce even a single level 10 strongman. In other civilizations, at least 10 would have been expected. So despite a cloud of upper echelon experts, this clan could not break through to become a top-level clan. Otherwise, they should have been able to become second only to the giant empire in civilization. Until one day, a remarkable man appeared. That was the 9th generation Seven Disasters country master, Monks, who was born able to control the energy of earth, fire, wind, and water, initially thought to be a natural waste body. Similar to wizards, mastering too many sets would inevitably slow growth cultivation. However, unlike wizards, the children of chaos could actively choose single cultivation and specialization, while the ancient clan born with 4 elements had to passively accept, unable to specialize. Originally, the growth rate of the ancient clan was far surpassed by wizards. Even if they mastered only a single elemental, if compared to wizards, their growth rate would be at the level of double affinity. It could not be compared to the children of the elements among wizards. The difficulty of a natural waste body is unimaginable. Monks, as a remarkable man, naturally sought to defy conventions. Although his talent was poor, he was extremely diligent, exceptionally kind-hearted, and very lucky with good fortune and connections. Despite slow cultivation, he always managed to break through with thrilling close calls to imminent limits, sometimes aided by benefactors, sometimes fortunate with serendipity. Thus, he unexpectedly reached the 9th level realm, and ultimately shattered the shackles, becoming the first and only level 10 strongman of the Seven Calamities Ancient Clan. Monks, after reaching level 10, integrated earth, fire, wind, and water into one, mastering chaotic power, and expanded his mastery to thunder, gold, frost, becoming an unprecedented 7-element energy master, self-titled Seven Calamities God, also known as Seven-Colored Scale Master. After reaching level 10, the Seven-Colored Scale Master became an exceptional figure among level 10s, apart from the top strongmen in the giant empire, akin to a powerful leader. Chapter 2919. Its body was as strong as that of a giant, and it simultaneously mastered 7 types of magic. At that time, many were optimistic about its ascension to supremacy. Unfortunately, talent attracts envy, and shortly after advancing to level 10, the Seven-Colored Scale Master fell. At that time, the 4 evil gods of chaos wreaked havoc on the Seven-Colored Empire. Fighting 1 against 4, with unparalleled strength, it contended with the 4 intermediate gods for a long time, but regrettably, it still perished. Monks had seemingly exhausted the fortune of the seven-colored scale clan. After that, no level 10 powerhouse could emerge from this clan, and they were further targeted by the Lord of Chaos. Over a long evolutionary process, they gradually split into 7 tribes, which are the current Kylan clans. Nowadays, although the Kylan clans, each mastering single elements, have good individual talent, their population is small. Nonetheless, the proportion of level 6 experts is much higher than that of wizards, and their individual average strength ranks among the top in all clans. Their biggest problem is the inability to produce a level 10 being. No matter how powerful the lower and mid-levels are, they cannot be considered a major civilization. Faced with the astral world or other black forces, they have no power to resist. They can only passively wander, unable to settle down, let alone develop. It is said that because the seven-colored Scale Master touched the Chaos Authority, threatening the status of the Chaos Wasteland, the astral world had to eradicate it. The civilization of the seven-colored Scale Master had no top-level powerhouse like Edmund to back them up. The Lord of Chaos could destroy them in minutes if he wished. The 7 Kylan clans of later generations have never given up trying to fuse again, longing to return to the glorious days of the 7 Calamities ancient clan. However, the more they fuse, the more problems arise. Either they break down and turn into madmen, or they entirely lose their extraordinary bloodline, in turn polluting the existing Kylan bloodline. Over time, this behavior became forbidden. The strange man simultaneously controlled wind and water, bloodthirsty and senseless. He was clearly a fusion with the Green Scale clan. Red Ghost retreated, his eyes wide. You Black Scale clan are truly mad. You are using any means necessary. Black Ghost stood firm, his voice cold. The ways of the world are such that what unites must divide, and what divides must unite. The times have changed. Look at the once glorious 7 Calamities ancient clan. What has become of it now? Look at the wizard civilization. They have already surpassed us by far. Red Ghost spat the word. Nonsense. Even if we return to the ancient clan, do you think the astral world could tolerate us? The Lord of Chaos has been watching us all along. Humph. That is better than doing nothing. Do nothing, and you will never make mistakes. Without risk, there is no progress. What good is progress? In the end, if another 7-colored Scale Master comes, will they not still be wiped out by the Lord of Chaos? It is all in vain. At least we are still alive now. Talking to you is like playing music to a cow. Let us decide life and death today. You are not fit to lead the Red Scale tribe. 4 level 9 experts clashed. Their auras shook the black gold great world, until a silver spaceship appeared in the void. The hatch opened. A dashing black armored swordsman stepped out, nibbling on sunflower seeds. He smiled and waved a hand. You have been fighting for 1,000 years. Why not give me some face and sit down to talk? The way you are fighting will not kill anyone. Both Black Ghost and Red Ghost turned their heads simultaneously, scowling at the newcomer. It is none of your business. The two continued fighting, but gradually paused, a sense of unease creeping over them. It was as if they had seen this person somewhere before. Recognition dawned on their faces. Damn. It is the Dusk Palace Master. He was the one who, at level 8, slew a level 9, and at level 9, slew a level 10. He was a fierce individual, chased by countless experts across the multidimensional plane yet left unharmed. The two quickly stopped and exchanged glances, remaining silent for a long moment. Red Ghost finally spoke. I have seen the Dusk Palace Master, but this is a private matter of our clan. Levi shook his head, a faint smile on his face. This is indeed your private matter, but will fighting like this solve anything? Currently, 5 of the 7-colored Scale clans inhabit Nora, with a momentum far exceeding what you had before. The Green Scale clan, the Green Kylan clan, and the White Scale clan each have 2 level 9 experts. The leader of the Green Kylan clan, the Star Splitter, is even at level 9 late stage, with a future potential of level 10. Though we of all clans are declining, what is the point of constant fighting? Besides, this tiny place in the black gold world has resources less than 1/10,000th of Nora. Is it worth sacrificing so many of your people? If you have this energy, why not return to Nora with me? Frankly, I am currently aiding all 7-colored Scale clan populations across the multidimensional plane. It is all for the day when we can revive the glory of the 7 Calamities ancient clan and produce level 10, even level 11 powerhouses. Can you not see? The reason the 7-colored Scale clan does not develop is not because you are stupid or not working hard. It is because the lofty Lord of Chaos does not want you to rise. The death of the 7-colored Scale Master was because the Lord of Chaos feared it becoming too powerful, and one day coveting its chaos authority. If the root problem is not solved, you will remain a fringe clan of the multidimensional plane, fighting to death over tiny resources, embroiled in schemes. The reason for your interclan wars among the 7-colored Scale clan could very well be a ploy by the Lord of Chaos. Continuing like this will only benefit it. Understand the primary and secondary contradictions, everyone. I say, if you must fight, fight the astral world, clear out those parasites of the multidimensional plane, and the history of gods, and create our own legend. Levi's speech left Red Ghost, Black Ghost, and all warriors of the 2 clans speechless. They had blindly fought for so long, hating their kin to the bone. It seemed they had almost forgotten the ancient past and its grievances. Chapter 2920. The Mastermind is the Lord of Chaos. Without it, perhaps the one uniting the multidimensional plane would not have been the giant empire, but rather their 7-colored empire. What is going on? It is such a simple truth. Why are they only realizing it now? Is the astral world secretly meddling? Stop it, stop fighting, two strong warriors shouted, calling a halt to the war. They looked toward Levi, who stood with his arms crossed. He spoke in a calm tone. I am here to take you back to Nora, but I will not force you. It is all up to your own will. If they agreed, it would be perfect. If not, he would knock them all out, take them, and use the night barrier bead and nightmare spell to make them forget what had just occurred. Lord, we are willing to go, the red ghost said, breaking the silence. Seeing his old rival prepare to leave, the black ghost thought for a moment. Lord, I will go too, to restore the glory of the ancient clan. Not a single one less. Good, this is a perfect solution, is it not? Let us go, the two of you. 1 month later, all procedures were completed. A silver ship carried another group of the Kylan clan flying into the distance. After boarding, the red ghost and black ghost stood dumbfounded. Dozens of level 9 auras and 4 level 10 auras from giants filled the air. They exuded the wild aura of ancient times, their breaths forming wind and thunder, capable of plucking stars with a raise of their hands. Why are there so many giants? The red ghost whispered. Yes, are we still in a dream? What year is it now? It must be fake. A group of the small scales clan stared at those giants. The fire giant king opened his eyes, glaring at them. What are you looking at? 3 years later, the Nora calendar year 1725, Blood Battle year 1613, Ancient Banyan Fairyland. In front of the Twilight Round Table, Levi closed the projection with Elena. He had set out on his journey over a century ago. Nora and the ancient dragon continent had undergone many changes, transforming year by year. Broadly speaking, the number of planes Nora had fused exceeded 20,000. The new world remained dotted with stars, all equipped with continent bridges, making mutual communication extremely convenient. The Stargate project had also progressed smoothly, linking many distant worlds and important military sites together. Recently, the slaying of 6 nightmare monarchs and billions of nightmare creatures provided unimaginable biological materials. Now the Congress, led by the Daydreamer, refined powerful supreme treasures targeting nightmare monarchs. They codenamed the project Dream Steel Project. In addition, the School of Dreams served as the biggest beneficiary of this nightmare invasion. Over a century, 3 more Grand Wizards were born, with even more Primordial Soul Wizards emerging. In narrower terms, the Dream School of the ancient dragon continent had also advanced rapidly. Over 20 Primordial Soul Wizards appeared, more than any previous years. It was a big boom. The Dusk Holy Temple's Perception-type Knights similarly benefited from the version. Numerous level 6 experts emerged. The Thousand Illusion Knight advanced to level 7 late stage, planning to attempt another evolution before reaching level 9, aiming for the supreme pinnacle. Additionally, the Dusk Holy Temple reached a strategic cooperation with the Beast Taming Continent, complementing each other with their existing biological resources and technology. The Thousand Illusion Knight received numerous bloodline essences from the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts' first Phantom Beast. The Phantom Beast was no longer the main battle beast. With only a reasonable, non-damaging amount of blood drawn, the cooperation went smoothly. Beast masters would certainly not do anything to harm the essence of their beasts, such as taking the eyes of a 4-eyed shrimp dragon. In other aspects, the Golden Lion Knight achieved a level 8 breakthrough. The entire old generation of knights reached level 8 and progressed toward level 9. The Fire Dragon Knight, a unique talent with exceptional aptitude, advanced to level 8 late stage, hoping to reach level 9 before turning 2,500. By then, Levi would not be so lonely in the 6 holy heavens. Of course, the luckiest was Duke Ruman. He obtained treasured light holy ancient dragon bloodline essences from the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts, advancing remarkably in cultivation, reaching the late stage of level 6 in less than 200 years. Even setting aside his identity as a legendary reincarnation, he remained a top genius in the Night Realm with exceptional talent, not much inferior to the Fire Dragon Knight. Among the 18 riders, the Silver Dragon Knight ceded their position to the Dragon Flame Knight Lei Long. Now at level 7 middle stage cultivation, he was not weak but wished to step back from the front line. He offered his spot to such a supernova, and used his reputation to recruit for the organization. After leaving the round table, he led a peaceful life with his wife and children, working for the continuation of the Silver Dragon family, hoping to advance the Silver Dragon bloodline further, and create a new mythical bloodline. Moreover, the exotic treasure forging team formed by Duke Ruman and the Holy Infant conquered the complete primordial soul treasure refining method and passed it on to Levi. Following this method, he refined the 7 Disasters Pearl, nurturing it with his primordial soul. A month later, he felt a hint of spirituality emerging from within the bead. It seemed alive, freely moving and manipulating elemental power within Levi's mind. Shortly after, a mass of dark clouds floated over the ancient Banyan Fairyland. This momentum matched a level 9 catastrophe. The advancement of a rare treasure, refined by the primordial soul treasure refining method, required passing through a tribulation. Perhaps it counted as some kind of life from the perspective of the land of darkness. If it continued to grow, perhaps in its supreme treasure form, it could become a truly independent life form capable of fighting by itself. It was interesting. The power of the 7 disasters tribulation far surpassed an ordinary level 9 catastrophe, with a total of 7 elemental disaster tribulations appearing, similar to when Levi advanced to Grand Wizard. Levi took this opportunity to throw rare level 9 or in materials into the tribulation. Chapter 2921. Not long after, these materials turned into a colorful flood. They were absorbed by the seven disasters' pearl like a whale swallowing the sea. The pearl became even more lustrous, pulsing with waves of divine light. 7 days later, the tribulation dissipated completely. The previously unchanged seven disasters' pearl transformed, now projecting a 7-inch tall shadow figure. The figure bore a resemblance to Levi. It gazed at him with curious eyes. A bond of mutual understanding formed between Levi and the pearl. Master. The seven disasters' pearl vibrated as an innocent thought echoed in Levi's mind. Did it really transform into a living being? Levi watched the figure with interest. With a wave, the 7-inch figure flew over and landed in his palm. Master. The thought appeared once again. What is your name? What is a name? The entity possessed the mind of a newborn baby. It did not recognize the concept. Only through the connection of the primordial soul did it know Levi as master. From now on, you will be called Kaibeo. Okay, Kaibeo. Master, I am hungry. What do you want to eat? The things you fed me before. Ah, I see. Levi took out a large pile of useless low-level materials. Kaibeo floated over, sniffed, tasted a piece, and devoured it with great relish. After eating, its aura increased from level 9. The increase was almost imperceptible, possibly due to the low level of the materials. Levi replaced them with better items, all materials above level 6. Kaibeo's eyes lit up. This time it ate even more joyfully. Its momentum steadily rose. In just a few days, it advanced from level 9 early stage to the level 9 middle stage. It stopped. Levi brought out extremely precious 9th level materials. Wow, this is it, master. With a storm-like intake, Kaibeo's aura surged. Eventually, after reaching the peak of level 9, it covered its round belly, lying in the void. I am full. Kaibeo is full. At this point, it had become a peak level 9 treasure. Through the primordial soul treasure refining method, Levi understood that to advance further, the treasure needed to consume a divine artifact, and his own primordial soul needed to reach legendary status. What a magical secret technique. This is groundbreaking research. Levi beamed. Every primordial soul wizard, in addition to binding a soul artifact, could also bind a rare treasure. The quality of the soul artifact could continue to be refined and improved. The rare treasure, once developing spirituality, could consume precious materials to enhance itself. It was a simple and crude method, albeit extremely costly. Most could not afford to raise such a gold-devouring beast, having consumed a trillion-level amount of ether stone. If one did not need a highly powerful rare treasure, the cost would not be as exorbitant. He placed the primordial soul treasure refining method in the Congress's knowledge base to earn usage fees, popularizing it. In the coming days, primordial soul treasure refining would become a trend. 3 months later, in the nightmare world, in the swallowing sky domain, in the small realm of Flesh Mountain, a behemoth, like a lump of fat, danced wildly in the wilderness, spraying blinding white flames. Its opponent was a 7-inch figure, displaying 7 colors. 7 disasters domain. A 7-colored domain covered a radius of 10,000 miles. 7 world-ending disasters appeared like millstones from thin air. The Meat Mountain Overlord howled in pain. Not long after, this level 9 middle stage powerhouse died. Only a pile of fat and a nightmare crystal remained. Levi picked up the spoils of battle. His expression brightened. So strong. Kaibeo's power, under the 10th level, is practically unmatched. It is almost usable as a half level 10. It is worth every bit of 9th level material I fed you. Kaibeo resumed its bead form, returning to Levi's mind. Master, that enemy was too weak just now. I know. I will get you a stronger one soon. The power of the 7 disasters is truly useful. Leaving the swallowing sky domain, Levi came to the lost domain. As time passed, 3 figures arrived successively. They were nightmare overlords, long since enslaved by Levi, the Black Emperor. Tell me about the situation you know. Levi closed his eyes, listening to their reports. The Pain Dominator, once under the Rotten Sovereign, stepped forward. Master, after the first defeat, the Lost Monarch mobilized its connections. It started recruiting soldiers across the entire nightmare world. It is also conducting a large-scale sacrifice ritual with several top-tier monarchs to awaken the slumbering Supreme Will. Levi furrowed his brow. Awaken the Supreme Will? Yes, the Supreme Will of the nightmare world has been asleep for years. Only it can rally those ambitious monarchs who disregard each other. Without it, gathering enough troops would take centuries, even millennia. Does the nightmare world have a level 11 embodiment, like that of the Supreme Will? Yes, known as the Lord of Fear. To my knowledge, 100,000 years ago, due to the war between Nightmare and the astral world, it engaged in a great battle with the Father of all gods and the Mother of all gods. It was injured at its core and returned to the body of Supreme Will to heal. How many level 10s does the Lost Monarch plan to summon? I do not know. Roughly when will it be completed? Unclear. Based on previous practice, it could take as short as 100 years, or as long as 300 to 500 years. The longer the preparation time, the more level 10s are dispatched. During the ancient era, we prepared for a millennium at most. That war involved 300 nightmare monarchs, and the largest conflict ever with the astral world. It resulted in the fall of more than 80 monarch powerhouses, pulling more than 100 gods off their altars. I see. Is there any clue about the Twilight Demon? Chapter 2922. Recently, it appeared in the Blood Sea domain, the subordinate reported, his voice low. I went to investigate, but it is too cautious. Our capture attempt failed. A level 9 cannot catch a level 8, the leader muttered, pacing before the console. All right. If you find any information about it again, report to me immediately. I will take action myself. All right. 2 years later, Levi left the land of Oblivion. Besides the Crimson-Scaled and Black-Scale clans, he acquired numerous other clans that had vanished from the Pan Plane. The silver spaceship plunged into the darkness. His penultimate stop this voyage became the Black Ruins territory, where the Worm Lord's true self hid. 3 years later, Nora Calendar 1730. Levi's spiritual force reached 65,000 points, just 10,000 away from the maximum limit. Given his cultivation speed, the limit remained close. Moreover, through years of self-created spell experiences, he felt very close to researching the 10-ring spell prototype. Ascending to legendary status required 3 essentials. First, a maximum spiritual force. Second, mastering an original 10-ring spell prototype. Third, refining a suitable legendary artifact. If considering multiple professions, he needed to prepare multiple legendary artifacts to acquire corresponding legendary professions. Non-essential, embellishing conditions could increase the success rate. Raising the spiritual force limit offered benefits. Enhancing the knowledge foundation and mastering more original spells helped. Finally, refining a medicine called Soren's Legendary Blessing, known as the Blessing Potion, required at least 1 divine medicine and 5 sacred medicines. The fixed effect increased the success rate by 10%. The types of divine and sacred medicines remained unrestricted, provided they corresponded to their respective sections. However, for Levi, hailing from the Chaos faction, 4 divine medicines and 20 sacred medicines were required. Sacred medicines were sufficient, as he had collected enough over the years. As for divine medicines, he currently possessed no clues. He estimated the Nora Council likely held them, and with his merit, he could easily exchange for them. He felt very confident about ascending to legendary status. The biggest problem now involved handling multiple legendary professions. Multiple professions would lower the success rate, but currently, no news arrived from the wizard civilization about refining legendary artifacts together. He could only take it one step at a time. If possible, he wanted to enhance the quality of the elemental proof further, enough to stand side by side with those primordial relics. Merely merging 7-path sun refining artifacts seemingly mastered chaotic power, but the quality might remain low. If he used the elemental proof as the base, fusing 7 legendary level rare treasures from different sets, and then refining the light candle into it, the result would be absolutely perfect. 10 years flashed by. Nora Calendar 1740. On the ancient dragon continent, high in the sky, tribulations slowly dissipated. Elena stood atop the wizard tower, panting. The power of this spiritual treasure tribulation matched a level 9 tribulation. If not for her diverse means, capable of facing off against a level 9, passing might not have been possible. A tiny black figure floated lightly over and landed in Elena's palm. With visible female features, the figure resembled Elena somewhat, like a little princess. Elena gently stroked the small figure. Interesting. This is the primordial soul treasure refining method, is it not? Her best rare treasure was the Dark Night Dance, so she refined it as her spiritual treasure. The spiritual treasure, upon first forming, always mimicked the owner's appearance. Master, who am I? A timid girl's voice echoed in her mind. You are Missia. Elena continued her seclusion. Her path of the energy sect was not far from level 8, needing only one more enlightenment to pierce through the thin veil. In Gondor City, Holy Infant refined the rare treasure Golden Sun Vortex, while Lord Victor refined the rare treasure Golden King Skylight Armor as their spiritual treasures. Only Gondef had not refined a spiritual treasure yet. Next, they just needed to continuously use the primordial soul for refining, using materials to nurture it, allowing it to quickly grow into combat power. Due to their insufficient realm, fully unleashing the power of a level 9 spiritual treasure remained difficult. However, with the wizard tower and other means, they possessed the genuine combat power of a level 9. Time passed. On this day, in the Black Ruins territory, silver light broke through the sky, stopping in front of a black world. Duskhall Master, you have finally arrived. At the summit of the world, a white, chubby young man sitting cross-legged in the void opened his eyes. The Worm Lord. His true form belonged to the Worm Man clan, a once active clan in the Antiquity Age. Skilled in parasitism and duplication, the clan members were extremely difficult to kill. Threatening the rule of the giant empire, they caused many terror events and were thus exterminated. The Worm Lord was one of the few survivors, born over 100,000 years ago. He ascended to level 10, and for the pursuit of long lifespan, chose the path of plain sovereign. When the Amethyst Saint organized the council of 10,000 clans, he was invited out of retirement. Little did he know, this led him into a doom-filled destiny. Standing before him was the brightest supernova of Nora's era. Besides blazing sun god wizard Edmund, even other legendary wizards were overshadowed. Duskhall Master Levi. So far, he had already executed 2 level 10 strongmen, 1 true god, and 1 demon. He contributed to the recent kill of the Grey Mist Monarch. In other words, aside from the underworld and the 4 great giants, he had already provoked 3. Levi approached confidently and calmly. Nice to meet you, my name is Levi. The Worm Lord stared at him. Are you here to take my life? Not necessarily, Levi replied. If you are willing to serve me, I might have a way to preserve your life. You are hard won in attaining level 10. Are you really content to just die without leaving a trace? Chapter 2923. Ha, it seems you are quite confident. Killing you is enough. Since the great fusion of the Panplane, hundreds, if not thousands, of plane sovereigns have fallen. Why did you not preserve their lives? Ultimately, it still comes down to me working hard for you, becoming a tool in Nora's rise. You have only seen the thousands who died, but you have not seen the countless trillions of lives protected by the Nora Council who survived. Even without the plane fusion, those who devolved into plane slaves would face various natural and man-made disasters. No matter how dignified you make it sound, it is still Sauron acting for his own personal gain. Although the Council of 10,000 clans lost, I do not think we were wrong. We just wanted to survive. So did we. So you wish to be buried together with the world behind you. Do you think I cannot trace your duplications scattered across the multidimensional plane? Levi's words made the Worm Lord's expression change. Suddenly, behind Levi, a familiar figure in a blood robe appeared. It was the Blood Vortex Venerable, its former subordinate. Blood Vortex Venerable approached. Yes, within Sir Levi's body is a realm of its own. I merged the Black Swamp world into it, becoming the secret realm master, preserving my life. Now, I have advanced further, reaching the late stage of level 8. As a secondary plane, it can benefit from the strength of mana. Even Martha, with very low potential, has already advanced to level 7, let alone it. The Worm Lord fell silent. Looking at it now, Levi's words were not false. But it, a level 10 plane sovereign that had stood tall for 100,000 years across the multidimensional plane, truly must bow down to circumstances, becoming a caged bird. What would people say when they heard it? How would they ridicule it? I will give you 10 seconds to consider. Do you want to die without a place for burial, never to be reborn, or live on? Follow me to witness a great undertaking. Witness the new world after the fall of the endless gods and demons. It all depends on you. Levi spoke calmly, each word piercing the Worm Lord's heart. Behind him, the mighty Nether River flowed. The Hell Warhorse neighed. Leon was ready. Not long ago, it had absorbed the true soul of Grey Mist Monarch. With a few more level 10 beings, it could advance to the middle stage of level 9 at a speed that even Levi marveled at. The Worm Lord's heart was in turmoil. To live on, is it really possible to see that so-called new world? No gods, no demons. Is that even possible? The giants have lived for billions of years, enduring epical changes without perishing. Does Nora truly have a chance to pull them off their altar and end it all? This, it does not know. It only knows that if it dies, it will never see that day. No gods and demons, no nightmares. With its 10th level body, it cannot imagine how wonderful such a world would be, no longer needing to act according to the whims of giants. The eagle strikes the sky, the fish swim at the bottom, and all kinds under the frost compete for freedom. No one knows what the new world will be like. It could repeat past mistakes, or be full of life. But the Worm Lord can be sure, this stagnant, unchanging old world of billions of years has lost all interest. So, damn appearances. Today it wants to follow its heart, just like when it climbed from weakness step by step upward, all for the sake of living. 5, 4, 2, 1. I am willing to submit to you. The plump young man suddenly prostrated before Levi, bowing completely, expressing submission, with bright eyes filled with anticipation and relief. Levi snapped his fingers, and the shadow of the round table emerged. A figure in a red robe appeared deep in space, standing with arms behind, eyes deep with a hint of timeless aura. It was the blazing sun god wizard, Edmund. The Worm Lord looked up, visibly tense. Swold greets Grand Council Chairman. Edmund smiled. He spoke to the Worm Lord. I am pleased you have chosen life. As long as there is life, there is a sliver of hope, is there not? Maybe when I die, when Levi dies, if your chance comes, you might even get to lead the Nora civilization. The Worm Lord's heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled bitterly. I mean no such intention. I just want to live. I want to see the new world Sir Levi spoke of, and I will strive for it. Facing death anyway, I would rather die on the road to the future than suffocated and perishing here today. Edmund laughed. No need to be tense, I am just joking. Levi will handle your affairs going forward. You will serve him. Once you make a contribution, I can establish a supreme seat for you before all Nora citizens. Welcome to Nora. He extended his right hand, and shook hands with the Worm Lord's plump white palm. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Worm Lord said thank you 3 times. Never had it imagined it would someday be accepted by the Nora Council. It always thought that since joining the Council of 10,000 clans, it had been mortal enemies with Nora, with no possibility of coexistence. Edmund's shadow dispersed. Levi spoke. Sir Swold, for the safety of both of us, I need to use special means to control you. I hope you cooperate. When the time is right, I will naturally lift the restriction. The Worm Lord, being a level 10 entity, must be enslaved by Black Emperor's enslavement. Only then could Levi safely integrate. Otherwise, if it repents or causes trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. For such a level 10 existence, not to mention Excalibur, even the Council of 10,000 Clans' supreme treasure, Covenant Sword, could not forcibly enslave it. The only way Levi could think of was Black Emperor Dragon's enslavement, a power of the Supreme. The Worm Lord opened its mind, allowing the Black Emperor Dragon power to infuse the heavenly spirit cover. After an indescribable feeling, it opened its eyes, looking at the man in front. Master, Swold is at your service. Let us go. Take me to your world first. The Blackwater world is a large world, much larger than ancient Banyan fairyland. Just like the Black Swamp world, It is filled with miasma and poisonous fog, unsuitable for typical life, suitable for Zerg with special needs and alien races. It was lived in by dozens of extraordinary clans, with hundreds of level 6 and above experts, all part of the Wormlord's tribe and servants. There was no level 9 expert. They all scattered and fled with the dissolution of the council of 10,000 clans. Only those part of the Wormlord's duplications remained. Levi took Mana to survey the landscape. How is it? Can it integrate? Yes, but such a large world may require 100 years. Time is not an issue. I can wait, just as well to retreat here for 100 years. After integration, you should be able to advance to level 9, right? Definitely. Levi asked again. Swold, does anyone know about this place? The Wormlord answered. Master, rest assured, this place is extremely hidden. Without the insect shedding and your supreme advanced perception power, it is absolutely undetectable. I have summoned all my duplications back. They will also guard here. There is no time to lose. Let us begin. Chapter 2924, 594. Edmund's Norris son. The Blackwater world. Everything is ready. Mana and the Wormlord begin discussing the fusion matters. The process is as familiar as the previous fusion with the Blood Vortex Venerable. Once completed, the ancient Banyan Fairyland will gain a super-secret realm as large as a massive world, becoming a paradise for the School of Spiritualism, the School of Insects, and the Poisonous School. Levi walked onto the silver ship. Tebe number 1. The destination is set. Take the entire ship of passengers and head to Nora at full speed without any stops. Tebe number 1 understood and initiated the sequence. Levi turned to the Rainbow Sword Master, who diligently acted as the energy source. He pulled out a bunch of elemental cores, ranging in quality from level 6 to level 8, all of which were his spoils over the years. If the Rainbow Sword Master refined them, it would help her reach the late stage of level 9. It is only right, Master. The Rainbow Sword Master smiled and took what he handed over. Levi then produced another bag. And this bag of elemental cores, reward Phoenix, Diabo, Ilos, Thunder Rock, and others when you return to Nora for me. Understood, I will thank the Master on their behalf. Levi took out another bag. The items in this bag go to Elena. I have already told her how to distribute them, thank you. Master, you are too polite. Just focus on sailing along the way. If there are any dangers, I will have the giant clan kings intervene. Levi instructed her. He proceeded to the giant clan's chamber. Sir Levi, are you staying here temporarily? Raffi asked. Yes, I have some matters to attend to, but I have already communicated with the Nora Council. Next, the ship will take you to Nora, at most a 30-year journey. If there are strong enemies along the way, please intervene, seniors. All right, understood, leave it to us. These descendants of the 7 Calamities ancient clan also depend on you, everyone. After entrusting all matters, Levi watched the silver ship disappear into deep space. He set up shelters around the Blackwater world and began his retreat. At the same time, high above the Blackwater world, the Holy Grail floated. Behind it emerged the phantom of a world over 100,000 miles long, where a towering ancient banyan tree stood tall, shrouding a realm beneath its embodiment and trailing thousands of green lights. At the earth core of the world, the Wormlord and the Blackwater worlds will become one. It attempted an unprecedented endeavor. Should it succeed, it might be a solution to the dilemma faced by other plane sovereigns. 2 years later, in the Nora calendar year 1742, and the Blood Battle year 1630, on the ancient dragon continent, a powerful aura rose. A figure clad in armor, holding a long spear, stood amidst the void. Arrays of golden-armored and silver-armored warriors surrounded her, tearing apart the tribulation clouds. After years, Princess Louise of the ancient tomb race stepped into the 9th level realm. Congratulations, Mother, for stepping into level 9, comparable to demigods, Thunder Rock, Abel, and other offspring said as they came to congratulate her. Ha ha ha, Louise, you have reached level 9 too, that is wonderful. The hope for the revival of the ancient tomb race rests on you, the ancient mountain dragon, and other dragon clan members said. With deep ties to the 9 dragons emperor, they often considered themselves part of the ancient tomb race, and treated Louise like their own daughter. Dear uncles, Louise has not disappointed father. One day, I will reach level 10, and restore the ancient tomb race to its peak. Her mood was excited and ambitious. Regarding level 11, it depended on her children. Subsequently, Louise joined the Nora Council, becoming an honorable member. Currently, the council boasted 170 Grand Wizards and 180 level 9 alien races, totaling over 350 members, representing an explosive growth. Half of Nora's success came from plane convergence. The other half came from the Nightmare and Abyss, for these giants only needed to release some resources, and it sufficed to satiate Nora. Just as the Netherworld ancestor said, in the transcendent world, resources are snatched, and the resources the giants consumed over countless years are being fed back to Nora in various ways. In terms of top-level combat power in level 9 and 10, Nora wizards still dominated, but in the mid to high levels, the forces of the Nora Wan clan had already surpassed the wizards. The council's promised rights were also realized. This allowed more alien races to realize that the wizards were serious this time, as they indeed aimed to establish a cross-multidimensional plane pan-civilization collective entity. Otherwise, the wizards would certainly impose policies to restrict the alien race's development, merely using them as cannon fodder and tools. Thus, more alien races joined the council over the years, and the Nora civilization expanded rapidly in unimaginable ways. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 25 years passed. Nora calendar year 1767, Blood battle year 1655. The Witch's family. Triss watched the Klein crystal ball. Her spiritual force measured 24,550 out of 24,550. After 800 years, Triss' spiritual force finally reached the 8-ring limit, and she was now 2,786 years old. It was not an easy journey to get here. Not too long ago, she successfully refined the last oddity of the Sea God series, named the Sea Queen's Dress, a sun-refining artifact she obtained from the White Dragon Commerce auction. This boosted her spiritual force by 900 points, pushing it to its limit. Counting the previous Chariot artifact, the Sea God series boasted 2 sun-refining artifacts. This differentiated it from other divine-level sequences. A new oddity birthed the accompanying spiritual creature known as the Deep Sea Seductress. She was noble, cold, and mature in appearance, wearing a retro-puffed long dress that matched Triss' disposition quite well. Chapter 2925. At this point, the 6 chess pieces are perfected. The chessboard is finally complete. It is capable of forming the Sea Country Kill formation. Test results show that the power of the chess formation is comparable to a 9th circle array. It possesses strong abilities for trapping enemies, offense, defense, and survival. It is fully functional. By relying on the chess formation, Triss can even trap a level 9. Currently, the Sea God chess might be the strongest water element sequence artifact discovered. Levi plans to get a set for Elena in the future. Before reaching the 9th circle, Triss exceeded her target. The Water King, the Sea Emperor's Protection, the Water God, and the Sea God chess sequences are perfected. There is still considerable room for improvement in the Poison sequence. Her water talent is stronger than that of ordinary supernovas. She stabilized her spiritual force realm and asked Lady Shen Land to refine the sacred medicines. She prepared materials like the Star Spirit's Heart and Starfall Remains. Everything is ready. Only a breakthrough is missing. On this day, she bathed and dressed. She stood ready for a long retreat, not emerging until she reaches the 9th circle. Suddenly, a silver stream of light arrived at the ancient dragon continent. Her expression shifted. She watched the sky and whispered, "Levi's ship has returned. The long-lost giant clan is about to return. It is truly an exciting era." The ship aid the vast sea slowly docked in the sky. Elena, Triss, the Blood Knight, and other top figures flew over. The long-awaited emissary of the Nora Council hurriedly arrived to witness this historic moment. The cabin door slowly opened. 4 figures emerged, each emitting an imposing presence. They stretched their bodies, growing into mountain-like physiques in the wind. "Phew, we have finally arrived," the fire giant king sighed in relief. His heart was at ease. "Ha ha ha. Nora is really big, and very beautiful." The other giants were also filled with anticipation. Not long after, more than 20 figures flew to the ancient dragon continent. Edmund led them, with Pandora, Olyssa, and others beside him. Edmund showed his signature smile. "The entire Nora Council is here to welcome you. Welcome, 4 kings, leading the giant clan to return. This is Nora. This is the new home for the giant clan." As a level 10 late-stage powerhouse, Raffi looked at Edmund. Its eyes moved slightly. He was worthy of being able to slay a level 10 peak. It could not quite see through him. It quickly thanked them. "Thank you, Grand Council Chairman. Thank you, Congress members. Thank you, Sir Levi, for facilitating this cooperation. From today onwards, our giant clan will advance and retreat together with the Nora Council. We will face any enemy that threatens our home." Edmund laughed heartily. "Everyone, follow me. I will take you to your new home on the giant continent. It is located in the Eastern Sea. Then we will go to the Supreme Council for seat arrangements for the 4 of you." Gullwig looked at Edmund, feeling sentimental. This man had not been this happy for a long time. His pressure was immense. The giant clan joining was truly a relief. Levi had once again accomplished a great deed for civilization. The ancient dragon continent members stared in shock at the departing giants. "So many giants. How did the Hall Master find them?" one asked. "Yes, I feel like I have seen more giants and dragons in one day than I would in 100 lifetimes," another replied. "Perhaps this is the charm of a natural leader, always attracting the excellent. It is a pity that the commander has not returned. We miss him dearly." Everyone talked and returned to their busyness. The Rainbow Sword Master followed the instructions of Levi. He distributed travel gifts to everyone. Phoenix, Ace, and Diabo laughed heartily. As for Ilos, he was currently at the critical moment of breaking through to Elemental Dominator. He had not emerged. When Elena saw the storage bag sent by Levi, she was completely shocked. Thousands of truth oddities and hundreds of rare treasures were inside. The other resources and precious items were countless. The value of the items inside must be worth trillions of ether stones, she thought. She felt uninspired. No wonder Levi is reluctant to return home. He forgot about the pleasures of home. The gains from his travels are indeed too great. In the corner, there was also an item list, a letter from Levi. It detailed the distribution plan and to whom things should be given. "Dear Elena, I am in retreat during a critical moment. I am unable to return to Nora for a century. Enclosed are the treasures I gathered during my travels. Apart from the ones I have distributed to everyone, the rest are placed in the organization's treasury. Levi." Elena's eyes turned slightly red. She did not know how to speak. Today was also the 2200th birthday of Levi. She contacted the retreating Levi through the Twilight Round Table. She said tearfully, "Happy birthday. Haha. I am another 100 years older," Levi replied. "The giant clan successfully returned, right?" she asked. "Yes," Levi confirmed. "That is good. Please also arrange everything for the Black Scale clan and the Red Scale tribe." "All right. Come back soon," she said. Do not worry. I gained enormous benefits outside. If this endeavor is successful, Mana can be promoted to level 9, and I will also gain a level 10 powerhouse." After comforting a suddenly crying Elena, Levi entered a new round of retreat. In the days ahead, one by one, gifts carrying the blessing of Levi were sent to beloved friends and important high-ranking members of the Dusk Holy Temple, as well as the juniors, whom Levi cared about. Elena received the sun-refining artifact Ocean's Heart. It was customized and refined by Levi for her. It was a top-grade non-sequence oddity. Not long afterwards, Elena advanced to 8-ring perfection. Her viewing the sea talent was further enhanced. Ocean's Heart had endless uses, but unfortunately, it did not bring a special spiritual creature. Upon hearing that Levi distributed gifts to everyone, Triss also agreed, for the first time, to accept the poison dragon's tooth from Levi. She even took a loan to buy the 9th circle long whip-shaped rare treasure Black Prison Chain, replacing the Demon Dragon Whip. Chapter 2926. Afterwards, she began her retreat, striving to break through to the 9th circle. The Holy Infant refined the Firecrow Nest. His spiritual force increased by 1000 points, reaching the realm of the 8th circle limit, and he is stabilizing his spiritual force. This oddity birthed a new special spiritual creature named Golden Crow. Along with Zurong Mountain, Guangdong Palace, and the Snow King, it became a main battle spiritual creature of the Holy Infant. It is worth mentioning the Snow King, who previously refined the Snow Country proof. Although it did not birth a spiritual creature, it caused the Snow King to undergo some mutations. This once unassuming Morning Star level spiritual creature has now transformed significantly. Its combat power is even superior to Glorious Sun grade spiritual creatures, and it has never lagged behind. Now, the Holy Infant's Ice and Fire divine body is incredibly powerful. Once his spiritual force is stabilized, he also begins a long retreat, sprinting towards the 9th circle. Lord Victor refined the Silver Order. His spiritual force upper limit increased by 1000 points, also spawning the talent Silver Heart, and the special spiritual creature Silver White Chariot. Up to now, he has refined 3 major sequence artifacts, as well as the Bronze Throne, Steel Throne, and Silver Order, which are 3 major radiant suns. His depth of foundation is far beyond any ordinary supernova. Given his current talent, cultivating his spiritual force to the limit is imminent. Gonduf, on the other hand, obtained a body-refining holy object named the Heavenly Wave Holy Fruit, which can directly elevate spiritual force upon consumption, assisting in the condensation of body-refining runes. He is just a step away from the 8th circle limit. However, there are no precedents or experiences for advancing to 9th circle body-refining wizard, so he needs more time for preparation and contemplation to ensure success in one attempt. Many others have received gifts from Levi. Even some ordinary members received a package of ether stones. Everyone felt the meticulous care from the Lord of Dusk Hall. Such generosity has been scarce since ancient times in the wizard world. This is the vision of the Supreme Knight. This gift, for some, adds to their success. For others, it is a lifeline, like Sarit from the Tower of Dawn who stepped into the 8 environments realm, achieving a feat he had never envisioned before. It was a life full of surprises. Outside, hearing about the year-end awards from the Ancient Dragon Continent, everyone envies. The admissions office of the Ancient Dragon Continent is crowded daily, and interviewees are continuous. Not long after, the Dusk Holy Temple birthed the 18th mythical bloodline, named Heavenly Snake, possessed by Snake Knight, Raylo. He is a veteran who joined the Holy Temple earlier, yet he distances himself slightly from the 18 riders, hence his fame is not prominent. He remained quiet until a thunderous success. This time, successfully advancing to level 7, Snake Knight becomes a favored figure in the Dusk Holy Temple, considered a model of late blossoming. Types are not the end, merely the beginning. Soon after, the 19th and 20th mythical bloodlines appear consecutively. After years of accumulation, another group of knights evolves successfully, blooming competitively. The Lord of Dusk Hall encourages everyone to innovate. Birthing a new type of legendary bloodline rewards a 6th level treasure. Birthing a new type of mythical bloodline rewards a level 7 treasure. If one can birth a supreme supermyth bloodline, a 9-level treasure is awarded. Someday, the future sky dome of Nora will shine not by stars, but by mythical knights riding mounts soaring across the skies. 3 years later, Nora Calendar 1770, Blood Battle 1658. Following Uther, Sea Clan, and Pandora, a vast new supercontinent with distinct seasons emerges in the Eastern Sea. It features snowfields, volcanoes, rivers and lakes, forests, and various terrains and environments. Whether it is earth, fire, wind, and water, or frost thunder, or other mutating giants like the Thousand-Eyed Titan and similar, they all find habitats above. The giant race migrates entirely here, maintaining relative independence while integrating into the progress of all clans' civilization, filled with hope for the future. Subsequently, the Supreme Council announces that myth returns, giants reappear, and ancient warriors from the Antiquity Age have returned, collectively fighting against the Abyss and Nightmare, becoming an inseparable part of Nora henceforth, and Supreme Council seats increased to 34. Currently, Nora has more than 370 level 9 experts of all races. With the news of the giant race's return spreading, it is bound to cause vibrations across the Pan Plane. Even the giants have joined Nora, stirring more alien races to be tempted. Time flows. A year later, in a market somewhere in the land of darkness, a group of alien races stares at the latest intelligence from Nora, faces shaking in disbelief. It is the giants. The giants have emerged. What? Have the giants not gone extinct already? The 4 giant kings have simultaneously joined Nora. How can this be fake? Suddenly, a terrifying presence descends upon the market. It is imposing in stature, carrying a greatsword, its face unclear. It looks at the posted announcement, then turns to the wizard beside them, asking, "Is this true? You wizards would not be lying, would you?" This primordial soul wizard is deeply shocked inside. This imposing sworder seems to be a level 10 strongman. He hurriedly replies, "Lord, it is true." The sworder suddenly bursts into laughter. "Turns out I am not alone. My way is not alone." The sworder asks, "Where is Nora? Give me the coordinates." The primordial soul wizard replies, "Lord only needs to go to the nearby Vina world, where there is a teleportation portal leading directly to the Beta Stargate." The Beta Stargate is one of the 4 major Stargate hubs established by the Nora Council, possessing a complex transmission network, which can reach Nora within a year. Chapter 2927. All right. The burly swordsman obtained the coordinates of Vina world and strode away. He vanished in an instant 10,000 miles away, leaving everyone gawking. Speaking of which, was that not just a level 10? How terrifying, our marketplace is actually hiding such a level 10 strongman. Is this what Sauron meant by the great hidden within the city? Looks like this strongman is going to join Nora. Nora is getting stronger and stronger. I have also been persuading our clan leader lately. Staying in small places really does not offer a glimpse of the future. Even without the influence of blood battles, opportunities are too few. Living a life where you can see the end at a glance is too boring. Yes, it is not like before. The Stargate network around the darkness land near Nora is now so dense that travel is much more convenient. There is no need for long journeys, and there is no danger on the road. I am planning to go over there too. I heard there is a white dragon commerce radiating the Pan Plane. They have sun-refining artifacts, 9-level treasures, sacred medicines, and even divine crystals. They have everything. A friend of mine bought a rare treasure there, and successfully reached level 8. No way. I have to go see the excitement too. If you go now, you might catch the heat of the moment. Go late, and all the resources will be distributed. Haha, I am going too, but I am off to admire the Dusk Palace Master's style. I want to see what a man who slays gods with a level 9 body looks like. Late in the 2nd millennium of the Nora era, its influence is still expanding like an avalanche. On one hand, Nora has the Dusk Palace Master, a name renowned throughout the Pan Plane, and a large group of equally talented supernovas with somewhat lesser fame around the area. On the other hand, the Stargate project is constantly advancing. Nora is not entirely fused. The Congress intervenes artificially, leaving a batch of worlds as transport hubs, thus constructing an incredibly complex Stargate network within the Pan Plane. Nora cannot expand forever. Someday, its expansion will halt, and then the Stargates will be the capillaries connecting the multidimensional plane. People, resources, culture, and transcendence, all exchange will be unimpeded. A year later, in Nora year 1772, Blood Battle year 1660, the void trembled above Nora high sky. A powerful aura descended. It wielded an ancient, imposing, cold light shining black greatsword. 3,000 dim yellow eyeballs swirled around on its body. It was 1,000 miles tall, comparable to the 4 giants kings. The Supreme Council flew out legendary figures, staring seriously at the level 10 middle stage strongman before them. Edmund pondered for a moment and asked if he was the thousand-eyed swordsman Quint. The thousand-eyed swordsman was ranked 24th among the Pan Plane strongmen. Possessing level 10 middle stage cultivation, he held the supreme treasure, the Broken Star, ranked 33rd. He was a formidable figure in the Pan Plane, having slain a weak god embodiment tens of thousands of years ago, and later hid his name. Rumor had it, he was the strongest thousand-eyed titan among the many-eyed titans. Now, looking at the 3,000 oculars on his body affirmed his mighty strength. I am the thousand-eyed swordsman. Hearing that the giant race has come to Nora, I specifically came to seek my organization, Quint said, slightly bowing. Giant race strongmen are respected. Edmund's power far surpassed his own, and he led the Nora Council in opposition against the Abyss and Nightmare, possessing the demeanor of the ancestor of giants. He was worthy of respect. Ha ha ha, I did not expect that there were still compatriots of thousand-eyed titans outside. Wonderful, wonderful. In our giant continent, the thousand-eyed titans have found a leader, Raffi said. Raffi ran excitedly toward him. Although they were unfamiliar, the giant bloodline within made her especially affectionate towards Quint. They hugged on the spot, bringing tears to the strong man. A hundred-eyed titan looked at Quint. My king, welcome back, he said. Edmund laughed. Let us go. Give Quint a welcome and a dust bath. The next day, the Supreme Council brought good news again. The 24th ranked strongman of the Pan Plane, thousand-eyed swordsman Quint, joined the Nora Council, and became the 35th seat of the Supreme. Stray giant race strongmen wandering through the multidimensional plane, homeless, were welcome to seek roots, build giant continent together, and board the great ship sailing to the new worlds. Nora fans were cheering and excited. With the grand return of the giant civilization, many wandering giants, hybrid giants, and other races skilled in body strength and naturally gifted came in droves. As years passed, 28 years later, there were 67 giant-related groups, bringing in 6 level 9 alien experts and hundreds to thousands of experts above level 6. Moreover, 136 non-giant groups joined due to the giants' leading role, bringing 9 level 9 alien experts and countless others aside. The level 9 alien expert number reached 220, and Nora's entire territory's level 9 strongman count reached over 400, still rapidly growing. Life follows the crowd. For a long time, people had become accustomed to enduring the Heavenly Father's exploitation, accustomed to nightmare, horror, and abyss blood battle, numb and cowardly. But when a leader with enough power and prestige rises, just one cry of "Are the kings and ministers inherently noble" can unite the strength from 5 lakes and 4 seas, and the myriad people of the 8 directions. People are not afraid of resistance, just lacking a leader, an organization capable of binding together the so-called ramshackle crowd. The Nora Council emerged as needed. This is Nora year 1800. The chain reaction brought by the grand event of the giants' return is continually fermenting and spreading toward the multidimensional plane. This is not the end. This is the beginning of the struggle. Those behemoths living for countless years, almost undying, have enjoyed too much vested resources and interests, devouring endlessly this universe. Chapter 2928. They are high above, even the sky cannot control them. Since that is the case, what the sky cannot control, people should. This universe is too bloated, it needs to shed weight, it needs to reshuffle, allowing ordinary short-lived species and longevity species to enjoy more resources and prosper civilization. Tower of Heaven. At the start of the new century, Grand Council Chairman Edmund delivered a speech summarizing past experiences and lessons, looking to the future, and depicting a new vision. Millions of people gathered in various places to watch, stirred by his passionate words, filled with excitement and longing for new worlds. Finally, Edmund gazed upon the multitude. He took a deep breath, raised his right arm high, a red sun in his palm bursting forth, breaking free from its restraints, growing in the wind, its scattered light illuminating the vast mountains and rivers of the world. The great sun ascended high, breaking through the darkness, gradually halting. After gathering immense fire elemental power, its diameter astonishingly surpassed 3 million miles, becoming a veritable sun. This newly born sun hung in the deep space, blazing fiercely, radiating endless light and heat, with no sign of burning out. A resonant voice echoed across Nora 4 seas and 10 directions. This is the continuous legendary spell, Edmund's Nora Sun, symbolizing the fire of my life, Edmund. From now on, it will be suspended here, never to set again. If travelers from the Panplane are weary, they can seek this light to come to Nora for rest and exchange. When Nora's people travel afar, it will also illuminate their path. It is the sunset of the old era, and the dawn of the new worlds. The sun undying, I too will be immortal, and so will Nora. Land of darkness. The integration of the black water world continues, under the influence of the divine tree power high above, as if an invisible hand is erasing the world bit by bit, then sketching it out again in the ancient Banyan fairyland. And in Levi's place of seclusion, he temporarily ended his half-century-long seclusion. His aura was 3 points stronger than before, surrounded by red flames, burning and twisting the space. He opened the proficiency panel. All 6 breathing techniques had reached the level 9 middle stage, with the Crimson Emperor Dragon and Golden Emperor Dragon both breaking through to level 9 late stage not long ago. 7-tier Destruction Sanctuary, 7-tier Vajra Sacred Realm, 6-tier Invisible Sanctuary, 5-tier Indomitable Sacred Domain, 4-tier Undying Holy Domain, 4-tier Unhidden Sacred Realm, totaling 33 layers of sacred domain power. Now, he no longer needs the aid of the 8 formation map to single-handedly kill the Dusk Sun God. For him, a level 10 early stage is already prey. Only a level 10 middle stage can be called an evenly matched opponent. Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 68,000 out of 76,000. In the past 60 years, he has not refined the sun refining artifact, only refining some relatively rare, or farming suitable small top-grade oddities. But due to his super high elemental affinity talents, his spiritual force rapidly increased, and his upper limit also raised by 1,000 points with the refining of those ordinary oddities. Within the ancient Banyan fairyland, his long spiritual beings were already numerous, each performing their duties across the 3 realms, becoming a part of mana ecology, blending harmoniously. These are merely auxiliary spiritual beings. Besides, combat-type spiritual beings like Asai Lei and Lightworm gathered in Levi's mind, continuously strengthening as his spiritual force increased. Levi observed the special spiritual creatures of a legendary wizard. For instance, the Blazing Star God, which obtained the Flame Mountain after refining the Fire God series, with power close to a Star Realm Weak God, all above level 9, and below level 10 standards. These are only sun-refining grade special spiritual creatures. He had also encountered legendary level spiritual beings, akin to genuine mythical creatures, vivid and real, capable of suppressing weak lower gods. The reason why legendary wizards are formidable in group battles is also inseparable from the army of spiritual beings accompanying their growth path. In terms of spells, of all the ninth circle spells Levi currently mastered, except for the newly researched Spirit Bell, all have reached perfection. Upon activating the Bath Blood special effect, the power of these spells approaches that of legendary spells, making slaying some weak lower gods not a problem. The fastest cultivated ninth circle spell is Fear Fog, because even during his seclusion, Levi would not forget to sneak into the nightmare world to poison, slowing down its recruitment speed. Not just him. Many wizards from the School of Dreams would infiltrate the nightmare world to conduct guerrilla warfare, the purpose being to harass and buy time for Nora. Daydreamer was inspired by Fear Fog to research the legendary spell version of Fear Wind. With the fog and the wind combined, the spread of the plague accelerated. According to incomplete statistics, 7 overlords died from the Plague Legion. The Ghost Alley monarch suffered the most. Over the past century, his subordinates either died from infection or were enslaved by Levi, with very few remaining normal. Ordinary nightmare lords suffered hundreds and thousands of casualties. Of course, the nightmare monarchs would occasionally send nightmare creatures to conduct small-scale harassment in Nora, reciprocating the favor and making it difficult to guard against. Although large-scale warfare has not erupted, small conflicts are continuous. Nora is recruiting and stockpiling strength. The nightmare is recruiting across its entire realm, preparing for something big. Both sides are engaged in an arms race, with the difference being that Nora is innovating and continuously researching new things in expansion. In contrast, the nightmare is consuming its terrifying foundation accumulated over eons, attempting to flatten Nora with absolute strength. Spirit Bell is also a spell Levi researched to guard against the nightmare monarch, forming a large clock barrier in the mind, capable of resisting mind spells, mental attacks, fear gazes, and many other spells affecting the inner world. Chapter 2929. Currently, this spell is widely circulated in Nora, with many grand wizards eager to learn it, and Levi naturally earns immense profits. Just from the licensing fees, he has earned tens of billions. Among the ninth circle spells he created, its popularity is second only to Nine Sword and Fear Fog. Levi tirelessly began creating the seventh sequential spell, having twice faced mental disturbances from troublesome enemies like Poison Smoke Lady and Grey Mist Monarch. He had to advance his research in sealing arts, borrowing a plethora of theoretical knowledge from Gargamel and consulting him remotely from time to time. Elena teased Levi that he video-called Gargamel more frequently than he did her. Levi's sealing arts research plan can be divided into 2 stages. The first step, from 1st to 5th circle, he integrated sealing knowledge with the Elementalist school, creating an intricate sealing spell system. Specifically, the 1st circle spell is the 4-symbol sealing foundation, which includes Earth Sealing, Sealing of Fierce Flames, Sky Wind Sealing, and 10,000 Water Sealing. Additionally, there are 3 talents sealing basics: Light and Dark Sealing Basics, Shadow Sealing Basics, Blood Seal, Life and Death Seal, Highly Poisonous Seal, and other sealing spells for various elemental energies. Wizards of a particular school can cultivate the corresponding spells. Specifically speaking, by mastering various elements and energies, one can seal the spell power or elemental power of the corresponding attributes within the enemy, thereby achieving the purpose of limiting their spellcasting and combat. The subsequent 2nd to 5th circle spells all deepen and advance from the 1st circle spell, with no essential difference. At most, they can form a sealing barrier using one's own spell power to imprison the enemy. In this stage, wizards' knowledge level is limited, and the elemental type sealing arts are fully sufficient for their daily needs against enemies. The next step is the key focus. After the primordial soul phase, wizards can understand space and other mysterious knowledge, so this phase's sealing spells are inevitably tied to space, ignoring enemy attribute differences, and capable of suppressing all. Therefore, while they are called sealing spells, they can also be regarded as spatial spells, with this sequence starting from 6th circle and ending at legendary. Theoretically, according to his conception, they are the 6 Harmonies Seal, 7 Luminaries Seal, 8 Gates Sealing, 9 Palace Sealing, and 10 Directions Seal. Thus, a complete set of sealing spell sequences is accomplished, transitioning from elemental sealing to spatial sealing. However, sealing arts are vast and profound, with extensive knowledge that can be integrated. Facing numerous immortals, enemies that are difficult to eliminate, just these 2 types are not enough. Thus, Levi continues expanding the boundaries of sealing arts. Alone he is insufficient. He also needs the assistance of legendary figures and grand wizards like Gargamel. Next, he plans to develop Mind Seal to seal will and thoughts, Soul Seal to directly lock the soul, Time Seal to imprison enemies in a dead corner of a certain past age, and Primordial Magnetic Sealing to trap enemies in a chaotic force field with infinite power. Sealing arts, sealing heaven and earth, sealing all things. Of course, the above are just Levi's conceptions. To fully realize them, he needs to advance to the realm of legendary wizard, as his current knowledge foundation is still insufficient. Finally, Levi opens the proficiency panel. Strength rune at level 20, strength boost of 400%. Chariot rune at level 20, speed boost of 400%. Lover's rune at 19th rank, luck boost of 350%. Moon rune at 18th tier, lifespan boost of 300%. Full rune at level 15, trickery and destiny force boost of 200%. Magic rune at level 15, casting speed increase of 180%. Hanging rune at level 13, Elemental damage resistance boost of 140. Justice rune at level 11. Damage bonus against dark creatures of 100%. Aside from Hermit rune, the 8 commonly used rune languages have all significantly increased. In Levi's mind, the Justice rune glows brightly, connecting to the star god in the infinite heights, establishing a mysterious link. Accompanied by the descent of starlight, the star soul descends. A slim, elongated hound, resembling a slender dog and greyhound, appears beside Levi. Compared to other giant star souls, it is only a few meters tall. Woof woof woof. As soon as it appears, the slender dog sniffs the surrounding aura, then tears through the void, and slips in, disappearing. Before long, the slender dog returns, carrying a fainted level 8 alien race creature to Levi, dropping it on the ground and seeking credit. Levi picks up the alien, which looks at the black-armored swordsman, before it in terror. What are you doing? Wait, are you the Dusk Palace Master? Levi reveals a mocking smile and smashes its head with a slap, the soaring demonic aura rising as a mind flare emerges from it, flying away. Levi crushes it casually, while Leon skillfully absorbs the soul, peeling off the memory disk. Master, here you go. Levi puts away the disk, carefully reading it. Didn't expect there to be a puppet empire secretly supported by mind flayers nearby, hidden so well. This hound's sense of smell is impressive. Under normal circumstances, within a million miles around Levi, there would be no demons, with the blood battle spirit constantly on auto-cleansing duty. The only exceptions are demons like mind flayers, capable of possession and isolating demonic aura. And before him, this hound is precisely for tracking dark creatures. The star soul is a hound. The star name is Dortrace. Its justice trait is that it hates evil with passion. Its star language is darkness. Its level is 9. Its ability is Bring to Justice. Bring to Justice allows Levi to summon the hound star soul to track and investigate any dark creature within a 100,000-mile radius. Unless the level is one major realm higher than the hound, any secret technique and concealment are ineffective against the hound. Any evil shall ultimately be brought to justice. Great, forming a perfect complement with my blood battle armor. This truly is full-scale no blind spots hunting of demons. Closing the proficiency panel, Levi flips through the recent news. Within the years he has been secluded, Nora has undergone earth-shaking changes. Supreme 35 seats. Over 400 level 9 experts, stargates penetrating into remote areas, Triss, Ace, and Gondorf all have reached the spiritual force maximum, or close to it, within this century, presumptuous to step into the Ninth Circle realm. A brand new era is arriving. Chapter 2930. Nightmare World. Levi found his 3 subordinates, inquiring about the situation there. A heavy feeling of danger emanated from the direction of the lost domain. I fear that over 30 nightmare monarchs may have gathered there. There is no sign of stopping. The nightmare world could be planning something massive. Might they be summoning 100 or more? If so, that would spell trouble. The entire panplane comprises just over 100. Nora currently holds only 1/3 of that. In a 3-against-1 situation, Nora stands little chance. Ultimately, the difficulty lies with Emin, a near level 11 presence. Meanwhile, over in the giant world, a level 11 entity has yet to make an appearance. Continue searching for traces of the Twilight Demon. All right. Levi turned away from the nightmare realm, returning to the real world. He reached out to the Supreme Council, sharing the information he had gathered with the legendary wizard, and urging everyone to be prepared. A month later, Sauron Continent, Supreme Council. Around the round table, 40 level 10 strongmen projections gathered together. 34 came from the Nora civilization, including legendary wizards, giant kings, 5 barbarian lords, and even the survivor of the vast sea from the Earth's core, all attending in projection form. The only vacancy was for the former Dragon Flame God seat. Of the 6 other level 10 strongmen, half came from the Shadow World, and half from the Void Holy Temple, led by Shadow Emperor Carictus and Void Holy Seat Hera. Their true forms had descended to Nora, clearly here to discuss important matters. Faced with the aggressive nightmare world, Nora could not be unprepared. Edmund had long contacted the leaders of the 2 top-level forces. Seated opposite Edmund was Hera. A man and a woman both emanated a terrifying aura, like sun and moon suspended together. I have heard much of Lady Hera's reputation. It is indeed well-deserved. Hera smiled. Mr. Emin, seeing is believing more than hearing. They complimented each other, yet a subtle rivalry lingered beneath their words. Carictus spoke. Time is of the essence. Let us discuss some treaty details. Over the next month, the leaders of the 3 forces debated endlessly over cooperation and alliance matters, engaging in a fierce exchange much like combat. Neither Hera nor Carictus were ordinary figures. Both harbored ambitions to achieve unparalleled feats, with complex intentions. Yet the 3 currently shared the same enemy, the Abyss and Nightmare. Under this overarching premise, they ultimately reached a consensus. Finally, the multidimensional plane-friendly Mutual Assistance Alliance Treaty came to light, marking the first multi-civilizational and racial agreement across the multidimensional plane. The treaty stipulated that from the date of signing, the Nora calendar year 1800, the 3 parties would mutually cooperate and exchange, compete fairly, and jointly tackle existing and potential enemies, such as the Abyss, Nightmare, Astral World insects, and the Underworld, without invading or interfering in internal affairs. Should any party face enemy invasion, the other 2 must spare no effort to support. To ensure swift support and troop transfer, Nora's regional Stargate network Shadow World's Shadow Network, and Void Holy Temple's Regional Void Network would be freely open to alliance partners until the treaty ends. The signing of the alliance treaty was the most significant event since the near-ancient era of the Pan Plane, marking the formation of a non-giant union spanning the multidimensional plane. Nora now had 34 level 10 strongmen. The Void Holy Temple held 10, and the Shadow World held 11, totaling 55. Even accounting for secluded and unknown level 10 strongmen, this number holds half of the Demiplane's territory. From now on, the three organizations, 55 strongmen, will advance and retreat together. They will work until they overthrow the three towering giant worlds, until the end of the old world, until the arrival of the new worlds. The alliance treaty also had preliminary arrangements for the potential new world order. It emphasized cooperation to develop the multidimensional plane, avoiding resorting to force and war, and preventing unnecessary devastation of life. However, none of this was set in stone. As the saying goes, 30 years of the River East, 30 years of the River West. The Shadow World and Void Holy Temple also harbor ambitions and remain reluctant to remain under others. Times change unpredictably. They also held hopes that fortune might favor them, perhaps even fostering a formidable presence that could rival Nora, vying for supremacy. The Nora Council thought the same. In civilizational relationships, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Today's ally may not be the same 10,000 years hence. Levi felt a slight relief after signing the treaty. Though few in number, the strongmen of the Panplane were generally elite. They climbed to the pinnacle of their respective civilizational systems from the bottom, making them stronger than most weak gods. 55, plus himself, barely made 56. As long as this force could unite, they did not need to reach the highly collective integration of the insects, but they could resist the nightmare world for a time. He had confidence that once he grew and reached level 10, he could rely on the Triangle's panel to bury more formidable foes single-handedly. Consider how Hera, strong as she was at least at level 10 peak strength, nearly let the Grey Mist Monarch escape. Ordinary level 10 strongmen required teamwork, complementary advantages, and even ambushes to secure victory. Levi did not need that. An all-rounder meant absolute control. 2 years later, the Nora calendar year 1802, Blood Battle year 1690. On the ancient dragon continent, at the Witch's family, it had been nearly 40 years since Triss entered seclusion to break through to the Ninth Circle. Silhouettes occasionally glanced toward the Wizard Tower, their faces filled with concern. Chapter 2931. Anya broke through the 8 environments, stepping into the top echelon below the Grand Wizard. His mother was about to become a Grand Wizard. Anya felt excitement and nerves coil in his chest. The Phantom Witch smoothed his collar, her voice low. Don't worry, dear husband. With how thoroughly Mother has prepared, she will definitely succeed. Yes, there shouldn't be any issues. Anya looked at his wife. Both of us ascended to the 8 environments faster than we initially estimated. I wonder if there is hope for us to reach the 9th circle. Do our best and have no regrets. If not for this era, even reaching the 7th circle might have been difficult for us. Anya sighed. His initial talent was only at the level of a small genius. Before, the 6th circle was the maximum he could strive for. Honestly, it is because the Abyss and Nightmare Giants hog too many resources, stunting our growth. Our potential should not be limited to this. If the gods and demons were to disappear, wouldn't everyone become as powerful as dragons? It would certainly be better than it is now. As the two conversed, the seas and skies churned above. Here it comes. The level 9 catastrophe is upon us. Anya and the others focused their sights. Elena and other high-level organization members arrived to observe Triss crossing the tribulation, eager to gain insights and lessons. Triss stood at the pinnacle of the Wizard Tower, surrounded by a defensive field. The Sea Country formation took shape, 6 main soldier species lined up, and the 5 poisons projections stretched across the sky with an imposing aura. Sea Country Kill formation. Spells and special spiritual creatures soared into the sky, unleashing dazzling brilliance. The massive tribulation, which would normally require a 9th circle wizard's utmost effort to overcome, vanished in less than 100 moments. The crowd fell silent. Level 9 catastrophe, is that all? It is not that the catastrophe was weak, but that Triss prepared too adequately. Triss possessed combat power close to level 9 during her 8-ring perfection, rendering the trial simple. The stone in Anya's heart finally settled. Congratulations, Mother, on ascending to the 9th circle. Elena watched, a hint of envy in her gaze. She is a Grand Wizard now. That is wonderful. Subsequently, Triss tidied up her appearance and stepped forward to face everyone. Thank you all for observing and protecting me. High above in the sky, Alexander the Thousand Mountains Immortal drifted into view, ancient and desolate. Triss, now that you have reached the 9th circle, you can officially become my disciple and study pharmacy. Are you willing? Triss glanced toward the figure of the Black Abyss Sovereign. I am willing, but I need to inform Senior Black Abyss. The Black Abyss Sovereign Aaron appeared as a black-robed figure. He laughed. What is there to say? Just go ahead and join. All my pharmacy insights come from the Deep Blue Sage, and even considering just pharmacy, the sage would have to apprentice under the medicine god. Alexander the Thousand Mountains Immortal stood there. Ever since the ancestor of wizards disappeared, he has been the highest achiever in pharmacy in the past 300,000 years of the Nora Council. Being able to apprentice under him is a dream for countless pharmacists. Good things come in pairs. She not only succeeded in reaching the 9th circle, but was also accepted as a disciple by the medicine god. Indescribable excitement surged within Triss, a well of emotion rising inside her, as she lived the life she wanted after more than 2,800 years. Afterward, Triss joined the Pharmacist Association and the Nora Council, becoming a significant figure in the Nora civilization, and also the 176th Ninth Circle Wizard. She entered a new stage of her life, with a single goal for the next 4,200 years, to give her all and prove herself as legendary. 5 years later, Nora Calendar 1807, Blood Battle Calendar 1695. Outside of Gondo City, the tide of ice and fire elements covered a range of 1,000 miles, all absorbed by the purple-robed figure sitting in the void. The Holy Infant looked up to the sky. A catastrophe even more terrifying than that of Triss descended. With each additional sect practiced, the catastrophe's power grew by threefold. Like this venerable being, it was the most formidable level 9 catastrophe in history. The Duobao Linglong Tower on his head spun, stirring an ice and fire vortex. An 8-story wizard tower, layers of top-grade wizard tools shaped like umbrellas, fans, rings. He raised a hand, and the wizard tower shot into the clouds, colliding with the tribulation clouds. Meanwhile, the great wizards of the Dusk Squad established a perimeter, protecting the side of the Holy Infant as he crossed the tribulation. This was also a part of Nora's new legislation. Fainalands crossing the tribulation can apply for official guard protection to ensure their safety and prevent harassment from dark forces. With the powerful wizard tower and special spiritual creatures, the Holy Infant easily overcame the tribulation. These were basic maneuvers for such first-rate supernovas. Indeed, Gondo City truly produces talents aplenty. City Lord Lucian was overjoyed. This period brought many joyful occasions. His father received an heir, and Ace ascended to the 9th Circle. Come, everyone in the Dusk Squad. Let us have a celebration in the city. We are coming. Duke Ruman, Lady Molly, and the IC which all had increased momentum, having ascended to the Senior 9 Ring Realm, steadily progressing towards the legendary. Thus, Nora's 177th Grand Wizard was born. Subsequently, Ace joined the Artifact Maker Association, earning honorary vice president status through absolute prestige and weapon-making skills. Though a nominal position, it greatly benefited the operations of Fire Dragon Skywork. After reaching the 9th Circle, Ace's deepest desire was to use the level 9 purple crystal to upgrade the series of top-grade wizard tools in his wizard tower components. Weapon-making and the brotherhood with the Amethyst race remained his true passion. 5 years later, Nora Calendar 1812, the blood battle reached its 1700th year. Ever since the demons withdrew from Nora, they have not shown signs of returning, but everyone knows well that it is not, because the demons were scared off. They wage war on multiple fronts, dispersing their combat power. They are now likely amassing strength, observing from afar, waiting for Nora and the Nightmare World to mutually exhaust each other, to then pounce fiercely. Chapter 2932, 595. Century-long seclusion, body refining Grand Wizard, Abyss Sky King armor. The Blood Battle Command Center has never been disbanded. It is Gondo City again. Today is a bright and sunny morning, just like any other, but it is destined not to be an ordinary day. Tens of thousands of body refining wizards gather here, gazing at the distant horizon as a figure in a white robe stands against the wind. A month ago, Gandalf issued a notice, announcing that he would undergo tribulation today, and become the first 9th Circle body refining wizard ever. He invited allies from all over the world to come and learn. What incredible confidence and generosity. The Ocean Abyss Alliance and the Body Refining Academy had sent representatives. All of Gandalf's colleagues and students gathered to witness this historic moment. Giant spirit god Witch Abel had also arrived. As Gandalf's disciple, he felt more excited than anyone else. "Teacher, you will definitely succeed," Abel shouted, his voice ringing out across the gathered crowd. Not long after, the Purgatory Demon Sword brought his disciple Alflame from the battlefield of the Hell Blood Battle. His second brother was now at the 8th Circle Perfect Cultivation, practicing both spells and body refinement. Alflame was equally transformed. Alflame, watch carefully. The experience of the King of Body Refining's tribulation will benefit you for a lifetime. The Body Refining Great Wizard is the realm I dream of reaching. Gandalf, you must succeed, the Purgatory Demon Sword said, his hand resting on his student's shoulder. In the heavens, a four-colored tribulation cloud, 6,000 miles in diameter, spanned across the sky. It formed a doomsday scene similar to Levi's previous tribulation, its power far surpassing that of Triss. What a terrifying great tribulation, one wizard muttered, watching the sky. It feels even fiercer than Ace's. Indeed, in a way, Gandalf is also a practitioner of the Chaos faction, but his path is body refinement. Such a defiance of fate, the heavens do not tolerate, another observer noted. I am so anxious. Can body refining really reach the 9th Circle? A third wizard asked. Let us wait and see, the first wizard replied. Amidst countless eyes filled with anticipation, Gandalf strode forward like an ancient Buddha, treading the waves. Following him was a thousand-handed ancient god, part dragon and part human, treading dragons and snakes, with 1,000 eyes on its back. Huang, Yiksha, Nightmare Black Dragon, and Mountain God accompanied him as protectors, pursuing like shadows. Gandalf focused his mind, his expression solemn. He did not use any treasure or wizard tool. Today, he relied entirely on this physical body, and 999 million chaos body refining runes to withstand the Great Tribulation. Rumble. Gandalf charged into the clouds, like a god and demon. His chaos domain unfolded, stirring up the sky. On his fist, a golden light shone forth, illuminating the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. As he unleashed an unparalleled punch, thousands of giant dragons and giant elephants charged forth, crushing everything in their path. Radiant King Martial Arts, Dragon Elephant Sky Opening Fist. This was Gandalf's strongest move. He seemed like Pandu, using the power of 3,000 gods and demons to create heaven and earth, tearing down the tribulation cloud that loomed over all beings. Shatter for me, Gandalf roared. Rumble. The earth-shaking tremor made the Ninth Circle ordinary wizards watching turn pale. They simply could not withstand this punch head-on. Subsequently, Gandalf's fists rained down intensely like rain. He seemed to have limitless strength, and the body-refining runes within him continued to multiply. Upon reaching the 1 billion threshold, it seemed as if some shackle had been broken. In an instant, boundless power surged through Gandalf's body, and in his mind, his spiritual force grew even more abundant. A dark golden primordial soul avatar sat there alone. Unlike the elemental holy soul of spell wizards, it was more solid, and from an outsider's perspective, it was composed of 1 billion chaos body refining runes. These body refining runes intertwined with Gandalf's soul and spiritual force, forming his core. With his primordial soul indestructible and runes unextinguished, he too was immortal. In a single thought, the primordial soul avatar broke apart into 1 billion runes, merging into countless cells of Gandalf's body, completing part of his physical transformation. Gandalf murmured with newfound insight. The path of body refinement at the Ninth Circle seems to have a similar essence to my own path of knights. Maybe they can inspire each other to resolve issues. In a heartbeat, his body scattered into a billion pieces of flesh, transforming into a sky of blood fog. Everyone was stunned. Some even exclaimed in fear. What happened? A student cried out. Didn't he succeed in the tribulation? Gandalf has fallen, another shouted. Impossible. What is going on? A third person yelled. Since ancient times, no one has reached the refining body 9 rings. Everyone remained utterly unaware of Gandalf's current state, full of worry. Subsequently, one piece of flesh began to multiply. Before long, Gandalf reappeared intact, though his spiritual force seemed somewhat pale. Interesting, consuming spiritual force can quickly allow fragmented runes to multiply and grow, achieving a similar effect to my own undying body. In this way, the survival ability of body-refining wizards is not inferior to the elemental holy soul of spell wizards, Gandalf reflected. He felt so powerful that if his realm were stable, he would surely charge into the nightmare world for an exhilarating battle. Everyone, I have become a body-refining great wizard. Next, I will share the breakthroughs and insights from this tribulation and knowledge after the Ninth Circle, all free on the Body Refining Academy's online channel. Remember to claim it, Gandalf said with a faint smile before his form faded away. Everyone came to their senses and called out Gandalf's name with high spirits. The king of body refining, well deserved. The next day, Gandalf officially assumed the position of honorary dean of the Body Refining Academy, and also became the highest advisor to the Body Refining Department of the Nora Council. Meanwhile, the Supreme Council issued an important announcement. Since the ancient times of the wizard civilization, body refining wizards were as illustrious as spell wizards, but for some reasons, they eventually declined. But now, thanks to the efforts of the king of body refining Gandalf, and countless dedicated individuals, this ancient path has been put back on track again. Chapter 2933. The 9 rings are not the end of body refinement. They are just the beginning. We believe Gandalf can continue to achieve greatness and become the first legendary body refining wizard from ancient times to the present. To commend Gandalf for his outstanding contributions to the path of body refinement, the Supreme Council has unanimously agreed to award him the following rewards. First, 3 trillion Aetherstone cash. Second, the supreme treasure known as the Abyss Sky King armor. Third, a special reward called the Civilization Progress Medal. Fourth, a special title, Body Refining Leader. With this title, he can participate in and decide on any major body refining issues in the Supreme Council, with rights equivalent to a legend. As soon as the announcement went out, Nora erupted. Gondor City nearly drowned in the sound of people gasping in disbelief. Gandalf felt his emotions running high. He could not calm down for a long time. He clearly had not anticipated this. 3 trillion Aether Stones, to an ordinary Ninth Circle wizard, is no small amount. However, it would not cause Gandalf to lose his composure to such an extent. Clearly, the cause was the Abyss Sky King armor. It was a supreme treasure. This is a treasure that many legendary wizards do not possess. Even the most ordinary ones can be listed in the Panplane rankings and be remembered throughout history. To be a Ninth Circle wizard, what merits or abilities does one need to be rewarded with such a treasure? Levi, who twice reversed the defeat of level 10, did not have such benefits. But at this moment, no one harbored resentment or dissatisfaction with Gandalf receiving this treasure. It is not just because he pioneered the 9 rings body refining realm. More importantly, he has unreservedly shared the chaos body refining technique, which points directly to the legend and the Ninth Circle insights with the world. Such a selfless spirit in this era is precious and rare. Is this still a selfish wizard? This is simply a living bodhisattva, a true saint. Gondorf arrived at the Supreme Council to receive his award. He felt nervous as each legendary wizard focused their gaze on him. They all showed expressions of satisfaction. On the round table sat a golden scale armor. It shimmered with a holy luster. Its intricate runes and array mesmerized anyone who looked upon it. Edmund, the foremost refiner of Nora at the present, spoke. The Abyss Sky King armor is not in the Supreme Treasure rankings because it is a piece we recently refined. The forging materials include part of the star-spinning turtle belly shell material, 9 source scales from the light holy ancient dragon, 9 source scales from the rainbow dragon, and a piece of source skin from the star-devouring worm. They also used source scales from the earth demon lord, the crystal core from the 18-armed snake demon, the overturning mountain's heart, and more than 10 types of 10-level materials, such as heavenly light divine gold. Overall, the materials constituting this armor, except for the scales of the light holy ancient dragon, are all sourced from our enemies. Although this armor is still in its initial form, its quality is enough to be ranked in the top 20 of the Panplane. This treasure, once you refine it and combine it with your strength, should normally prevent any threat to your life. I hope you utilize it well and reach the 10th circle as soon as possible. Gondorf picked up the heavy armor that resembled a star. Edmund smiled and said, indeed, the fact that you can lift it with the power of the body means entrusting this supreme treasure to you is the right choice. Gondorf thanked the Grand Council chairman and the others repeatedly, unable to contain his joy. After putting it on, he soon refined it. Streams of golden liquid enveloped him entirely, eventually forming a shimmering scale armor, akin to a mythical golden armor god. And in his mind, there was also a golden armor essence soul, similarly clad in the supreme treasure. Gondorf soon understood several major functions of the Abyss Sky King armor. First, it offers super strong defense. Similar to the blood battle armor, the materials used to forge this treasure are all 10 level, notably featuring the belly shell of the star-spinning turtle, famous for its ultimate defense. Reportedly, the back shell of this turtle was taken for refining a powerful supreme treasure related to civilization, and the belly shell was used for Gondorf. Although the belly shell is not as hard as the back shell, it can withstand most legendary spells without fragmentation, barring prolonged bombardment. Wearing this treasure, even a strike from R2, a weak god, would be dangerous but should not be fatal. Given the chaos body, refining technique also provides immortality. Second, it provides speed enhancement. Derived from the power of the light holy ancient dragon and rainbow dragon, the wearer of the Abyss Sky King armor can temporarily increase speed by 200% and use light jump, teleporting 300,000 miles once a day. Although it is not on par with Levi, it is more than sufficient for escape. Third, it grants power amplification. Fueled by the power of the crystal core from the 18-armed snake demon, Gondorf can activate the 18-armed Shura state, boosting strength by 300% for a short period. Fourth, it has super strong magical resistance. Featuring the scale armor from the Earth Demon Lord, this armor provides superior magical resistance and immunity, which is advantageous against magical professions. Fifth, it possesses star healing. This releases once daily, enhancing the recovery speed of Gondorf's physical strength and spiritual force threefold, allowing any injuries to heal quickly. Sixth, it includes Dark Buster. Due to the effects of the light holy ancient dragon and heavenly light divine gold, Gondorf's attack will be accompanied by powerful holy light effects. This greatly damages demons and dark creatures and is effective against nightmare creatures as well. Seventh, it can cast Holy Light Fist. The armor can automatically absorb light energy or quickly recharge by consuming 1 trillion ether stones, allowing the Holy Light Fist, equivalent to a 10th circle legendary spell, to be used 3 times daily. While natural charging would take about a year, this fist is dubbed the pay-to-win fist. Gondorf knows it should not be used lightly, as there is no end to the expenditure otherwise. Other minor functions are unworthy of further mention. Overall, this is an incredibly powerful supreme treasure. It was undoubtedly made with the endless efforts of Edmund and other predecessors, along with many resources from the council. For this, Gondorf has nothing but gratitude. Edmund earnestly said, "Proceed. From now on, you are the leader of the Nora Body Refining School. I hope you can nurture more body refining great wizards and primordial soul wizards." Gondorf replied, "Gondorf will certainly endeavor." He strode out of the Supreme Council, armed with this treasure. Having just ascended to the 9th circle, he has the qualifications to confront the 9 rings perfect. This is the supreme treasure. Thus, among the Gondor 3 heroes, only Lord Victor has yet to advance to the 9th circle. If he had not increased his spiritual force limit by 1,000 points, he would have succeeded by now. But these are not bad circumstances and time is not a concern. 5 years have passed. It is now the Nora calendar year 1817, Blood Battle year 1705. In the place of retreat, Jin lay on Levi's head, awakening him from meditation. It has been extremely vigilant about finding treasures in the ancient tower, counting the days every day. Levi said, "Thank you for the reminder." He opened his eyes and exhaled turbid air. It was another nearly 20 years of retreat. His spiritual force reached 68,500 points, approaching perfection. He opened the proficiency panel. A series of sealing spells from 1st circle to 5th circle, under joint research by him and Gargamel, had been formed and put to use. The previous practice of level 9 battle skills had been cultivated to the soldier realm. He integrated into the extreme species, showing +3, yet remains unable to break the shackles. Levi took out a copy of the Starry Skysword Scripture. It was a supreme battle technique given for free by the Star Skysword Saint, who seeks the path of level 10 battle techniques like Levi. Once the Ancient Tower expedition is over, I will continue to cultivate. Chapter 2934. Starry Skysword Scripture. Sword leading celestial light. Melt stars into essence, sun and moon shining together. To master this sword skill, one must comprehend and control the extremely difficult power of stars, divided into 3 major levels: Star River Sword Washing, Star Array, and 1000 Star Sword Sound. When perfected, a single strike can draw upon the power of 1000 stars, obliterating everything. What a masterpiece the Starry Skysword Scripture is, far superior to the spear techniques of the Holy War Army Master. This should be the only battle skill Levi has received from others, in terms of its conception and complexity, that can compare with his own extreme Dao strategy. The Star Skysword Saint is indeed a level 10 late-stage strongman. His deep dedication to sword skills surpasses even Levi's. However, even so, he cannot break the shackles. Clearly, the gap between level 9 and level 10 battle skills is enormous. But Levi now firmly believes that the shackles of battle skills can be broken, because, even among the level 9 battle skills, he can clearly feel the differences. If level 9 were truly the ultimate limit, there shouldn't be any differences between level 9 entities. Since it can be improved, such endless elevation will eventually break through. After comprehending the Starry Skysword Scripture, Levi sat in the silence, muttering to himself. This battle skill is indeed much more difficult, probably taking 100 years to reach perfection. Speaking of which, if the Star Skysword Saint knew I could master his life's work in a century, I wonder how he would feel. Having a panel just allows you to do whatever you want. The Twilight Round Table manifested before him. Elena stepped into his view. Have you finished your seclusion? She asked. Levi nodded, rising from his chair. I have come to a temporary stop. This is the Thousand-Eyed Sword Scripture, given to me by the Thousand-Eyed Swordsman to pass to you. He wants to exchange battle skills with you. Is that possible? Elena asked. No problem. Pass the extreme Dao strategy to Sir Thousand-Eyed, Levi replied. All right, how long until you return? Elena continued. It will take at least 50 years. All right then. During this time, the ancient dragon continent has changed so much, you probably won't even recognize it when you come back. Triss has reached the 9th circle, and has been taken as a disciple by the medicine god. Triss has the hope of becoming legendary, Levi remarked. After exchanging some external information with Elena, the vitality and beauty of Nora reached Levi, even though he was in a foreign land. Among his 3 avatars, 2 have also reached the 9th circle, and Lord Victor is not far off. Gondef has even received a supreme treasure from the Congress, boosting his combat strength substantially. Actually, having Gondef freely published the Chaos Body refining technique was not done for any return, as he currently lacks nothing. The Congress's reward of supreme treasures is likely intended to provide Gondef with a life-saving trump card, preventing him from being assassinated by a level 10 strongman. After all, he is a pioneer on the path of body refinement. The strength of one can rival that of a million masters. As for Levi himself, with the blood battle armor, the Congress is naturally not concerned about his safety. Levi opened the Thousand-Eyed Sword Scripture, and found it no less impressive than the Starry Skysword Scripture. The Thousand-Eyed Swordsman is truly a formidable giant. Where the eye can reach, the sword can reach. Where the heart can reach, the sword can reach too. With a single thought, one can perceive the world, and even the minutest details can be cut. If the Starry Skysword Scripture is a sword skill that cultivates the power of stars, then the Thousand-Eyed Sword Scripture emphasizes cultivating the ethereal path of spirit and perception. These are 2 entirely different paths, each with its own merits, giving Levi much inspiration. To some extent, spells and battle skills are similar. The former studies the laws of heaven and earth through runes and knowledge, while the latter masters them through techniques. This Thousand-Eyed Sword Scripture cultivates the path of spirit, and the sword chi attacks it employs can directly affect the enemy's spirit. How is this not an alternative form of spell? An epiphany struck Levi. Play 1,000 tunes to understand sound. Observe 1,000 swords to know weapons. As long as I keep learning and growing stronger, these shackles will surely be broken. If I cannot break them, I would start questioning whether there is some kind of slate left in the astral world. The evolution stone plate and wisdom tablet stand as the head of the 4 great giants. The astral world imposed too many fetters on all beings to ensure its status. After gaining entry to both battle skills, Levi then headed towards the dark ancient tower. Purple Crystal World. A gigantic sealing god ceremony array enveloped the heavens and the earth, with the shadow of the amethyst saint holding a purple rod. Its expression remained as calm as a still well. Before it, countless members of the amethyst race underwent divine transformation. In the sky, a benevolent and robust figure used the sun as a furnace and stars as hammers. With tens of thousands of steel tentacles operating simultaneously, the sound of metal clashing resounded ceaselessly, creating a scene of extreme grandeur. The amethyst saint nodded repeatedly, muttering to himself. Truly Master Baolong, such mastery in forging, unmatched within the universe. Moreover, its strength is unfathomable. Master Baolong's ranking on the Panplane combat power list was not high, but that list has not been updated for countless years, and no one knows what its current strength is. It never makes enemies with anyone nor showcases its strength through fighting. People's focus is always on its unparalleled forging skills. Probably not much weaker than me, the Amethyst Saint assessed the situation. Suddenly, thousands of purple lights shot skyward. After hundreds of years, Master Baolong finally completed its commissioned task. All right, old thing, farewell. May you rise in the astral world, Master Baolong said in a joking tone. The Amethyst Saint looked at the purple shadows, each holding a rare treasure, and snorted coldly without saying anything. It muttered softly, Baolong, I hope your forging skills do not let me down. I have paid a price of a 10-level divine item. Chapter 2935. Master Baolong laughed, leaning back with a confident grin. If anything goes wrong, a 1,000-year warranty. Baolong's products are always top quality. The Amethyst Saint ignored him. He turned his gaze upward and shouted, Sovereign of 10,000 golds above, please aid us in our divine enthronement. Master Baolong consciously kept his distance. He observed in silence with a face neither sad nor happy. A multicolored door of light appeared high in the sky. A majestic figure stepped through, clad in black iron armor, wielding an ancient bronze sword, with silver boots and a golden crown. The imposing presence was so overwhelming that even the Amethyst Saint, standing at the level 10 peak, had to regard it seriously. He compared the entity internally to those deep within the abyss beyond the 660th layer. Given the Amethyst Saint's strength and pride, he would never pledge allegiance to ordinary powerful gods. Yet, the one before them, though not level 11, ranked among the top 5 in the astral world in power. The figure was the king of black iron, master of bronze, silver monarch, golden emperor, sovereign of 10,000 golds, god of metal, Ulysses Miles. He wielded 90% of the metal divine authority, along with a vast array of related variant divine authorities. In the astral world, his power rivaled that of the Lord of Chaos. The sovereign of 10,000 gold's divine gaze fell, imposing pressure on all living things. Amethyst Saint, would you be willing to serve me? The Amethyst Saint took a deep breath. I am willing to follow my lord. The sovereign of 10,000 gold's lips curled into a smile. He could not hide his delight. Throughout history, numerous powerful gods in the astral world had sought to recruit the Amethyst Saint. All had failed because they were too weak. The internal struggle within the astral world was equally fierce. With this success in securing the Amethyst Saint, the influence of the sovereign within the astral world could surpass that of the Lord of Chaos. The Amethyst Saint looked at the familiar world, at the boundless deep space. His heart churned with a mix of unwillingness, anger, and melancholy, finally turning into a sigh. He had ended up where he was today because of Sauron, because of Nora, because of the wizard, and that damned Dusk Palace Master. After divine enthronement, he had completely closed off any possibility of further advancement. He swore to himself that after he solidified his power in the astral world, he would lead the divine generals and angels to level Nora, to soothe his heart's hatred. Nora Calendar 1817. The Amethyst Saint was bestowed with the Obsidian Divine Authority by the Sovereign of 10,000 golds. He ascended to the heavens and established the Purple Crystal Divine Kingdom in the astral world, igniting the divine fire. His divine name became the Lord of Black Brilliance. Thereafter, a total of 8 million Amethyst people ascended to the heavens, residing in the Purple Crystal Divine Kingdom, becoming followers of the Lord of Black Brilliance. Among them were 7 angels, all former members of the Purple Crystal 7 Kings. Each possessed 9-level treasures of unimaginable power, far surpassing ordinary angels. From antiquity, the Amethyst Saint was the first to have late-stage level 10 power, yet chose to enthrone into godhood. He willingly resided under a powerful god. After divine enthronement, his power declined slightly, just enough to rank among the powerful gods. However, with the supreme treasure he forged, the Heavenly Pillar, he still exuded majestic grace. Master Baolong spoke. The Heavenly Pillar is crafted with painstaking effort. Its power is no less than the Void Blade, forged by his ancestors for the Void Emperor. It definitely ranks within the top 10 of the Panplane. Besides, the Lord of Black Brilliance also controlled the top 10 supreme treasures of the Panplane, the Dark Temple, and the Covenant Sword, offering them to the Sovereign of 10,000 golds. At this point, the influence of the Sovereign of 10,000 golds reached an unprecedented height. He became the foremost in the astral world. Upon hearing the Amethyst Saint's divine enthronement, the multidimensional plane was shaken. In the Supreme Council of Nora, Heavenly Will slightly shook his head. Who would have thought that such a grand tribe would actually pledge itself to the gods? I overestimated the Amethyst Saint's ambition. Edmund made no comment on this. The civil war was cruel. When the Amethyst Saint chose to establish the Council of 10,000 clans and stood against Nora, this outcome was destined. The Frost Witch folded her arms. Does it think that becoming a god will keep it carefree? Next, it is either we perish or it and those insects perish. One day, we will settle this for good. Triss, in the ancient dragon continent, had solidified her 9th circle realm. Recently, she had refined the poison dragon's tooth, increasing her spiritual force by 1,000 points. Additionally, she had mastered a unique exotic species water called poison dragon saliva, containing level 9 poison, perfect for combat and alchemical purposes. The poison dragon's tooth was not originally of the 5 poison series, thus it did not produce a power projection, but instead nurtured a new kind of special spiritual creature. A menacing shadow of a slender black dragon followed Triss, finned on the sides, resembling a snake without claws, with a scorpion-like stinger on its tail. Its name was the Swamp Poison Dragon. It was extremely powerful with the ability to command poisonous creatures and spew poison dragon saliva breath to corrode enemies. The road from ordinary to legendary within the ninth circle is so long. The spiritual force spans 20,000 points, not to mention creating one's own spell or researching others. For 1,000 years can barely be considered enough. But if any incident delays me, I might miss the chance to become legendary. I must continue to enhance the upper limit of my talents. Chapter 2936. When I refine the Black Prison chain into a spiritual treasure, it is time to embark on a journey, firstly to seek my own opportunity, and secondly to temper my resolve. Triss spoke to herself as she worked. Although she is a pharmacist, she cannot avoid fighting forever. The universe is vast, with infinite opportunities. A month later, at the Dark Ancient Tower, Levi quickly swept through Cane Land and Rune Land. He took along a batch of promising prospects, including 3 children of the elements and 1 top-level genius. The top-level genius was a wizard, possessing the talents of a Thunder Element child and a Thunder Heart, a deluxe version of Sorit, practicing the Thunder Dragon meditation method. Learning of his origins, Levi showed a rueful smile. This person's ancestors were likely from the Thunder Dragon family wizards who entered the ancient tower 12,000 years ago. That wizard left a bloodline in Cane, and also left behind the wizard heritage. Unintentionally, there were descendants continuing after 10,000 years. Not bad, found a good apprentice for Sorit, Levi mused. Such a top-level genius, given the current conditions on the ancient dragon continent, as long as he does not falter, becoming an 8th circle wizard is a certainty, and the 9th circle is also within reach. Unbeknownst to me, it has been 2,100 years since I first entered the ancient tower. Levi pondered as he arrived at the 9th layer. Jin, Aquan, come out and get to work. Time flowed and years flew by. In a blink of an eye, half a year passed. This 9th layer seemed to have endless treasures. Even after Levi's numerous raids, he still reaped bountifully this time. A total of 278 oddities, including 1 sun refining artifact, which is a component of the Wind God series. Most were found by Jin. In terms of rare treasures, there were more than 30 items. Other rare plants numbered in the hundreds, all of which he temporarily transplanted to the Eternal Star Abyss, to be moved to the ancient Banyan Fairyland later. Various rare minerals, just at level 9, there were 7 kinds, all collected by Levi, to bring back to Nora for holy infant refining. It would surely thrill the young lad. As for the 7 treasures, it was already at peak level 9, and to progress further into a supreme treasure, it needed to be fed a divine item. Also, as a 7 elements rare treasure, it required 7 divine items, which Levi could not provide at this stage, so it would have to wait for the legendary. Several days later, distant mountain ranges appeared, with a majestic temple faintly visible. Excitement lit up Levi's eyes. Finally found it. Opening the dust-sealed door, Levi focused his gaze, seeing 2 lifelike statues towering on either side, flanking the central statue like guardians. The left was a pure white giant dragon, its dragon head sharply defined, imposing and sacred. On the right was a deep blue giant beast, part dragon, part horse, part dog, part human, an amalgam. In the center was a colossal dragon intertwining earth, fire, wind, water, light, darkness, and lightning. It was so vast that even stars seemed insignificant in comparison. The king of 10,000 dragons, lord of the stars, Star Dragon King. Familiar with ancient secrets, Levi murmured. The 3 statues were lifeless, with the mouths of the side beasts holding 2 treasures gleaming with purple radiance, and in the center, a golden shimmering object. 2 purple epics, 1 golden legend, quite thrilling. After confirming no enemies remained in the hall, Levi first approached the left side. He extracted a bead radiating iridescent luster, infused with a rich giant dragon aura. It was a level 9 dragon pearl of purple epic quality. Its effect was 10,000 dragons' birth. If one dripped dragon blood onto this dragon pearl, to bind it to the dragon clan, the dragon pearl would automatically collect giant dragon aura, merging within the bead. Over time, it could nurture 10,000 dragon liquid, which promotes dragon growth and enhances reproductive abilities. The richer the accumulated dragon energy, the more effective the 10,000 dragon liquid was. I see, a treasure designed for the dragon clan. With thoughtful insight, Levi put it away. The bead held by the Lord of the Stars on the right was also an azure blue bead, a level 9 star pearl of purple epic quality. Its effect was star liquid. Drip dragon blood onto this dragon pearl, to bind it to the dragon clan and establish a connection. The star pearl could channel the power of stars around the universe to condense star sacred liquid, refining the dragon's body, strengthening physique, healing dark ailments, and enhancing intelligence. The more dragons bound, the stronger the effect of the star liquid became. Again designed for the dragon clan, one promotes growth and reproduction, the other strengthens the body and intelligence. For the 60,000 dragons of the ancient Banyan Fairyland, its function is stronger than a supreme treasure. Moreover, Levi felt that he could also use it. But his realm was too high, so the effect was negligible. Overall, these 2 dragon pearls benefited the dragon clan populace more than the top-tier civilization treasure. Filled with excitement, he approached the statue of the Star Dragon King. In the mouth of the giant dragon was a model of a palace carved entirely from crystal, reflecting a colorful glow, dreamlike and mysterious, with a plaque above it. The inscription read Crystal Palace. It was a level 10 golden epic piece of equipment with the effect of Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace served as the residence of the Dragon Clan. Living here and receiving the Sealing Dragon list could permanently enhance the 6 attributes of the Dragon Clan. The more dragons living here, the higher the enhancement, with an enhancement limit of 100%. Dragon Palace could withstand most non-level 11 attacks. Dragon Palace could gather the power of many dragons, condensing 2 Dragon King spirits to protect the Dragon Palace, namely Star Dragon Spirit and Blood Dark Dragon Spirit. The greater the number and quality of dragons, the stronger the Dragon King spirits, up to the level 10 peak. Chapter 2937. Special Effect 4. The Dragon Palace possesses complementary rare treasures, such as the Dragon Locking Well, Dragon Binding Rope, and Dragon Beheading Platform, which can manage dragons and enforce strict discipline. Special Effect 5. The Dragon Palace can travel across the astral world and the underworld, enter Nightmare and the Abyss, and delve into the shadow and void. There is nowhere in the universe it cannot reach. Special Effect 6. The Dragon Palace can perform long-distance teleporting, reaching as far as 10 million miles, consuming reserve energy, or alternatively, Ether Stone. Special Effect 7. The Dragon Palace is capable of growth, automatically, and continuously absorbing the power of 10,000 dragons to enhance its own quality, with the potential to grow into a cosmic-level treasure. The Crystal Palace has numerous functions, as many as a dozen. Levi marveled at its power. For now, it seemed to be yet another top-level treasure within the Pan Plane. Its value to Levi was no less than the Blood Battle Armor, because it is a civilization treasure exclusive to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan here includes all those with the Dragon Clan's bloodline, Dragon Descendants, Dragon Knights, and even Dragon Abominations. The first function alone is incredibly extraordinary. Anyone listed on the Sealing Dragon list can permanently gain attribute bonuses, with an upper limit of 100%. Although the 6-dimensional attribute bonuses are somewhat diluted, and the combat power enhancement does not match the cultivation increase brought by spiritual force, it is still very strong. This is an enhancement for everyone. Moreover, it is a 6-attribute enhancement. With such an aura, every member of the Dragon Clan becomes a low-spec version of a 6-dimensional warrior, easily able to take on 3 opponents alone. And the 2 Dragon King spirits essentially work on principles similar to Levi's Wizard Tower, capable of gathering the power of 10,000 dragons to form protective spirits. Thus, the Dragon Palace can also be called a Wizard Tower. In fact, many Wizard Towers are not tower-shaped. Many legendary wizard tools within the Congress have the functions of a wizard tower. With this supreme treasure, my Dragon Palace is truly established. It is not just a collection of pets and a bloodline essence warehouse, but a force of real soldiers. Levi spoke to the room. Just the 2 Dragon King spirits alone could give enemies a hard time. Among the treasures ranked on the Pan Plane list, similar civilization treasures like the Crystal Palace are only matched by the 19th ranked Dao-He-Loa realm. It is a civilization treasure created by the 17th ranked master of Dao-He-Loa on the Pan Plane, but its quality is likely inferior to this Crystal Palace. Before long, Levi refined it. In an instant, he appeared inside the Crystal Palace. The sky was high and expansive, with mountains and rivers, all things available. At the center of the world stood 6 towering 7-colored pillars, each engraved with 6 majestic giant dragons entwining, proud and imposing. First pillar dragon, Crimson Emperor Dragon. Second pillar dragon, Golden Emperor Dragon. 6th pillar dragon, Nightmare Emperor Dragon. Current Crystal Palace's 6 attribute enhancement, 60%. Just by myself, I have directly achieved a 60% attribute enhancement. Levi stared at the pillars, awed by the power of the 6 Emperor Dragons. The ranking order of these pillars seems based on different dragon species power hierarchies. I am ranked first because my Crimson Emperor Dragon realm is the highest. Let us see how other dragon species perform. Levi called forth the ancient white dragon. It was free from the realm suppression of the Dark Ancient Tower. It had recently ascended to the 9th level realm, and was in high spirits. Give me a drop of your dragon blood. Yes, master. Subsequently, Levi bound the white dragon to the Crystal Palace. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of the earth, 1,000 jong tall white pillars shot up like burgeoning bamboo after rain, piercing the skies, surrounded by falling snowflakes. The pillar was carved with the white dragon pattern, also displaying inscriptions. 7th pillar dragon, ancient white dragon. Current all attributes enhancement, 61%. A complete body 9th level legendary dragon clan, and it only enhances by 1%. This means I alone equal 60 legendary dragon clans. Looks like achieving the 100% upper limit depends on numbers, on collecting more dragon clans. Levi sensed that, upon binding, the ancient white dragon and the Dragon Palace had become one. Its power, converted by the supreme treasure, was available for him, the master of the Dragon Palace, to command. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 Zhang Long Star Dragon Spirit, with an aura of 8th level peak appeared, just like the statue. However, this dragon spirit had only frost power, because he only utilized the power of the ancient white dragon without using his own. So this is how, through the Dragon Palace, the power of the Star Dragon King, once a legend of its time, can be resurrected. Unfortunately, the energy conversion process inevitably involves some loss, so the 9th level white snake can only convert into an 8th level dragon spirit. Thus, numbers are needed to compensate. Although the ancient Banyan Fairyland is not nearby, Levi has the bloodline library of all dragon clans, and he bound them all to the Crystal Palace. On the land, over 60,000 pillars of varying lengths and colors rose like a steel forest. The sight was quite magnificent. 8 pillars that reached 1,000 jong high came from 2 Sword King dragons, as well as a Frost Sky Dragon, Ancient Mountain Dragon, Flame King Dragon, Molten Golden Dragon, Tyrant Dragon, and Ancient White Dragon. They all were 9th level, and Levi had their blood. By binding them to the Crystal Palace, their power could be summoned no matter the vast distances. Levi conjectured this was thanks to the connection through the bloodline. The ancient bloodline theory of Heavenly will indeed held merit. Subsequently, 2 Dragon King spirits appeared in front of him. On the left, the Star Dragon King's power reached the terrifying, early stage of the 10th level realm. Meanwhile, the Blood Dark Dragon King on the right was only at the peak of 9th level. Their power disparity was separated by a sky chasm. Chapter 2938. I have too few 9th level negative energy dragons here, so other than the Tyrant Dragon, the Blood Dark Dragon King cannot grow. The fact that it has reached the 9th level peak realm is primarily thanks to my own Black Emperor Dragon power. Levi spoke into the stillness of his study. The bloodline composition of the Black Emperor Dragon and the Blood Dark Dragon is almost identical. No matter what, I now possess true 10th level methods. Next, I am going to kill that Holy War Army Master, and I will most certainly succeed. Like the Blood Battle Spirit, the Dragon King Spirit is also undying. Unless you kill all the dragons bound to it, it can regenerate indefinitely. This is the most powerful attack method of the Crystal Palace. Theoretically, as long as there are enough dragons, I can now control 2 Dragon King spirits at the 10th level peak. Levi paced the room, calculating the costs, but I estimate it would require gathering all the dragons from the multidimensional plane. When there is time, I still have to visit the belief land of the brilliant prison dragon god. The Star Pearl, the Dragon Pearl, and the Crystal Palace. This is the Dragon Clan trilogy crafted by Sauron. One can also add the Golden Finger as a toy. The Dragon Clan is also the main force resisting the giant, and Sauron's move is also to unite the Dragon Clan. Perhaps those 2 in the astral world are also involved. Before long, Levi discovered Sauron's secret. After visiting the Frost Goddess, I met the King of 10,000 Dragons Og, and the Lord of the Stars Rig. As expected, these 2 brothers are physically in one camp but mentally in another. Essentially, they are 2 in 1, products of the Star Dragon King split. Its origins are extremely ancient. It was the leader of all star gods during the ancient period. It was the 2nd star god born of the star cluster brain, named the Star Dragon or Qianlong, marking the first appearance of the dragon concept in the multidimensional plane. Therefore, it is the true dragon god. The star gods once created a splendid civilization, but it did not last long. Soon, the star cluster brain ceased to function because it had been devoured. All along, a primordial parasitic insect had been lurking within, and after the astral world reached its peak of prosperity, it successfully stole its developmental achievements. This parasite is the Star Ancestor. It is the most cunning and deceitful existence in the multidimensional plane. Following this, ancient star gods fell en masse, being divided and devoured. On their corpses, these fake gods were born, proclaiming themselves true gods. The Star Dragon King fell to the mundane, along with its brother, the 3rd star god born of the star cluster brain, named the Blood Dark Dragon King. Unlike the Star Dragon King, part of the Blood Dark Dragon King's ability comes from the fallen Mother Crimson of the primordial era, which is the power of bloodlines. Mother Crimson's skeleton nurtured the Blood Dark Dragon King. Mother Crimson's blood, however, was devoured by the River of Death, subsequently giving birth to the infamous Blood River Will, even shunned by the underworld. After the world-shaking star god calamity, the surviving star gods could only settle in the mortal world, quietly growing and expanding in the form of bloodlines. The Star Ancestor, on the other hand, became the cosmic strongest in multidimensional plane history, at the fastest speed if you exclude the Mother of Darkness, who incarnated into the universe. Using the flesh of star gods, it rapidly reproduced and raised a large number of followers, the first generation of all gods, and condensed 2 body separation incarnations. The father of all gods and the mother of all gods. The 2 body separation incarnations were responsible for fighting other giant worlds and managing the astral world and multidimensional planes order during its slumber. They eliminated any star god remnants attempting a comeback, with the first launch being the Origin Divine Tree. It was once the primordial tree, the first star god predating the Star Dragon, the firstborn of the astral world. Before the Star Ancestor took over the astral world, it was the order manager of the astral world, the creator, and the god of creation, possessing the strongest power. Future Star Dragon and Blood Dark Dragon King were born under the primordial tree, later winding around it. At that time, the astral world was incredibly prosperous, home to 3 level 11 powerhouses. Yet, in the multidimensional plane, there is always something to counter another. No matter how strong the star gods were, the cunning Star Ancestor had already been hiding within the star cluster brain like a mind flayer's youngling brain worm from the primordial era. At that time, the nightmare world surged ahead, reaching its zenith. The underworld and abyss were embroiled in endless war, oblivious to the astral world's chaos instigated by the nightmare invasion. After accumulating power for billions of years, the Star Ancestor successfully devoured the supreme will of the star cluster brain. It soared instantly, possessing the power of 2 supreme wills, and devoured hundreds of star gods' power, causing the stars to fall and all things to wither. It must be said that compared to the abyss's insects, which are constantly invading and battling, proclaiming their danger to others, the star ancestor is the true great villain. Most of the time, it appears very gentle, without danger or aggression. Once you let your guard down, it will reveal its claws, tear you apart, devour you, more hideous and terrifying than the abyss, and then disguise itself again, harmless to man and beast. During the long primordial era, where heroes contended and schools of thought vied, each hero appeared after the other's exit, only it remained silent, with an extremely low presence. But who could have imagined that one day, this parasite would become the true victor, watching his former opponents fade away. Later on, those who come should be most cautious when opposing the star ancestor. The origin divine tree, the firstborn, had no predecessor experience, and harbored the purest desire to return home, chopping up to the heavens. It was very powerful, defeating one of the incarnations and severely wounding the other. Chapter 2939. But it was to no avail. The star ancestor personally destroyed the origin body, burned the origin root, and cut off the road to the revival of the origin divine tree. Only some origin leaves scattered into the dust, later growing into various world trees, untouched by wildfire, and reviving with the spring breeze. The power of the origin divine tree persisted, but ascending to supreme once again was as hard as climbing to the heavens. I collected some divine tree remnants in the dark ancient tower, intending to preserve the divine tree's fire seeds, hoping that someday, along with other heroes, I would challenge the heavens again. The rest scattered across the multidimensional plane, mostly found by the golden ancient tree. I did not trouble the golden ancient tree, as it is deeply entangled with the astral world, already has no heart to resist, perhaps has been recruited. Cooperation is impossible, killing it even more so. It would only arouse suspicion from the astral world, thereby affecting my future plans. Better to leverage its power to continue collecting divine tree remnants, and gather those like sea relic truth oddities, than emulate the star ancestor, to harvest the fruits of victory. Let the bullet fly a bit longer. Oh wait, fly for 300,000 years. The failure of the origin divine tree sounded an alarm for all star god remnants ever challenging the heavens. The astral realm's strength is no longer something one or two ordinary supreme beings can shake. Not to mention the menacing abyss, nightmare, and the likes. Just as Night City doesn't have living legends, multidimensional planes cannot have living supreme beings either. In this dark forest, once you step into the supreme realm, inevitably you appear on the star ancestor's radar. Rather than passively waiting to be killed by the star ancestor, better to plan proactively, concluding your life in an ostensibly fearless manner. A dead supreme is a good supreme in the star ancestor's view. Also, the death must not be too fake. Suicide became a field of study, so the Star Dragon King and the Blood Dark Dragon King chose to play out a drama of brothers turning against each other, a grand show that lasted for tens of thousands of years. The battle reduced mythical dragon clan to near extinction. Even traces of legends are hard to find, and the death toll of ordinary dragon clan is beyond count, fought to the universe's desolation. Even the Great Path was extinguished. Only this way, multidimensional plane, and the Star Realm gods will believe the Star Dragon King truly wants divine enthronement. Damn it, I even killed my own brother. You tell me, isn't it real? The Oscar-winning actor of my past life is nothing in front of these two brothers. These two giant dragons imparted supreme-level skills, the art of performance. Then, the Blood Dark Dragon King turned to ashes, its bloodline dissipating like dense chi into heaven and earth. There is no more Blood Dark Dragon King in this world, only its will is everlasting. In this regard, its thinking, like the ancestor of frost giants, is somewhat similar. Their view of life is different from mine as a mortal rookie born weak. They regard their will more importantly than anything. The flesh may perish, the soul may be erased, but this will indeed, in the ensuing billion-year epoch, will sprout and grow in every corner of the universe, within every dragon clan, only waiting for a moment to awaken and ignite like a prairie fire. I admire the two brothers. The Star Dragon King took control of the astral world, seeking self-preservation, harmonizing with light and dust, cut itself a knife, splitting into two independent level 10 beings, thereby gaining the Star Ancestor's trust. Of course, I suspect that with the cunning of the Star Ancestor, it is not entirely convinced, surely still has reservations against such latecomers. The Star Dragon King wants to leverage the power of Star Realm to achieve eternal life, thus facilitating future schemes and plans, like me, seeking more like-minded people. Perhaps it could be termed fellow. When the Star Dragon King achieved divine enthronement, it hid part of its dragon bones in a certain place in the multidimensional plane. The king of 10,000 dragons heard I excel at forging, then requested I go there, using its body, forge a powerful supreme treasure, as a place for later dragon clan to survive and thrive, to continue the power of its dragon king. To me, this is a trivial matter. By chance, I know a friend skilled in starting fires, the Fire Sovereign. I also know a friend excellent at forging, thus I successfully replicated the residence of Dragon King from my homeland myth in this universe. Crystal Palace. Tisk tisk tisk, if brought to my past life, suspended above the imperial capital, how imposing it would be. How envious it would make the wage slaves who could not afford a house. With this supreme treasure, it should be sufficient to preserve the surviving forces of Dragon Clan. After steady development for a period, may not be impossible to give birth to new supreme-level Dragon Clan. After the double dragons, the ancestor of frost giants also chose heavenly chopping method of suicide to end their lives, simultaneously disappearing from the sight of star ancestor and other giants. In their view, ancestor of frost giants is probably a foolhardy one willing to sacrifice itself, moth to a flame, for reclaiming the homeland. I thought so too initially, but after seeing the snow goddess, I caught a glimpse of another side of this ancestor of giants, seeking life through death, waiting for an opportunity. Generation after generation of relay lets them realize, in the long cycle of ages, new supreme strong ones will eventually emerge. As long as they cling to life, they can draw more supreme into the heavenly chopping camp, thereby increasing success rate. Subsequent Shadow World, Ultimate Creation have all proved this notion. Across the timeline of ages past, the number of supreme experts born in multidimensional plane is not small. They were just too scattered, not at the same time node. So we should lay low, survive as long as possibly can, until power suffices. I come from a distant unknown otherworldly universe, having realized financial freedom early on, became a sailing voyage enthusiast. Encountered a fantastic mirage during a trip to New Zealand Sea, and came to this realm of sword and magic transcendent world. This is not an unfounded dream. This genuinely happened to me. After recognizing reality, I accepted all this calmly. As a transmigrator, I must accomplish something worthy, to not disgrace this sacred profession. I took the name Sauron from the magic ring, relying on the wisdom tablet's help, step by step ascending to the supreme realm of wizard, and leave my mark in this world, to tell later ones. I came, I saw, I conquered. Oh right, my real name is Song Lun. When you read this note, I may already be dead, but it doesn't matter. Death is not the end, oblivion is. Just like the double dragons and Yugmir, in the wind-blown land of Fanarla, Sauron's will too is everlasting. Chapter 2940. The ninth floor of the ancient tower. The Easter egg content reached a complete end. Levi stared at the note in his hands. Song Lun, such an ordinary name, just like my ordinary life in the past. It turns out the inspiration for the name Sauron really did come from the magic ring. I thought that was his name in this life. Well, Sauron is quite flashy. Had I known, I would have chosen a more imposing name. Levi put away the note. He checked the hall once more and left. As expected, there were no more diary Easter eggs from Sauron on the ninth floor. There was no temple built by Sauron. Regarding Sauron's past major events, and the enemies he would face in the future, Levi already had a clear understanding. Whether Sauron is dead or not is no longer important. Everything he left behind is advancing step by step according to his original plan. He spanned ancient and modern times, using the multidimensional plane as a chessboard, creating the golden era he envisioned. Nora embodies his will. Time passed, and a few more months went by. Nora calendar 1818, Blood Battle 1706. Levi returned to the land of darkness. This time the dark ancient tower was again full of harvest. He gathered one supreme treasure, 2 9th-level rare treasures, and 42 other quality rare treasures. He found 346 truth oddities, 2 glorious sun grade, 1 wind god, and 1 earth god. Additionally, he found 5 types of 9th-level ores, 24 types of level 6+ ores, and 4 ether stone mines, with an estimated extraction level in the trillions. Money truly is something one can never finish spending. He collected 17 kinds of level 6+ exotic plants, countless medicinal herbs, and 14 subdragons, along with over 100 mixed blood dragons. As for pure-blooded dragon clan, he did not encounter any. No other legendary creatures appeared. In the end, a crystal clear, shimmering cyan root emerged in Levi's palm. Its rich medicinal fragrance felt intoxicating. He opened the Divine Medicine Atlas compiled and summarized by the medicine god. It recorded over 100 divine medicines capable of reversing fate or even extending lifespan. Divine medicines are extremely rare. Discovered up to now, they consist of just these. What he acquired is glazed 7-leaf Qing. This earth element divine medicine requires no refining. Immediate consumption can heal 99% of injuries for level 10 or below fighters, rejuvenating them. It can also add about 1,000 years to one's lifespan, regarded as a side effect. Got the earth element divine medicine, 3 more to complete the set. Although Levi can obtain divine medicines through Nora, he prefers to collect them himself rather than bother the organization, as he solely occupies a dark ancient tower. Those divine medicines would be better left to others in need within the organization. The fusion in the Black Water world continues. Levi did not interrupt. He opened the round table and contacted Gargamel, continuing to explore the research of sealing spells. A month passed. This is the most difficult magic sequence Levi has researched so far, as it involves knowledge of all facets and numerous spells. Once this sequence is complete, Levi will not study spatial sequences anymore. The next sequence magic is the most challenging chaos magic, requiring considerable time. When his spiritual force reaches perfection, the 10 Rings magic prototype should form, enabling him to advance to the legendary realm without obstruction. 2 years later, Nora calendar 1820. In the dark deep space, 2 beams of cold light chased one after the other. They occasionally echoed with gaga sounds. The light formed into a cold crow and an aurora bird. Ayak had left home 300 years ago. It wandered free with the aurora bird in the uninhabited deep space, long forgetting the cold calling bird. As long as Ayak licks enough, it is not a lick dog, but a scoundrel. Ayak collected countless treasures along the way. They were predominantly frost type, enough to decorate its love nest once returning home, living a good life with the Aurora bird. It does not plan to go home. Only then could they all know that this house could not function without Ayak. Ayak, I am tired, let us rest for a while. The Aurora bird, merely level 8 early stage in strength, struggled to keep up with Ayak's pace, unless for its exceptional speed. Ayak nodded. They were now amid the star tomb ring on the Panplane edge. They saw only desolation, void of treasures. Suddenly, sharp-eyed Ayak spotted a peculiar meteorite in the distance. Unlike others that were black, this one was ice blue. It exuded a chilling frost aura. It approached and shattered the meteorite with an ice arrow. Boom. The meteorite cracked open, debris flying in all directions. Within it was a sealed humanoid ice sculpture. His physique appeared attractive, features handsome, long deceased yet remained intact, with a crack on the forehead. A treasure waited there, Ayak knew. It felt somewhat timid, worried the person would come back to life. Gaga. Ayak sought help from the Aurora bird. The adorable little bird flew over and also noticed the ice sculpture. Do you want me to inspect it for you? Gaw. The little bird did not think much. Aurora descended, drawing the ice sculpture near. Gradually it cracked, revealing the corpse within. Without the ice protection, the corpse instantly turned to dust, dissolving into ice crystal particles vanishing in the void. Only a bead resembling an eyeball remained suspended there. What a strange eyeball. I feel like devouring it, the Aurora bird suddenly said, eyes showing an eerie gleam. Ayak swiftly seized it and devoured it first. At that moment, the Aurora bird abruptly snapped out of it. Ayak, spit it out quickly. This thing isn't edible. It just bewitched me. I suspect this bead is possessed. Chapter 2941. Ayak shook its head. The Aurora bird tried to persuade it, but it remained unmoved. Once something entered its stomach, it was impossible to spit it out. Not even a woman could change its principles. The Aurora bird watched Ayak. Its eyelashes trembled, and a hint of tears gathered in its eyes. I did not expect that to save me, you would risk danger and swallow this mysterious bead, Ayak. You really are a good bird. The Aurora bird did not know that Ayak was not truly a living being in the traditional sense. It was merely a companion spiritual creature with some spirituality. The bead could not entice Ayak. Within Ayak, the bead remained motionless. A voice echoed faintly. Damn, what kind of ghost thing swallowed me? Why is there not a trace of living flesh? Damn it. Where is this? Let me out. Time flew like a fleeting horse. 20 years later, in the Nora calendar year 1840, the ancient dragon continent hummed with activity near the Tower of Dawn. Another new 8th circle wizard was born, Haim. Over 1,000 years, he advanced 8 levels. This speed surpassed the early years of Levi. Even if he were the reincarnation of a legendary wizard, it would be no different. This was the talent of the 3 water talents. Throughout history, such people were exceedingly rare. Counting those who perished prematurely, they probably would not exceed a handful. Yet once they grew, they became a legendary seed. The Nora Council noted the genius potential of Haim all along. On this day, a silhouette stood in the clouds. He observed Haim with a profound gaze. It was the survivor of the vast sea. Time, like a knife, added even more white hair to him. As a member of the older generation of legends born 10,000 years ago, he had less than 3,000 years of lifespan left. Time waited for no one. While preparing for his reincarnation, he also wished to find an heir to nurture and pass on his will. He had long discovered Haim. He observed the young man in secret. In terms of both talent and character, Haim was exceptional. He matched his expectations perfectly. Haim, would you be willing to become my disciple? The survivor of the vast sea asked the question directly. Haim replied calmly. I need to ask my teacher. Go ahead and ask. The survivor of the vast sea waited quietly. Haim went to the Tower of Summer Flowers to find Lady Irina. Not long after, having received a positive answer, he hastily returned. I am sorry to have kept you waiting. I am willing. Good. This is a 9-level treasure named the Sea Pearl. It was refined by me in my youth, and is now of no use to me. If you refine it, it will safeguard your life. All right. An azure blue bead appeared in Haim's palm. It contained an entire world. In just a moment, he witnessed countless scenes of sea and field. This must be the top-tier 9-level treasure. Haim considered this inwardly. The survivor of the vast sea spoke. I have long resided in the core of Nora, where it is rather dull and lonely. If you are able to accept it, you can go there to cultivate. Of course, wizard study forbids being closed-minded. No matter where you are, you have to pay attention to current events and knowledge revolutions to avoid being abandoned by the times. Haim solemnly performed the disciple's salute. I understand. I am willing to go to the Nora core to cultivate. Such a core of the superplane was an absolute key area. Even grand wizards could not casually enter. This was Haim's privilege as a legendary disciple. Cultivation in the plane core had its benefits. Many natural truths and pieces of knowledge existed there. For those with extraordinary talent, they might even comprehend some ingenious methods. Thus, Haim temporarily bid farewell to the ancient dragon continent. Just like Triss, he became the successor to legendary wizards, striving for promotion to legend. The upcoming path of cultivation was bound to be even more splendid. Somewhere in the eastern sea, gilded clouds stretched 3,000 miles. Countless terrifying gold element sword chi traversed within, then converged into a long river and rushed downward. Break. Atop the golden star sword tower, Lord Victor controlled 100 swords. He formed a gigantic sword array with overwhelming momentum, forcefully confronting divine authority. Subsequently, the Great Catastrophe was obliterated by the sword array with an irresistible force. The level 9 catastrophe was easily overcome. Lord Victor felt the surge in spiritual force and the rapid rise in momentum. He finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He should have been the first 9th circle. Of course, it was not too late now either. Congratulations, Lord Victor. You are truly the foremost sword wizard of our age. A figure appeared from the void, clapping. It was Link. He was of 8th circle ordinary cultivation, and a level 8 chi except his strength was comparable to first-rate supernovas among the younger generation. Have you returned from Hell Demon hunting? Yes, the devil from the Hell Blood battlefield is gradually retreating. It seems they plan to recuperate for a while, and do not intend to engage in a full-scale war for now. Then take this opportunity to close yourself off. I will be waiting for you at the 9th circle. Lord Victor gracefully departed, controlling his sword. As of now, the number of 9th circle Grand Wizards has reached 180. Shortly thereafter, Lord Victor joined the Nightmare Command Center and the Blood Battle Command Center. He stood ready at any time to wield his sword and slay demons and spirits. 2 years later, the leader of the Shadow School of Thought of the Tower of Dawn, Shadow Queen Aya, ascended to 8 environments. She was then taken as a disciple by Undying Shadow Vecna. She frequently visited Nora Darkside, listening to the true sound of Undying Shadow within Roger Mountain. The same year, those considered the Thunderfire sword of the ancient dragon continent, the twin witches Yanni and Yelai, entered the Seven Ring realm in less than 1,000 years. It became a celebrated tale in the Eastern Sea. Twins were common, but geniuses are rare. Soon after, chapter 2942, the Twilight Temple birthed the 23rd kind of mythical bloodline. The middle generations Thousand Illusion Knight, Dark Moon Knight, and Steel Dragon Knight successively advanced to the level 8 realm. The entire generation of Old and Middle Knights reached the level 8 realm. 3 years later, in Nora 1845, the Divine Light Knight announced seclusion and voluntarily withdrew from the ranks of the 18 Twilight Cavalry. After intense competition, Snake Knight, Raylo, took the lead and joined the Round Table. Withdrawal does not mean obscurity. For a figure like the Divine Light Knight, when faced with opportunities, he may rise again and achieve renewed glory. After more than 2,000 years, the strongest formation of 18 mythical bloodline knights of the Twilight Temple initially formed. Perhaps only a small part of them can truly reach level 10, but the foundation is already solid. Next is the process of continuous elevation, breaking through their own limits. Outside the 18 Twilight Cavalry, the scene is equally spectacular. Every mythical knight shines as a dazzling star in the sky. If ever the day comes that the Twilight Temple can birth 108 mythical knights, it will be akin to the 108 stars of Heavenly Gang and Earthly Sha. The Ironhoofs take aim, and even giants will shake. 22 years passed. Nora Calendar 1867, Blood Battle 1755. The Blackwater World Fusion nears its end. The once large world cast in darkness is gone. Atop the high heavens, a divine tree nurtures a new world as if from existence. The shadow of the divine tree dissipates. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, a sky-covering giant tree towers 1,000 miles. Its canopy covers a radius of 10,000 miles. It stands central to the world, exuding a momentum far surpassing an ordinary level 9 entity. Its roots embed into the now expanded land of man within the 3 realms. Its crown reaches the heavenly realm. Its branches form mountains where the Dragon Clan resides. Thousands of Groat Clan people live beneath the giant tree. They formed a somewhat primitive civilization, worshipping and pilgrimaging to Mana, viewing her as a deity. In the sky, 3 doors of light stand in the void. Behind them lie the small ice sea secret realm, medium black swamp secret realm, and large black water secret realm. A vast tribulation loomed heavily. The blood vortex Venerable battled within for half a day before it ended. Though embattled, it rejoiced exceedingly. I actually reached level 9. It finds it hard to believe. Logically, with the Vortex Beast bloodline, level 8 peak should be the maximum. Its ancestors never heard of anyone advancing to level 9. But because it became the secondary plane sovereign, the creation feedback power brought by Mana's ascension broke this shackle. It became an unprecedented legendary Turbolarian. This situation surprised Levi. He attributed it to the divine tree power being too strong, serendipity letting its bloodline ascend. Such things are rare and cannot be sought after. A rotund young figure appeared. It bowed deeply towards Mana. Thank you, Lady Mana, for granting me rebirth. Its life is tied to the god of creation, Mana. If Mana commands it to leave at 3, it will not stay until 5. However, considering it is a level 10 strongman, for safety, Levi has not lifted the Black Emperor's enslavement yet. He plans to wait until either himself or Mana reaches level 10. You are welcome. We accomplish each other mutually. Without you, I could not have reached the 9th level realm. Mana felt the surging strength within. As a divine tree, she differs from other level 9 beings. She can freely mobilize the power of the ancient Banyan fairyland. Within the fairyland, even a level 9 mid-stage entity would not be her match. Only a level 9 late-stage entity could contend. Leaving the fairyland, she is just an ordinary level 9, without special abilities. Levi came to the Blackwater world. The Worm Lord's tribe lived within. Many did not know their world had become a secret realm. Swold, henceforth you will be the secret realm master. I will arrange personnel to develop the Blackwater secret realm. You are responsible for cooperating. Okay, master. Retreating for 100 years, the fusion finally completed. Levi felt high spirits. He immediately held a grand banquet across the 3 realms for 3 days of festivity. Back outside, he gazed into the distance. Next is the last stop of this journey. Holy War Monarch, are you ready? Levi muttered to himself. He has a spiritual force of 69,600 points. With a 70% increase, he reaches 118,000 spiritual force. This meets the legendary standard, albeit the quality is much poorer. Relying on the Chaos faction's might, it is enough to compensate. Dealing with a level 10 early stage entity will not be a problem. Not long ago, the Black Emperor Dragon breathing technique had a minor breakthrough. Invisible Sanctuary 7 realms, in power, speed, and defense's 3 main battle dimensions, all are level 9 late stage. To date, he has mastered 34 layers of Holy Domain power. He also possesses the Worm Lord, 2 level 10 battle powers of the Star Dragon Spirit and Blood Battle Spirit, and other numerous means comparable to Quasi level 10, such as the 8 Formation Map, and 7 Disasters Pearl. The Holy War Army Master has average potential, stuck at level 10 early stage for tens of thousands of years. He is also a plain sovereign. Levi feels almost certain to kill him. The only thing to be cautious of is his supreme treasure, the Sunset Moonfall Halberd, ranked 36 in the Panplane. My divine weapon has yet to reach level 10. Until then, I will use this supreme treasure as my main battle weapon. Holy War World. Though the Twilight Palace Master has been gone for nearly 200 years, the remnants of his power still leave the surviving divine generals and generals in constant anxiety. The last 9 Bloodfire 18 generals now guard the world's 8 directions, constantly leading high-intensity patrols, always ready for the Great War against the Twilight Palace Master. Inside the Holy War Sanctuary, the Holy War Army Master, clad in golden armor, ceaselessly practices combat techniques day and night. He sharpens his skills and hopes his strength can further improve. Chapter 2943. But it was just a luxury. After level 10, each step forward was as difficult as ascending to heaven. For a plain sovereign like it, wanting to improve was even harder. Has my lord not resolved that Thorn Snake Queen yet? The Holy Warlord asked. No, my lord, not yet. The subordinate replied. Ah, damn Council of all races. They ruined me. All because of the Amethyst Saint. He previously vowed to fight to the end, yet instantly defected to the sovereign of 10,000 gold, taking away 2 supreme treasures. The Holy Warlord's expression changed. Danger. Who is here? Gripping the treasure spear tightly, the Holy Warlord leaped to the high heavens. The surroundings of the Holy War world were enveloped in red and black mist, so thick that even fingers could not be seen. Bad. Nightmare invasion? A chill ran down its spine. The Nightmare world and the Astral world were mortal enemies. Could these ghostly entities want to take advantage of the chaos too? In a dark corner, Levi had a night barrier bead floating above his head. This perception-hindering mist was released by him using this illusion artifact. Within the mist, trained shadow soldiers infiltrated. 16 level 9 demon kings, and 1 at the mid-stage level 9 surrounded the entire Holy War world. They vaguely resembled the fish demon Shadow of Old Sea Dominator. This is a growing demon emperor, commanding the Shadow Army, making it impossible for even a fly to escape the Holy War world. What ghostly things! The 17th general navigated through the fog. Being a level 9 expert, he was lost, going in circles back to the original place. Whoosh! With an effortless sword stroke, this general perished. The Hell Warhorse neighed. Leon came to harvest the soul. Levi, clad in blood-colored armor, resembled an emotionless slaughtering machine. The 10th one. His figure flickered, heading towards the next location. Die. Ha ha ha. I will chop you to pieces. The 15th general furiously attacked an empty area. It was as if there were a formidable enemy. Such was the power of the illusion artifact combined with Levi's Nightmare Emperor Dragon power. It made ordinary level 9 warriors unable to break through the illusions. With another sword stroke, this general's life also ended. The 11th one. The remaining generals seemed to have strength above the mid-stage of level 9. Just as Levi was frantically hunting, the fog echoed with the Holy Warlord's furious voice. Dusk Palace Master, do not go too far. Yet, the world's center was erupting with level 10 battle. The Worm Lord, level 10 Dragon Spirit, Blood War Spirit, and 7 treasures had surrounded the Holy Warlord, sealing 100,000 miles. It left the Holy Warlord with no way to ascend, nor a path to descend. The Holy Warlord glared at the Worm Lord. Why did you defect to the wizard? You traitor. I withdrew from the Council of all races long ago. How could you call me a traitor? The Worm Lord replied. Don't be too naive. Do you think the Nora Council will spare you? They only keep you alive because you are useful now. They will surely settle accounts with you in autumn, fool. Join under the Bloodfire Dominator. I can request him to elevate you to divine power. Ha, divine power is not that easy. Otherwise you would be enthroned already. The Worm Lord retorted. I forsook divine enthronement for my lord's undertaking willingly. Enough talk. Meet your fate. The 2 sovereigns clashed. Though the Holy Warlord with the supreme treasure had the upper hand, the Star Dragon Spirit was not one to be underestimated. It simultaneously wielded myriad elemental powers, unleashing the power of 10,000 dragons without reserve. Dragon breath made the Holy Warlord's armor barely bearable. Is this the Stellar Dragon King? Is it not exalted to divine enthronement? The Holy Warlord's expression was puzzled. Although the Heavenly Father's relationships were poor, one should not aid the wizard against their own kind. Where was the righteousness? The Blood War Spirit's Blood Sea domain, and sword chi equally made the Holy Warlord indefensible. It had battled this ghostly entity before. Not seen in 100 years, it had grown stronger. As for 7 treasures, every move unleashed the 7 catastrophic forces, making the Holy Warlord feel as if undergoing tribulation. It knew that unless it found a way to escape, it did not need that lurking Dusk Palace Master to personally act. It would be defeated. What unbearable humiliation. Meanwhile, Levi continued to indulge in the thrill of slaughter. The 8th General is a mid-stage level 9 expert from the Blood Angel clan. At this moment, it is fighting in illusions. Red lasers shoot chaotically. Back then, you were the one who sent people to assassinate me. Levi slashed forward with a sword, instantly killing it. 6 left. All incarnations of the Holy War Army Master. Levi casually crushed a group of divine race soldiers before him. He killed one person every 10 steps. With a bloodthirsty aura, he headed to the next location. The 6th Divine General, mid-stage level 9, died with a punch. The 5th Divine General, mid-stage level 9, died with a sword. They did not have a chance to use the level 10 power from the Holy War Army Master. The Master was already struggling personally, unable to care for the incarnations. The 4th Divine General was actually the long-missed giant head Star-Lord, now with late-stage level 9 cultivation. He looked at the killer god before him with terror. Ambushed me at the auction, die for me. Levi blinked to his front, casually delivering a punch. The giant head Star-Lord, known for its strong body, flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Thunder annihilation. It roared. Its body reformed, gathered into a terrifying thunder giant god. Countless lightning pillars fell from the sky. Levi strode leisurely within them. A nice body, just perfect for crafting into an oddity. Levi casually executed long while suppressing the sea, knocking it over. Then Eternal Star Abyss shone brilliantly, absorbing and suppressing it. He descended into the Holy War world for just a quarter of an hour. 9 generals remained with only 3 in existence. They were forced to play cat and mouse with Levi. Time ticked by. The 3rd Divine General, late stage level 9, dead. The 2nd Divine General, late stage level 9, dead. In the blink of an eye, only the 1st Divine General remained. At this moment, it was in the fog, continuously praying and chanting the Bloodfire Dominator's esteemed name. It tried to summon divine powers to eliminate the Dusk Palace Master, the Star Killer. Praying to God when facing death, Levi appeared with a cold laugh. Dusk Palace Master, you blasphemous against the gods, you will die horribly. The 1st Divine General charged at Levi like a moth to the flame. Already at peak level 9, it was a top-level expert under the true god, above tens of thousands. Die. 7 layers of destruction Holy Realm circled Levi's arm. He unleashed a simple serious punch. The fist wind tunnel stretched over 10,000 miles, engulfing the 1st Divine General. When all had calmed, only pieces of shattered armor remained, along with the fallen rare treasures, which Levi casually collected. After this battle, a considerable number of level 9 rare treasures were to be accounted for. He had long coveted the wealth of the divine race. Thus, the Bloodfire 18 generals, representing the highest authority under the Holy War Army Master of the God race, were all exterminated by Levi alone. None left. He perceived the battlefield changes. The Shadow Army was crushing the divine race soldiers with absolute superiority. Victory was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Holy War Army Master fought 1 against 4, continuously retreating, unable to cope. Levi laughed softly, emitting the sound of a villain. He put away the Crimson Dragon Slash, recited invisible secret words, and blasted toward the Holy War Army Master at a speed beyond light. Kaka. His glove-clad hand pierced through the Army Master's golden armor. His hand grabbed the scorching, fluid golden divine blood heart. It is over. Bang. Accompanied by the sound of explosion, Levi crushed the heart. The Holy War Monarch's demeanor instantly weakened. It was covered in blood, burning itself, its divine soul buzzing with tremors. Its face twisted. Let us die together. My lord will witness my loyalty and avenge me. Boom. For dazzling streams of light enveloped the Holy War Army Master, yet failed to stop its self-destruction. The twisted space shockwave swept through, seeking to bury the entire world. Fall. Levi waved his hand. A star-like crystal palace descended from the sky, pinning together the Holy War Army Master and the explosion center, producing dull sounds like firecrackers bursting in an iron pot. The crystal palace trembled, but stood unwavering like Mount Tai. As the waves calmed, Levi stowed the crystal palace, gazing at the tens of thousands mile-wide giant pit. A perfectly fine world, nearly ruined by you. Chapter 2944. The Holy War Army Master, who dominated the multidimensional plane for hundreds of thousands of years, has fallen. As the plane sovereign, and the multidimensional plane agent of the Bloodfire Dominator, it perhaps never imagined that one day it would fall at the hands of a level 9. On the fog-covered battlefield, the slaughter continued. Every second, numerous god races fell, and the smell of blood turned into red clouds, obscuring the sky, and soon the level 10 combat forces quickly exterminated all the god races. The god races were not ordinary believers. They were the sacrificial soldiers of the Bloodfire Dominator. Therefore, Levi would not show mercy. At every moment, shadows were breaching realms and flourishing everywhere. Levi fed all the major experience to the Demon Emperor, whose realm soared to peak level 9 before halting. The experience needed for level 10 was vast. After the battle ended, the shadows swiftly cleaned the battlefield, taking all the spoils and corpses into the Eternal Star Abyss, to be tallied later when it was safe. Levi held a golden 8-armed demon emperor, wearing armor that looked extraordinary, with an eye in his brow, resembling Erlang Shen from mythology. "This is truly impressive," he said, "a weapon of treasure level." On the other side, Leon held a powerful level 10 soul, wrapped thickly in spider silk, his eyes gleaming greedily. "This is another grand feast," Leon said. "Remember to extract the memory disk after you finish," Levi commanded. He put away the night barrier bead, and the fog shrouding the world dissipated, revealing mountains, plains, oceans flowing with rivers of blood, along with countless collapsed temples. Levi used the Crimson Dragon Slash as a pen, with resplendent sword chi as ink. The pen moved like dragons and serpents, creating ravines and chasms on the vast land. From the heights of the heavens, words were visible. Nora Calendar 1867. The Duscall Master slays the Holy War Army Master here. Astral World. In the Sea of Ruins, the battle between the Bloodfire Dominator and the Queen-Stinging Snake had raged on for hundreds of years, and some such equally matched games had persisted for millennia. However, in recent years, the Bloodfire Dominator could clearly feel it was struggling against the Queen-Stinging Snake and growing weaker. Since the ancient times, its strength had been slowly but steadily increasing, standing now among the top 10 in the astral world. For the gods, becoming weaker had merely two reasons: reduction in god authority and decline in divine power. Just then, a baseless void surged in its heart, followed by a tidal wave of divine power dissipating, causing its strength to drop possibly by a tenth. Something has happened in the belief land, it thought. Then, in its mind, a golden flame suddenly extinguished, a wisp of the soul fire of the Holy War Army Master, extinguished with the person's life. "Duscall Master," it snarled. The fall of a level 10 fanatic, whose power of faith equals many ordinary believers' lands, brought a heavy loss with the Holy War Army Master's demise. With this balance broken, the Bloodfire Dominator started showing flaws before the Queen-Stinging Snake. With a snap, its scythe-like claws severed it. Splat! The Bloodfire Dominator spat divine blood. Its face changed dramatically. It quickly regenerated its divine body with divine power, retreating while fighting. "Retreat, we cannot hold this spot anymore," it ordered. The Bloodfire 12 sub-gods showed panic, their invincible main god seemed defeated, surrounding the Dominator to cover the retreat. The Queen-Stinging Snake pressed forward triumphantly, with the inexorable insects breaking through the divine army's barricades, pushing deeper relentlessly. Nora Calendar 1867. On the Star Realm battlefield, the Bloodfire army fled in defeat, diverting the Swarm army east, successively flattening the divine domains of the God of War, God of Slaughter, and other heavenly realms of the gods, relying on other gods' obstruction, before the Bloodfire Legion could stalemate, holding the Bloodfire divine domain. After this battle, the Bloodfire Dominator devoured the God of War, and God of Slaughter's God authority, with its strength not declining, but rising. Returning to its peak state, many weaker and intermediate gods were angry but silent. Inside the divine kingdom, the Bloodfire Dominator's eyes shot out brilliance, peering at the Holy War world, layer upon layer of red and black mist shrouding it. The past was wholly impenetrable, only the whole world in ruin, and the Duscall Master's proof of murder was visible. "To know the enemy and oneself is to win 100 battles without jeopardy," it mused. It must understand what means this person used to kill the Holy War Army Master. Yet that layer of mist associated with the nightmare world concealed everything, even it was unable to probe. The Bloodfire Dominator suppressed its urge to descend personally. Its divine kingdom was now encircled by the insects. If it could not solve the Queen-Stinging Snake, it could not go anywhere. As for dispatching other subordinate gods, that would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. "Enough, let us wait for the Star Ancestor to act," it decided. It stopped worrying unnecessarily. Since ancient times, rebels were numerous as carp crossing the river, yet no matter how monstrous or aberrant, they could not overcome the Star Ancestor's mountain. In this universe, the Star Ancestor is heaven. If the Star Ancestor does not die, neither can it perish. 3 years later, Nora Calendar 1870, Blood Battle 1758. A group of travelers accidentally passed through the Holy War world, discovering that the once dominion of many realms and terror of the Pan Plane, the divine race headquarters, was now mere ruins. "Did the Duscall Master kill the Holy War Army Master?" one asked. "This must be a joke, right?" another replied. This was the Army Master's plane. Now the plane still stands, yet the person is gone. Aside from dying, where else could it flee? This Duscall Master is truly bold, killing the Holy War Army Master and declaring it to the world. Does he not fear the Bloodfire Dominator's divine punishment? With such strength, perhaps he is truly not afraid. "We better leave quickly." The travelers departed swiftly. Under the influence of Nora's gravity, the Holy War world slowly drifted towards that bright spot, soon to be reborn anew. Chapter 2945. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the land of darkness, Levi finished inventorying the spoils from sweeping through the divine race headquarters. He owned the dark ancient tower and had seen many wonders, yet shock rippled through him. A total of 4,399 truth oddities lay before him. 3 originated from the radiant sun. These included the fire god's fury, the Thunder God's head, and the Golden Emperor's palace. The first two items were sequence artifact components, and no further mention was needed. The Golden Emperor's palace belonged to the elemental proof. It was a truly pleasant surprise. In terms of rare treasures, he possessed 1,024 items, including 11 level 9 treasures. Most were standardized rare treasures crafted by the Holy War Army Master for incarnations, specifically the Golden Moon Halberd. 3 noteworthy items stood out. These were the Black Demon armor, the Sun-piercing spear, and the Fierce Dragon boxing gloves. All 3 were top quality among level 9 items. The Fire Dragon Knight could use them. Though the Knight only possessed late level 8 strength, the armor allowed for battles against level 9 opponents. The spear suited Louise, who excelled in spear technique. As a level 9 expert, she did not possess a level 9 treasure, which seemed unreasonable. The Fierce Dragon boxing gloves fit Gonduf, a body-refining great wizard who excelled in boxing techniques. They provided effects that boosted strength and enhanced attacks. The value of the other materials likely exceeded 20 trillion ether stones. Levi felt too lazy to inventory them, so he simply stored them in the organization's treasury. There were also about 110,000 transcendent creatures nurtured by the god race. This included around 3,000 from the dragon clan. They were mainly comprised of a mixed blood dragon species called the blood dragon horse. Divine race soldiers used these as mounts for speed and combat support. Over the years, the Twilight Sanctuary researched dragon horse mixed blood dragons, aiming for everyone to have a mount. This time, the god race provided a silver lining. Of course, the value of all these treasures paled compared to the level 36 supreme treasure Levi held, the Sunset Moonfall Halberd. After refining it, Levi discovered its 3 main functions. First, it amplified the user's strength and speed by about 300%. Second, it contained multiple level 10 special effects, such as the high-level sharpness of gold cutting and the high-level solidness of indestructible. With this treasure, Levi did not need to worry about weapon damage before the Crimson Dragon slashes ascended to level 10. Third, if fighting near a plane, the halberd could draw on the plane's force to suppress the enemy comprehensively. The more planes involved, the more intense the suppression became. When paired with the self-created spear technique of the Holy War Army Master, the effects improved even further. As a supreme treasure ranked at the lower end, it was quite satisfactory. Levi wielded the halberd. Every move shook numerous nearby planes, as if they stood ready to dance along with the weapon. With this treasure, the Dragon Spirit and Worm Lord were not necessary. He could battle those without supreme treasures at the level 10 middle stage. Supreme treasures remained too important for level 10. That day, Levi found an abandoned world and constructed a massive refining array in the wilderness. The Eternal Star Abyss descended, dropping tens of thousands of divine race soldiers into the array. They remained alive, but their cultivation was sealed. In the center stood the giant head Star Lord, at peak level 9 cultivation, from the Thunder clan, known for its thunder attributes. Levi planned to refine it into the final sun refining artifact, the Thunder Emperor's crown. As for sacrifices, these divine race individuals provided them. Levi spared their lives for this day, harsh as it might be. That was the reality of civil war. Amid countless curses, the refining ritual began. Levi sat high in the sky, watching the extinguishing flame of countless lives. These souls and the flesh of the divine race served as the sacrifice. Soon, the octagonal star formation emerged. The giant head Star Lord died struggling, its creation cultivation returning to the world and quickly condensing under the refining array. 1 month passed. The symbolic oddity Great Tribulation shattered from Levi's punch. Its clouds dispelled across the sky, leaving the world silent with a purple crown suspended in the air. Levi, with the Golden Emperor's palace in his left hand and the Thunder Emperor's crown in his right, returned to the shelter. He shrouded the area in the night barrier beads mist and began closed cultivation. 10 years passed in a flash. During this time, travelers occasionally stumbled into the mist around Levi's secluded place, only to be spat out, leaving with lingering fear. Gradually, this place unexpectedly became a forbidden zone. After refining the artifact, Levi did not rush to emerge. Instead, he continued consolidating his spiritual force realm to avoid side effects from rapid increases. One day, 2 golden figures strode from afar with formidable presence. One wore golden armor, with golden scales on his forehead, a horn, and a hooked nose. He exuded a regal aura like the golden horned king from Journey to the West. The other was an old man in a golden starry robe with golden hair. He stroked his golden beard and chatted merrily with the golden armored figure. Finally, they stopped before the endless mist. The golden-haired elder spoke. "It is interesting. I heard that this mist once trapped a level 9 expert for 3 years before letting him go. It must be some ancient ruins array." The horned, hooked-nosed figure spoke next. "Perhaps it is a sign of a rare treasure emerging. Given such might, could it not be a supreme treasure? What do you think, Golden King? Do you fancy exploring it together with me?" The golden-haired elder laughed. "We are both at late-stage level 9 cultivation. Combined, few below level 10 can rival us. While the mist is formidable, it should not trap us. But what if there really is a supreme treasure? What then?" The hooked-nosed figure replied with confidence. "Then naturally we will rely on our skills. Though we have known each other for a millennium, not contending for a supreme treasure would be inviting heavenly wrath." Chapter 2946. The elderly man with golden hair nodded. "All right, if I obtain the supreme treasure at that time, I should show you mercy, given our many years of friendship." The hook-nosed man chuckled and rubbed his chin. "Me too. The two exuded an overwhelming aura. They transformed into two beams of golden light, piercing through clouds and mist, delving deep within. A golden, compass-shaped wizard tool appeared in the palm of the hook-nosed man, guiding the direction in the mist. He glanced to the side. The elderly man transformed into a giant golden ape. It stood 30,000 jong tall. Its golden hair bristled like steel needles, shooting out in all directions to probe the surroundings. Even for level 9 experts, perception was infinitely weakened within the mist. Time passed. 2 years went by. The elderly man with golden hair and the hook-nosed man were reclusive experts within the Pan Plane. They felt confident they could go anywhere below level 10, but they never imagined that a mere patch of mist would leave them without a way out. They were trapped for 2 years and unable to find an exit. Not only that, they became separated within the mist and could not find each other, spreading panic. Just like that, 8 years passed. The year was 1890. The elderly man with golden hair and the hook-nosed man were still wandering in the mist, their strong willpower tortured to the brink of collapse by it. Over the past decade, they tried various methods. None succeeded. The fact proved that this was a forbidden zone. None but level 10 could enter. One day, the hook-nosed man wandered as usual. Suddenly, his face grew tense. A figure appeared ahead. The mist surged around it, and its presence was powerful. Golden King. Is it you, old man? The figure did not answer him. His face turned cold. Afraid we are not facing something strange. He snapped his fingers. A gold element sword chi took shape, shattering the void toward it. The figure extended its hand, pinching the sword chi with 2 fingers. The hook-nosed man trembled. Level 10, it is definitely level 10. Even at the peak of level 9, his sword chi could not be received so easily. The answer was clear. This mist was the creation of a level 10 master. This must be their secluded retreat. They accidentally barged into a level 10 domain. They were done for. This was truly a godlike powerhouse. Even 10 of him could not match a level 10. Spare me, senior, I entered this place unintentionally, with no ill will. The hook-nosed man knelt down immediately, banging his head desperately in a plea for mercy. To save his life, it is not disgraceful. At some point, the figure had already appeared beside him. It was a black armored swordsman with a heroic appearance, exuding the aura of a level 9 late stage. The hook-nosed man blinked in confusion. Same realm as himself. How did he catch the sword chi barehanded? Wait a minute. He recognized this person. Dang it, is this not the protagonist from the market's projections? Called the Dusk Palace Master, with a level 9 body. A god's lair against gods and demons. Currently, in the Pan Plane, no one does not know him. The black armored swordsman was not angry. He only asked a single question. What is your name? I, Junior, is named Jinx. Jinx, are you from the Golden Scale clan? Yes. Generally speaking, names among the 7-colored scale clan often end with KSI, said to be a trend formed after 7-colored scale master monks. Green Ghost Hicks, Green Demon Rocks, and even Black Ghost, Red Ghost recently subdued by Levi, all were similar. He immediately thought of the Golden Scale clan. Levi folded his arms. How many are there in the Golden Scale clan now? About 9 million or so. So few. Yes, we have difficulty reproducing. Senior, why do you ask? Oh, just wanted your 7-colored scale clan to reunite. In the land of Nora, 6 types of the Kylan clan survive. Only you are wandering outside. This, alright, we will move to Nora immediately. After finishing with Jinx, Levi's figure vanished. He appeared beside the other giant golden ape, which had given up all hope, lying in the void eating a banana-like fruit. This reminded Levi of the iron gorillas. Who? Levi's appearance startled the giant ape. Seeing the black armored swordsman, its reaction was identical to its buddy, Jinx. It knelt to beg for mercy. Don't kill me. I had no intention of disturbing the senior at rest. I won't kill you. What kind of giant ape are you? I am the Golden Heavenly King ape, so I am called the Golden King. Level 9 late stage. Not bad. I once accidentally devoured a divine medicine, thus reaching the late stage realm, while usually, the Golden Heavenly King ape is around level 9 middle stage. I see, seems you are also a monkey of destiny. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Come with me. Ha, what? You don't want to? No, it is just that happiness came too suddenly. I am not used to it, to be honest with you. I dreamed of joining under you, just could not find Nora. Levi never expected that after one sleep in seclusion, he would collect the entire 7-colored scale clan, and 7 series giant apes. He truly felt blessed with extraordinary luck. He took the Golden King to ancient Banyan Fairyland, introducing it to Lopez and the Red King. The former was mid-stage level 8, the latter already in the late-stage realm. But compared to the Golden King, they were like little children. Nora also has a Storm Star Ape, Purple Lightning Heart Ape, Winter Extreme Snow Ape, Holy Giant Ape. The first 3 are level 9 cultivation. You can get to know them. Okay, Lord, you have gathered all our legendary apes. Amazing, amazing. I never knew I had so many distant relatives. The Golden King stared in disbelief. It could not comprehend how deep a perfectionist's obsession could go. Chapter 2947. Having dealt with the unexpected guest, Levi returned to the shelter. After 20 years, he had completely refined the 2 sun refining artifacts, enhancing his spiritual force by 2,000 points. Then he stabilized his spiritual realm, and now his spiritual force reached 72,000 points, only 4,000 points away from the upper limit. In Levi's mind, in the 9-story magic ring tower, the first 7 floors were all proofs of the elemental proof series being refined. They seemed to resonate, each vibrating slightly. Levi knew that when the time was right, he could merge the 7 Sun artifacts into a legendary artifact, thereby ascending to legendary status in one leap. But that time had not yet come. On his proficiency panel, in the special effects list under Ether Meditation Art, 2 new talents appeared, namely Thunder Emperor and Golden Emperor. In a single thought, the special effect of Ether Dominance burst into light, pulling the 7 Sun talents into a fusion, alongside all other miscellaneous Sun talents, like Thunder God Body, Light God Body, Netherworld King Body, and Shadow Body. He did not know how much time had passed when the panel had already changed significantly. Levi, Ether Meditation Art, 21st rank. Special effect, Chaos Dominator. Chaos Dominator, you wield the ether, dominating chaos. The introduction was simple yet impressive. Suddenly, he felt his meridians open, and the way he saw the world was no longer ordinary. Mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, and stars, all beings were evolutions of chaos. The elemental composition of any matter stood revealed, and he returned it to chaos, rendering it meaningless. This might be the direction of chaos magic. He felt enlightened, as if suddenly understanding, and unexpectedly began researching spells on the spot. Unbeknownst to him, a month had passed. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Chaos Finger, Level 1, 1/1000. This is a first circle spell, which can only be cast with the Chaos Child talent, having cultivated the 4 major factions of Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water. Levi targeted a second-level Black Beast. As he lightly pointed, a dark light entered the Black Beast, and it transformed into 56% water elemental power, 31% earth elemental power, dissipating between heaven and earth. This technique, Levi did not enhance with any realm power. Even a first circle wizard could achieve this, such is the might of chaos magic. It strikes at the essence, returning all things to their ancestral state in chaos. So, the power of chaos is indeed tyrannical, more terrifying than the great disintegration technique. Disintegration erases from spacetime, chaos returns you to the void of chaos. For his legendary spell's power, Levi felt filled with anticipation. The Golden Emperor's Palace also improved his innate spell, Golden Dragon Break, doubling the power and range of the secret sword from its original basis. As for a companion spiritual creature, there remained none. During his retreat to stabilize his spiritual force, he mainly researched sealing spells. With Gargamel's joint efforts, the element sealing series under the 6th circle had been compiled into a comprehensive guide to element sealing spells. It covered over 10 factions and hundreds of spells, a veritable encyclopedia of sealing arts. Next came the research on space sealing above the 6th circle. This was the main task, a versatile sealing spell against various powerful beings. Because while some places may lack elemental power, they inevitably have space. Even though the elemental proof is complete, it is not enough. Mastering chaos does not necessarily mean great power. The 7-colored Scale Master, Chaos Ancient Serpent, and Lord of Chaos all wield chaotic power, yet there are differences between them. Next, I need to continue enhancing my strength, and hunt at least 7 10th level entities of different elements, to refine them into 7 legendary artifacts. Then, based on elemental proof, forge a top-level legendary profession. The true Chaos Dominator. Time flew by, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Levi, while on his way back, searched along the way for signs of blood battlefields and 10th level demons. Rich in variety, demons of earth, fire, wind, water, frost, metal, and thunder species served as the best prey. Although gods may also serve, their entangled connections often mean one small offense invites trouble from an elder, making chaotic demons more convenient to slay. Nora calendar year 1900, blood battle year 1788. The 2333-year-old Levi arrived at the Flora realm and met the members of the Spider King's team. While he was away, the Spider King dispatched duplicates to explore the areas marked by the Dark Treasure map fully. The harvest was substantial, including a 9-level rare treasure and a sacred medicine. Dragon King Lee gave high praise to the Spider King's team for their work over the years, offering his treasured immortal wine as a reward, encouraging the team to break new ground and strive for future achievement across a dozen domains in the coming century. Now with the god race overthrown by Levi, and the council of 10,000 clans gone, the Spider King could expand outward, the only limitation being its own strength, as it was only at level 8, late stage. This reminded Levi again of the Star Spider. Judging from its record of hunting weak gods, it was likely at level 10, middle stage. Head back to Nora to retreat for a while, and the next time I venture beyond the Panplane, I will search for that spider to subdue it. If successful, I will have a powerful agent in the Land of Darkness. Nora, Tower of Heaven. The Supreme Council issued yet another inspiring announcement. After our verification, the Dusk Palace Master killed the mastermind of the Council of 10,000 Clans, the God Races, and other Dark Forces leader, the Holy War Army Master, in Nora calendar year 1867. The news stirred up excitement across the land, but with past experiences of gods and demons being slain in reverse, everyone had grown numb. Now, in many people's eyes, Levi was second only to Edmund in strength. His achievements were simply outstanding. The 9th level body had single-handedly slain 3 10th level beings and subdued one. What other than Edmund could boast such accomplishments? Not just in his era, but across the ages among hundreds of legendary wizards, such feats were rare. 10th level, so notoriously hard to kill. Slaying one alone is enough for a lasting legacy, with millions passing down the tale of his story. How about this many? What is more terrifying is, he is not even at level 10 yet. Once he achieves legendary status, that will be just the start of his invincible journey. At the same time, many grand realms, including the Panplane, Abyss, Nightmare, Astral World, and Underworld, also learned of the Holy War Army Master's demise. Some rejoiced while others mourned. In the Lost Domain, more than 40 Nightmare Monarchs gathered, their auras entwined, casting clouds over 1,000,000 miles. Hurry, time waits for no one. We cannot give the Dusk Palace Master time to grow. If he reaches level 10, not even all of us together might suffice. The Ghost Alley Monarch urged. The arrogant Demon Lord sneered. Are you scared witless by that kid? Unless he ascends to level 11, no single person, no matter how powerful, can overturn the heavens. Besides, the Master of Horror is about to awaken. He has killed even level 11. What fear has he of a Dusk Palace Master? The Ghost Alley Monarch did not respond to this arrogant fellow. It knew well that nightmares could not be wiped out. But it is quite possible. Now it only wished this ominous star to die soon. Abyss World, floor 660th. The succubus queen indulged herself, and then bathed alone in the sea of joy. Hearing the intelligence about Nora from her subordinates, she muttered to herself. He has grown to such an extent. 2,000 years, for beings like us, is just a blink of an eye. The potential of humans is truly frightening. Suddenly, an ancient piece of parchment appeared in her mind. On it was drawn a young and handsome man, standing with hands behind his back, gazing at the heaven, exuding a daunting presence, his white starry robe billowing, radiating unspeakable charm. Master, do you have instructions for your servant? You have not appeared or spoken to me in a long time, and I have been so lonely and forlorn. Chapter 2948. Abyss Layer 660. The succubus giggled, springtime emotions stirring. The pleasure energy within her started to stir again. 300,000 years had passed, but only that man could captivate her so, as if he were the succubus. This man was Sauron. He snapped his fingers, and lines of text appeared. To initiate the next wave of Abyss blood battle, at least one level 10 fish demon, flame demon, stone statue demon, wind demon, black thunder demon, ice demon, and chain demon needs to be deployed to the Nora battlefield. Other level 10 demons are optional. The text faded, and the image vanished. Seeing the young Sauron disappear, the succubus felt a sense of loss. In that case, let us prepare for the next round of war in the Abyss during the break in the nightmare preparations. This is the Master's task. The succubus got up, dressed in revealing clothes, as if she were wearing nothing, then went to the 645th layer where Wind Demon Lord Pazuzu resided. Mikangziat, why are you here for me? I am not interested in you. Pazuzu frowned, seeing the succubus queen. The succubus queen giggled. I am not interested in your outdated body that hasn't changed for several epochs either. I am here to initiate the next Nora blood battle. Why start it? Just let the Nightmare World go. The Nightmare World is expected to mobilize over 80 monarchs in the expedition. With such a lineup, it is likely they could obliterate Nora in a year. If we are late, can we still catch up? Nora is currently at its peak. If we go now, there will undoubtedly be losses, so I would not recommend doing that. We are just mobilizing troops first, then hide around Nora, waiting for the Nightmare and Nora to exhaust each other before stepping in to reap the benefits. I am not going anyway. Pazuzu shrugged nonchalantly. Are you scared by Edmund? The succubus queen sneered. So what if I am? The 4 great demon lords cannot fuse now, and you ancient ones after layer 660 dare not step in, so why should I go? Pazuzu remained completely unfazed by the succubus's ruse. Fine, if you don't go, I will go. The succubus queen pondered for a moment and spoke solemnly. You will go. Pazuzu seemed pleased, clearly in disbelief. Previously, this wench was so terrified of the Mother River, she refused to come out, only sending some average pawns as a pretense. The succubus nodded. I will go, though the 5 behind me are uncountable. I have heard the fallen Star-Lord is nearing level 11, and another chaotic servant is about to emerge. Pazuzu felt envy. It also wanted to become a chaotic servant. No matter how strong level 10 is, it is just a pawn. Only by reaching the supreme can one become that chess player. Then you go, I support you. Pazuzu said this after having consulted the fallen Star-Lord, who stated this millennium was a turbulent year, and nothing would happen in the Abyss. Many level 10s may fall, and the Earth Demon Lord was an example. Only by staying in the Abyss can one rest easy. If the succubus dies, she cannot reincarnate, and her Abyss layer could then be vacated, allowing everyone else to shift down a layer. Wouldn't that be delightful? Humph, coward. The succubus queen swayed her waist and left. Bitch, see how arrogant you are. Pazuzu snorted coldly, continuing to lay at home, sleeping. Nora calendar, year 1900. The succubus queen, under the name of Supreme Will, successively summoned the Lord of the 168th layer of the Abyss, Green Steel Demon King Jiasu, the Lord of the 230th layer, Skyfire Monarch Ikirode, the Lord of the 234th layer, Ghost Wind Sovereign Barolo, the Lord of the 235th layer, Master of Deep Diving Schuster, the Lord of the 280th layer, Deep Cold Demon King DePaul, the Lord of the 290th layer, Prince of Thunderbolt Lyle, the Lord of the 305th layer, Imprisoned Witch Kassigia, and nearly 50 other level 10 demons. Following this was waiting time. Astral World. 1,000 Hills Countries. 10,000 Mountain Range. Post-divine enthronement, the Amethyst Saint quickly became the left and right arms of the sovereign of 10,000 gold with its formidable power, suddenly realizing the charm of divine enthronement. No longer did it have to worry about being targeted by the Nora Council, and it received the long lifespan unimaginable to those short-lived species. One day, the purple crystal seven kings flew in anxiously. My lord, the Holy War Army Master is dead, killed by the Dusk Palace Master. Yes, I have long foreseen this day. It seems the Blood Fire Dominator is truly unable to spare time. Otherwise it would not stand by as its agent is slaughtered. My lord is wise. Now that we reside high in the astral world, we can rest easy. The Amethyst race hadn't been happy long, when a decree from the divine kingdom of the sovereign of 10,000 gold arrived, darkening the old face of the Amethyst Saint. The decree stated the border of the 10,000 gold divine domain was disturbed by the Mayfly Queen of the Insect clan. It ordered the Black Light God to lead the Purple Crystal divine people to eliminate them swiftly, without error. A year later, Nora calendar year 1901, Blood Battle year 1789, Eastern Sea lands, a figure quietly appeared. Levi gazed at a continent that had grown several times larger, resembling a soaring giant dragon, revealing a contemplative expression. It has been almost 300 years. He landed near the Tower of Summer Flowers, sensing Elena in retreat. She mentioned in a last conversation that she was breaking through energy sect 8th level. She seemed truly working hard. Levi didn't disturb her, and returned alone to the Imperial Palace. Jinx and the Golden Heavenly King Ape appeared. Levi spoke. You two go to the Soren continent. Say you were introduced by me. First join the council, then Jinx, settle the Golden Scale clan to the Seven-Colored Continent. The Seven-Colored Continent was likewise artificially created by the Earth Saint, similar in size to the ancient Dragon Continent, inhabited by the Seven-Colored Scale clan. Chapter 2949. Next, Levi intends to leverage the knowledge of wizards and knights to strive for the Seven-Colored Scale clan to return to its peak, birthing its own level 10 strongman. It was not long before Rolling arrived at the Emperor's palace. She offered a warm smile. I was researching at home when your presence washed over me. Levi greeted her. Long time no see, madam. The news of the Holy War Army Master's death reached me. Rolling walked closer, her expression turning serious. Did that Blood Fire Dominator cause trouble in Nora? Not at all, Levi replied. After you finish your business on the ancient Dragon Continent, please come to the Supreme Council. Levi nodded. All right. Levi arrived at the organization's treasury. He deposited over 5,000 truth oddities into it. Counting what other members had collected, the number of oddities in the treasury reached into the tens of thousands. Once the wizards of the ancient Dragon Continent digest all of them, the overall level can rise a notch. Processing the loot from the expedition took several days. All sorts of rare treasures, transcendent creatures, and minerals amazed the organization's leaders. This is the wealth of the god race? One leader asked, staring at the hall. It is horrifying, another added. So many treasures, it is truly wasteful for them. Friends in other organizations have heard that I work on the ancient Dragon Continent, and they are insanely jealous. Sadly, their talent is average, and they could not get in here. Afterward, Levi participated in the long-awaited meeting of the 18 Riders of Twilight. Apart from the secluded Elena, everyone was present. The Blood Knight, Black Knight, Ash Knight, Golden Lion Knight, and Saint Ape Knight remained, all holding level 8 mid-stage cultivation. The Goddess and Divine Light Knight were temporarily away. Among the middle generation, the Dark Moon Knight, Flower Knight, Thousand Illusion Knight, and Steel Dragon Knight stood ready, all at level 8 early stage cultivation. The Silver Dragon Knight was temporarily away. From the new generation, the Crocodile Turtle, Jade Elephant, Fire Dragon, and Feather Knight remained. The Snow Dragon Knight and Pheasant Knight were temporarily away. The Fire Dragon Knight rode alone, maintaining a level 8 late stage realm. The other three were still level 7 late stage, but given the Fire Dragon Knight's talent, Levi thought they could fully attempt Super Myth at level 9. Ching Niao, Halo, Peacock, Dragon Flames, and the Snake Knight joined later. Thus, the basic configuration of the 18 riders took shape. Everyone briefed Levi on the organization's development over the past 300 years. Having gone through several upheavals, the number of level 6 knights in the Holy Temple had already surpassed 500 and was rapidly growing. In Nora before the Great Convergence, this was unimaginable. It fundamentally originated from the resource boom that activated the potential of civilization. Previously, poverty limited everyone's imagination, and people thought an organization with a few dozen primordial soul wizards was top level. Now, they realize that as long as resources are ample, sparking a technological explosion with human potential, a few thousand years can transform everything. Things were also quite commendable on the ancient Dragon Empire's side, with over 100 level 6 experts. However, level 8 was not promising, with only 3, all from the old 3 kings. Overall, the potential of the Lizardmen was still insufficient. Levi estimated level 9 was their maximum, but achieving today, the Lizardmen were already happy. They found joy and contentment, as not all species can climb to the peak of all clans. Levi also inspected the Tower of Dawn, Giant Beast Paradise, Arcane Academy, Mechanical School, Dragon Descendant Priory, White Dragon Commerce, various battle groups, and the Knight and Wizard card factories. He witnessed a flourishing scene where talents emerged constantly. Statistics showed that at the end of the second millennium, the number of level 6 experts registered on the ancient dragon continent exceeded 3,000. This was akin to a second-rate school combined. This was the era created by Sauron. This was the golden era envisioned by the ancestor of wizards. A silhouette radiating a formidable presence climbed the heavenly ascension ladder step by step on the heaven continent. It passed countless trials, reaching the barbarian ancestor hall above the 9 heavens. With the barbarian ancestor above, the dragon god barbarian lord returns. The silhouette gazed toward the barbarian ancestor hall direction, tears of excitement brimming. The dragon god tribe finally had a level 10 strongman. Good, very good. My 6 barbarian masters, finally complete. My strength also returns to the level 10 peak realm. The laughter of Heavenly will echo through the hall. For the blood battle, for Nightmare, and for Heavenly chopping, this top strongman who had created countless legends once again reignited his confidence. He wished to compete with the heavens. Last time, he stopped short of the level 11 door. This time, having sufficiently strong allies, he felt no fear. Battle, battle, battle. The next day, the Congress issued an announcement. The Supreme Council expanded to 36 members, with the barbarian tribes occupying 7 major seats. Strongmen gathered at the round table. They looked at the travel-worn Levi as he arrived. Edmund laughed. The great hero who wiped out the council of 10,000 clans has arrived. Levi shook his head. I dare not take credit. It is the result of everyone's joint effort. Edmund leaned forward. Now the Nightmare is organizing troops on a massive scale. Within a century, they might launch a grand cleansing operation on the Panplane. Although we have formed a 3-way alliance, our overall strength is still far weaker than the Nightmare world. Not to mention, the Abyss is also eyeing us. Levi, how much longer do you need to ascend to Legendary? As the words fell, a group of strongmen all looked at Levi. Having witnessed Levi's methods, their expectations of him were high. According to my current progress, it will take at least around 300 years. There are not many issues with spiritual force. Presently, what I need time for is the 10th ring spell prototype, and also the legendary artifact. In terms of knights, the progress is quite similar. Of course, if Levi did not require top-level legendary artifacts, he could quickly max out his spiritual force, then use elemental proof to ascend. But he wanted to achieve perfection in every realm, so that at level 10, he could be invincible, and at level 11, he could suppress the Star Ancestor. Chapter 2950, 599, Legendary Profession, Light and Shadow Dominator, Part 3. He did not want to rush into the Supreme Realm only to repeat his past mistakes. Perhaps Sauron had other tricks up his sleeve, but Levi would not accept failure. Edmund leaned back in his chair. It is all right, you do not need to feel pressured. We just want to understand your current situation, to make the corresponding arrangements. For the upcoming Nightmare invasion, you do not have to join the battle. Just retreat to a closed-door cultivation in Nora, and reach the 10th circle as early as possible. Levi shook his head. It is all right, there is no use in being secluded. My legendary path, up to the ultimate chaos path, requires at least 7 10th level beings from different elemental factions to refine an oddity. So I will join the battle, seeking opportunities within the fight. Edmund peered at him. You are not planning to take the elemental proof path. As far as I know, that is part of the chaos path too. It is also a concept proposed by Lord Sauron. Levi replied firmly. I do not think it is enough. I feel that Sauron merely used elemental proof to inspire us, but he surely would not be satisfied with this oddity, and neither will I. Heavenly will suddenly applauded. Good. Young people with ambition, then make it even more formidable. Edmund nodded. But beings of 7 different factions at the 10th level are hard to find. Over at the Nightmare Monarch, they mostly rely on negative energy and fear power. Currently, only the Astral World and Abyss are viable. We cannot actively strike at the Astral World yet, and the Abyss has retreated to their base to recuperate. Otherwise, how about I find a way to accompany you on a journey through the Abyss layer? Levi quickly raised a hand to stop him. No, you must not leave Nora. I am not in a hurry. If I truly have to venture, I can do it alone. This armor I have is the supreme treasure left by Sauron. As long as I am cautious, and do not go too deep, it is enough for survival. Edmund pondered for a moment. All right then, there is no legendary artifact in the council treasury. We wizards believe the oddity we refine may not be the strongest, but is definitely the most suited for oneself. However, there is divine medicine inside. If you need it, you can take it. Levi bowed his head. Thank you, Grand Council Chairman. I do indeed need it. The Frost Witch placed a hand on his shoulder. Levi, keep it up, and reach level 10 soon. The other legendary wizards also offered their blessings, stating that Levi could always reach out to them should he face difficulties in cultivation. Having lived 2 lives, Levi had never felt so needed. He never considered himself a hero, but at this moment, he felt that if he could truly stem the tide, holding up a crumbling structure, in the history books millennia later, he would indeed be a hero. Then, in the council treasury, Levi obtained the 3 divine medicines. They were the split sun fruit, the wind god grass, and the dragon root. In addition, with the glazed 7-leaf ching he had previously acquired in the ancient tower, he soon gathered the 4 great medicines, enough for 4 wizards to ascend to legendary. This is the power of civilization, the power of the collective. A lone wolf has to spend time finding these himself. Through Edmund, Levi learned that the divine medicine of Wagner and Gargamel was also obtained from the council treasury. Throughout history, half of the legendary wizards came this way. With ninth circle abilities, finding divine medicine is incredibly difficult. Without legendary support, it would only waste time and hinder ascension. Throughout history, Nora's top-tier power had never experienced a gap, relying on passing the torch in this way. With the divine medicine gathered, Levi headed to the medicine god mansion, where the Thousand Mountains Immortal personally began the alchemy process to create the Sauron's legendary blessing. The medicine god looked at him with deep expectation. Carrying the blessing of me and Sauron, grow stronger. Levi bowed. Thank you, Elder. He took his leave. The auxiliary methods for legendary ascension were prepared. Regarding the upper limit of spiritual force, 76,000 was about right. Of course, if possible, he would like to raise the limit to 80,000 before reaching legendary, or his obsession would find it uncomfortable. Everything was ready, except for the legend magic prototype and legendary oddity. Levi possessed the Abyss Atlas, knowing the types of demon lords on each layer. His plan was to find a blood battlefield, use a parasitic approach through the Abyss well to infiltrate the Abyss, and target demon lords for hunting. Of course, delving into the giant world posed high risks. The Abyss is not the nightmare. If you die, you are dead. Even though resurrection through the blood mark is possible, it would waste 100 years, making it not worth the trade-off. As for rebirth and retraining, it would only further waste crucial time. By the time he returns, Nora might be gone. There is still much room for improvement in his strength. His plan is to max out the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique and Wizard's spiritual force before the peak of level 9 late stage, then venture into the Abyss. Develop. The initial priority at this stage. 4 years later, the year was 1905. In the realm of Crimson, within a land of underground fire, a bizarre fiery behemoth appeared, breaking through the Calamity Cloud and reaching the 9th level realm. The behemoth let out a laugh. I am the fire element dominator now. After reaching the 9th level, Fiery Flame Devourer Iros was appointed by Levi to the Nora Council, serving at the Tower of Dawn as the chief boiler overseer. He was responsible for organizing and dispatching all elemental spirits within the organization, ensuring the production and living needs of various groups. Throughout the journey, Levi had collected hundreds of elemental spirits. In their respective positions, they shone brightly. Up to now, the ancient Dragon Continent and ancient Banyan Fairyland had a total of 27 legendary creatures and 14 legendary Dragon Clan members, becoming a unique aspect of Nora. 1 month later, in the Destruction Heaven, the 7th world shattered. An imposing figure ascended with an invincible momentum, moving to the 8th world. The vast mighty power poured out, shaking heaven and earth. Chapter 2951, Destruction Sanctuary at level 8, 2 levels short of the maximum. With this pace, the Crimson Emperor Dragon might reach level 10 within 300 years. Next, on how wizards and knights can coexist, I have some ideas. Physical body, divine palace, spiritual force. These things essentially originate from chaos, from nothing to something. Wizards, knights, and the primordial spirit method serving as a bridge in spirit and body cultivation. These 3 may achieve unification after level 10, based on the legendary profession related to chaos, integrating the bloodline path into it, becoming the uniquely ancient witch knight. If successful, then even supreme beings may not be able to do anything to me. Suppressing his thoughts within, Levi continued cultivating. 5 years later, Nora calendar 1910, Blood Battle 1798. At the Tower of Summer Flowers, a fiery vermilion bird apparition soared to the sky, enveloping a lovely figure in silver armor and golden hair. Elena, a practitioner of the Energy Sect, broke through level 8. Upon arrival, she immediately sensed Levi's familiar presence and rushed to the ancient Banyan Fairyland. You finally returned, she said. Elena plunged into Levi's embrace, her eyes moist. Levi held Elena, softly comforting her. Indeed, wizard, knight, energy sect, energy and spirit, all 3 paths at level 8. You are unique in this universe, keep it up. Some time later, Elena asked about his plans. Are you traveling again next? She asked. Not for now, perhaps just 1 trip before reaching legendary status. Where to? She asked. To the Abyss, but only up to the 300th layer. The Abyss, isn't that too dangerous? Don't worry, without full preparation, I won't go. Yes, it is better not to go. I don't worry about level 10, I am concerned about the Supreme will targeting you. The odds are unlikely, but there is always a chance. Yes, I understand. If it weren't for the Supreme will, and that chaotic servant, Levi would already venture into the Abyss, as no non-Supreme could kill him now. Subsequently, Levi and Elena stayed together for about a month. Within the small stone pond, spring flourished. By the ancient banyan tree, Mana pouted. Although she could not perceive the situation over there, she guessed what Levi and Madame were up to. Humans are so troublesome. I can have babies all by myself, humph. 2 years later, Nora calendar 1912, Blood Battle 1800. Above Sauron Continent, light and shadow formed 2 distinct worlds. A wizard in a black robe and another in a white robe meditated amidst light and shadow, resembling the Tai Chi pattern of a yin-yang fish. Ash fell, condensing into the figure of Wagner, who quietly observed this fellow from the shadow school of thought, his face pleased and full of anticipation. Light and Shadow Walker all you. Years ago, the 2 grand wizards who ventured to rescue Wagner in the shadow world, one was the other, and the other was the Shadow Walker, both achieved 9 rings perfect. Yet, the latter failed to ascend to legendary status years ago, resulting in their demise. Light and Shadow Walkers, rare practitioners of both light and shadow sects, face a challenge as fierce as mastering both water and fire, or the ice and fire dual cultivation of the Holy Infant. Several legendary figures surrounded the world of two colors outside. You got this, Aliu. Unbelievable, the Shadow School of Thought may birth a second legendary figure soon. With Wagner's return, good things keep happening. This could be Nora's first dual cultivation legendary wizard, a significant milestone, hinting at extraordinary power in the newly ascended legend. Indeed, light is the nemesis of all dark creatures. With Gargamel and Aliu, Abyss Demon isn't daunting anymore. Elsewhere, a silhouette in black armor quietly emerged. It was Levi. Elena clung to his arm, equally fascinated and awestruck by the legendary ascension. The Light and Shadow Walker turns out to be two people, one original, practicing the shadow path, one duplicate, practicing the light path. They then united through secret techniques, effectively dual cultivating two paths, using a shortcut. However, a duplicate is different from the original. Thus, the challenges in overcoming the legendary Great Tribulation are heightened, having both advantages and disadvantages. He also possessed 3 duplicates, initially for earning money, with absolute control over them, so he never feared rebellion. Later, the 3 duplicates nurtured to unmatched strength, each growing into independent strong practitioners, a weapon-making grandmaster, king of body refining, and secret sword ancestor. He has not planned to merge the duplicates in his legendary ascent yet. These 3 duplicates still contained vast untapped potential, and with his current methods, he does not need to merge them. But if ascending to supreme levels in the future, to counter cosmic top-level beings like Star Ancestor, he might require merging into one. Time flowed gradually. A month later, that dual-colored world resembling a yin-yang fish gradually merged, the black and white robe figures becoming a black and white patterned fish. My legendary artifact is the yin-yang fish. The yin is for shadow, the yang is for light. These opposing elements harmoniously unite through a special rhythmic resonant force within the yin-yang fish. Then, the yin-yang fish leaped out of the dual-colored world, entering the land of darkness, to undergo the legendary Great Tribulation, belonging to the Light and Shadow Walker. Apart from himself, no one could witness it. This was a special tribulation arranged by this universe. Everyone waited in eager anticipation, especially wizards from the Shadow School of Thought, and the Light School, most excited. This ascended legend granted the Shadow School of Thought 2 legendary figures, while the Light School could claim 1, truly a win-win. 6 months later, above the high skies of Nora, a vast Tai Chi pattern, stretching thousands of miles, floated in the sky, stirring endless winds, as a wizard in black and white robes descended leisurely. He emanated a legendary aura, inwardly stating that today, he, Aliu, stepped into the legendary realm in his second life. In his past life, he was a legend from the ancient Light School. In this life, to further challenge himself, he chose light and shadow dual cultivation. Of course, he could not have done it without his body's unique nature, innately possessing the special talent light and dark heart, a top-level talent seen once in 10,000 years. Its occurrence is as rare as the initial 3 talents. He progressed step by step, overcoming 3 waves of blood battle and 1 nightmare war, finally becoming the 17th living legendary wizard. Congratulations, they cheered. Fantastic, another legend. Ha ha ha, Aliu, which sect do you belong to? Someone asked. After celebrating the new legend, Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent to cultivate, now likely to enter the top 20 seats of legendary wizards. The next day, the Supreme Council issued an announcement. A dual cultivation legendary wizard emerges from the Shadow and Light School. Lord of Light and Shadow Aliu, legendary profession as Light and Shadow Dominator. Demiplane Land of Black and White, legendary title Master of Light and Shadow, Walker of the Yin-Yang World. Legendary wizard form Yin-Yang 2 Worlds. Supreme Council adds him to the 37th seat. Chapter 2952. 600, Nightmare 4 Emperors. 5 years later, Nora Calendar 1917, Blood Battle 1805. Dark Ancient Tower. Levi arrived as promised, but this time, there was no Sauron Easter egg, nor any temple. He wandered aimlessly with Jin and Aquan. As for Cain Land and Rune Land, they entered a relatively slow development stage, progressing steadily upward, with the dominant position of humans becoming hard to shake. He took away more than 30 seedlings, including some children of the elements, spending the remaining time wandering the 9th layer, until the ancient tower closed, making good gains. 1 level 9 treasure, which is the Moon of Silent Night, appeared inside the body of a rather ordinary black beast he killed. It is not a common treasure, but something left by Sauron. Purple epic level. It was a trick by Sauron, who hid the equipment inside a rather ordinary black beast, giving successors a little surprise. In life, Sauron surely loved to play games. The effect of the Moon of Silent Night is similar to the bright sun, also releasing a light barrier, with strong restraining effects on dark creatures. The latter is a sunlight barrier, extremely fierce, with considerable lethality, but not very friendly to the Shadow School of Thought, or some alien races. The former is a moonlight barrier, gentle in nature, with less lethality, but can equally provide shelter for the Shadow School of Thought. Previously, the Artifact Maker Association mass-produced the Bright Sun oddities, intending to distribute them on key continents and infrastructure areas. Now, the association's replication mission has one more addition. There are also over 40 other treasures of various levels. The ancient tower acts as the largest garbage collector in a multidimensional plane. For 300,000 years, it has devoured countless relics and remnants of civilization. Merely relying on Levi's strength, even exploring it 100 times, he could not finish finding all the treasures, especially with new intersection points constantly emerging. About Truth Oddity. There are 3 sun-refining artifacts, components of divine-level sequence artifacts from the Frost, Metal, and Burning Septs, and 234 other artifacts of various levels. Moreover, he also obtained a water element divine medicine called Sea Fruit, which he could not use, but could let his loved ones and friends use. This kind of thing is too rare. Some reborn legendary wizards might not even have one, and need to borrow from the Congress. Also, there are miscellaneous resources like sacred medicines and level 9 ores. No need to elaborate further. Upon returning to the ancient dragon continent, Levi installed the Night of the Still Moon at the Shadow School's base, creating another safe zone on the continent. Time flies like an arrow. 3 years have passed. Nora Calendar 1920, Blood Battle 1808, Nightmare World, Ghost Alley Domain. The black-armored swordsman stands with eyes closed, slashing his longsword. As his perception and intention spread, thousands of sword beams radiate around him. Wherever the heart goes, the sword reaches. Levi took a long breath, sheathing his sword. These years, he cultivated the Starry Sky Sword Scripture and the Thousand-Eyed Sword Scripture together, verifying these 2 top-level combat techniques against each other. Now he has made some progress. In about 100 years, he could reach the maximum. He is determined to see if he can break this combat technique barrier. After releasing today's poisonous fog, Levi looked towards the direction of the lost domain, his figure dissipating. According to intelligence, Nightmare has recruited close to 50 level 10 creatures. Their foundations remain too deep, and continuing, clearly aiming to overwhelm Nora with absolute numbers, but the Nora Council remains powerless against it. The oppression of the giant is too powerful. Soon after, Levi individually broke through in the indomitable sacred domain, undying holy domain, and unhidden sacred realm, reaching 6-fold, 5-fold, and 5-fold respectively. As of now, a total of 38 layers in the sacred domain exist. Returning to Nora, Levi looked at the communicator with a look of reminiscence. Why has she come? Emperor's Palace. A silver-haired Ciri stood straight, looking at the man from her youthful memories. Who would have thought Levi could achieve such feats today? After awakening the Blue Frost blood, she considered herself a blessed child, but in front of Levi, she was nothing. This is a level 9 who could slay gods and demons easily. Long time no see. What brings you to me? Levi took the initiative to ask. Ciri withdrew her gaze. She spoke earnestly. I am a descendant of the Blue Frost Lord. My father was once one of Hell's 72 pillars, later became Plain Sovereign, and successfully advanced to level 10. She narrated the entanglement between the Blue Frost Lord and the Heavenly Father. Levi remained uninterested in these old matters. He asked directly, You want to collaborate with me to slay the Heavenly Father to avenge your father? Ciri continued. Yes. Levi smiled. He spoke. With all due respect, even if it were your father himself, he would not qualify to collaborate with me. Not even 10 Blue Frost Lords could defeat the Heavenly Father. His words were harsh. Ciri bowed her head in silence. Did she not know the father's strength? Yet the Blue Frost blood within her held a grudge against the father, which over time formed an obsession for revenge. I know the whereabouts of a supreme treasure. Ciri hesitated for a moment before speaking. What supreme treasure? Blue Frost sword. Levi spoke with indifference. Not interested, you may leave. If you truly want to avenge your father, then advance to level 11. Only then will you qualify to kill the father. If you have come to terms with reality and want to start over, I have a place that can shelter you, allowing you to continue cultivating the Blue Frost undead army. Blue Frost sword. By the name, it is an oddity refined from the remains of the Blue Frost Lord, and given the Blue Frost Lord's own modest strength, the refined treasure is unlikely to be extraordinary. Chapter 2953. He wields the Sunset Moonfall halberd, so he naturally disregards it. Ciri's face was flushed, and the Blue Frost sword she mentioned was in the hands of a subordinate god under father, named Lady Chen Shuang. It is said that she possesses Dawn and Frost God's authority, and is an intermediate god. The one who designed the defeat of father was this true god. Although Dusk Palace Master's words were unpleasant, they were not without reason. After thinking for a moment, Ciri said, Please show me the way, Elder. Levi spoke. I personally control an undead cemetery, where countless undead warriors are cultivated. Blue Frost power is essentially a mutated energy of death and frost power, capable of infecting life to become Blue Frost undead. Am I correct? Ciri nodded. Levi continued to ask, Can this Blue Frost power only infect mortals? No, when I trigger Blue Frost power, where Blue Frost passes, low-level transcendent creatures have a high probability of being infected, middle-level transcendent creatures have an average probability of being infected, and high-level transcendent creatures have a small probability of being infected. If I achieve Father's realm, I could soon create a powerful Blue Frost undead army. Ciri explained. Blue Frost power was Father's pride in life. Levi smiled. That is quite good. I will send you to a place where you can freely unleash Blue Frost power, and no one will interfere with you. These Blue Frost undead army would all be under your command during peacetime, but during war, you must follow my arrangements. Ciri looked surprised. Really? Indeed. I am willing. May I ask where? Nightmare World. Ciri was stunned, then fell silent for a moment and said, "All right, I am willing. Rest assured, with me around, at least you won't die in Nightmare World. You must be aware of my abilities. I believe in you, Elder." "That is good. Swear the oath." Thus, another general joined the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. With Ciri's potential, advancing to level 9 is no problem, but what Levi values most is Blue Frost Power's ability to produce cannon fodder, making it ideal for war. In the ensuing years, Nightmare World began to experience small-scale outbreaks of the Blue Frost disaster, and nightmare creatures infected by Blue Frost spread silently. Time flies, days and moons pass swiftly. 30 years passed. It was the Nora calendar year 1950, Blood Battle 1838. Lost Domain, Nightmare World had already gathered nearly 60 Nightmare Lords, and the speed at which this army was summoned was suffocating. The giant world only needed to turn over, and it could crush the 3,000 worlds, a statement that is by no means an exaggeration. Tension spread throughout the Panplane. Many level 10 strongmen had long sensed the storm approaching and chose to retreat early. Now, none know where they have secluded themselves, avoiding the looming upheaval. The once awe-inspiring Void Emperor, Dragon Abomination Venerable, and Purgatory Black King Dragon have not surfaced for a millennium, disappearing from public view. In general, if level 10 strongmen are willing and choose a life of hiding humbly, no matter how great the war, survival is possible. Outside the Panplane, somewhere, a dim dead star. Red Crow read the external intelligence handed by subordinates. "This Edmund and Dusk Palace Master, truly terrifying. It is fortunate the Fire Sovereign stopped our brothers early on. Otherwise we would have faced great peril." The End Dragon Bird shivered. Level 9 body, first killing Dusk Sun God, Old Sea Dominator, then subduing Worm Lord, slaying Holy War Army Master. "Who is this divine being?" Red Crow said. "Big brother, let us remain in seclusion for 10,000 years. The current situation is so complex, getting involved, even level 10 may face irreparable doom." The End Dragon Bird sighed. "Indeed, after 10,000 years, we shall see who will have the last laugh. Most likely the 4 great giants, but surely many level 10 strongmen will also fall. Nora has reached this point, enough to be chronicled in history." Though once enemies, Red Crow truly admired this group. The Great Tribulation draws near. Among the hundreds of level 10 strongmen in the Panplane, some choose to come out willingly, seeking opportunities by joining forces, such as Star Sky Sword Saint and Thousand-Eyed Swordsman, but many choose seclusion. From ancient times to present, civilizations that tried to resist giants, no matter how splendid, ended in failure. From experience, none feel Nora is particularly unique. Meanwhile, to facilitate communication and combat, the Nora Council temporarily set up round-table seats for all 22 level 10 strongmen in the Void Holy Temple and Shadow World. A total of 57 level 10 strongmen, eager to hash out strategies to tackle the looming radical assault from the Nightmare World. After the 3-party meeting, representatives were chosen to head to the Panplane, trying to recruit some sequestered level 10 strongmen to fight together against Nightmare. Each additional level 10 ally increases the likelihood of victory for the Panplane. Among these, Nora's straightforward, financially bold invitation method stands out. Any level 10 joining the Nora Council receives 1 supreme treasure. However, they must sign extremely stringent clauses to prevent just taking the treasure without contributing. The clause content is simple. By joining Nora, one gains usage rights of a supreme treasure, serving for 3,000 years, or independently killing an enemy level 10 player, then permanently obtaining said treasure. The treasures offered by the Council rank beyond 30 or 40 on the Panplane list, relatively lower in quality, lacking strategic items like civilization treasures. Chapter 2954. For those level 10 beings in the Panplane, even the most useless supreme treasure is something they dream of. If they could possess one, it would be enough to be passed down as an heirloom. Legendary wizards use legendary wizard tools that are more compatible with them. The Council treasury contains a batch of supreme treasures in stock, stored there by many legendary wizards before they perished over the past 300,000 years. The number of supreme treasures in stock is not much, not enough to attract that many level 10 beings, but fortunately, the Nora Council has the technology and materials for forging supreme treasures, and can create new ones. Land of Darkness. Master Bao Long forged alone within a burning star. A handsome man dressed in a silver starry robe stepped into the chamber. "Mr. Silver, Fairmont." Master Bao Long set down his hammer. "I have met Master Bao Long. What do you want with me?" "We want to sign a long-term cooperation agreement with you. We provide materials, and you forge supreme treasures for us. The commission will be according to your rules." The man laid out the terms. "All right, but my price is not low." Master Bao Long gave a curt nod. "No problem." The agreement was signed. Master Bao Long watched the man depart, with a thoughtful expression. His creed is to do work for money, regardless of who it is or what faction it belongs to. This neutrality is why few have troubled Master Bao Long since ancient times. Master Bao Long returned to the interior of the Fiery Flame Star where a warehouse stored his materials. Heaps of level 9, or an even level 10 divine items filled the space. Besides this, corpses exuded terrifying auras. Demons, gods, mythical creatures, and nightmare monarchs lay in heaps. These were the uninvited guests who tried to cause trouble. Their end was always death. If the Amethyst Saint were to see the number and strength of these corpses, he would no longer think Master Baolong was inferior to him. Red Plain. The storms and turmoil outside could not affect the Fire Sovereign's slumber. He had the great sword of 10 suns, snoring like thunder, appearing harmless to both man and beast. He waited for an opportunity. He waited for that man to sound the charge of attack. He might die, ending this long life. He might live to see Sauron's new worlds. In any case, he did not regret the choice he made 300,000 years ago, when he decided to absorb the power of the primordial spark and step into that incomparably dangerous supreme realm. His sword was ready. Nightmare World. Domain of Ignorance. This domain acts as the trump card of the ignorant monarch. It is an incarnation of the blind foolishness of life in the multidimensional plane, with unfathomable strength. The Nightmare World contends with the astral world, because several hundred nightmare monarchs reside here, making it truly a realm of the mighty. The 4 strongest are all native nightmare monarchs, called the Nightmare 4 Emperors. They are beings only second to level 11. Their status is equivalent to that after the 660th layer of the Abyss, or the top 10 supreme gods of the astral world. The ignorant monarch is one of the 4 emperors. The other 3 emperors are the Lost Monarch, the Disaster Monarch, and the Archdevil of Hell. Ignorance, lost, disaster, and death. These are the 4 great ultimate fears hidden deep within the subconscious of living beings. An indescribably magical space, void of direction, held only a vast expanse of white, and a towering giant tree standing tall. Beneath the tree, a figure shrouded in black satin sat cross-legged, his face indiscernible. Behind him, a broken slate was embedded under the ancient tree. Wonderful. I am gradually understanding everything. The figure shouted crazily, waving his arms and legs. He was the ignorant monarch, the most foolish of beings, yet behind him stood a tree of wisdom. Legends say only those with great wisdom grasp this power. It all began 300,000 years ago, when he accidentally found this broken slate. Ever since, the ignorant monarch was no longer ignorant. He became the most intelligent monarch in the nightmare world. In every war, he played the role of a strategist. He could understand the past and present, possessed a strong astrology ability, and could always lead the nightmare world to victory. In the astral world, they also birthed a wise entity known as the Great Prophet. He and the ignorant monarch were like the crouching dragon and young phoenix, well matched in intelligence and strength. The ancient tree swayed. The ignorant monarch opened his eyes. He saw 3 figures arriving in his domain. Greetings to the ignorant monarch. The devouring sky demon lord bowed slightly. On his sides, the void sovereign and the blood sea mosquito lord looked equally respectful. You seek me. Do you wish for me to come out of seclusion? The ignorant monarch already knew their purpose. The devouring sky demon lord gestured toward the horizon. Indeed. At present, we have gathered nearly 60 nightmare monarchs. Once we reach 100, we can launch a grand purge on the Panplane. We will let those beings know their place, and use this opportunity to spread fear and solidify our status. The ignorant monarch tapped his chin. I am currently pondering wisdom, and have no time to participate. The devouring sky demon lord stepped forward, but the lost monarch insisted that we must bring you with us. You know well, without you, the nightmare world cannot initiate a large-scale war. The void demon lord nodded in agreement. Exactly. You are the brain of our nightmare world. The blood sea mosquito lord took advantage of the moment to flatter him. As long as you take action, in a century we can conquer the Panplane and Nora. The ignorant monarch seemed receptive to their flattery. He grinned slightly, looking a bit proud. All right. Since you are so earnest in inviting me, I will join this war. But tell the lost monarch, I do not care about ordinary battles. For key battles, you must unconditionally follow my command. Otherwise, I will not participate. Chapter 2955. The devouring sky demon lord and his companions laughed. They agreed that they understood. The temperament of the ignorant monarch was well known to them. They held no objections. In nearly 100,000 years, they had waged hundreds of wars large and small in the astral world. Of those with the ignorant monarch's participation, 9 out of 10 were victories. The remaining 1 did not count as a loss. When the Great Prophet joined the fray, both sides met their match, and could do nothing to each other, so both tacitly chose to retreat. On the way back, the blood sea mosquito lord lamented. With the ignorant monarch joining the battle, they would win for sure this time. The void demon lord leered at the horizon. He muttered that he could not wait to see the icy frost which gasped in shock before him, completely at his mercy. Ha 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 ha. 10 years later, Nora calendar 1960, Blood Battle 1848. As Nora's supreme treasure reward policy spread across the Panplane, the saying that high rewards attract the brave proved true. Soon, a level 10 powerhouse arrived in Nora. A strong figure descended above the Soren continent. It resembled a floating jellyfish with a semi-transparent form, wings on its back, and barely perceptible humanoid female features. This was Lady Echo ICO. She was a level 10 early-stage powerhouse. Her true form belonged to the Echo clan. She possessed skill in using sound and mind spells, control, and the path of transformation. Rumors suggested she could partially mimic and replicate the abilities of those she encountered through her Echo technique, though not as effectively as the original. However, sometimes this proved exceptionally effective in battle. Welcome, Lady Echo, to Nora, Edmund said as he stepped forward to greet her. Having the Grand Council chairman greet me makes me feel uneasy, Lady Echo replied. I came because I heard there was a recruitment for level 10 mercenaries. I came seeking a supreme treasure, and once I complete my mission, I shall leave. Very well, Edmund said, nodding. But let me make it clear upfront. The supreme treasure is of great importance, and I need everyone to sign a contract witnessed by our council's round table. Breach of these terms, unless you are of supreme ability, means certain death. No problem, Lady Echo said. Thus, Lady Echo became Nora's first level 10 mercenary, gaining a temporary seat on the Supreme Council as a guest consultant. She also successfully acquired the supreme treasure, the Nebula Shroud. It could obscure perception, create illusions, and imprison enemies, and it ranked 52nd. With Lady Echo's successful precedent, over the following decade, 2 more level 10 powerhouses came to Nora and acquired supreme treasures, temporarily residing there. These were the Chaotic Heaven Saint and the Star Shining Tyrant. The former possessed level 10 early stage strength and did not have a supreme treasure initially, but in the Panplane ranking, he was ahead of the Holy War Army Master. This was largely because his true form belonged to the Chaotic Sky Clan, born with the power to control space, reaching mastery at level 10. Alongside the Void Emperor, they were known as the Space Double Kings of the Panplane. The Chaotic Heaven Saint obtained the Sealing Star Mad Blade, ranked 48. It had the power to lock space and annihilate all things, perfectly pairing with his abilities. It was evident that the council chose the most appropriate supreme treasure based on the powerhouse's abilities. The Star Shining Tyrant belonged to the Star Shining Clan, an epitome of the Black Luster Clan, known within the Panplane as the Little Amethyst race. He was indestructible to Vajra, with unmatched divine power. He was at the mid-stage of level 10 and obtained the council treasure, the Fury Fist, a glove that could amplify strength and speed, maximizing destructive power. In just 20 years, 3 level 10 powerhouses visited. This showed the tremendous attraction of the supreme treasures. Even though they knew the enemy was from the giant world, they still came from afar, figuring they could leave after completing their mission. 2 years later, the Master of Black Prison visited. He was skilled in imprisoning enemies, and was said to have a prison space within him, suppressing many formidable foes. He was at the early stage of level 10. He obtained the supreme treasure, the Flame Lord Magic Ring, capable of spellcasting with flames that burned all things. By this point, including 4 external aids, Nora's level 10 powerhouses had already reached 40. Additionally, the Void Holy Temple and Shadow World had each added a level 10, totaling 63 from all 3 sides at level 6. This spurred the Nightmare World's arms race, striving to recruit more Nightmare Lords to capture this ragtag rebellious band in one swoop. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Amidst the tense atmosphere of super wars, Levi worked hard with cultivation, returning to the weakness of his youth as the Black Water Lord, seizing every moment. On this day, after meditation, he placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. His spiritual force read 74,000 out of 77,000. Over the past century, his spiritual force increased by 2,000 points, and the upper limit increased by 1,000 points, nearing the 80,000 upper limit. On one hand, he refined various oddities related to farming, while on the other hand, he raised the upper limit by completing additional sequence artifacts. For him, an 80,000 upper limit was more than enough. This had already surpassed the conventional standard by 10,000 points. In terms of spells, the sealing sequence advanced to the 8 gates sealing, with excellent results, now widely applied among primordial soul wizards. Regarding the rune language, the full rune increased to level 17, boosting trickery and the power of foreknowledge by 250%. The magic rune increased to level 16, boosting casting speed by 200%. The hanging rune increased to level 14, boosting elemental resistance by 160%. The justice rune increased to level 12, adding 120% damage against dark creatures. In addition, during the previous retreat in the Blackwater world, Levi also learned 2 new rune languages. Levi's Empress rune reached level 7. Its special effect was the power of Soul Tiger Star. The Judgment rune reached level 7. Its special effect was Golden Pheasant Star power. The Empress rune had a somewhat strange amplification effect, which was Soul Strength. Through Levi's years of testing, he found it mainly enhanced meditation efficiency, countered mental attacks, and bolstered some spells that directly targeted the mind and will. The Judgment rune's amplification effect was spiritual damage. Specifically, it could enhance the damage of mental attacks on one hand, and the damage against spiritual entities on the other hand, such as nightmare creatures or star realm creatures. The Book of Starforge runes described many rune languages, but according to Levi's tests, most could not be cultivated, clearly due to the extinction of star beasts, divided and consumed by the Heavenly Fathers, causing the source of faith to vanish. Another portion could be cultivated, but like the Hermit rune, could only be advanced to level 1 or 2, and could not be improved further, rendering the effect negligible. The last portion, although they could be cultivated, had average results, so after learning the basics, Levi stopped wasting time on them and shelved them. Based on the number of cultivable rune languages he mastered, Levi roughly estimated that the currently hidden and surviving star gods numbered no more than 30. Of the 12 signs, he had already gathered 11, with only the dragon remaining. Throughout the entire book of Starforge runes, the ones he most wanted to cultivate were the Star rune and World rune. But unfortunately, both were beyond cultivation, because what they represented was the Star Dragon King and the Origin Divine Tree. The former had become a faith god, enduring patiently. The latter had turned to dust, leaving only a few descendants in existence. Chapter 2956. 8 years later. Nora Calendar 1970. Blood Battle 1858. Arcane Star Viken was promoted to a 6th Circle Arcanist, becoming a mainstay of the Arcane Academy over 300 years. He took the baton from the old dean and formally led the Arcane Academy, making outstanding contributions to reforming sects and optimizing arcana. Afterward, Viken was listed on the star list, becoming one of the supernovae. In the same year, Platinum Fist Edward, with the talent of a child of chaos, was promoted to a 6th Circle Refining Body Wizard, becoming the first after Gondif to cultivate the Chaos Body refining technique to the 6th environment realm. Gondif fulfilled his promise and accepted him as his second disciple. He also gifted him a Bright Moon level body refining artifact as a master gift. Half a year later, the Halo Knight advanced to level 7, all of the 18 Twilight Cavalry reached level 7, and at the same time, the Dusk Holy Temple's mythical bloodline reached 24 types. 3 years later, the eldest son of the Fire Dragon Knight, the Giant Spirit God Witch, was promoted to a 7th level knight, while also serving as a 7th Circle Refining Body Wizard. The second son, the Wind and Fire Dragon Witch, similarly made great progress in their cultivation. Their father, the Fire Dragon Knight, had already reached level 8 Peak Realm, and planned to remain at this level for a long time, before collecting Super Myth advancement ingredients. 2 years later, after over 150 years away from the ancient tower, the Flame Wolf Saint returned from traveling across planes. During his exploration of ancient ruins, he inherited the legacy of an ancient burning faction Grand Wizard, gained a fire element holy medicine, and acquired a sun refining artifact. Soon after, the Flame Wolf Saint broke through to level 9, becoming the first great rune master in the history of the caster system. Although not a wizard, he shared the same ancestry, and was considered human. The Congress quickly bestowed the title of Flame Wolf Walker upon the Flame Wolf Saint, including him in the Grand Wizard Cotter. This brought the total number of Grand Wizards to 200. Nora 1 Clan level 9 experts numbered 258. Overall, wizards and the humans still held an absolute dominant position, with a scale much larger than the sum of the top 10 ranked clans combined. This is why the Congress can confidently expand. With the development speed of wizard civilization, no single Nora 1 clan can keep up. Only by uniting can they compete against it. Furthermore, the wizard civilization has strong assimilation properties. Any civilization or race living together with humans for 10,000 years will integrate into them. Before those 3 mountains are pushed down, there will be, at most, minor friction between the clans, making large-scale conflict unlikely. The main contradiction will not change in the current stage. As for the future main contradiction, it will depend on the wisdom of future generations. For the current Nora Congress, overcoming the Great Tribulation is the primary task. Nora Calendar 1975. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Chaos Seal, level 1, 1 out of 1000. Special effect, Blood Inheritance. The 8 seals originally from the 4 great families had vanished, having been thoroughly understood by Levi, evolving into this unique skill. Chaos Seal is a special spell that only children of chaos can cultivate. It does not have circle divisions, and is more akin to a cultivation technique, or secret skill than a spell. At present, it consists of 9 layers in total. Once cultivated to perfection, its power equals that of 9th circle spells. Chaos Seal is not solely a fusion of seals. It also embodies Levi's understanding of chaos magic, making it an all-encompassing seal. Those who cultivate this seal, with diligent study and good comprehension, might perceive the myriad magical wisdom that Levi has integrated into it. Unlike traditional spells, the Chaos Seal has the special effect of blood inheritance, enabling it to be passed down through lineage, akin to the Knight bloodline. For example, Levi, once he masters the Chaos Seal, his children, even without wizarding talent, can inherently grasp part of the seal's ability. However, inheriting the seal's ability without the Child of Chaos talent means further cultivation is impossible, with an upper limit reached simply at level 1 standard. Those with Child of Chaos talent can directly cultivate without inheritance. Yet, lacking the Children of Chaos talent as a wizard means one cannot cultivate the Chaos Seal and cannot inherit through bloodline. It is either Child of Chaos or without talent. Of course, those with other talents do not need to cultivate the Chaos Seal anyway. Levi's research focuses on benefiting primarily the Children of Chaos and talentless mortals. The blood inheritance of the Chaos Seal, unlike bloodlines, does not become thinner or weaker with each generation. On the contrary, each generation can instill their insights and understanding into the seal, inheriting them to the next. With layer upon layer of accumulation, the Chaos Seal will grow increasingly formidable, increasingly complete, steadily approaching unattainable truth in the future. In summary, this is a kind of cloud magic that can be inherited through bloodline, shared, and edited. Its uniqueness lies in gathering the wisdom of generations. That is the essence of blood inheritance. It is not about sitting idle without progress. It is about inheriting the past and ushering in the future. This is Levi's greatest discovery from his journey as a wizard until now, achieved through his own efforts and built upon the foundation of the 4 families' seals. Of course, with a little bit of help from the panel. There is no strongest, only stronger. Each wizard family possesses its own cloud magic, with 1,000 families having 1,000 Chaos Seals. This Chaos Seal can independently establish a caster profession system under the category of wizards. A caster inheriting through bloodline should reasonably be called a magician, and named a Chaos Mage. Chapter 2957. The Chaos Mage, based on the 4 great family seals, is a fusion of Levi's 2,000-year understanding and insight of the path of the knight and wizard. It was created specifically for the neglected children of chaos and other basic layers of the wizard world, aiming to elevate the power of the lower classes through the strength of family and legacy. Someday, the wizard world will see thousands upon thousands of Chaos Mage families rise, becoming the mid to low-level main force of the Nora civilization's spellcasters. Time passed, and another 5 years went by. In the Nora calendar 1980, Blood Battle 1868. After Levi's long-term experiments, the Chaos Mage system proved to be feasible, and he established the first Chaos Mage family on the ancient Dragon continent. Subsequently, he went to the Supreme Council. Edmund and others were holding a meeting, all with heavy expressions on their faces. According to intelligence reports, 70 Nightmare Monarchs from the Nightmare world have accepted the summons and gathered in the Lost Domain. 2 of the Nightmare 4 emperors have already arrived, and the situation is not optimistic, especially the ignorant monarch, who excels in astrology and foreknowledge, known as the Brain of Nightmares, is an undefeated strategist, incomparable to ordinary monarchs. On our side, along with the newly joined temporary council member, the Firebear Emperor, and primordial demon Lord Xian, we have 42, totaling 66 with the 3-party alliance. In terms of numbers, it seems we are not too much inferior. But within the Panplane, most level 10 strongmen are in the early stage realm, while in the Nightmare world, the demon lords of the 7 deadly sins and many old monarchs have swarmed out. Not to mention, their numbers are still skyrocketing. A Supreme Council member sighed. Edmund suggested that they respond to each attack with an appropriate defense, follow the command, and learn the efficient combat methods of the insects. Perhaps they could withstand the Nightmare Monarchs. The Frost Witch spoke. Although the number of strong insect race members is far smaller than the astral world, they managed to win against the strong with the weak, causing significant defeats to the astral world in multiple battlefields, which is worth learning from. Heavenly Will added. In my view, from previous war cases, the Nightmare world can mobilize, at most over 100 monarchs to invade the Panplane. Although there are many strong Nightmare forces, they have to guard against the astral world and the abyss, and other enemies they have provoked over the years. Everyone should not be overly panicked. Let us not forget, Levi is about to reach level 10. As long as we hold on for a few hundred years, once he is level 10, he should be as good as 20 level 10s. At this moment, Levi's voice came from outside. Ha ha ha, Elder Kang Tian flatters me. I am not sure about 20, but 10 should be no problem. Many legendary wizards showed expressions of joy as they noticed Levi approaching. They perceived that Levi's spiritual force had already exceeded the limit of 70,000. It seemed he was about to become legendary soon. In such large-scale wars, lasting for thousands of years was normal. As long as the main base was defended, they could definitely wait for Levi to grow. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Levi shared the concept of the Chaos Mage at the round table, surprising the legendary wizards and Sauron the Archmage. Edmund laughed. I did not expect you to have researched the 4 great family seals to such an extent. They were initially the experimental products of a legendary wizard. But due to some unforeseen events, they ended up in failure, because they could possess certain supernatural abilities through the bloodline inheritance seal, and do not rely heavily on elemental power. So they were arranged by the Congress to act as guides to the mundane world before the Silent Age. I see. Ultimately, after several rounds of evaluation by the Supreme Council, Chaos Mage was officially recognized as a sub-profession system under the Wizard Profession System, forming its own school. A month later, the Warlock Administration was officially established. Levi served as an advisor, responsible for guiding the Congress staff in promoting and supporting the growth of Chaos Mage. Subsequently, the Supreme Council released a notification. The independently developed Transcendent Path Chaos Mage profession researched by the Dusk Palace Master has been officially established. Any Chaos Child talents can receive the relevant knowledge for free, including the Chaos Seal, Ether Meditation Art, Mage Profession Analysis, and other legacies of the Dusk Palace Master. The emergence of Chaos Mage is the gospel for countless Chaos Child talents, and is the key for us to counter the giant world, where everyone is like a dragon. In recognition of this achievement, the Nora Congress awards the following items. First, the Ancestor of Mages Medal. Those who wear this medal will be officially recognized as the ancestor of a transcendent profession path, passed down through generations. Second, the Supreme Treasure Ice and Fire Realm Armor. Upon the release of this notification, the Nora Wan clan was shaken. Especially the spellcasters were shocked, for the birth of every new transcendent system is extremely difficult. Chaos Mage, the very name sounds like an advanced profession. Having read the introduction by the Congress, everyone was even more shaken. The springtime of the children of chaos has arrived. Yes, first the Chaos Body Refining Technique, now the Ether Meditation Art, and Chaos Seal. We ordinary folks have a future too. Indeed, the Chaos Seal is all-encompassing, a single seal breaking 10,000 laws, and it can continuously increase in power with the rise in realm, without an upper limit. Most importantly, it can actually be inherited through the bloodline. Gondaf and the Dusk Palace Master appearing in our era is truly the fortune of us Chaos children. We finally stand up. Upon returning from the Supreme Council, Levi also received 2 major rewards. The first need not be elaborated upon. It is honorary in nature. Much like Sauron, the ancestor of wizards, the ancestor of warlocks is a clear overstatement by the Council for Levi. As of now, the Chaos Mage profession is still very imperfect and can only be said to be an attachment to the wizard system. Chapter 2958. Levi could not make use of the second supreme treasure either. The Congress apparently prepared it for Master Fire Dragon. Gondaf wore the Abyss Sky King armor, while Ace possessed the Ice and Fire Realm armor. With these supreme treasures in their hands, and combined with their capabilities, they could safely survive even an unexpected attack from an ordinary level 10 being, ensuring their safety in the impending Nightmare War. The Congress did not specially refine the Ice and Fire Realm armor. Instead, it was a relic of an ancient level 10 strongman named the Ice and Fire Saint. He once established a powerful civilization that the Earth Demon Lord later destroyed, leading to the armor being collected. After defeating the Earth Demon Lord, Edmund held this treasure. Since it utilized a dual class of ice and fire, the Wizard Council did not have a strongman who could fully utilize its power. He took this opportunity to grant it to Levi. The Ice and Fire Saint forged the Ice and Fire Realm armor using the cores of 2 large worlds, together with level 10 divine items like Sun God Gold and Extreme Cold Divine Iron. Currently, it ranked 29 in the Panplane. Generally, the rank of defensive supreme treasures was higher than attack treasures, but lower than civilization treasures. This armor certainly could not compare with the Blood Battle armor and the Abyss Sky King armor, but it served as a transition for the Holy Infant to the legendary realm. After that, he would definitely forge something more suitable for himself. This was merely because Levi had high standards. For other level 10 strongmen, a supreme treasure ranked in the top 30 would suffice to stir up a bloody storm in the Panplane. The Ice and Fire Realm armor provided several functions. First, it offered super strong defense. The armor itself provided protection, and the supreme treasure released an ice and fire barrier of 10,000 miles in radius, lasting 1/4 of an hour. The defensive capability of the barrier rivaled the defensive spells of a legendary wizard. Second, the Ice and Fire Nova released all the ice and fire elemental power stored within the armor in one go, creating an ice and fire explosion attack not inferior to legendary spells. After Congress modification, it could also be charged with Ether Stone, requiring 200 billion Ether Stones for one use. Third, the Ice and Fire Jump allowed the Ice and Fire Realm armor to perform an escape method once per day. It opened an ice and fire channel, capable of teleporting 200,000 miles away. After researching it, Levi gave this treasure to the Holy Infant. To test its defense, he slashed at the Holy Infant with a sword. Although he acted casually, ordinary level 10 beings would not dare to take such a blow head-on. The Holy Infant stood his ground, refusing to evade. The sword chi blasted the Holy Infant tens of thousands of miles away. He crashed into the sea like a meteor. Following that, ice and fire emerged on the sea for 10,000 miles, a stunning and astonishing sight. The Holy Infant's form shattered into fire and ice elemental particles, then reformed with a pale face and excited eyes. A supreme treasure indeed, he gasped. Without its protection, I would definitely not have been able to withstand that sword. Not bad, you may go back. Levi looked towards Nora from high above. Passing wizards respectfully called him the ancestor of warlocks. The path of the warlock still has much to explore, he muttered. Truth knows no bounds. I am just initiating it. The perfecting of this path requires efforts from generations. Chaos Mage is but a starting point, not the end. 10 years later, in the Nora calendar 1990, Blood Battle year 1878. Over the past years, Chaos Mage blossomed across Nora, spreading at an unimaginable speed, and the power of the Chaos Seal gained recognition from all. Some child of Chaos wizards, after becoming part-time magicians, learned nothing else apart from necessary spell advancements. They focused solely on the Chaos Seal. There was a trend towards mastering one technique to rule them all. Levi, the ancestor of warlocks, reprimanded them. A wizard is a path of knowledge. Knowledge is foundation, and knowledge is power. Do not discard the essentials, delaying normal wizard cultivation. Up to now, the magician is only a supplement to the path of the wizard. Solely cultivating the Chaos Seal is undesirable. Naturally, everyone listened to the words of the ancestors. This allowed the path of the Chaos Mage to develop healthily. The wheel of history rolled forward. The Panplane and Nora existed in the tranquility before the storm. The terrifying pressure from the nightmare world hung like dark clouds shrouding the sky dome, suffocating all beneath. According to intelligence from the spies on the front line, the number of level 10 strongmen from the nightmare world had reached 81, with the growth rate beginning to slow down. The Lord of the End from the Nightmare Command Center, together with other legendary wizards skilled in divination, conducted joint deductions. They ultimately arrived at the preliminary judgment that the nightmare invasion was imminent. But because the nightmare monarchs were generally skilled in perception, and with the ignorant monarch strategizing, the authenticity of the intel awaited further verification. The Nora Council subsequently recruited 3 level 10 strongmen of a mercenary nature, named the Skylight Empress, the Spiritual Venerable, and the Crying and Smiling God. The first was a monarch of a female empire in the Panplane. Her true form was of the Light Woman clan, a peculiar humanoid species that reproduced parthenogenetically, thus having only females. It was similar to the king of a daughter country, and the means of pregnancy were quite specific, occurring all within the world, where there was a river called the Light Mother River. The Light Woman clan only needed to bathe in it after sexual maturation to become pregnant and give birth to a new individual, with only one chance to be pregnant in a lifetime. The Sky Light Empress herself had a supreme treasure, which was the Light Mother River, said to be a civilization treasure forged by the first-generation Empress. Rumors suggested that the first-generation Empress, distressed by love, resolved to keep the people of her race away from stinky men, thus she crafted the Mother River treasure by any means necessary. This resulted in the current Light Woman clan. The Empress held cultivation at the mid-level of level 10, ranking over 20 in the Panplane. The Spiritual Venerable was the leader of the Spirit Venerate clan, born with mastery of so-called spiritual ability, also known as the Emperor of Spiritual Ability Siblings, and Superpower Sovereign. This was a physically fragile race comparable to humans, who also cultivated spiritual force. They used spiritual force to wield Shinic power, leading to the emergence of a myriad of complex superpowers. Chapter 2959. The Spiritual Venerable reached the late stage of level 10, and currently ranks 14th in the Panplane. It possesses a supreme treasure but desires more. Confident in its power, it chose to work in Nora for a while to earn additional treasures. The last is the Crying and Smiling God. At the middle stage of level 10, and ranked 26th in the Panplane, its true form remains unknown. It operates as a powerful lone wolf of the Panplane, and allegedly harbors a capricious nature with unpredictable moods. It excels at manipulating the emotions and minds of living beings, rendering its attack methods nearly impossible to guard against. Since the introduction of the Supreme Treasure Incentive Policy, 80 level 10 powerhouses have been recruited to Nora, yielding remarkable results. In recent years, the Void Holy Temple has increased by 1, reaching 13. Counting the Primordial Demon Lord, the Nora Council can mobilize level 10 combat power, which has reached 45. The three-party alliance totals 70. Although still 11 short compared to the Nightmare, they now possess the capital for a protracted war. As for the Underworld, it has not declared war on the Nightmare yet, so it will not openly assist Nora. Whether support exists behind the scenes remains unknown. In the year 2000 in Nora, the new epoch enters its second millennium. It is also the 1888th year since the commencement of the Blood Battle. At this historic juncture, Edmund arrived at the Tower of Heaven. He overlooked all of Nora with the blazing sun high above. Edmund summarized the work of the Council over the past 2,000 years, while presenting the Nora 3,000-year work plan. Under the premise that the Abyss has not abandoned the Blood Battle, the Nightmare World will remain the primary enemy of the Nora civilization in the coming millennium. But Nora will never give up. Since the plane convergence, Nora has miraculously killed more than a dozen level 10 powerhouses in the Abyss and Nightmare, with an unprecedented record of 0 level 10 casualties. In the new millennium, Nora will break the Nightmare World's blockade with minimal cost, overthrow the oppression of the giant, and move forward toward victory. All the clans of Nora cheered and encouraged one another. Everyone realized that they were engaged in something absolutely great for themselves and their civilization. Humans, frost giants, the Scales clan, and the Sea clan, along with wizards, beast masters, and knights, regardless of race or profession, remain essential parts of the new era. Man will conquer. What people call a great tribulation, or a disaster, exists only to be broken by living beings. I am merely the navigator of the great ship of Nora. The true bearer of this great ship is the people of Nora. It is all living beings. The catastrophe will eventually pass, and Nora will never stop. After the stirring speech, well-trained troops across Nora silently traversed the Shadow Network and Void Network, heading for the Shadow World and Void Holy Temple. The Nightmare World's army had already invaded those regions first, attempting to start from the weak points and break them one by one. The Panplane faces the Nightmare World, 70 against 81 and possibly more. This battle promises to be extremely difficult. All level 10 strongmen of the Panplane who could come have already arrived. Those who have not chosen to seclude themselves. The Nightmare World, ensuring it does not lose its home, can continue to reinforce its ranks. Within the coming centuries, more than 100 monarchs might descend upon Nora. At Roger's summit, Wagner taught the Shadow Queen shadow spell knowledge. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, looking into the distance. "What is wrong, teacher?" Aya asked. "Aya, return to the ancient dragon continent. The Nightmare invasion has begun." "Teacher," Aya began. "Go back, you have your battles to fight. Worrying about my safety is meaningless. Grow up quickly. I look forward to the day our Shadow School of Thought's 3 legendary figures stand in the same era. It will not be long. The student will strive hard," Aya promised. After the Shadow Queen left, grey figures exuding level 9 presence with crowns on their heads appeared behind Wagner, standing silently. Ashen Lords, prepare for defense. Few planes remained around the Nora world. They had all been absorbed by Nora and integrated within. Far away, only a few scattered worlds remained. On this day, these worlds began to tremble with a buzz. The crimson-black mist from the Nightmare World enveloped the earthly world, spreading in the land of darkness. Grotesque fissures emerged from the void. Nightmare monarchs radiating powerful auras descended, their aura vibrating through the universe. Leading them was the ignorant monarch. According to the agreement with the lost monarch, the latter led 30 champions to conquer the Shadow World and Void Holy Temple. When Nora supported those two fronts, the ignorant monarch seized the opportunity, sweeping across Nora with the momentum of falling autumn leaves. The ignorant monarch looked into the distance toward Nora with a peculiar smile. For great demon lords, seal the four sides of Nora. Everyone else, heed my command. When the time is right, follow me directly into the Nora world. Let rivers of blood flow. In the year 2000 of Nora, the Second Nightmare War begins. This war involves over 150 level 10 combatants. From the perspective of the near-ancient history of the multidimensional plane, it is a top-level battle attracting attention from various quarters. Compared to colleagues restrained by the Insect Queen, the Lord of Storms seemed relatively leisurely. At this moment, he was playing chess with the Great Prophet. Alas, I lost again. Truly, the Great Prophet is the god of wisdom. The Lord of Storms smiled. The Great Prophet emitted a mechanical sound. Although not as strong as the Emperor, in this world, those who can match me in chess are less than a handful, truly lonely like snow. Is there really someone who can be on par with the Great Prophet? The Lord of Storms asked. Of course, that ignorant monarch is one of them. Speaking of which, do you think the Nightmare World can win this war, Great Prophet? Don't try to pry words out of me. Pay me and I will answer. The Lord of Storms took out a divine artifact and handed it to the Great Prophet. The latter contentedly received it, saying they cannot. Oh, is that true? 70 against 81, the gap is large indeed. Too many variables. Then can we, the astral world, take this opportunity to subdue the Nightmare World, eliminate the fear of the multidimensional plane, and monopolize the path of spirit. That is another price. On the 660th layer of the abyss, over 40 demon lords gathered. The succubus queen swept her gaze across everyone. Now that the Nightmare and Panplane are at war, in my view, even if the Nightmare World wins, it will be a battle where both sides suffer. As the mantis catches the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. Let us all ambush the Nightmare in the Panplane and seize Nora. The golden light transformed by the Luluo Saint King landed on the ground. Tianhui, the Nightmare has waged full war on the Panplane and Nora. Our opportunity has come. Get everyone ready. If that group of wizards is completely wiped out, it would be best. If not, we will sweep the remnants with thunderous force. I have communicated with the Golden Will, the Heavenly Wisdom Saint King said. Some mighty deities of the astral world not engaged in the insect war are also watching, trying to take this chance to eradicate Nora and severely damage the Nightmare. So, there is no need for anyone to worry excessively. If the astral world intervenes, the outcome is already decided. Hearing that the astral world might intervene, all the sacred kings finally put their uneasy hearts to rest. This time, it is a sure win. Chapter 2960. 12 years have passed since the second Nightmare incursion began. The number of level 10 entities that the Nightmare World has invested in the shadow battlefield exceeds the Alliance army by 1/3. Therefore, their tactics are extremely fierce, advancing unimpeded. Under the fierce offensive of the Nightmares, the Alliance army relies on the geographical advantages brought by the will of the Shadow World to temporarily stabilize the situation in a defensive posture. But under the absolute numerical crush, in a few hundred years, the Shadow World will fall. At that time, the Alliance army will have to retreat entirely to Nora, and the Shadow World will be completely occupied by the Nightmare World, with unimaginable consequences. So far, Nightmare, Underworld, and Astral World have not stated their positions. After the ancient war, the Shadow World shattered. The dark side fragments scattered across the heavens, and the main world became a place of joint management by many parties, not allowing any single party to monopolize it. But now, it seems, the other three giants, for various reasons, have temporarily abandoned the Shadow World, choosing to watch from the sidelines with the heart of a fisherman. Nora also dares not fully support the Shadow World, hence sending Mr. Silver, and the Lord of Light and Shadow to lead the chaotic Heaven Saint, Star Dominator, and 5 other mercenaries there. All other official members of the Supreme Council remain in Nora to prevent being raided by the Nightmare World, while primordial demon Lord Xian adapts to the situation. He comes and goes without a trace, with strength more troublesome than an ordinary level 10 mid-stage. This also makes him a hidden trump card for Nora. If not for his shallow foundation and low realm, missing some parts of this universe's great path for him, his achievements would not be inferior to Edmund. Elsewhere, the Void Holy Temple also dispatched half of its strength, led by the so-called world's #1 sword, Star Sky Sword Saint. The grueling battle has just begun. Nora Calendar 2012, Blood Battle 1900, Land of Nora. The Nightmare attack, despite all clans having prepared, still resulted in many dying in dreams, never to awaken. Compared to the Abyss, Nightmare is all-pervasive and impossible to defend against. Seemingly peaceful, it actually causes more casualties than the Abyss, even leading to events of Nightmare overlords obliterating the new world. Fortunately, the Dreams of Revolving Plan is also nearing its end. Just last year, a top-level treasure named Dream Spin was quietly refined. On this day, in a low-level wizard organization, a young and beautiful second-ring witch, obviously using a disguise to change her body shape, lay on the bed, her body convulsing uncontrollably. She thrashed about, her voice strained. "No, I am not an ugly woman." She pushed against the air. "You monster, get away." Her expression shifted to one of intense vanity. "I am the most beautiful woman in the world." Her face struggled as she endured an extremely terrifying nightmare. An ugly humanoid giant monster descended from the sky. It was the ugly Dominator, a general under the heavenly ugly demon lord. It is the incarnation of humanity's fear of ugliness. The monster laughed, a harsh, grating sound. You think you are beautiful. You do not even look in the mirror and see your face. You think by using a disguise, you can change the ugliness in your heart. You humans are truly hypocritical, even hating your natural bodies. She screamed, no, no, no. Accompanied by the witch's screams, the ugly dominator began to completely occupy her dream. With its level 9 power, this was a breeze. Meanwhile, on this new world, tens of thousands of mortals and transcendents were trapped in the terrifying dream woven by the ugly dominator, unable to extricate themselves. It would not be long before they died of fright, painfully passing away. The primordial soul wizards responsible for guarding this place did not even realize the enemy had arrived. The overlord-level dream acted as a dimensional strike to them. Suddenly, just as the nightmare completely occupied the witch's subconsciousness, the red and black barrier began to twist, then shattered without warning. Crack! A golden light broke the nightmare, descending into the witch's dream. It was a colossal spinning top, spinning at high speed, twisting space, time, dreams, and negative emotions, all into the center, shredding, grinding, and absorbing. The monster shrieked, its voice filled with terror. What is this horrifying thing? Damn it. I cannot leave. Accompanied by the ugly dominator's painful howl, on this new world, tens of thousands of ugly dominators were exterminated at the same moment, at the same place. It descended with its true form into the dreams of many life forms, now evaporated. Even its true soul dissipated with the twist of spacetime, with no chance of resurrection. The ugly dominator had fallen. The golden spinning top seemed a bit larger and quietly left everyone's dream, reappearing floating on the Soren continent. Daydreamer's residence. This legendary wizard spread his palm, a small spinning top rotating unceasingly. This is Dream Spin. With 7 nightmare monarch corpses as the main material, using 1/10 of the council treasury's divine artifact reserves, and the primordial relics helical seashell, Edmund and Master Balong, 2 top-level blacksmith masters, ultimately refined it. It is Nora's first killer tool against nightmares. Controlled by the Daydreamer, it can freely traverse the Dream main network, woven by billions of life forms of Nora. Through the Dream network pathway, it can freely enter any Nora life stream, erasing any nightmare creatures attempting to invade Nora. Any creature, other than the Nightmare Monarch, will die upon contact. Even the usual Nightmare Monarch dares not face it head-on. Dream Spin can also grow further by absorbing nightmare creatures' bodies and souls. One day, it may become a cosmic-level treasure. This is the Dreams of Revolving plan. It involves stealing the nightmare power to nurture Nora. Land of Darkness. The Sky Ugly Monarch gazed at the shattered soul token of his general, his eyes filled with fear. He had just placed a wisp of consciousness on the ugly dominator, and witnessed the terrifying power of that golden spinning top, realizing he could not confront it with his level 10 early-stage cultivation. Chapter 2961. What is wrong? The other monarchs leaned forward and asked one after another. Trouble. Nora has researched an incredible supreme treasure. It perceives nightmare creatures invading Nora, and launches precise strikes against our people using the power of dreams. How did Nora, with its technology, forge such a treasure? Could there be a master guiding them from behind? Damn. Why do we not all charge in and kill them? Exactly. Strength could break all techniques. At this moment, the ignorant monarch raised a hand. Do not rush. The power of this supreme treasure must be limited. We need to first probe its upper limit. Send more cannon fodder to attack simultaneously. Once we understand the situation, then we can launch a full-scale assault. The ancient dragon continent hummed with activity. Owing to the bright sun and the moon of silent night, these 2 rare treasures, the situation here is better than elsewhere. Nightmare invasions still occur occasionally. In response, the School of Dreams and the School of Mechanics work overtime, researching countermeasures. The 8th layer of the Destruction Heaven shattered. Levi ascended to the 9th layer, his power advancing further. 9-layered Destruction Sanctuary, 8th layer Vajra Holy Realm, 8th layer of Invisible Holy Realm, 7-layered Indomitable Holy Realm, 6th Undying Sanctuary, and Unhidden Sacred Realm, totaling 44 layers. He placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. The display indicated his spiritual force had reached 76,000 out of 78,000. Over these years, Levi had completed the sequence artifact of the School of Death, increasing his spiritual force limit by 1,000 points. His spiritual force enhanced by 2,000 points. Moreover, he had researched the 9th circle spell of the sealing sequence, 9 Palace Sealing, the current masterpiece of his sealing arts. Levi transformed his hands. Above the sky dome, a spatial array similar to the 9 Palace 8 trigrams from a previous life formed. The 9 stars connected, sealing heaven and earth. Within 10,000 miles, space folded with indescribable force, becoming a palm-sized black sphere, as if viewing the universe, encompassing all things. This was inspired by the Grey Mist Monarch. 9 Palace Sealing. Levi crushed the black sphere. Chaotic torrents of space and fragments erupted, engulfing him. The blood battle armor shone brightly, shielding him. When space returned to calm, Levi stood unharmed. This 9 Palace Sealing is not only a sealing art, but also an attack technique. Levi reviewed his status. Elemental Magnetic Giant Soldier, Light Giant, 9 Sword, 9 Realms of Descent, Fear Fog, and Spirit Bell reached the 21st rank, which was the maximum. 9 Palace Sealing hit the 20th stage, with 1 experience point out of 20 million. By now, the 9-circle magic sequence he created had 7 types, each a top-grade spell, widely spread. I just need to research the chaos sequence to 9 circles, then I can fully integrate and create the embryonic form of my own 10th circle chaos magic. Levi's legendary path is now clear, which is Chaos Dominator, mastering ether, dominating chaos. Throughout history, many have tried this path. Some achieved quite well, like the Chaos Ancient Serpent and the 7-colored Scale Master, but the strongest now must be the Lord of Chaos in the astral world. In the future, conflict with this top-level god is unavoidable. Additionally, regarding the rune language, his Judgment Rune and Empress Rune have been cultivated to level 8. The damage bonus to faith creatures and soul strength amplification have reached 70%. Ending seclusion temporarily, Levi arrived at the Supreme Council. Edmund leaned forward. How are things now? Levi nodded. To advance to level 10, it might take about 200 years. The closest he is to level 10 is the Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique. He has a 9-layered Holy Realm, and mastering 10 layers is the limit. A breakthrough is possible then. He asked Grand Council Chairman, how is the situation at the front line now? Edmund sighed. Not good. The Nightmare is determined to annihilate us. This time it is not just skirmishes. The Void Holy Temple has already fallen 1 level 10, whereas the Nightmare has not suffered any casualties. Levi's heart sank. How about letting me go to the front line? Edmund shook his head. According to intelligence, the Nightmare Monarchs at the front line should not have what you need to craft chaos artifacts. You had better focus on enhancing yourself. Avoid getting involved for now. We can still hold on. Levi persisted. All right, but if necessary, I can step in at any time. With my current strength, ordinary level 10 middle stage opponents should not be a match. Even level 10 late stage opponents can be contented with. Edmund tapped the table. As I know, the Abyss is also becoming restless. It is possibly invading Nora, while we are occupied with the Nightmare. If the frontline war situation further deteriorates, I might dispatch more legendary wizards for support. Then Nora would need you to guard. Levi bowed his head. All right. Is the Abyss overall commander still Pazuzu this time? Edmund closed his eyes, shook his head and said no. It is the succubus queen of the 660th layer of the Abyss. Levi's eyes narrowed. It is her. This woman is indeed troublesome. As the 3rd millennium of Nora begins, it faces the most challenging situation in history. If he can succeed at level 10, it might ease things up a bit. If not, all of Nora, countless living beings, will rest on the shoulders of the Grand Council Chairman. Even if the runner-up weightlifting champion of the Ming Dynasty came, despair would be inevitable. 5 years later, in the Nora calendar year 2017, Blood Battle 1905, in the Dark Ancient Tower's 5th layer, in the Kane Land. In front of Levi stood a burly blonde male wizard, bare-chested, with a handsome face and 9 dragon tattoos on his back. A transcendent-like 9-striped dragon Shijin stood before him. Master, it is confirmed to be the reincarnation of the 9 Dragons Emperor. How did you see through it? Leon's voice sounded in Levi's mind. Chapter 2962. Instinct. Levi turned to him, his brow furrowed. What is your name? Steve. Levi offered a smile, the expression reaching his eyes. At only 100 years old, you are already a 4th circle body refining and spell dual cultivation wizard. You possess quite a talent and a legendary demeanor. Senior, you are too kind. I was merely lucky. Levi gestured toward the horizon. Let us go. I will find you a good teacher outside. He thought for a moment, still intending to tell Louise about Steve's previous life. Even though he is not the same person, it might offer some comfort. In the subsequent layers, nothing notable occurred. Levi wandered the 9th layer for a month. With Huang in his left hand and Shu in his right, he collected 234 truth oddities. This haul included 2 Radiant Suns, components of the Water God and Golden God series, 1 level 9 rare treasure, and 23 other treasures. He saw no need to elaborate on his other gains. The level 9 treasure named the Golden Summit Divine Sword is quite powerful, but not top quality, nor a surprise from Sauron. After leaving the ancient tower, Levi gave it to Jinx. Currently, after gaining a foothold, the 7-colored Scale Clan, supported by council policies, is developing swiftly. They may soon return to the glorious era of the 7 Calamities ancient clan. The strongest among the 7 clans are the Golden Scale Clan and the Green Scale Clan. Jinx and the Star Splitter both possess late-stage level 9 cultivation, with little issue reaching peak level 9. But to reach level 10, it may take the efforts of the next generation. Soon after returning from the ancient tower, Levi felt a bad premonition as a message from Edmund arrived. He moved to the Supreme Council. Endless lightning power spread, and void bursts echoed. Lady of Thunder sat with closed eyes, frowning. Edmund entered the room, his expression grave. Mr. Silver has fallen. Levi felt his heart shudder. He gripped the edge of the table. Has Mr. Silver used his opportunity for reincarnation and cultivation? Edmund shook his head. Not yet. It is his first legendary path. Without the Star Sky Sword Saint stepping in to preserve his true soul, he would not even have a chance for reincarnation. Only then did Levi allow himself to relax, if only slightly. At the crucial moment, losing a legendary is certainly adding insult to injury. Moreover, after reincarnation and cultivation, even though Mr. Silver retains his memories, continuing as Lady of Thunder's companion might feel a bit strange. He wondered, briefly, what if Mr. Silver reincarnated into a woman? Edmund continued, his voice heavy. However, before falling, Mr. Silver took a nightmare monarch with him using his own life. Next, I will contact the underworld to facilitate Mr. Silver's reincarnation soon. Levi replied. All right, if needed, he can reincarnate on the ancient dragon continent, and I will provide shelter. From now on, the ancient dragon continent will be the shelter for legendary reincarnators. Edmund responded. Yes, that is possible. By the way, Lady of Thunder will soon lead the team to the Shadow World. The Wind Empress, Whale Emperor, and others will also go for support. Nora's defense might be a bit weak, so next, you might need to keep an eye on it with me. Of course, you can proceed with your normal cultivation and retreat. If there is combat, I will call you. If you are in a critical stage of breakthrough, completely secluded, we will ensure your priority advancement and prevent anyone from obstructing your tribulation. Levi nodded. Grand Council Chairman, let me go to the Shadow World too. I will kill several nightmare monarchs to relieve some of the frontline pressure. Edmund thought for a moment. It is no use, honestly. Levi, your legendary opportunity is not in the Shadow World, but in Nora. Levi looked up. What do you mean by that? This time, among the demon army deployed, there is the demon lord you need. Besides, you might not know, the succubus queen is one of us. Levi raised an eyebrow, his surprise evident. One of us? Yes, otherwise, why would it send those mythical creatures to Nora? Capturing the rainbow dragon was indeed due to the queen's secret manipulations. Otherwise, in that chaotic battle, I could not have captured it. Only 4 people know about this, myself, you, Sauron, and the succubus queen. The queen is Sauron's agent in the Abyss world, and to prevent suspicion, the succubus queen often harasses us in Nora, creating difficulties. In truth, it is all an act. This time, it brought all the demon lords you need, and will find the right timing to attack Nora. You should stay here and achieve legendary status. After that, you can go wherever you want. I believe with your strength, unless a level 11 acts, you are already truly invincible in the multidimensional plane. Of course, if a level 11 acts, I will not sit idly. Actually, I have already reached level 11 some time ago. It is just that my realm is not stable, and I am unable to freely grasp this supreme power. Before I completely master this power, I cannot unlock all my strength, or I might become knowledge itself, embody truth, with the risk of losing myself. Have you ever thought about why the Supreme will create various level 11 incarnations? Because they encounter the same situation as me, and even more severe. Abyss, Nightmare, Star Ancestor, Mother River, they cannot easily intervene. Unless there is massive civilizational turmoil, or their own crisis, most of the time, they are asleep. But the Netherworld Ancestor, Chaotic Servant, Master of Horror, though weaker in strength, have significantly fewer restrictions, and can subdue all. In fact, there are quite a few existing level 11 combatants in the multidimensional plane. They are just wary of giants, hidden, waiting for the right opportunity. Levi had previously suspected Edmund might have reached level 11. Now it was confirmed by him, causing inner astonishment. But from Edmund's words, level 11 is not entirely beneficial. Connecting with his previous conversation with the Time Dragon, it seems achieving supreme status likely comes with some cost, differing across systems. Chapter 2963. Levi spoke, his voice steady. Within 100 years, I will not retreat to closed meditation. If there is a battle, call upon me and I shall come. 3 years passed. At the Dusk Holy Temple, inside the Silver Dragon Knight Mansion, a sudden sound echoed. Wow. The Silver Dragon Knight welcomed the birth of his 3rd child. He named the boy Herder. Little Herder had a head of sparse silver hair. He looked at the Silver Dragon Knight holding him and stopped crying. My child, let me see if you have wizarding talent. The Silver Dragon Knight muttered to himself, while moving to fetch a testing crystal. Suddenly, a not-so-fluent infant voice cut through the air. There is no need to test. This body carries the top elemental talent of the Thunder element, combined with the Thunder Heart. I am the reincarnation of Mr. Silver, Furman. Please take me to see the Dusk Palace Master. The Silver Dragon Knight stood stunned in place before he bowed his head. Senior, my apologies. I did not know you were reincarnated here. Mr. Silver waved a small hand. No problem. Before long, Levi arrived. He looked down at the infant. Mr. Silver, yes, but I am rather tired. The spiritual force of an infant is too weak, making it difficult to speak. Thank you for your shelter, Levi. The coming years will require your help. Levi smiled warmly. No trouble at all. Of course, Silver Dragon Knight, you remain my father. This body has the Silver Mountain Dragon bloodline, suitable for my cultivation in the Thunder Sect with my legendary foundation and knowledge. I strive to elevate the Silver Mountain family to a legendary status, even a supreme family. This is my promise. After speaking, the infant fell asleep, drilling onto his father's armor. Nora Calendar, year 2020. Mr. Silver fell, ending his legendary life early, reincarnating into the Silver Mountain family, beginning a new myth. The cruelty of war is undeniable. This time the nightmare, fully prepared, will not be as easy to deal with as last time. More level 10 fighters will certainly fall. This is the harshness of a year of great upheaval. Like the Dragon Flame God Wizard, the Congress kept Mr. Silver's seat, awaiting the day of his return. Time flies, another 18 years pass. Nora Calendar year 2038, Blood Battle year 1926. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, the 2,500-year-old Levi did not hold a grand birthday feast. Under external pressure, he secluded himself in meditation, seeking a breakthrough. At the Tower of Summer Flowers, clouds gathered. the level 9 catastrophe descended with a roar. Elena, surrounded by spiritual creatures with the wizard tower revolving around her, shattered layer upon layer of catastrophe clouds. She finally entered the ninth circle realm. In previous years, she refined a new sun-refining artifact, the Heart of Lake. It enhanced her spiritual force by 1,000 points, further advancing the viewing the sea talent. Also born was a companion creature. It resembled both dragon and serpent, capable of commanding the world's freshwater systems. Levi named it the Spirit of Dongting. According to Levi's research, the river heart, ocean's heart, lake's heart, and tide spirit could be synthesized into a legendary artifact. Therefore, he instructed Elena to persist on this path, collecting other similar water sun refining artifacts through refinement. She would eventually become the Lord of 10,000 waters, reigning over rivers, lakes, and seas. After reaching the ninth circle, Elena became the 205th Grand Wizard of the Nora Council. In fact, if not for losing 6 wizards in the Nightmare War, there would have been over 210 as of now. After consulting with Levi, Elena decided to head to the frontline battlefield. She would hone her spells, and the Path of Knights, building achievements in battle. Levi also gave her some survival cards, scrolls, and rare treasures. He even upgraded Elena's Dragon's Protection Ring to the 9th circle level. With these in place, Elena's safety was assured. 10 years later, Nora calendar year 2048, Blood Battle year 1936. The latest war reports from the front reached Levi. The Lady of Thunder and Wind Empress exterminated the level 10 early stage Lord of Thousand Illnesses, who participated when Mr. Silver fell. The Shadow Fall Master in the Shadow World was besieged by the Lost Monarch and perished in the maze. Caractacus battled the Lost Monarch. He was slightly weaker despite holding a geographical advantage in the Shadow World, demonstrating the terrifying might of the 4 emperors. The Fire Bear Emperor was defeated by the Devouring Sky Demon Lord. He escaped grievously injured through self-detonation, but his whereabouts remained unknown, and the Supreme Treasure Fire Overture was intercepted. The Flower Witch Elena slew the Ghost Eye Tyrant, rescuing allied battle groups of the Void Holy Temple. Achieving such accomplishments upon first entering the 9th circle is astounding. In just 10 short years, several more level 10 entities on both sides had perished or were gravely injured. This included the newly recruited Fire Bear Emperor. They also lost the Supreme Treasure. Levi's heart grew heavy after reading this. When taking things seriously, the giant world is extraordinarily terrifying. Even though the 3-party alliance was so well prepared, the level 10 losses were still this severe. But Elena has grown too. I need not worry anymore. Levi continued in seclusion for cultivation. He waited for the Succubus Queen to send the Demon Lord over. After knowing it was one of his own, his admiration for Sauron grew. The false Succubus Queen was the true male Succubus Sauron. The years faded away. 30 years later, Nora calendar year 2078, Blood Battle year 1966. In Hell, on the Blood Battle battlefield, the demons fully retreated from the front line. After fierce and arduous resistance, Hell finally held the 9th layer. So far, more than a third of the 72 pillars have fallen. Hell's power dynamic underwent a major reshuffle. Deaths among ordinary devils and undead in the first 8 layers were too numerous to count. In Black King City, the surviving demon Fox Main Mother and others congratulated each other, while the Purgatory demon Sword silently returned to the ancient dragon continent to meditate in seclusion. 100 days later, a great tribulation manifested in the Sky Dome. A figure enveloped in wind, fire, and black flame ripped apart everything with invincible might. He stepped into the 9th circle, eyes resolute, gazing toward the high astral world. 3,000 years. Finally entering the 9th circle. Murder Angel, you better stay alive. One day I will join my brother in storming the astral world, spilling rivers of blood, fulfilling my vow. Then, the Purgatory demon Sword once again entered seclusion. He is now a 9th circle spell wizard, which is not difficult for him. His real goal is to become a 9th circle body refining wizard like Gondalf. Once he has mastered both magic and body, he will head to the shadow battlefield, once again validating his path through battle, pursuing the road of legends. Thus comes the time. Levi's 3 duplicate selves, beloved family and friends, all stepped into the demigod realm, while he remained in Destruction Heaven practicing in seclusion, gearing up for a final push. Time flies like an arrow. Some years later, Nora calendar year 2100, Blood Battle year 1988. Levi no longer paid attention to the frontline battles. As long as Edmund did not call him, he would keep cultivating at home, awaiting the demon's delivery. On this day, in the 9th layer of the Destruction Heaven, Levi rose from his throne. His body was surrounded by the roar of countless divine palaces. He delivered a full-force punch to the barrier above, shattering it as immense power surged through him. He leapt to the 10th layer heaven, from where he could overlook the 9 layers of Destruction Heaven, ascending to a whole new vista. There was an ancient bronze gate looming above him, engraved with a red giant dragon baring its teeth, meeting his gaze. Crimson Emperor Dragon. Chapter 2964. The Sky Dome. The red ancient gate presses across. Levi withdraws his gaze, opening the proficiency panel. Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique. 21st rank. Extreme limit. Special effect. Red Emperor Dragon Body. Supreme. Peak level 9. Exclusive weapon. Crimson Dragon Slash. Level 9. Bloodline Divine Patterns. 81 out of 81. Heavenly Sovereign Authority. Destruction Sanctuary. 10 layers. After stepping into the 10 layers of heaven, my Red Emperor Dragon realm has naturally reached its extreme. To go further, I must break this ancient gate and step into a higher realm. What kind of world lies behind the gate? Curiosity flares within him. His stature remains upright. He rises from the ground, impacting all directions, and turns into a rocket-like figure charging at the red ancient gate, accompanied by a dull sound. A loud bang echoes as Levi bounces back. The red giant gate buzzes and trembles, but does not open. Levi feels no impatience. He returns to the Red Emperor throne, murmuring to himself. After reaching level 9, the knight's cultivation focuses on comprehending 6-dimensional rules and the attribute domain, which is the cultivation of the 6 great sacred domains. The panel did not give any prompt for this advancement, but based on my current research, there are 2 conditions for advancing to level 10. Firstly, mastering the power of the 10 layers of the sacred realm. Secondly, condensing enough bloodline divine patterns. My current conditions have been met, yet I cannot break this door. I must be missing some critical steps. Levi inspects himself, ultimately identifying the problem. Although the divine patterns are perfect, the transformation into a physical divine palace is not complete. My current body has not fully metamorphosed into a conceptual strength body and lacks some maturity. So that is it. Levi remains calm, continuing his retreat. Time passes silently in the shadow world. The nightmare power of red and black dyes the grayish sky. Silhouettes of over 30 monarchs tower like columns across the horizon, causing the Alliance army to retreat under their offensive. Nora Calendar 2112, Blood Battle 2000 years. This marks the 112th year of the Nightmare's large-scale invasion, and the war intensifies. To date, the 3-party alliance has suffered 3 losses, with 2 level 10 combatants heavily injured. The Nightmare world has lost 4 monarchs. Both sides suffer similarly, but the Nightmare world, with its vast resources, can afford the cost while the alliance cannot. Over the century, everyone deeply realized the might of the giants. It is no wonder that from ancient times, no one could shake them. In truth, the 3-party alliance now rivals the peak of the giant empire, barely holding against the Nightmare. Any other forces would have perished long ago. At the alliance headquarters, worn-out figures gather together. Maze-like brands etch the back of Caractacus, making one's scalp tingle. He was injured in a contest with the Lost Monarch. Opposite him sit the Lady of Thunder, the Wind Empress, and others. Their spiritual force feels listless, as they are forced to confront too many level 10 strongmen without any respite. Caractacus leans forward. Lady, when will Lord Edmund come to support us here? Given the current situation, we cannot hold out for more than 200 years. If we all fall, the shadow world will cease to exist. The Star Sky Sword Saint shakes his head. The Void Holy Temple and Lady Hera are ready to strike fully, though without Edmund's cooperation, killing the Lost Monarch is as difficult as reaching the sky. The Nightmare 4 Emperors are unfathomable. These years, everyone has been tormented by the Lost Monarch. The Lady of Thunder sighs. I understand everyone's plight, but do not forget that over 50 monarchs are stationed around Nora, poised to act. If Edmund leaves, who will protect Nora? The ignorant monarch, one of the 4 emperors, serves as the commander of the Nora battlefield. Caractacus pounds the table. How do we break the deadlock? The Wind Empress glances around the room. We must persevere for a century more. Nora still has trump cards undiscovered. Once revealed, those Nightmare monarchs will no longer be feared. The Star Sky Sword Saint frowns. The Duskcall Master, although strong, can he truly reverse the situation? In my opinion, Edmund must act decisively to kill the Lost Monarch. With the 4 emperors fallen, only then will we have the capital for a centuries-long standoff with the Nightmare, allowing the Duskcall Master to grow slowly until his level reaches the level of Edmund. The Lady of Thunder remains silent. To kill the Lost Monarch, Edmund must liberate his true form and use unstable supreme power, which he has done before. If done again, the consequences are unimaginable. The Nora Council harbors one major worry. Levi has not yet become the highest pillar of support. Should Edmund leave prematurely, a gap would form, allowing the Abyss and Nightmare to flatten everything. Seeing the 2 legendary wizards struggle, Caractacus sighs. Let us continue and reevaluate in a century. In the Golden Sacred Realm, 6 sacred kings gather under the Golden Ancient Tree, discussing the path, savoring tea and incense, exuding an admirable sage demeanor, contrasting sharply with the 3-party alliance. A golden light descends, revealing the Lulo Saint King. He looks pleased. War just began, and a legendary wizard of Nora fell. Now the 3-party alliance, counting the injured, has already lost 5 level 10 combat powers. The Nightmare world is indeed fierce. The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King strokes his beard, a smile touching his lips. The Nightmare initially suffered defeat mainly due to underestimating the situation, caught off guard by the forces of Nora. But now that they are taking things seriously, Nora naturally stands no chance. Chapter 2965. The Lingzi Saint King stared into the void. Exchanging blows one for one, we can still exhaust Nora to death. Even if the Nightmare loses 50 monarchs, it is just a setback for one epoch. Come the next epoch, it can recover. What does Nora have to compare? The Lingzi Saint King continued. Let us also discuss with the astral world. We must find a suitable opportunity to strike later, defeat the Nightmare, and eradicate Nora to prevent future troubles. The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King nodded slowly. This matter has also sounded the alarm for us. In the next epoch, whether wizards or other spellcaster civilizations, we must take the initiative to crush them at the sprout. Our holy clan will never be someone else's foot soldiers. In the shadow battlefield, at the Nightmare Army headquarters, the Lost Monarch stood with a calm expression. Beside him, the devouring Sky Demon Lord toyed with the supreme treasure known as Fire Overture. It was a curved blade, gleaming coldly and surrounded by red flames. The arrogant Demon Lord spoke up. Now, it seems that leveling the Shadow World will not take 100 years. The Lost Monarch looked away. Once we are done here, we will support the Nora battlefield. They refined a supreme treasure specifically against us, which is somewhat troublesome. The devouring Sky Demon Lord dismissed the concern. There is no need to worry too much over there. The ignorant monarch is personally overseeing it. Taking down Nora is just a matter of time. The Ghost Alley Monarch spoke from the shadows of the corner. Do not forget the Dusk Palace Master. He is not dead yet. I suggest having the ignorant monarch launch a strong attack on Nora. Ignore everything else. As long as we kill the Dusk Palace Master, we win. The arrogant Demon Lord sneered. Ghost Alley, you are really scared stiff. We, the 7 Demon Lords, send out 6. The 4 Great Demon Emperors send out 2. Even the tactician of the Nightmare Brain has gone to battle. Can the Dusk Palace Master really overturn the heavens? Enough, stop being so suspicious all the time. Let us quickly flatten the shadows, then go to Nora and destroy that Dusk Palace Master. Back on the Nora battlefield, at the Nightmare Army headquarters, the ignorant monarch stared expressionless at the massive shards of soul tokens before him. They numbered around 100,000, and all were perishing simultaneously due to that supreme treasure. The Sky Ugly Monarch and others stood nearby shocked. What a strong treasure. Is this the power of knowledge? The Void Demon Lord spoke. For now, it seems the supreme treasure can handle up to 100,000 nightmare creatures simultaneously. We can deploy more cannon fodder for cover. Once it exceeds its limit, the overlords and monarchs will follow up. I will take on the Frost Witch. As for others, I do not care. As for Edmund, we will trouble the ignorant monarch to handle. The ignorant Demon Lord nodded. All right, let us wait a while longer. The shadow battlefield is pressuring Nora, trying to divert Edmund, or the Heavenly will away. Without these 2 level 10 peaks, our actions will be foolproof. The Void Demon Lord laughed. The tactician is always so thoughtful. Let us wait a bit longer. Around Nora, in the land of darkness, a giant well quietly appeared. Terrifying figures emerged from within. Leading them was the succubus queen. She gazed thoughtfully at Nora in the distance. Beside the queen, the Lord of Immersion revisited old grounds and sighed emotionally. In the previous 3 bloody battles, the Abyss truly suffered a crushing defeat. Luckily, he survived. This time, he had to be careful and prudent. The Lord of Immersion turned to his leader. Your Majesty, what should we do next? The succubus queen replied. Hold your position for now. Do not expose your whereabouts. I have placed a spy in the nightmare camp. They will launch a large-scale raid soon. We will follow closely behind, reaping the benefits like a fisherman. In the astral world, within the Storm Divine Domain, ranks after ranks of neatly organized angels and Star Realm apostles lined up. In contrast to the Abyss and Nightmare, they seemed more like a regular army. Surrounding the Lord of Storm, 9 subordinate gods accompanied him. Everyone, focus your energy. The Nightmare monarchs overstep God's authority, seizing the Shadow World and Nora as their territories, bringing the mortal world to ruin. Smoke and blood abound. As gods, as cosmic guardians, as the holders of the Thunder God's authority overseeing and punishing all things, we must always be prepared. When the time is right, we will severely injure the Nightmare and take over Nora. Meanwhile, near Nora in the land of darkness, a seemingly ordinary meteorite drifted along. Within it, a towering figure sat with a crown on his head, wiping a greatsword in his hand. It was the long-disappeared Flame Demon Emperor, Surgard. He had now ascended to the level 10 early stage and appeared leisurely. Chaos is imminent. This time, I do not believe that Survivor of the Vast Sea can still protect Nora's will. If my Sword of World Destruction can devour Nora, not only can I restore my peak strength this epoch, I can even go a step further. I can break the curse of the 4 great demon lords being unable to ascend to level 11. As the Great Tribulation intensified, heroes rose together, and strange creatures watched covetously. On the ancient Dragon Continent, in Gondor City, 300 years had passed since Gandalf ascended to the 9th Circle. With each step beyond the Grand Wizard, it was a new frontier for the body refining technique. With my current strength, staying in Nora for arduous cultivation is not cost-effective. It is better to venture to various battlefields, hunt overlords or demons to refine oddities. I have now gathered the 4 kinds of earth, fire, wind, and water body refining artifacts. Next, I shall refine the 3 major sects of lightning, frost, and metal. I should be able to further advance. The requirements and restrictions for refining body refining artifacts were much higher than ordinary oddities. Gandalf had to plan ahead. His goal was not just the legendary realm. His true self demanded him to prove the path to the Supreme. Soon after, Holy Infant and Vic arrived, both fully equipped and ready. Holy Infant had already refined all his wizard tools to the 9th Circle. His Grand Wizard cultivation was long solidified, and moving towards Senior 9 ring. He also required battles to hone himself. Chapter 2966. He wants to prove the path to supremacy, walking the extreme path of ice and fire. Lord Victor's path is equally clear, which is the secret sword flow, supported by the path of the Goldstone Chi sect, to prove the path to supremacy. The golden electric sword grass and the dusk spear are primordial relics from the same origin. Combining the 2, and ascending to legendary status is a sure thing. Supremacy is the ultimate goal. Levi stood and beckoned to his companions. Let us go. Head to the Shadow World. The three ended their seclusion and began a long overdue collaborative hunting journey. Aside from Lord Victor, the other two have supreme treasures for protection. Even if a level 10 comes, it is difficult to keep them at bay, so the safety issue is not significant. 5 years later, Nora Calendar 2117, Blood Battle 2005. The third son of the Silver Dragon Knight, the Silver Thunder Knight, Halt, a wizard and knight of level 4, climbed to the top of the star list under 100 years of age, becoming a supernova. Mr. Silver's path as a wizard in this world must walk the Lightning faction, using the Silver Mountain Dragon bloodline as the foundation to forge the ultimate Thunder Element bloodline. They complemented each other. He will surpass his past life in this life. That same year, Levi quickly swept through the 9th layer of the Dark Ancient Tower. The total harvest was 346 oddities, 2 sun-refining artifacts, specifically from the Shadow and School of Death, 24 rare treasures, and 1 level 9 rare treasure named the Blue Moon Greatsword. Levi gifted it to the Dark Moon Knight as his protection treasure. Years later, Nora Calendar 2138, Blood Battle 2026. After the Crimson Emperor Dragon reached maximum, he pondered the secrets of power in Destruction Heaven, sitting for decades. The world outside underwent great changes, seemingly irrelevant to him. He cultivated on one hand, while waiting for Edmund's summon. Levi's body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. He introspected, and within 81 trillion cells, they shone like stars. Each cell possessed a power divine palace, and a red emperor true form. 81 trillion cells meant 81 red emperor divine patterns. They intertwined like azure dragons, also moved in indescribable mysterious rhythms like electrons around atomic nuclei, producing the great power to pick the stars and moon. This is truly perfection. Levi opened his eyes, and divine light directly pierced the sky. He stood up, his fists wrapped with 10 layers of Holy Realm power, making moves like Turtle Faction Kagong. This punch opens the heavenly gate. Bang! A bright white shockwave formed a reverse-flowing galaxy, extending over 100,000 miles, striking the red ancient gate like a flood. The power of one punch could shatter a large world. Within the palm, millions of lives could be controlled. This is the true power of level 10. Rumble. The red ancient gate trembled, first opening a crack. Then white light poured out from behind, obscuring the sight of what was inside. Levi stood taller, punch after punch. After 81 punches, the red ancient gate could no longer withstand such immense power. It crumbled and turned to dust, disappearing without a trace. Levi gazed beyond the gate, his eyes reflecting a shocking world. Boundless darkness, infinite heights. Here was a void yet real red dimension, overlooking all beings from above the 6 holy heavens. In the center of the dimension, there was a giant red star. It was approximately 300,000 miles in diameter, its surface layered with ridges like the scales of a crimson dragon, appearing oval-shaped. From a god's eye view, it looked like an egg. This is the red emperor dragon's egg. Levi murmured to himself. There was no crimson emperor dragon in this world, until Levi came, and thus it was. From black snake, golden horn beast, ostrich mountain bird, musk bull, to red lotus dragon, and so on, the bloodlines of powerful beings birthed by fallen star gods, blended seamlessly. The crimson emperor dragon emerged as the times required. It was not any specific being, but a collective will and incarnation of beings of power, a concept of supreme level power. And now, as Levi stepped into level 10, this concept began to manifest truly in the universe. Abstract things ultimately need concrete entities to bear them. Levi could feel the bloodline connection between himself and the stars. In the midst of it all, a message echoed in his subconscious, telling him, he is the stars, and the stars are him. This star is his true form after reaching level 10. As long as the star is undying, he too is immortal. His every move could unleash the power of the red star. Killing gods would be easy. Go, merge into the star, young swordsman. This path is about constant harmony and resonance with the star of power. My human body, and its link to the star is the Crimson Emperor Dragon bloodline. The bloodline is the bond, just as faith is the bond of divine power. In this way, it is somewhat similar to the ancient star gods. Levi closed his eyes and pondered, calming his heart. He did not rush to merge into the star. Upon reviewing things, he found a problem. He had yet to face the level 10 Great Tribulation, and this was not normal. Any being reaching level 10 must undergo tribulation. Where there is anomaly, there is something awry. Previously, the Land of Darkness tried everything to prevent the Crimson Emperor Dragon's promotion, to bring down tribulation and annihilate me, yet this time, it did not, instead nurturing my power star true form. Danger perception inexplicably warned him. Levi had a premonition. He cannot merge into the star. Doing so was wrong. Indeed, if he accepted this power true form, he could take over this star, becoming a powerful existence like the ancient star gods, possibly even reaching the peak of supremacy in one step. In a single thought, he could become as strong as Edmund. But, is this really right? Why do I feel a sense of déjà vu? Isn't this the path of the Plain Sovereign in disguise? Also disguised as the path of faith, only here faith has turned into a bloodline connection. Chapter 2967. But no matter what, my soul and consciousness will be trapped within this star, and I may achieve longevity, like a god. However, I have also become a part of the land of darkness, becoming its tool. It is so eager to support me, perhaps wanting to use me to deal with the abyss, nightmares, and insects, to eliminate the giant tumor within itself. I could, for Nora, resolve my enemies to achieve my goals, but I do not want to be eternally controlled by the land of darkness. I not only want to become supreme, but I also want to attain the highest existence. Leap beyond the 3 realms, be not within the 5 elements. Transcend the universe. I cannot stay here forever. When I achieve success and complete Sauron's unfinished business, I still wish to take my loved ones beyond the universe. Sauron once said that the multidimensional plane is infinitely wonderful. Levi has witnessed it. Sauron also said that the multi-universe is infinitely wonderful. Sauron has not witnessed it, and neither has Levi. No, this is not the 10 I want. As this thought flashed through Levi's mind, the previously peaceful red dimension suddenly became fraught with danger. His danger perception warned him frantically. The red giant star let out a dull throb, like a heartbeat. Thump, thump. Levi looked around. There was no path to return. The 10 Great Tribulation has begun. Shadows flickered and emerged, hundreds of giant beast phantoms, birds, beasts, fish, snakes, and insects. There was everything. Without exception, all were power images. These were transcendent creatures known for strength, from ancient times to the present, including legends, myths, and those Levi had once fused with. They swarmed toward Levi, overwhelming him. Levi sneered. Haha, previously it was just one blood tribulation master per bloodline. Now, unable to control me, it chooses to gang up on me. Right. The land of darkness might have its reasons and greater considerations. But he did not care. He only wanted to act according to his own will. To be transcendent is to go against the heavens. If one blindly follows the universe's rules and will, what use is it to reach level 100? Still just a dog. Just as the saying goes, any power without transcendence is fake. Only by stepping outside of everything, becoming a supreme existence, with the God's eye view, is the true path of eternal life in his heart. Countless fist shadows materialized around Levi, excluding mythical level strength like the Red Lotus Dragon. Other blood tribulation masters could not approach him. However, the sheer number of power creatures evolved over billions of years. At this moment, under the arrangement of the land of darkness, they submerged Levi, besieging him for 3 days and nights. It seemed it wanted to exhaust Levi. Yet how could Levi allow it to get its way? Through his cultivation, he utilized 10-fold Destruction Sanctuary, 9-fold Vidra Sacred Realm, 9-fold Invisible Sanctuary, 8-fold Indomitable Sacred Domain, 7-fold Undying Holy Domain, and 7-fold Unhidden Sacred Realm. A total of 50 layers of Holy Realm power. When he annihilated R2 back then, he had barely over 20 layers of Sacred Domain. The battle lasted a full month. Levi was like a lion encircled by a pack of hounds, falling down and rising again. Die. Levi landed on the back of the final mythical giant beast. His hands transformed into blades, slicing it apart as if unzipping it, flesh flying everywhere. The giant beast's phantom dissipated. Levi gasped for breath, looking into the dark deep space. Come on, this is only 108,000. I have not fought to my heart's content. The darkness remained silent. No blood tribulation master appeared, because Levi had already killed them all. He alone had gone through all the tribulations that knights needed to experience. Crack. The red giant star unknowingly cracked open, its flesh spreading, scales emerging, fleshy wings unfolding, and the thick dragon tail tearing the void. The star turned into the semblance of a red emperor dragon. This was not a phantom. This was a true and tangible red emperor dragon. From this moment, it became more than an abstract thing. However, its body was deformed, its wings broken, and 4 dragon claws weak and uneven in length. It was forcibly awakened by the land of darkness before it was fully matured. Therefore, it only had the strength of a 10 early stage, but even so, it could not be compared to those trivial holy war army masters. The red emperor dragon blood boiled within Levi. 2 tigers cannot coexist on a mountain. Next, either he kills the dragon before him, or the giant dragon kills him. The 2 powers of the red emperor must merge into one. Come on. Levi's blood was boiling, his fighting spirit soaring. The deformed red emperor dragon roared. The 10 red emperor dragon flames spread across the starry sky like a scarlet river, slicing past Levi and flowing from both sides. He grasped the crimson dragon slash, emitting vast sword chi. Roar. The red emperor dragon intensified its dragon flames. Waves of red flame rivers slammed Levi, dissolving his protective golden light, forcing him to endure the red flames with his body. His indestructible Vajra body finally showed its decline against a true red emperor dragon, quickly being charred, relying only on his undying body to resurrect repeatedly. Through this reckless method, Levi finally approached the red emperor dragon, wielding the sunset moonfall halberd, accelerating with invisible sanctuary, becoming faster and faster. Boom. The halberd collided with the star. The supreme treasure's power dented the red emperor dragon's surface, flying off dragon scales. Its deformed body shaken, hurled backward, blood staining the vast sky. Screech. The halberd, enhanced with extreme Dao strategy, and the power of the starry sky sword scripture, shattered the dragon scales. Levi dove inside, traversing swiftly with invisible secret word. He no longer needed to worry about using other 6 emperor dragon powers and treasures. He had reached the end of this path, seeing the essence of the bloodline path. He did not need the approval of the red emperor dragon. He was the red emperor dragon. break the chains, burst through the darkness, and move forward. Nothing else mattered. The high-temperature blood within the Red Emperor Dragon's body evaporated Levi countless times to nothingness. He had never faced such a formidable enemy in actual combat. The opponent was even more tenacious than a 10 middle stage. In this red dimension, the man and dragon fought fiercely. Levi's momentum continued to rise, while the giant dragon grew increasingly enfeebled. The advantage of the six-dimensional warrior re-emerged. Upon reaching a certain critical point, 81 trillion divine palaces within Levi flew out, transforming into a 100,000 miles high red imperial palace like a nebula. On it was inscribed the Red Emperor Star Palace. Shatter for me. The red imperial palace slammed down, grinding the deformed giant dragon into the ground. The dragon's skeletal frame exploded with cracks, ribs piercing through its chest, reaching deep into space. Despite its failure to resemble a dragon, it fought desperately, seeking only to instinctively devour Levi and make itself whole. It would then become the universe's only Red Emperor Dragon. One day, it would inevitably step into supreme level, laughing above gods and demons, even subduing the darkness. But Levi was the creator of the Red Emperor Dragon. He was the master. Today, he intended to completely subdue the Red Emperor and refine it into himself to a firm 10. Die for me. Levi exerted all his strength, his divine palace spinning to grind the Red Emperor Dragon into a mush of meat and bone powder. The nascent Red Emperor Dragon soul was drawn within. He exhaled a rich Red Emperor Dragon flame, using the divine palace as a crucible, with the freshly refined Red Emperor Dragon body and soul as materials, beginning to refine advancement medicines. Levi sat cross-legged on the divine palace, suppressing the Red Emperor Dragon. He closed his eyes, sweat streaming down. The Red Emperor Dragon's body slowly dissolved within the Star Palace, becoming a molten metal-like substance, with the dragon soul whirling and spinning within, stirring ripples. In the molten metal, a large red pill appeared, with the dragon soul engraving a Red Emperor Dragon pattern upon it. Thus went on for 81 days. The Crimson Emperor Divine Palace dissipated. In the void, a pill condensed with 81 dragon patterns, the size of a fist, floated. It emitted a blazing red light, akin to a compressed sun, seemingly a fire dragon pearl. Without hesitation, Levi opened his mouth and inhaled it, swallowing a dragon ball. In this world, there is only me, the Red Emperor Dragon. Chapter 2968. Red Dimension. The sphere that was like both an elixir and a dragon ball was swallowed by Levi, instantly transforming into as many as 81 trillion red dragon souls, coursing through his entire body and burrowing into every cell. Through the body, these red dragon souls began to invade Levi's sea of consciousness, and 81 trillion fragments of soul coalesced in Levi's mind to form a red giant dragon soul. Crimson Emperor Dragon. Even though it had been refined into a pill by Levi, it had not died completely. The dragon soul arriving here clearly intended to seize Levi's body, possess it, and be reborn. Roar. The Crimson Emperor Dragon beat its wings, and red flames 100 times fiercer than solar wind erupted in Levi's mind, sweeping towards Levi's primordial soul. If this attack were to hit, the primordial soul would be incinerated, and the soul would perish as well. At that point, even reincarnation might be impossible. The battle of consciousness seems calm on the surface, but it is extremely perilous. Eternal Star Abyss. A wizard tower emitting endless starlight, with 9,000 ceiling stars shining, appeared in Levi's mind, sheltering his primordial soul within. The wizard tower spun, using the force of a mere 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, dissolving the crimson flame's breath, and then drawing it into a vortex, becoming part of the tower's strength. The Crimson Emperor Dragon recognized that something was wrong. It stopped its breath, accelerated its charge, and then with its mighty dragon soul, rammed into the walls of the Eternal Star Abyss, making the world tremble in an instant. Outside, Levi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his spirit somewhat weakened. He wiped a trickle of crimson from his chin, and gritted his teeth. Conquering the Crimson Emperor and ascending to the 10-level realm is truly no easy feat. But how can your mere fragmented dragon soul compare to my infinite primordial soul? Eternal Star Abyss, smash it for me. In the sky above the sea of consciousness, Levi's chaos primordial soul, like a heavenly earth transformation, transformed into a pure white dragon, precisely the Witch Minister Chaos Dragon. Though its size is smaller than the Crimson Emperor Dragon's, it wrapped its tail around the wizard tower, using it as a golden hoop, and violently smashed it down towards the Crimson Emperor Dragon. Boom! The Crimson Emperor Dragon received a heavy blow, plummeting into the ocean. Its dragon soul body, considerably faded, clearly depleted of too much energy, and unable to sustain itself, had only a dragon soul without a physical body. Meanwhile, Levi had both body and soul, united as one, everlasting, with continuous regeneration. At this rate, its defeat was only a matter of time. Seeing it could not contend, the Crimson Emperor Dragon's form began swelling uncontrollably, transforming into a buzzing crimson great sun. It intended to self-destruct, perishing alongside Levi. The Eternal Star Abyss struck again, but was propelled away by the ascended Crimson Emperor Dragon. The wizard tower, though powerful, was ultimately still a 9-ring witchcraft. With a thought, Levi summoned a crystal palace from his mind, 2 phantom dragon spirits flying from either side, pinning the Crimson Emperor Dragon down. He roared, "Dragon Palace, subdue this beast." The crystal palace descended upon the Crimson Emperor Dragon like the Five-Finger Mountain. Thud. Accompanied by an intense pain in Levi's mind, the Crimson Emperor Dragon soul exploded. The terrifying mental shock trembled the Crystal Palace, but did not topple it. This was the top of supreme treasures. How could it be so easily shaken? Even the full self-destruction of a holy war monarch in the past proved futile. This was just a part of the dragon soul, even less formidable. Levi felt his mind settle and whispered, so the Crystal Palace can be used like this, truly a versatile treasure. The blood battle armor for protection, Dragon Palace as a guardian god, a perfect combination. Levi's primordial soul swayed like a butterfly in a storm amid the aftermath, with the soul intensity boost from the Empress rune proving powerful here. The stronger the soul, the harder it is for the enemy to possess or execute mental attacks. Ordinary wizards can only enhance their soul strength through elevating their cultivation realm, but Levi, bolstered by rune power, already rivals legendary wizards in strength. As the dragon soul's power dissipated, the magic ring in his mind automatically began to spin, grinding these lingering souls like a millstone, turning them into pure, will-less dragon soul power, gently streaming into Levi's primordial soul. Levi felt the surge of energy and whispered, there is actually such a benefit too. Levi sat cross-legged, beginning meditation. In the red dimension, the Dragon Palace emerged, with the Dragon King spirit, Blood Battle spirit, 7 treasures, and Shadow Army guarding Levi, preventing any outside assaults. Time flies, years roll by. In the blink of an eye, 12 years passed. Red dimension. As the power of the Dragon Ball was continuously digested, Levi's physical body, especially his power attributes, was growing every moment, stabilizing his 10-level realm. In his mind, the digestion of Dragon Soul's power continually enhanced Levi's soul strength, causing his spiritual force and even its upper limit to surge dramatically. On this day, the Dragon Ball and Dragon Soul power were completely absorbed. Levi opened his eyes, an indescribable feeling of exhilaration within his heart. 10-level realm. He placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 80,800 out of 80,800. This Dragon Soul unexpectedly increased my spiritual force upper limit by nearly 3,000 points, and over 4,000 spiritual force. How terrifying is that? Levi took a sharp intake of breath. However, the enhancement in spiritual force is just a minor aspect. The greatest benefit of absorbing the Dragon Soul is the growth of the soul. Upon Levi's primordial soul, faint red dragon scales were draped, originally intangible, now incredibly solid. In an instant of thought, Levi's primordial soul exited his body, emitting a boundless crimson light, resembling a heavenly red armor divine general, with divine eyes gleaming, exuding vast dragon's might. The red armor primordial soul flew to the sky, casually throwing out a punch, sending a crimson shockwave shooting across 90,000 miles, sweeping away everything in front. My primordial soul is so strong, I can easily thrash Arta with a single punch. Unless a level 11 personally intervenes, anyone trying to possess me is simply courting death. Chapter 2969. The highlight of the night reaching level 10 is the enhancement of Levi's body. The Dragon Ball brought unimaginable benefits to him. He opens the proficiency panel. Levi's status is as follows. The Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique is at level 22, with 1 out of 1 billion proficiency points. The special effect, the Red Emperor Dragon Body Supreme, is at the level 10 early stage. His exclusive weapon, the Crimson Dragon Slash, is at level 9. The Bloodline Divine Patterns are 81 out of 81. The Heavenly Sovereign Authority is the Destruction Sanctuary at 10 layers, and the Star Sovereign Authority is the Destruction Star at 0 stars. The breathing technique formally entered a new stage. To ascend to Supreme, it requires a full 1 billion proficiency points. It is foreseeable that the final stretch of the Supreme path will be more difficult than all the previous level 10 stages combined. Throughout history, level 10 is common, but Supreme is rare. Regarding the exclusive weapon, Levi has not yet reforged the Crimson Dragon Slash with divine artifacts, so it remains at level 9, because level 9 flames are too inefficient to refine the Sun God Gold. Now that he possesses level 10 Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames, with some time, he can reforge it to birth the first 10-level divine weapon in history matching a supreme treasure. The Bloodline Divine Patterns remain at 81. Every particle of Levi's cellular dust has achieved Divine Palace transformation, becoming Strength Concept incarnations. After level 10, the path is to continuously enhance strength concepts. He is still researching the Destruction Sanctuary composed of the Fire Domain and the Power Rules, but the quality of the Destruction Sanctuary still needs enhancement. Therefore, every 10 layers of the Destruction Sanctuary can condense a higher-level Destruction Star. This is the main power source after level 10. Condensing 10 Destruction Stars, becoming the master of 10 stars, is the limit of the Red Emperor Dragon. Thereafter, he must break the supreme shackles to ascend to level 11. 1 star to 3 stars is the early stage of level 10. 4 stars to 6 stars correspond to the mid stage. 7 stars to 9 stars correspond to the late stage, with 10 stars being the peak limit. Theoretically, Levi can command the power of a 100-layered Destruction Sanctuary. The path to level 11 is long and arduous. Closing the panel, Levi gazes at the red dimension. From now on, this will be the exclusive dwelling of the Red Emperor Dragon, similar to a divine kingdom, or a demiplane. Its area is much larger than ordinary divine kingdoms and demiplanes, and the functions of these three differ. A demiplane essentially nurtures a normal world within the body where life can be nurtured and rules can be established. A divine kingdom is a large barrier built of divine power and faith by the gods, mainly to protect the gods. The red dimension is the nest where the malformed red emperor dragon is nurtured in the land of darkness. It does not possess complete world rules, but is filled with the power of destruction and power imagery. Red flames and power shock waves ravage like storms in the land of extreme cold. Unless sheltered by Levi, any other who comes will perish. This place stands high above the 10-layered destruction heaven. To make an inappropriate analogy, if comparing to the 36 heavens of the previous life, this should be the 4 Brahma heaven class. As the land nurturing the red emperor dragon, it stands outside the multidimensional plane system, akin to the astral world, nightmare, underworld, and primordial land. They have no specific space coordinates within the multidimensional plane. They are untouched by the light of the sun and moon, and the natural calamities of the plane find it hard to reach. Thus, Levi can enter the 10-layered destruction heaven and the red dimension anytime from anywhere. They are omnipresent. Theoretically, leveraging the destruction heaven and the red dimension, Levi, as such a Star Lord, can illuminate the multidimensional plane, traversing at will. But his current power is not sufficient. It is hard to cover all realms. Ultimately, the level of the red dimension is not high enough. If Levi ascends further, stepping into Supreme, it can then illuminate more worlds. Its status in this universe can be compared to the 3 pure ones amidst the 36 heavens of the previous life, just below encompassing the universe and transcending all under Daloa. To achieve the Daloa realm, one must reach level 12, the Supreme Realm. He must truly step beyond this universe and leap out of the land of darkness. Within the red dimension, Levi is the master of destruction. He can employ the power of the destruction stars he condensed to easily obliterate gods. Even those with higher realms, if they dare enter, will have their cultivation suppressed. Here, Levi is an invincible existence. This is my dwelling, he thinks, and it can be called Red Emperor Heaven. With a thought, countless power imagery surges forth within the Red Emperor Heaven. There are thousands upon thousands, with no repetition, and with power ranging from level 6 to level 10. Here, I can also mobilize the strength of all power imagery, equivalent to seizing the authority of the land of darkness and claiming it as my own. Any blood tribulation master knight faced here can be found. I can even control the blood tribulation of knights who come after. But the blood tribulation is greatly beneficial for knights' growth, and it is a means of honing them. There is no need to abolish it. Keeping the status quo is sufficient. If I encounter some beloved ones facing tribulation, and they are truly endangered, I can do some tweaks and take some shortcuts. It is not a problem to completely abolish tribulations or act against this fundamental principle. Who knows what this universe would do to me? There is no need to court such danger. Moreover, in the long term, the number of knights needs to be balanced. The long-running rules of the land of darkness have their logical reason. Even the powerful beings of the giant world cannot escape tribulations. Levi is but just level 10. How can he dare oppose the universe? Level 9 is a holy sanctuary knight. Level 10 is a star knight. In a way, the path of level 10 for knights was also once a unique resurrection path for the star gods. Chapter 2970. Their power and bloodline have been passed down through generations of breeding and multiplication, and will not disappear, instead being inherited by us knights. Theoretically, once the load limit of this universe is reached, the number of level 10 knights will not be much less than the star gods of the past. It might even be more. So, it is entirely possible for 108 heavenly gang and earthly Shenites to patrol the heavens. Provided that the current vested interests are overthrown, all those resources are released, ending the era of gods and demons, and beginning the 10,000 spirit era. Levi gazes at the sky dome. That day is not far off. 2 years later, Nora calendar 2152. Within the Red Emperor Heaven, behind Levi lies the indistinct phantom of a giant crimson star, suspended high, tens of thousands of miles in diameter, with blazing flames spewing out, spreading into the void. To fully condense the 10 layers of destruction sanctuary into a destruction star, it would take decades. My Crimson Dragon Slash also requires some time to complete its reforging, during which I will have to transition using the Sunset Moonfall Halberd. Levi checks the proficiency panel. The Golden Emperor Dragon and Black Emperor Dragon breathing techniques also reached their maximum. Each mastered the power of the 10 layers of Sacred Realm. With the successful experience of the Crimson Emperor Dragon, the next promotion will be a smooth journey. He heads to Golden Emperor Heaven. Another giant golden star looms, similarly covered in golden scales, shining with dark golden luster, grand and majestic. This is the nurturing ground of the Golden Emperor Dragon. The land of darkness already understood Levi's resolve. This time it does not attempt to lure him into the stars, to become a part of the Golden Emperor Dragon, but instead directly utilizes all the power of its imagery, and forcibly catalyzes a deformed giant dragon to annihilate Levi. Yet now Levi is far different from before. The Red Emperor star looms behind him. He wields the increasingly proficient Star Sword Scripture and Thousand-Eyed Sword Scripture, striking with the halberd. The star illusion shatters, the void trembles. Within the Golden Emperor Heaven, a great sun squeezes in, engulfing the malformed giant dragon. Amidst terrifying explosion sounds, the giant dragon is hit backward. Kill. Levi pursues victory, his halberd slashing down again and again. The newborn Golden Emperor Dragon is completely suppressed under his assault, held down by Levi, and within less than 10,000 rounds, is annihilated. The Golden Emperor Star Palace falls, using heaven and earth as the furnace, dragon body as materials. After 81 days, he refines a golden emperor dragon ball. Levi consumes it. The familiar process of the dragon soul possession takes hold. Without much effort, Levi scatters the golden emperor dragon soul, absorbing it into his own primordial soul, transforming it into nourishment to enhance spiritual force and upper limit. 10 years later, Levi places his hand once again on the Klein crystal ball. The readout shows 84,000 out of 84,000 for spiritual force. Unknowingly, I have already exceeded the maximum limit by 14,000 spiritual force points, and I am only 16,000 points away from the legendary lower limit. If I ascend all 6 Emperor Dragons before becoming legendary, then my 9th circle spiritual force will surpass the legendary wizard. No one has ever accomplished this before. This is the allure of practicing both witch and knight paths. However, my spiritual force has increased too much in a short period. Within the next century I cannot force growth, so the promotion of the Black Emperor Dragon will have to wait. Inside Levi's mind, the primordial soul is clad in golden and crimson scale armor, soul strength elevated to a new level. 81 trillion golden emperor divine palaces distribute like grains of sand in a river. They emit golden light particles, converging on Levi's body surface, forming a golden coating. He forcefully chops at it with supreme treasure. Accompanied by the sound of metallic clash, the halberd bounces away. That layer of golden coating is cut open a small slit, but quickly heals. Ha ha ha, supreme treasure cannot hurt me. Just in terms of hardness, my body is no less than divine iron. This is truly indestructible to Vajra. He opens the proficiency panel. Levi, Golden Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 22, 1 out of 1 billion. Special Effect, Golden Emperor Dragon Body. Supreme Level, Level 10 Early Stage. Exclusive Weapon, Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, Level 9. Bloodline Divine Patterns, 81 out of 81. Heavenly Sovereign Authority, Vajra Sacred Realm, 10 layers. Star Sovereign Authority, Vajra Star, 0 star. Similar to the Crimson Emperor Dragon, except the divine weapon needs to be reforged. The primary task of the Golden Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique at this stage is to condense the Vajra Star. Waiting for the day when 6 great stars hang high, it would mark the commencement of an invincible journey beneath Supreme. This time the retreat was too long. Not sure how the war is going. Lord Emin also has not found me. Let us return to Nora first. Nora Calendar 2162, Blood Battle 2050. Front lines of the Nightmare War, Shadow Battlefield. The Alliance Army is continuously retracting the defense line under the pressure from the Nightmare Army, now all constrained in the center of the shadow. Entrenched in the shadow will land. This is the last line of defense of the Shadow World. If it gets breached, the Nightmare Army already determined would certainly obliterate the Shadow Will, leaving nothing of the Shadow World. In fact, if it were not for the Shadow Will suppressing the Nightmare side's strength, and creating heavenly timing and earthly advantages, allowing the supporting level 10 to exert their power uninhibited by plane restrictions, the Alliance's level 10 numbers would not have persisted till now. Supreme Council. Edmund sits alone at the round table, meditating with eyes closed. Grand Council Chairman, I am level 10. Levi strides in, momentum far surpassing before. Edmund's calm eyes reignite with joy. Knight level 10. Yes, the spiritual force also reached its limit. Just the 10-ring spell prototype and legendary artifact require some additional time. Good, it is good. Level 10 is great. Edmund stands up, unable to help but applaud Levi. Can your current strength shake late stage level 10? Levi ponders for a moment and replies. Chapter 2971. There should be no problem. Currently, he possesses a dual dimension of the Crimson Emperor and Golden Emperor at level 10. He has 10 layers of the Invisible Sanctuary, 9 layers of the Indomitable Sacred Domain, and both the Undying Holy Domain and Unhidden Sacred Realm at 8 layers. This totals 55 layers of Holy Realm power. Moreover, with his advancement to level 10, the Blood Battle Spirit has also reached level 10. He holds the Crystal Palace, Blood Battle Armor, 8 Formation Map, 7 treasures, and numerous methods. By activating the Bath Blood special effect, his spiritual force is close to 140,000. There is definitely no problem confronting level 10 late stage. Edmund looked at him and spoke. Currently, the Lady of Thunder and 23 level 10 strongmen are trapped in the Shadow Will land. The Nightmare World is still increasing its forces, currently having 33 Monarch level strongmen. I, along with Heavenly Will, need to guard against the ignorant Monarch on the Nora battlefield. I have over 50 other level 10 strongmen here, and cannot escape. You should proceed to the Shadow World to relieve them. Take 4 Kings of the Giants with you to try to kill some Nightmare Monarchs. No problem, but if I leave, what if the Abyss attacks? I have communicated secretly with the Succubus Queen, and there will be no attack for the time being. Alright, time is of the essence. You can quickly go to the Shadow World through the Shadow Network. Aside from you and me, does anyone know about your advancement? No. Very well. When you arrive at the Shadow Battlefield, I will have Charactus and others launch a counterattack. You penetrate their encirclement and catch them off guard. Shadow World. The Lost Monarch is seated atop the Sky Dome throne. Behind its maze pattern, ink-colored lines extend, stretching millions of miles to surround the center of the Shadow World. This is the absolute perception domain of the Lost Monarch. Inside the encirclement are those resilient strongmen of the three-party alliance. The Ghost Alley Monarch projection appeared. Lord Lost, when will you begin the full assault on your side? I advise you to extinguish those people early and hurry to Nora. Eliminating them here is vital. You must not spare the Dusk Palace Master. It cares for nothing else. It believes Nightmare World will not fail. It only cares when the Dusk Palace Master will die. Without this person's death, it cannot sleep or eat in peace. The Lost Monarch waved a hand. Do not rush. Here we have both Caractacus and the Star Skysword Saint, along with the existence like Shadow will present. It is not just myself and the 2 demon lords. It is not an absolute advantage. Once the 4 Calamity Lords of Disaster arrive, I can remove the Shadow World at lightning speed. Under the Disaster Monarch, there were once the incarnations of 5 Calamity Lords. They are the Cold Disaster King, Red Land Calamity Monarch, Flood Disaster Monarch, Plague Lord, and Wind Disaster Lord. All possess level 10 middle stage strength. In the ancient war with the Astral World, the Plague Lord was slain by the Lord of Chaos. Its true soul was obliterated, body and spirit annihilated, and its body devoured. Afterward, the Lord of Chaos used the Plague Lord's power to sacrifice billions of beings in the multidimensional plane through the plague, birthing a terrifying existence. That is the father of plagues and god of ghouls. Since then, only 4 Calamity Lords remained. Once, the 5 Calamity Lords joined forces, comparable to level 10 peak. A commonplace level 10 late stage was no match. Although slightly weaker now, they still possess late stage strength. In fact, the Lost Monarch wished for the Disaster Monarch to take the field personally. But the old foe wanted to seize the opportunity of the Lord of Chaos being distracted by the insects, to strike Chaos Wasteland to avenge a past grievance. Currently, the Disaster Monarch is accumulating strength, unwilling to exert effort. Were it not for the Master of Horror's request, it would not even plan to support with the 4 Calamity Lords. Understood. I am waiting for the good news from Lord Lost. Upon hearing that the 4 Calamity Lords would arrive, the Ghost Alley Monarch breathed a sigh of relief. It gazed toward the distant Nora, murmuring internally. I do not know why, but I cannot shake this unease. Could that guy have already broken through to level 10? It has been less than a millennium since his advancement to level 9. Nora calendar year 2165. Shadow World, Corwell Land. Level 10 strongmen are gathered here, all with weary expressions. In a situation of stronger foes and weaker selves, relying on the world's conveniences, they have dragged the powerful Nightmare for hundreds of years. They are almost at the verge of exhaustion. Caractacus sits alone under the shadowy giant sphere, covered in wounds, without a single intact part. The Star Skysword Saint's arm also lacks 6 full limbs, affected by Nightmare corrosive power, making it difficult to heal quickly. Caractacus opens his eyes and looks far ahead. We can fight back now. Fight back. How can we fight back? Without the blessing of Shadow Will, rushing out would be like moths to the flame. When will Edmund arrive? Edmund did not arrive, but someone else did. Could it be him? The strong ones all had a jolt in their expressions. Dusk Palace Master, level 10. So quickly. It seemed like just yesterday he was still level 9. This speed of leveling up is like others playing legendary games, working hard for a month to level up once, while Dusk Palace Master levels up every day. Other than cheating, there is no other explanation. Can he really solve our current predicament? Alas, Lord Lost is too strong. Not to mention the 2 level 10 late stage Angry Demon Lord and Devouring Sky Demon Lord. Caractacus spoke with resolve. At the moment, we can only trust him. I will hold off Lord Lost. Star Skysword Saint will handle Devouring Sky Demon Lord, and Angry Demon Lord will be left to Spiritual Venerable. Everyone else, do not hold back. Go all out with your firepower. If we truly cannot match them, we will have to abandon the Shadow World. I can lead you all away. His eyes showed great reluctance. Initially, when he chose to believe in Nora, he had to bear the consequences. Moreover, with the current uncertainty, if by any chance Dusk Palace Master can turn the tide, the Shadow World might not be doomed. He still held hope. Then, 23 level 10 figures launched an all-out assault, emanating a mighty aura, heading outside Lord Lost's absolute perception domain to attack. Above the high heavens, Lord Lost revealed a cold smile. Plan to fight with your backs to the river, a desperate struggle. Devouring Sky Demon Lord's curved knife appeared in hand, revealing the incarnation of the Nightmare true body. It is a pity. The fish may die, but the net will not break. Angry Demon Lord burned with invisible fury, wielding an illusion artifact known as the Red Worm Battle Axe. He slashed down with the might of a demon god about to create heaven and earth, shouting angrily. Since ancient times, we were born high above, mastering heaven and earth. You rebels against the Nightmare shall perish. Nonsense. First, ask my sword if it agrees. Star Skysword Saint and Spiritual Venerable Sword forth, each facing their formidable foes. Shadow Country of Caractacus. A figure in the Shadow Emperor robe struck toward Lord Lost. A shadow realm with a diameter exceeding hundreds of thousands of miles crashed down. Lord Lost raised a finger and lightly pointed. Dark lines twisted to form labyrinth barriers, shredding the shadow realm like tangled threads. Caractacus, it seems you still do not understand the vast gap between us. Lord Lost drew countless lines in the void, attacking like 10,000 swords. Under the assault of 4 Emperor-level powers, Caractacus barely held on. On the battlefield, many level 10 fighters were engaged in chaotic combat, but many powerful members of the three-party alliance were surrounded on all sides, quickly falling below. Thunder God. Lady of Thunder raised her hand. 10,000-pound lightning struck toward the Sky Pool Monarch in front, who was also a level 10 middle-stage Elder Strongman. In the heat of battle, a gigantic white bone claw suddenly emerged from the ground, grasping Lady of Thunder's defensive field, applying force, and producing an explosive sound. One special spiritual creature after another flew out, only to be shattered by the claw. On another side, Wind Empress's expression changed. Pale Monarch. She wanted to reach out to help, but found herself encircled by 2 level 10 early-stage monarchs, powerless to assist. Seizing this chance, Skypole Monarch transformed into a towering perilous peak, rock-solid and 10,000 miles high, like a spear piercing down, aiming to kill Lady of Thunder. Then, in that moment, a strike swifter than light, swifter than sight, swifter than all perception flew from millions of miles away. It was a halberd. The spear light shattered the perilous peak and blasted the bone claw into pieces. Lady of Thunder escaped. Where the eye reaches, where the heart reaches, there is the sword domain. This is the manifestation after mastering the Thousand-Eyed Sword scripture. That guy is finally here. Years ago, the Thousand-Eyed Swordsman who came to support the Shadow Battlefield muttered, "In this world, aside from itself, only one person could possibly master the Thousand-Eyed Sword scripture. That is Levi, who exchanged combat techniques with it." Amidst the clamor, a figure in black armor emanating the brilliance of level 10 descended, golden and crimson light illuminating the monotonous shadow world. Dusk Palace Master, ancestor of warlocks, extreme knight, Levi. Behind him, for level 10 giants wielding supreme treasures and exuding the power of earth, fire, wind, and water descended like the 4 heavenly kings guarding the south heavenly gate. Worm Lord also followed quietly at the back, surveying the monarchs, sighing inwardly. "I never imagined a day would come where I would dare to challenge these old masters." After the halberd rescued Lady of Thunder, it returned to Levi's grasp. Where his halberd pointed, it swept over many nightmare monarchs, a silent war intent soaring. At this moment, countless words were condensed into one phrase. Kill. Chapter 2972. Shadow Battlefield. Dusk Palace Master. He is at level 10. The monarchs stared in disbelief. A boom shook the air. The terrifying spear light collided with the steep peaks conjured by Skypole Monarch. Rocks flew and dust billowed. Shockwaves swept across tens of thousands of miles. Skypole Monarch flew backward, his face aghast. Even at level 10 middle stage, he struggled during that first exchange. This display of strength shocked every nightmare monarch present. It meant the Dusk Palace Master had achieved the power of level 10 late stage, or perhaps even peak power. Skypole Monarch waved his arms. "Quick, quick, come a few people. Join forces with me to kill this person." Pale Monarch conjured a white-bone giant claw that covered the sky. It smashed the dome and pounced toward Levi, a move remarkably similar to when it annihilated the Ash Dragon. A cold voice cut through the air. "Your opponent is me." Lady of Thunder stood ready. A robust thunderbolt caught the giant claw and smashed it apart. Thousands of divine lightning bolts rained from the sky dome, aiming for the Pale Monarch. Lady of Thunder stood with her hair upright and her robe swelling, her tall figure poised atop the throne of thunder. She was not a thunder god, but something greater. Kill. The 4 great giants strode forward, carrying mountains to chase the moon. Each deployed their wizard powers. Earth, fire, wind, and water emerged. Supreme treasures glimmered as they found their respective opponents. With 6 new level 10s joining, the three-way alliance now had 29 strong men. Although a gap remained compared to the nightmares, it was no longer vast. The mountain giant king fought at level 10 late stage, belonging to top-tier combat power. He saw Caractacus struggling against the lost monarch, and proactively joined the most dangerous battle. He waved his hands to drop 1,000 giant peaks. The relief allowed Caractacus to breathe, making the struggle against the lost monarch manageable. The lost monarch did not seem as relaxed as before. 6 more from the shadow battlefield had departed. Half of those guarding Nora had left, so the ignorant monarch could act. This was the perfect opportunity to take Nora. The ratio of level 10s on both sides was close to 2 to 1. How could they lose? The lost monarch relayed this information to the ignorant monarch, then focused on dealing with the 2 formidable enemies before it. It felt confident in the strength and decision-making of the ignorant monarch. Having fought astral world battles countless times, the nightmare brain had never disappointed the monarchs. Meanwhile, on the Nora battlefield, the ignorant monarch spoke to the empty air. "Dusk Palace Master and the 4 great giant kings have left. I will handle Edmund. The 4 great demon lords will target Heavenly Will and Frost Witch. Everyone else will use absolute strength to push through the level 10 defenders of Nora. Logically speaking, this is a perfect plan. But why do I feel uneasy?" The ignorant monarch struggled to unravel the problem. Why not ask the magical stone tablet? It was the stone tablet that had transformed it from a blind fool into the nightmare world brain, the all-knowing strategist. All along, the ignorant monarch believed the stone tablet was its opportunity, a unique trait distinct from other monarchs. So, besides it, no one knew of the stone tablet existence. "Oh stone tablet, please tell me, who is the wisest being in this world?" the ignorant monarch asked with a smile. "It is you, ignorant monarch." Text emerged on the stone tablet. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Oh stone tablet, please tell me what actions should I take next?" The ignorant monarch inquired again. The text projected. "Projecting into the abyss is concealed behind the Nora battlefield. The succubus queen leads over 40 level 10 lords watching from afar, intending to seize benefits like a fisherman. The Lord of Storm from the astral world likewise leads the gods hidden in darkness, watching fiercely. Legendary wizards each wield a copy of Sauron's great disintegration technique. If we act now, though we may capture Nora, we would suffer considerable losses. Then we would face abyssal and astral world raids without a chance for victory. To prevent our efforts from becoming someone wedding gown, it is advised to dispatch the 4 great demon lords to counterattack against the Lord of Storm, driving them away while serving as a warning. Afterward, if the abyss retreats temporarily, we shall return to Nora. Otherwise, the army shall blitz the abyss, using our numerical advantage to force them back, clearing the field to capture Nora. Upon seeing this, the ignorant monarch expression subtly changed. The abyss has arrived. He immediately dispatched sentinels to conduct large-scale reconnaissance around the land of darkness. Indeed, he found traces left by the abyss. Ha, this group is indeed plotting as expected. The ignorant monarch sneered coldly. Luckily I have the magical stone tablet, capable of foreseeing all things in the world and understanding ancient and modern wisdom. Otherwise, I would have been fooled by these damned demons. The ignorant monarch always trusted in the stone tablet answers. The stone tablet was his golden finger. Believing in it means victory. Thus, the ignorant monarch did not follow the lost monarch immediate dispatch plan. As the general commander, he began to execute the stone tablet plan. Shadow battlefield. Lost monarch, 2 demon lords, Charactus, Star Skysword Saint, Mountain Giant King, and Spiritual Venerable fought. The war involving these 7 top-tier strongmen caused the Shadow world to tremble violently. Lord of Light and Shadow, newly entered at level 10, battled against 2 level 10 early-stage monarchs. He showcased the formidable strength of dual cultivation in his sect of course. This was also helped by the fact he maneuvered in the Shadow world like a fish in water. Lady of Thunder and Wind Empress, these 2 Tenring senior wizards, each fought against 2. They relied on wizard forms, legendary wizard tools, and accompanying spiritual creatures to hold off 4 monarchs. Others fighting against many were native shadow monarchs, who could perform extraordinarily on their home ground. Chapter 2973. The giant kings were extremely fierce, relying on ancestral supreme treasures to suppress their respective opponents, transforming into bodies that spanned thousands of miles, astonishing everyone. Figures like Whale Emperor or ordinary level 10 strongmen from the Panplane were much inferior compared to legendary wizards, barely sustaining themselves, feeling on the verge of defeat at any moment. Boom! The 8-armed demon emperor once again shattered the perilous peak, sending the Sky Pool monarch flying away, treating it like a sandbag, unable to face Levi head-on, and only able to dodge. Terror flooded the mind of the Sky Pool monarch. Too strong. This guy is too strong. What kind of monster is he? At the start of the great battle, it had already lost the courage to continue. Damn it, someone hurry and help me. The Sky Pool monarch's figure kept retreating. Levi seemed like a heartless killing machine. Beyond the shadows, countless starlights descended, bathing the 8-armed demon emperor in a radiant glow. It was stunningly beautiful. Starry Sky Sword Scripture, Star River Sword Washing. The magnificent light blasted the Sky Pool monarch away. The defensive field around it could no longer withstand, gradually breaking down, and the aftermath shattered its body into fragments scattered around. The fragments transformed into mountain peaks like 2 walls in parallel. An abyssal mouth opened with terrifying suction, attempting to draw Levi into unknown dimensional space. Behind Levi, the Red Emperor Star descended, continuously expanding, annihilating all within a 100,000-mile radius, swiftly collapsing the parallel walls. The voice of the Sky Pool monarch came from within. Lord Lost, save me. Save me. The lost monarch watched, eyes flickering. Damn it, how can the old Sky Pool monarch not last 100 rounds? What realm is this person in? Longevity was like a blink of an eye for it, while for Levi, these 1,000 years were enough to transform from a nobody to a mighty figure across the multidimensional plane. This is the advantage of the short-lived species. Amidst the chaotic battle, the lost monarch raised a finger, pointing out a long ink-colored line. The mountain giant king reacted instantly, protecting himself with a supreme treasure, and using his body to resist. Boom! The mountain giant king's figure retreated, his face pale, but he refused to avoid it. The supreme treasure buzzed, unsure of how long it could last. The might of the 4 emperors, just like this, the mountain giant king boasted, charging again. Well done. Charactus's palm shot out a shadow greatsword, aiming at the lost monarch. He sneered. You underestimate us too much, allowing yourself to be distracted. The lost monarch frowned slightly, layers of maze emerging in front of him. The shadow greatsword shredded the obstacles, piercing into his chest, causing significant injury. He knew he could not be distracted, for both opponents in front were not simple figures. The lost monarch laughed. Not bad, the war has started for so long. Charactus, you've finally managed to hurt me. Next, I will take it seriously. He no longer cared about the Sky Pool monarch. War always claims lives. Boom. Accompanied by the violent tremors of the shadow world, the Sky Pool monarch revealed a magnificent figure under the crimson giant star, and then began to melt away. No matter how hard it resisted, it was to no avail. The great sun descended, all returned to void. The Sky Pool monarch dead. Sigh. The warhorse neighed. The murky yellow river descended upon the shadow world, and Leon, already at level 9 late stage, slashed out a golden light, subjugating the level 10 middle stage true soul. The underworld aura descended, causing the many monarchs present to change dramatically. The angry monarch spoke in a deep voice. Is the underworld participating too? Leon packed up the true soul, looking left and right, finally gazing at the lost monarch. Big guy, are you talking to me? Aside from you, are there any other underworld people? I do not represent the underworld, nor am I the Nether Emperor. I am just an ordinary little sidekick by my master's side, Leon shrugged, riding away into the void. Stop your deceit, your actions today. We nightmares can consider it underworld's abandonment of neutrality and a declaration of war against us. If you insist on seeking death, don't blame us nightmares for being merciless after this battle, the angry monarch raged powerlessly. Whatever you say, big guy. Leon waved his hand and left, completely ignoring the threat. Having resolved the Skypole monarch, Levi was still unsatisfied. He collected the spoils, pouncing towards the pale monarch like a hungry wolf. This figure, also with level 10 middle stage cultivation, paired with the level 10 early stage sealed sovereign, together formed an attack and control lineup battling the Lady of Thunder, who struggled to keep up. If not for the various techniques of the legendary wizards, ordinary level 10 would have already been defeated. Speaking of which, the pale monarch and Levi had some connection. The Black Dragon territory was precisely its domain, yet during Levi's growth period, this monarch never showed up, causing its vassals to secede and engage in chaotic warfare. Back in the day, it was the one who annihilated the Ash Dragon. Seeing Levi charging, the pale monarch's skeleton body crumbled apart, disintegrating into white fog covering 100,000 miles. The fog was composed of bone powder. Madam, you deal with the sealed sovereign, I'll handle the pale. Alright, be careful. Levi Volition Ally took on the strongest monarch, activating Bath Blood special effect, enhancing all 7-dimensional attributes by 70%. He looked at the pervasive white fog, heartily mocking. Letting you taste my 9-palace ceiling. Having experience battling the Grey Mist monarch, he would not be helpless against such methods. With the augmentation of nearly 140,000 spiritual force, the 9th circle spell bore legendary might, unfolding within a 100,000-mile radius. The 9-palace 8 trigrams positions, massive space twisted and distorted. No, this is sealing magic. The pale monarch realized something was amiss, but it was too late. Space twisted into a sphere, sealing the white fog within a spatial bubble, rapidly shrinking. White bone claws thrust out, attempting to shatter the bubble to escape. After all, this 9th circle spell could not hold for too long. Chapter 2974. A crystal palace descended from the sky, sealing the bubble within. Using the power of the supreme treasure, the bubble compressed. The space with a radius of 100,000 miles became a basketball-sized black sphere. White ribbon-like mist floated within, forming a miniature pale monarch. Its face showed shock and anger, lacking the calmness typical of a level 10 being. Levi put away the black sphere, his figure rising, instantly arriving at the astral world. In the sea of ruins, he gently crushed the black sphere. Boom. Art is an explosion. How vast was the mass of space with a radius of 100,000 miles? Its explosive power was comparable to the self-destruction of many stars. Countless space turbulence swept in all directions, the shockwave spreading 1 million miles away, creating a massive vacuum layer even in the sea of ruins. The pale monarch was annihilated, leaving only some spoils and indestructible items floating in the void, which Levi retrieved. This move is too powerful. I cannot control it precisely. To avoid harming allies, I had to trouble the astral world a bit. Deep red eyes opened on Levi's forehead. A particle as small as a dust speck mixed in the stardust 1 million miles away, quietly fleeing into the distance. Tisk, tisk. You want to run? Levi activated the invisible secret word, instantly arriving above the dust speck. A phantom white bone spear appeared within the dust. It stretched 10,000 miles, stabbing towards Levi. He blocked it with his arms, the blood battle armor radiating intensely. The bone spear penetrated the armor, directly entering Levi's mind. Mental attack? Levi remained unfazed. In his mind, his primordial spirit slapped out a palm. The red and gold light formed a shockwave, shattering the bone spear, and revealing the true soul of the pale monarch within. How is your soul so powerful? Despair washed over the pale monarch. This move could even accidentally hit a legendary wizard, severely damaging their primordial soul power. The creature thought Levi's body was strong, but his soul was only at the 9th circle level. Little did it know, after refining the souls of the Crimson Emperor Dragon and the Golden Emperor Dragon, and cultivating the Empress Rune, Levi's soul strength had surpassed most legendary wizards. It is not that I am strong, you are just too weak. The red gold primordial soul released a chaos white dragon, blasting the true soul of the pale monarch out of its body. As it emerged, it tried to escape into the void. Futile. Behold my billion-strong magnetic reversal. Levi's thought rippled, and the elemental magnetism within 100,000 miles reversed. The violent gravitational pull acted like a vortex, drawing everything towards Levi. The pale monarch watched, helpless. It could not advance, only retreat, and despair took hold. Dusk Palace Master, spare my life. I can serve you. The pale monarch knew this was the only possible way to save itself. Levi's heart stirred, temporarily giving up the thought of killing it. The surging Black Emperor Dragon power injected into the pale monarch's true soul, enslaving it. Master. A particle of bone powder formed in the void, attaching to the true soul. The bone powder began unlimited multiplication, instantly reforming into a white bone body. This pale monarch is indeed troublesome with this undying regenerative ability. If I had not been an opponent with all-around skills, even another level 10 late stage, or even level 10 peak being, might not be able to take it down. Levi felt glad he had figured out the sealing sequence, otherwise the Pale Monarch might really have escaped today. After resurrection, the Pale Monarch only had the strength of a level 10 early stage. Levi spoke. I return to the shadow battlefield. You return to the nightmare world. If the Lost Monarch asks, just say you were severely injured, relied on a life-saving trump card to fake death and escape, and dare not return to the battlefield. You must report any nightmare world intelligence to me promptly, without error. Understood. Levi, looking confident, returned to the shadow battlefield. Other monarchs felt horror about the missing Pale Monarch. The battle had just begun, and already 2 monarchs had fallen. Both were at level 10 middle stage. What happened to this world? Levi swung the 8-armed demon emperor, transforming into a rainbow and charging into the battlefield. Lady Andrea, the Pale Monarch has been subdued. Hold on, I am coming to rescue you. The level 10 strongmen on the nightmare side were left with only 31. Lady of Thunder laughed. Ha ha ha, good, as expected of you. The Supreme Council had awaited this day for so long, and now it was finally bearing fruit, filling the lady with confidence for the future. Everything was moving in a better direction. The Wind Empress summoned all the wind power in the world, holding off the 2 level 10 early stage monarchs besieging her. One was called the Sky Filth Monarch, the other the Sky Stench Monarch. As the saying goes, filthy and stinky go hand in hand. These 2 were twin brothers, reportedly conceived in the same year, month, and day within the nightmare world. They could suppress an ordinary level 10 mid-stage when fused, especially the Sky Stench Monarch, constantly flying all over the sky, with various dirty and foul things accompanying a flood comparable to Ganges water. This troubled the germophobic Wind Empress. She found it difficult to fight or avoid, only able to dodge and contain from a distance. Levi's body shone with golden light, carving a path within the stinky domain. The 8-armed demon emperor struck towards the main body of the Sky Stench Monarch, which resembled excrement. The Sky Stench Monarch responded with an indescribable pee and fart attack. My special ability is not one you can overcome with sheer strength. The Wind Empress dodged away. Seeing her legendary wizard tool tainted with a stench, she called out a warning. Be careful. Its means can contaminate the body, supreme treasures, even the soul. It may seem non-lethal, but like a bone-eating maggot, it is troublesome to handle. Her wizard tool was sullied. Its power was greatly diminished, requiring thorough repair and nurturing after this battle, lest the consequences be unpredictable. Chapter 2975. Levi reversed the magnetic field to deflect all the filth attacks, making the entire area within 1,000,000 miles reek, and other strong beings retreated rapidly. It is useless, my power of Sky Stench cannot be extinguished, the Sky Stinky Monarch shouted as the stench surged from all directions, corroding Levi's golden light field. Behind Levi, the blood battle spirit emerged, along with an endless blood sea, charging toward the Sky Stinky Monarch. Summoned creatures like the Light Giant and Primordial Magnetic Giant Soldier followed in succession. They were not afraid of contamination. If soiled, they would self-destruct and be reborn. For beings like the 7 treasures, Levi dared not release them. As the saying goes, even a chaotic fist can knock out a grandmaster. The Sky Stinky Monarch had not boasted for long before the blood battle spirit found its true body, sweeping relentlessly with bloody sword chi. No, brother, save me, the Sky Stinky Monarch screamed, as he found himself trapped with no way out. Levi's demon godlike form approached, his hand raised as 9 suns suspended in the sky, and dragon flames swept forth. Spells and spell-like abilities exploded, blowing the Sky Stinky Monarch into a mass of noxious flesh, still writhing and reforming like slime, evidently possessing an undying body. But this kind of immortality was limited. Levi's fire dragon tribulation fired like a machine gun, and in an instant, hundreds exploded simultaneously, turning the flesh to nothingness. In this world, there is no true immortality, not even for Levi. What is called immortality is simply because the power is not strong enough yet. Leon swept away the true soul of the Sky Stinky Monarch, leaving it with no chance of resurrection. Levi collected the stinky spoils of war. No matter how stinky, they are level 10 materials that should not be wasted. From the moment Levi entered, it had only been half an hour. For a level 10 battle, that was incredibly short, but the Nightmare Monarchs had already lost their will to fight. They had already lost 3 generals, including 2 level 10 middle stage ones. With this ebb and flow, 30 monarchs versus 29 3-party alliance strong beings, the scales of war began tilting toward the other side. Moreover, that Dusk Palace Master had already slain 3 strong beings, used so many powerful ultimate moves, yet still showed no sign of fatigue, and could continue fighting. While battling, the Lost Monarch felt tormented. This cannot go on. He is only level 10 early stage, but his killing ability for level 10 rivals mine. In numbers, it seems the Nightmares have the advantage, but he alone compares to 10 ordinary monarchs. In reality, it is the 3-party alliance that is in the lead. Continuing this fierce battle will only allow the Dusk Palace Master to break us one by one, causing greater losses. Retreating now can still mitigate the damage. With this thought, the Lost Monarch transmitted to all monarchs. I am preparing a large-scale forbidden spell. Everyone take this opportunity to retreat. Let us leave the shadow battlefield and regroup with the ignorant monarch. Joining hands, dense black lines enveloped it like a ball of yarn, impervious to Charactus and the mountain giant king's efforts to penetrate. Nightmare forbidden spell, the cosmic labyrinth. Lines spread in intricate paths, enveloping the entire shadow battlefield, forming a colossal maze based on the universe. Inside the maze, space was warped, with no discernible order or direction, and time in some areas was chaotic. This near-supreme top-level strong being could already interfere with parts of the power of time. Not much against time dragons and similar experts, but for ordinary level 10s, it is a devastating strike, one of the 4 Emperor's Dominator's main assets. The Nightmare Monarchs fled one after another. Only the Skyfilth Monarch looked back at Levi trapped in the maze, stealing its heart. Give me back my brother's life. Its filthy hand traversed space-time, striking Levi's nape in a bizarre manner. If not for the Nightmare Monarch's support, it would never dare such an act. The monarchs departing the shadow world had dispersed, leaving the lost monarch watching the maze below, its expression turning cold as it scolded. Skyfilth, hurry back. You are no match for him. Though its cosmic labyrinth could disorder space-time and perception, it lacked large-scale destructive power. It was meant for escape. It knew well that with the Dusk Palace Master's tactics and wisdom, these illusions would only trap him momentarily, so fleeing quickly was the right choice. Despite unfavorable conditions, trying to snatch ahead at retreat, the Skyfilth Monarch truly seemed to have lost its mind over its brother's death. As expected, a deep red eye split open on the back of the Dusk Palace Master's head, and his figure dispersed like a mirage, causing the filthy hand to grab empty air. No, is this an illusion? The Skyfilth Monarch started. It was a Nightmare Monarch, a master of illusions, never expecting to one day fall into another's illusion. There was no black armored swordsman where it stood, only a gray bead releasing red-black mist. Illusion device, the Night Barrier Pearl. The Skyfilth Monarch and Lost Monarch's faces changed slightly. The former perceived danger and began retreating. The latter tentatively shot out a black line, entering the shadow world, to retrieve the Night Barrier Pearl. It was originally its possession. Roar, accompanied by a terrifying dragon roar. A majestic red giant dragon suddenly spanned the world, shaking the maze. Its wings stirred flames and golden light spanning 100,000 miles, fusing into a crimson gold waterfall that hung from the sky, blocking the black line, which vanished like ink blotting canvas. The Lost Monarch shook its head, leaving directly. Forget it, take it. When the Supreme will flattens Nora, I will retrieve it. Rationality told it that unless the 4 emperors acted together, no one beneath Supreme could kill the Dusk Palace Master. But persuading the scheming 4 emperors to unite was more challenging than having the Supreme will intervene personally. The maze gradually dissipated, and other strong beings emerged from the illusion to witness a breathtaking scene above. The Skyfilth Monarch exerted all its strength to attack the red giant dragon, shouting something about perishing together. The golden dragon eyes stared at the Skyfilth Monarch, wings tearing the clouds, tail ripping through heaven and earth. The dragon's chest became translucent, revealing a sun-like heart beating within. The furnace gathered the power of red flames throughout its body, through the dragon's mouth, converting into a dragon breath that ran parallel to the world, spreading over tens of thousands of miles. The scorching breath engulfed the Skyfilth Monarch, and the red flame trail lingered for a long time, becoming a unique scenery line in the gray-white shadow world. After the all-consuming heat, a dirty nightmare crystal core floated in the void, a phantom of its true soul charged once more toward the dragon like a moth to flame. The latter extended its dragon claw, pressing down sharply. The true soul was struck to the ground, an invisible shockwave stamping a massive gulch spanning 100,000 miles, vaguely bearing the shape of a dragon claw. Nora Calendar 2165. The Dusk Palace Master slew the Sky Pool, Pale, Skyfilth, and Sky Stinky, 4 great monarchs in the shadow world, unstoppable. Due to the indelible pit imprint left by the dragon claw on the earth, it became a wonder, and later generations named the battlefield Dragonclaw Sky. Chapter 2976. Although the Nightmare Monarch escaped, many overlords and lords remained in the shadow world. Powerful figures engaged in a massacre, turning the ground into rivers of blood. The losses inflicted on the nightmare were significant, rivaling the first major nightmare invasion. Once the last nightmare creature fell, the shadows returned to tranquility. Survivors gathered, sharing the joy of surviving a disaster. One warrior gripped his sword, his knuckles white. It is wonderful. I never thought we would actually hold this place. A comrade nodded, dusting off his armor. I almost believed the shadow world would become history. An older veteran gestured to the carnage. This battle saw the fall of 4 monarchs, which is a huge loss for the nightmare. It is enough to give us 100 days of rest. He looked toward the horizon. We are truly grateful to the Dusk Palace Master. In such a dire situation, he managed to slay 4 monarchs, proving to be Nora's hidden ace sword. The powerful figures from the shadow world felt genuinely convinced by the Nora Council. Driving away over 30 monarchs with the strength of one person displayed the demeanor of the former Supernova King. Levi landed, his form shifting into the classic black armored swordsman. A sense of unsatisfied desire lingered on his face. He sheathed his blade. Not enough killing. Absolutely not enough. The lost monarch proved too cowardly. After losing just 4 monarchs, they dared not fight anymore and fled with their group, disgracing the 4 emperors. The powerful figures from Nora gathered around, shaking hands and chatting with Levi, continuously offering thanks. Lady of Thunder stepped forward, her brow furrowed. Levi, how are you feeling? Your spiritual force suddenly surged. Did you use the Ascension secret technique? Levi offered a tight smile. I only used it occasionally. It did not have much of an impact. The Wind Empress exhaled, her shoulders relaxing. That is good. If you need to repair your spiritual origin, I have a bottle of life-giving potion refined by the Thousand Mountains Immortal. Levi held a crucial role in the upcoming struggle against the three giants. Edmund remained strong, but as a guardian, he dared not leave Nora, with all the powerful contenders circling him. Nora needed a sword with absolute power to crush level 10 enemies and support various battlefields. No one suited the role better than Levi. Presently, as a level 10 knight, he possessed the power to contend with a level 10 late-stage opponent. Once he ascended to the legendary realm, he would at least match a level 10 peak combatant. Under the Supreme, no one matched him. Even at level 10 early stage, as his minor realm enhanced, Levi's power would continue to surge. Perhaps he would not need a Supreme Ascent to obtain Supreme power. This was the crux. The importance of a true Supreme to a civilization could not compare to Levi's false Supreme combat power. A true Supreme obtained cosmic ceiling level combat power, but the universe suppressed them, sacrificing their freedom. Frequent exertion led to indescribable consequences. Supreme will created Supreme-level incarnations or agents to solve this. The true body never acted unless civilization faced life and death. Levi offered a gracious nod. Thank you, Lady Andrea. I am fine. The Star Sky Sword Saint stepped forward. He gazed at Levi. Levi, have you reached level 10? Levi nodded. Yes. The Sword Saint laughed. That is great. Do not forget our agreement. Once the war situation eases, I will spar with you. Levi looked to Caractacus. What is the plan for the Shadow World next? Caractacus gestured toward the horizon. This battle made me realize that being isolated here cannot resist the nightmare. Sir Levi came to the rescue this time, but next time may be different. The undying Shadow Vecna inspired me. The Shadow World needs to end its fragmented state and move toward integration and unity. Starting from the Nora dark side, we will merge the Shadow World into it. Then, we will gather the scattered pieces in the multidimensional plane, reconstructing the dark side across the universe. Therefore, I intend to lead the 9 Shadow Sovereigns to join the Nora Council. Please inform the Star Sky Sword Saint and Lady Hera. The Star Sky Sword Saint nodded. I understand. Levi replied, his voice steady. This is great. Today's Nora is the Shadow World of the past. We are on the same path. Nora lives in the light, and everyone lives in the dark. Both sides can coexist without significant conflict. The Shadow School of Thought among wizards can serve as a medium for communication between the light and the dark, helping everyone collect the dark fragments sooner. Caractacus bowed his head. Good, thank you, Sir Levi. The 3-party alliance effectively became a 2-party alliance. The Void Holy Temple's size, compared to Nora, seemed less significant. After discussions with the Supreme Council, the grand integration with the Shadow World began. Unlike prior conventional plane fusions, this once quasi-giant superworld, even just an iceberg's tip, surpassed all current new worlds combined. If the fusion succeeded, the Nora dark side would grow explosively, providing unprecedented enhancements to Nora's light side. 5 years later, Nightmare World, Lost Domain. Nightmare monarchs descended from the sky, their faces somber. They remained silent for a long while, until a white-boned figure arrived. The lost monarch stared, voice dripping with accusation. Pale Monarch, you are not dead? The other monarchs also stared coldly at the Pale Monarch. The Pale Monarch offered a bitter smile, his shoulders slumping. I barely escaped. Chapter 2977. I was sealed by the Dusk Hall Master, nearly perishing. Fortunately, using the white-bone disintegration technique, I escaped back to the Nightmare World in a particle of dust form and revived again. My realm has somewhat fallen. At that time, I was in a very weak state and participating in the battle would have been futile, so I avoided the sharp edge for the time being to preserve the living power of the nightmare. Many monarchs listened to the explanation and did not suspect anything. The Pale Monarch had average combat ability, but its survival abilities ranked among the top in the nightmare. They were just displeased with the actions of the Pale Monarch, but it was understandable. If it were them, survival would certainly come first. From another perspective, it was the least bad outcome among misfortunes. At least, the fallen monarchs were not 4, but 3. The Pale Monarch asked with caution, Lord Lost, what should we do now? The Lost Monarch spoke in a low voice. First, take some time to recover, then join forces with the Ignorant Monarch. The Lost Monarch did not understand why the Ignorant Monarch did not attack, while the forces of Nora were in a void, missing the great opportunity it worked hard to create. Eliminating the Shadow World was never the main point. The group of Shadow natives was just struggling to survive. This epic's true instability factor is Nora. The appearance of the Dusk Hall Master proved this point. With the power of one, the Master changed the situation in the Shadow battlefield, slashing 3 monarchs and severely injuring 1. Such feats even made the Lost Monarch a little apprehensive. The Void Holy Temple. Hera sat high on the death throne, truly worthy of being Sauron's heir. Just entering level 10 crushed all opponents. If not for an untimely end, a promotion to Supreme is definite. I hope he can remember our agreement. Supreme, should I step out after all? Now that the Shadow is about to merge with Nora, my group of 10-odd people wanting to oppose the Congress is just a fantasy. If the Void Holy Temple could endure until the New Worlds, and find a way to leave this universe, perhaps we should explore another place instead. Hera is a woman, but she does not like being under others. She craves adventure, the unknown, and conquest. The Underworld. In the Netherworld Ancestor Hall, the grey-robed swordswoman opened her eyes. A powerful and eerie thought traversed infinite spacetime, materializing a phantom before her. The features were unclear, like a skinned human form. The Master of Horror, Nightmare World's representative, asked coldly if the underworld was participating in nightmare affairs too. The Nether ancestor was calm. She wiped the longsword in her hand and replied with a question. Master of Horror, long time no see. Have your injuries healed? Humph. If you want to start a war, just say it directly. We Nightmare will take it. Don't claim neutrality while doing sneaky things behind the scenes. The Master of Horror dispersed. The Nether ancestor remained unmoved. The underworld does not plan to go to war with the Nightmare currently. The abyss is the top enemy. She does not want to make wedding clothes for those astral insects. As for Leon by the side of Levi, she had no control over it. That little fellow may appear unremarkable, but in a previous life, it was someone who could step into Supreme at any time, but it did not want to do so. The Board 1 chose reincarnation and revival, planning to live a different life, becoming the pet of Levi. Besides the Mother River, it needn't obey anyone. Now among the top 3 Nether Emperors in the underworld, the third is the Reincarnation Emperor, the second is the Life and Death Nether Emperor, and only the position of the first Nether Emperor is vacant. This seat once belonged to the Spirit Emperor Leon, the Panplane, the Fire Sovereign, Void Emperor, the End Dragon Bird, and other veteran powerhouses heard of the defeat of the Nightmare World to the Shadow. They had different expressions. Some rejoiced, while others lamented. The Duskhall Master, who had dominated the multidimensional plane for millennia, finally stepped into level 10. No one knows if this heralds the beginning of a new epoch. What could be foreseen was that in the coming multidimensional plane, there would inevitably be a storm of blood. Unimaginable gods and demons would fall. Strong beings would wither. Millennia later, even if Nora lost, this civilization, and that group of legendary figures would still leave a significant mark in the age history book. To have achieved what naturally powerful dragons and frost giants could do with a human body is already a miracle. The Land of Darkness, a certain battlefield. Arrogance, Void, Sloth, and Fury, the 4 great demon lords at the late stage of level 10, connected their energy. They formed a red-black wall enough to make a level 10 peak tremble. In front stood over 10 subordinate gods, and a true god clad in storm wings, towering countless miles, divine arts swirling in an overwhelming assault. For great demon lords, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to provoke a war between Nightmare and the astral world? Relying on the strength of the subordinate god, the Lord of Storms stands alone against 4. Hee, Lord of Storms, you have a good plan. Sneaking down a god's incarnation while we were attacking Nora. Don't tell me you came to the multidimensional plane for sightseeing. The arrogant demon lord mocked. The Lord of Storms spoke. How could you possibly know I was descending? The arrogant sovereign replied with pride. Our strategist Lord's divine plan already knew your deceitful intentions. Roll back to the astral world. Nora, Nightmare has set its sights on. Daydreaming. Nora is already my land of faith. I am only reclaiming lost ground. Since when has the astral world feared your nightmare? Then let us see the truth through battle. The war between both sides had gone on for years, with neither side relenting. It was locked in a deadlock, until dark lines descended, sketching out the figure of the lost monarch. Chapter 2978. Quasi-Giant Nora. The 4 emperors descend. The world trembles. Lord of Storm's expression changes abruptly. The lost monarch casually shoots out a black line, shattering spacetime, annihilating everything. Retreat. In front of Lord of Storm forms an elliptical giant shield of intertwined hurricane and lightning. The black line collides with the giant shield, exploding into countless cracks, with shockwaves sweeping across hundreds of thousands of miles. Lord of Storm asks a question. Lost Monarch, aren't you on the shadow battlefield? Upon hearing this, Lost Monarch's eyelids twitch. Indeed, someone who lifts the wrong pot at the wrong time. Too lazy to explain anything, he speaks with a cold tone. Get lost. I don't feel like fighting with you today. Your astral world is now like a clay Buddha crossing the river, struggling to protect itself, so stop forcibly involving yourself in the matter of Nora. Being too greedy can be fatal. Lord of Storm, ranked among the top 10 gods, whose fame and power rival the Nightmare 4 emperors, smirks with disdain. Even if we astral beings bear the calamity of the dark insects, we aren't ones you can extort from. All of you in Nightmare, see you later. The astral army departs into the distance. The lost monarch looks at the 4 great demon lords. Aren't you going to campaign against Nora? Why waste time entangling with the astral world? Void demon lord speaks up. With astral and abyss like a tiger and wolf behind us, how can we dare to safely assault Nora? Though we have 50 monarchs, those legendary ones of Nora aren't pushovers. The lost monarch sighs. Take me to see the ignorant monarch. The lost monarch stands before the ignorant monarch, full of vigor, and questions with a gloomy expression. Ignorant, why didn't you follow my advice? Now, we've lost the only chance to annihilate Nora. What on earth were you thinking? The ignorant monarch remains calm, with a world-weary and cunning demeanor. He speaks boldly. Before you asked me to step out, I stated that for small-scale wars, you call the shots. For critical battles, I do. In our previous battles with the astral world, wasn't every victory relied upon my strategies? What's one momentary setback worth? Besides, I differ from you. I need to consider the bigger picture. If you follow your method, even if we seize Nora, how many of the 50 monarchs will return alive to the Nightmare world? Can our profits make up for our losses? Look at your side. 3 monarchs fell in one day, and 1 severely injured. With such results, how dare you question me? The 2 emperors argue. Neither backs down. Other monarchs remain silent. The ignorant monarch's rebuttal leaves the lost monarch momentarily speechless. So to speak, the ignorant monarch's tactics aren't wrong. Recklessly rushing in, knowing the abyss and astral aim to reap the benefits, isn't wise. Yet, missing the opportunity to take down Nora is undeniable. The lost monarch speaks his mind. Dusk Palace Master at level 10, though his combat power might not match ours, his danger level is comparable to a 4 Emperor. Now, either summon disaster and death or let the Master of Horror descend. There's no other way. The ignorant monarch replies. Summoning the 4 Emperors is extremely challenging. The Master of Horror is recovering from serious injuries and might not come readily. Moreover, the Supreme Will is slumbering, not easy for him to leave. What should be done then? Haven't you noticed? This loss isn't our fault. The objective situation is woeful, with Abyss and Astral involved. It's chaotic everywhere. Star is definitely a sworn enemy. No possibility of cooperation between us. But Abyss can be tried. Despite their chaotic madness, their intent to destroy Nora aligns with ours. I plan to communicate with the Succubus Queen. We both have over 120 level 10 forces. Why not join hands temporarily, take Nora together, and afterward, act on our abilities? What? Collaborate with Abyss. Might as well charge in now. I refuse to believe that over 80 of us can't seize Nora. Then you go ahead and try. Suddenly, all nightmare monarchs look forward. The dark deep space where Nora resides shakes violently. A shadow far larger than Nora descends, distorting surrounding spacetime, forming a land of nihility. Visibly, Nora inflates like a balloon, absorbing nearby meteors and shattered planes, transforming into part of itself. Earth, fire, wind, and water continuously sculpt worlds on the edge of Nora crystal wall, generating mountains and rivers from thin air. What's going on? Numerous monarchs' expressions alter. The lost monarch speaks with a stern voice. How can this be? The shadow will has lowered itself, actively merging into Nora, combining with dark side will. Have all these shadow natives gone insane? The ignorant monarch says nothing. From this moment, the situation escalates further. Nora, after merging with Shadow World, can already be called a quasi-giant level world. What it lacks are resources, profound strength, and supreme level combat power. If satisfied, the fifth pole of the world will appear. It's over. Seems things really are blown out of proportion. Nora Dark Side. On Roger's Peak, Wagner looks up at the sky. Billions of shadow rivers merge into the world, expanding the dark side at unimaginable speed. Opposites complement each other. The present Nora front is lined with over 40 level 10 figures, quietly watching the changing sea and fields. Edmund guards Soren Continent alone. Caractacus floats beside him. Thank you, Lord Amin. Many thanks likewise. We mutually complete each other. Later, you guard the front. I and Vixer guard the dark side. By the way, with Shadow's return, Wagner emerges as the biggest winner. As Nora's dark side dominator, his power likely leaps 2 small realms, rare indeed. Chapter 2979. Vecna's greatest ideal is to establish the Shadow Network. With your assistance this time, I believe that day will come soon. Leave it to us. 10 years later, in the year 2180 of the Nora calendar, a figure in black armor stands on the edge of the expanding territory of Nora. He thrusts a massive halberd into the ground beside him. Standing there, he exudes the aura of holding a pass that none shall cross. In the shadows, numerous gazes track him. Levi remains unfazed. Having returned from the shadow world, he is not yet done killing. He stands ready to face whoever challenges him next. It depends on whether those lurking in the shadows have the guts. His feat of slaying 3 monarchs in a single day, and severely wounding 1 more has spread across the multidimensional plane. The fame of the Dusk Palace Master is known to all. Since the moment he stepped into level 10, his status rivals that have long established powerhouses, like Edmund or Hera. Levi's killing intent ripples outward. The many malevolent gazes scatter and retreat. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, 20 years vanish. The integration of the shadow world and Nora's dark side is complete. A new Nora, 5 times larger than before, spans through the darkness. It is dazzling. In the void, Levi opens his eyes. He stands up and turns to head home. Giants are nothing more than cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Nora Dark Side. Vecna's aura is intimidating. Thanks to the feedback from Nora's dark side, he sets a record for the fastest promotion from 10 rings ordinary to perfection since the Congress was established. This promotion is merely an inflation of spiritual force. His mental state, knowledge, spells, and heritage are far inferior to an average 10 rings perfection. The next steps must be taken firmly on the ground. Regardless, Nora's confidence is bolstered against the nightmare. With Vecna's power as the dark side dominator, even if the 4 emperors came, he could fight. Currently, the Nora Council boasts level 10 late-stage combat power in 8 individuals. Edmund, Heavenly Will, Caractacus, Mountain Giant King, Spiritual Venerable, Frost Witch, Vecna, and Dusk Palace Master. Add Hera of the Void Holy Temple, and the Star Sky Sword Saint, and the total reaches 10. These pillars of Nora's deterrence form the backbone, against the likes of Demon Lord and Demon Sovereign. On this day, on the Tower of Heaven, Edmund delivers a speech to Nora's entire territory. In the year 2200 of the Nora calendar, the 2088th year of the Blood Battle, the fusion of the Shadow World with Nora creates a place where they watch over and help each other, overcoming the Great Tribulation together. 12 seats are added to the Supreme Council, making a total of 56 seats. Excluding the fallen Dragon Flame God and Mr. Silver, 54 individuals possess level 10 combat power. Among the new seats are 10 Shadow Monarchs. The Worm Lord, liberated from Black Emperor's enslavement by Levi, joined the Supreme Council and achieved merit to counter his crimes. The final seat belongs to the Dusk Palace Master. This Knight Pioneer has officially ascended to the level 10 Star Knight realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with mythical creatures in a human body. The Dusk Palace Master, on the Shadow battlefield, beheaded 4 monarchs, turned the tide when it was about to collapse, saved the day, reversed the situation, and lived up to the name of the Supreme Knight. Upon hearing of Levis' level 10 breakthrough, all of Nora celebrated. Before this, even Levis' closest people did not know of his advancement due to his surprise attack on the Nightmare. This news shocked everyone. Countless people cheered and applauded. They call Levi the ancestor of knights. Ancient Dragon Continent. I am not the ancestor of knights. To be precise, that title should belong to Heavenly Will or the Ultimate Creator. Levi thinks this helplessly. He does not care much about such empty titles. However, regardless of his opinion, in this era, among all beings in Nora, when people mention knights, the first name that comes to mind is Levi. Just as when wizards were mentioned, people invoked Sauron's name. Imperial Palace. Elena followed Levi back from the Shadow battlefield. After nearly 200 years of experience, her wizard cultivation is stabilized. Her energy sect and knight advancements progress further. With multiple 9-level treasures, her combat level surpasses ordinary level 9 mid-stage. She is capable of contending against level 9 perfect. Once all 3 of her paths reach level 9, she will perhaps be undefeated below level 10, becoming another small Levi. After a long drought, they reunite and celebrate continuously, entwining for 3 months, concluding their battle as strong beings. Afterwards, Alina, her face flushed, leans against Levis' chest. Her fingers trace circles. Thinking of something, she speaks. My ancestor of knights, you are now famous throughout the world. You have also advanced to level 10, and I am at level 9. Can we have a child now? Indeed, it seems that the 18 Twilight Cavalry have all settled down except for our Black Snake family, which has not yet continued its legacy. There is no time like the present. Let us start. Oh, you agreed so readily. I thought you would worry about the Great Tribulation, and be unwilling to let a child be born amidst the flames of war. Previously, my strength was insufficient, and I had not established a foothold in the multidimensional plane. How could I dare speak of family? Now, looking at the world, those who could kill me number fewer than 2 palms. Half are still slumbering, so I can ensure your safety. Besides, I am also curious how strong our child will be once born. After level 9, a knight's life essence transitions. A child conceived between a level 10 and a level 9 knight will certainly be extraordinary. After much effort, the two fight fiercely for almost half a year. When Alina is about to exceed her limit, she finally conceives. No wonder pure blood dragons are so rare. I have the lover's rune to aid fertility, yet it was still so difficult, not to mention others. Alina touches her abdomen, sensing the embryonic form of the newly conceived life. As a transcendent, she has an inexplicable intuition. Levi, this little one is surely extraordinary. I fear it might take 100 years to give birth. You will not say I will give birth to a dragon, will you? Probably not. My human lineage is still quite significant. Strictly speaking, I can still be considered a human. The child would also resemble a human more. That is good. Amidst the flames of war, Levi is finally ready to become a father. At this moment, resting on his shoulders is not just the ancient dragon continent and Nora, but also Elena and the child. Both the larger world and the smaller family are equally important. 2 years later, Levi, I feel I might be having 3. What? Let me see. Levi internally checks Alina's womb. He indeed finds 3 burgeoning life forces, greedily absorbing the mother's nutrients, growing recklessly. With a flash of intuition, Levi calls for Leon. Help me look into the past lives of these 3 embryos. Yes, master. Leon immediately begins examining. Soon, a look of astonishment appears on his face. Master, I have found the answer, but I do not know if I should say it. Go ahead. Leon waves his hand. Scenes begin playing like slideshows of past lives rewinding. Levi sees various mortals, mortal beasts, and other life forms. The image freezes at the 99th lifetime ago. In snow-covered mountains, inside a cave, a bear mother with white fur shelters 3 adorable cubs of various fur tones. Subsequently, a wolf pack kills the bear mother. A young knight drives the wolves down the mountain. An old knight finds the 3 surviving cubs in the mountains. Memories of more than 2,600 years ago surge forth. That young knight is the master, is he not? Yes. How wonderful. The 3 cubs return to your side after 100 lifetimes. 3 bear cubs. It is going to be busy later on. Chapter 2980. A decade passes in a flash. Nora calendar year 2212, the 2100th year of the blood battle. Inside the Emperor's palace, Elena's belly grows bigger by the day. She nurtures the 3 little brats Levi often mentions. Levi sighs in relief as he watches the gradually humanoid embryos. Thankfully, 3 dragons are not being born. This confirms Levi is essentially still a humanoid creature. This pregnancy requires a century of gestation. To ensure the safety of Elena and their children, he moves the Tower of Summer Flowers under the big banyan tree in the ancient banyan fairyland. The pregnancy has not hindered Elena from engaging in regular meditation cultivation. It seems she can continue, provided she avoids intense combat. Elena feels her cultivation efficiency drop during this period. A large portion of her life force and energy goes toward nurturing the triplets. When wizards give birth, the offspring remain mortals. Gestation lasts 10 months at most, though the likelihood of innate talents increases. However, after level 9, night births differ. Their bloodline essence undergoes a leap, making them similar to legendary creatures. The cost and energy required far exceed that of wizards, causing considerable harm to the mother. After the birth, Elena will need at least a century to recuperate and replenish her lost essence. She will require medicine. This is mainly because his supreme bloodline is too strong. Of course, benefits exist as well. Like the pure blood dragon clan, the newly born child will be strong, possibly reaching rank 5, or even level 6. This improves the survival rate of offspring in the wild. During her postpartum confinement, Elena's cultivation homework diminishes. She has time to study medicine. Triss often comes to tutor her, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the babies. Before long, Elena passes the 9th Circle Pharmacist examination. In her leisure time, Elena plays mahjong and poker with Mana, Martha, Black Phoenix, and others. She leads a particularly rich spiritual life. Meanwhile, Levi stabilizes his spiritual force realm. He deduces subsequent chaos sequence magic, while anticipating the succubus queen delivering the goods. During this time, he meticulously inventories the gains from the Shadow War. First, the Nightmare Monarch materials. Aside from the Pale Monarch he let go, the Sky Pool, Sky Stench, and Sky Filth monarchs all yielded a wealth of materials. These can forge divine weapons, refine legendary wizard tools, and bolster Levi's wizard tower. They also serve as nourishment for the evolution of the 7 treasures. Next are the Nightmare crystals. There are 3 in total. The Sky Pool crystal, Sky Stench crystal, and Sky Filth crystal each contain mixed rules of domains like space, poison, plague, and fear. Similar to Abyss demon cores, these crystals represent the essence of the monarchs. They contain innate knowledge ideal for wizards to comprehend spells. If wizards thoroughly understand them and deem them useless later, they can still use them for weapon refinement. Currently, Levi possesses 2 level 10 Abyss demon cores and 4 Nightmare crystals. He plans to accumulate more to create a cosmic level rare treasure. Then there is the illusion artifact. Only one piece exists. Its name is the Night Light Pot. The Stink brothers crafted it, expending much heart power. It possesses considerable potency. This pot contains the foul power of the brothers. Its function is unique. It contains supreme treasures and wizard tools. Once sealed inside, the treasure becomes contaminated within moments, either suffering reduced power or permanent damage. Additionally, the Night Light Pot can release all its foul power at once, forming a stench domain tens of thousands of miles in radius. Within the domain, the enemy's perception weakens. This facilitates either escape or assassination. Utilizing it well yields remarkable effects, comparable to the Night Barrier Bead. Other than these, various miscellaneous items remain. These include some nightmare creature materials, crystals, and rare treasures, herbs, ores, and resources collected since ancient times. The total value exceeds 10 trillion. A portion was destroyed during the Great Battle, causing Levi considerable heartache. Often, he loses sleep while remembering the loss, repeatedly slapping his thigh. Other gains are inconsequential. On this day, as usual, Levi checks on Elena's belly and the condition of the babies. 1 boy, 1 girl, all seem normal. Elena asks, "Have you decided on names yet?" "No. There is still plenty of time. Take it slowly. I look forward to it. I hope they turn out beautiful. Otherwise, we will need to use body alteration tricks, which would be dull." Levi smiles, "Do not worry. With you being beautiful and me being handsome, our kids will not turn out ugly." During the pregnancy, Elena has become more talkative. Levi patiently chats with her. Currently, Nora's situation is far more precarious than in the previous 3 blood battles. The giants have witnessed Nora's strength and will not underestimate it. Once they move, they will strike with thunderous methods. This time, while venturing into the dark ancient tower, Levi intends to refine the Nora Arc. He wants to control the ancient tower completely and explore what the 10th floor holds. He intuitively feels that Sauron must have left some good things in there. The ancient tower serves as the backup plan for Sauron's heavenly chopping scheme. It acts as a fallback for Levi and the Nora clan. Even though Levi has ascended to level 10, he remains not entirely optimistic about the future. The giants have remained undefeated for ages. Whether plotting or planning, in the face of absolute power, everything remains insignificant. Golden Sacred Realm. Beneath the towering ancient tree, 5 sacred kings sit on the ground. A golden light descends onto the ground. It is none other than Lululo Saint King. His face appears grim, causing the hearts of the other 5 sacred kings to sink. Chapter 2981. The Lululo Saint King paced the chamber, his voice heavy, as he addressed the assembly. The Nightmare Army has retreated from the Shadow battlefield, and Nora has achieved victory. The Dusk Palace Master ascended to level 10, and with his power alone, he forced the retreat of over 30 monarchs. The Boruo Saint King recoiled, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Wasn't this person only level 9 1,000 years ago? Even if one chooses a day for divine enthronement and sudden ascension, it would require considerable preparation time, right? How did he manage this? The Spirit Heart Saint King smoothed his robes, his expression darkening. This is troublesome now. Could Nora really stage an upset? The Nightmare sent over 80 monarchs, yet they could not secure victory. The Lululo Saint King offered another grim update. After that battle in the Shadow World, they actually lowered themselves to merge into Nora's dark side. Currently, the Nora Council's supreme strong figures probably exceed 50. It is a quasi-giant level world now. What should we do? The Undying Saint King leaned forward, his hands clasped tight. What is the situation in the astral world? Isn't the Lord of Storm an ally of the Golden Ancient Tree? If we encounter an invasion from Nora, the astral world would not stand by, right? The Suanjia Saint King sighed, glancing around the room. We must prepare for the worst and cannot put all our hopes in the astral world. I suggest awakening the Golden Will and finding a way to evacuate with the sacred realm. The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King, who had remained silent until now, slowly opened his eyes. Evacuate? Evacuate to where? The multidimensional plane is vast and boundless. Surely there is a place for us to settle. The universe has boundaries. In fact, the coordinates we occupy are already in the borderlands of the multidimensional plane, beyond which lies the endless void. It is the junction between this universe and another, chaotic, and without order due to incompatible elements. Your level 10 combat power over there might not even be level 9. But we cannot just sit and wait for death. Do not panic. First, awaken the Golden Will. If the Old One can ascend to Supreme, we can be sheltered. The Sacred Realm has endured many great tribulations and remains glorious. When the Dusk Palace Master ascends to Supreme, it will mark his downfall. Trust me. Aside from the underworld, the Supreme Will of the other 3 realms will certainly intervene. Nora may seem formidable, but it is merely a result of giants nurturing their prey. The myriad worlds devoured by Nora, and the resources snatched from the giants will all return to the giants come a grand reckoning. Throughout history, those sitting steadily at the fishing platform adore condoning, then reaping the fruits of victory. It is the timeless truth. The succubus queen stirred awake from a purple cloud bed, reclining sideways. She gently stroked her rounded thigh, an object resembling a cigarette tucked in her lips, and exhaled a plume of smoke. Queen, when shall we attack Nora? What is the rush? Haven't you seen the Dusk Palace Master has reached level 10? With his tactics and the Nora Council's means, we are not even close to a match. Then, should we continue recruiting? No need. We will wait for the right moment. Suddenly, 2 terrifying auras emerged outside the demon camp. A group of demon lords ascended upon Demon Mountain, ready and watchful. The Lost Monarch and the Ignorant Monarch stood at the vanguard. The faces of the demon strongmen changed in unison. 2 of the 4 emperors have arrived. What does this mean? How do they know we are here? I have heard the Ignorant Monarch is knowledgeable of past, present, and future things, possessing great wisdom. Their calculations must have revealed it. We also have wise ones in the abyss. It is a shame they will not emerge. The 2 monarchs did not attack. The demon strongmen awaited the arrival of the chief commander. Soon, the succubus queen descended gracefully. After level 660 in the abyss, one holds 4 emperor level strength, hence she held no fear toward these 2 such esteemed guests. The queen chuckled alluringly. The ignorant monarch spoke with blunt clarity. Would you be interested in joining hands to flatten Nora first, then each to their own abilities? I am not interested. The lost monarch turned to leave. He had little hope for cooperation from the start. Do you think we will let your scheme to profit as the third party succeed? A parchment materialized in the succubus queen's mind. It stated that cooperation was possible, and that it was an excellent moment to critically damage the nightmare. The succubus was stirred. A smile curled upon her lips as she spoke. I am willing to cooperate, but I have conditions. What conditions? The queen approached the ear of the ignorant monarch, breathing softly and whispering in a voice only he could hear. After hearing the conditions, the ignorant monarch frowned slightly. The queen exuded infinite allure, and the pleasure energy caused many level 10 demons behind to breathe heavily. It was the world's ultimate seductive force. Even the lost monarch, one of the 4 emperors, was somewhat moved. The ignorant monarch consulted the slate within his mind. It advised him to agree to the succubus queen, as it was the perfect moment for great damage to the abyss. Seeing this, the ignorant monarch was reassured and smiled lightly. All right, I agree. Meanwhile, in the underworld, within the Netherworld Ancestor Hall, the grey-robed swordswoman bathed and dressed. She noticed the Soren quotations on the table buzzing and shining brightly, something to which she was long accustomed. Opening the book, lines of text appeared. The Abyss and Nightmare might join hands, totaling over 120 level 10 strongmen, intending to attack Nora. The Abyss is the declared enemy of the underworld. The Nightmare allying with them justifies abandoning neutrality for an attack. The Abyss and Nightmare both harbor ulterior motives. This alliance will inevitably backfire, achieving little. The underworld can collaborate with Nora, seize this chance to deeply wound the Abyss and Nightmare, as it is a key battle. If successful, it marks a turning point in our endeavor. Chapter 2982. Madam, please take this seriously, said Sauron. The Netherworld Ancestor closed the Soren quotations, her face calm, though turmoil stirred within. Even in death, this man continued to influence the situation across the multidimensional plane. This is the ancestor of wizards. He may not be the strongest, but he is certainly the most enigmatic. Beneath his unrestrained exterior lies a heart filled with mystery. The Netherworld Ancestor knew that the flirtations from Sauron were all a disguise. His ultimate purpose involved the endeavors of Nora and the underworld, so she bore little resentment towards him. Time slipped away. As shadows fused, the land of Nora seemed as though a map generator had been activated, creating oceans and new lands with great power. The number of new continents increased to over 100,000 and 80,000. The newly born continents remained blank slates, without civilizations or clans, preserving the appearance of the world at the time of creation. Here, earth, fire, wind, and water elements were dense, with innumerable innate ether stones and metal veins, rich in resources, making the Congress leadership overjoyed. With an abundance of resources, Nora is now like a teenager in their youth, changing so much in a short time that it is hardly recognizable. As of now, the number of Grand Wizards has reached 240, including more than 29 rings completers. If things go smoothly, plenty of legendary wizards could be born in the next millennium. Some legendary reincarnators, like Lucy, have once again reached the 9 rings perfect realm. With her foundation, proving her legendary status is not a big problem, and she can even go further. Nora's repeated victories have filled all clans in the Panplane with determination, especially with the Dusk Palace Master displaying 10th level prowess, motivating many to seek education in Nora. The number of level 9 alien races has already exceeded 300 and is rapidly growing. It is estimated that by the end of Nora's 3rd millennium, it may exceed 500. Level 9 and level 10 are the top foundational levels of civilization. Meanwhile, levels 6 to 8 serve as the backbone of civilization, the sword on every battlefield. Recently, the lone wolf 10th level mid-stage powerhouse Giantwood King joined the temporary council, obtained a supreme treasure, and served Nora. The heavily injured Fire Bear Emperor is nowhere to be found. The Supreme Council did not care much, as mercenaries are inherently unstable. As long as it contributed to the war to some extent, Nora would not be at a loss. A supreme treasure matters little, and it can be retrieved after defeating the devouring Sky Demon Lord. Supreme Council. At the round table, Edmund meditated with eyes closed. Levi's promotion to level 10 has considerably relieved him of pressure, but he dared not slack off, as Levi was still unable to contend with the supreme level. At the very least, Levi needed to have both his wizard and knight reach level 10 first. Edmund could then gradually step back, entrusting the grand ship of Nora to Levi, the younger man. The round table emitted a faint white light. A message arrived from the Netherworld ancestor. 3 years later, in the year 2215 of the Nora calendar, 2103 in the blood battle. Over the past century, with support from the council and personal efforts, the Dusk 18 riders experienced a significant explosion in power. The Snapping Turtle Knight, Jade Elephant Knight, Feather Knight, and Green Bird Knight have successively reached the level 8 realm. The older generation of warriors, such as the Blood Knight, Black Knight, and Ash Knight, range from level 8 peak to level 8 late stage, not far from level 9. The middle generation had all reached above level 8 middle stage, and as the time span extends, an age difference of several hundred years means little. After all, they are all part of the heading to 30 party aiming for the 3,000-year mark. The Saint 8 Knight path in the Energy Sept reached level 8, and after the creation of the Chaos Seal, he chose to become a Chaos Mage as a side occupation. To some extent, Emperor Mew should be the most multi-occupational among the 18 riders, being a level 8 Knight, a level 8 Energy Sept member, a level 3 Wizard, and a level 1 Magician. Even Levi had to admit that the mastery of 4 elements was something he could not equal. Of course, Emperor Mew pursued it for enjoyment. His true expertise lies in the path of a knight and the Energy Sept, where his talent is best and his upper limit is highest. The Steel Dragon Knight recently advanced as an 8th Circle Wizard, finding his own rhythm on the path of dual cultivation. Over 200 years, the reincarnation of Mr. Silver, as the Silver Thunder Knight, is now a rank 5 dual cultivation knight and wizard. Following the Wind and Fire Dragon Witch, he plans to upgrade the Silver Mountain family bloodline to mythical, or even supreme, upon advancing to level 6. The specifics depend on the difficulty of his advancement. In this life, his achievements will far surpass those of his past life. Within the Holy Temple, there are already 28 types of mythical bloodlines. In recent years, with Nora's wealth, support for the Holy Temple, and the path of a knight has grown stronger, aiming to train more knights above level 6 before the total war. Levi looks forward to all members of the Dusk 18 riders reaching level 9, which would qualify them to accompany him to the upper-tier battlefield of civilization warfare, showcasing knightly elegance. Currently, the Fire Dragon Knight holds the greatest potential. He has long been at level 8 peak, but has been holding his realm for supreme bloodline preparation without advancement. Levi now possesses the power to control strength and the defensive dimension Great Tribulation. When the time comes, even if some liberties are taken, the Fire Dragon Knight will succeed. However, he believes the Fire Dragon Knight will not require cheating. Meanwhile, over at the Starfire Wizard Academy, the Black Pearl Boy Garcia has quietly advanced to 8 ring perfection, with around 500 years left before his lifespan runs out. Looking at the current situation, he still has hope for reaching 9 rings. Upon hearing about the deeds of the 7-colored Scale Master, Levi had Leon look into Garcia's past life. Sure enough, it was that one, only to say that fate is inexplicable. Yet, given Garcia's talent, reaching 9 rings this life might be the limit, and replicating the path of level 10 from his past life seems unlikely. Chapter 2983. 2 years later, the Nora calendar year 2217, the Blood Battle year 2105. A crimson star hung high above the 10 layers of heaven. Tinkling sounds of forging echoed from within. Heat waves and red flames surged, and the roar of dragons echoed incessantly. A boom shook the air. A pillar of light shot up from the earth core, erupting like a volcano. At the crest of the molten wave stood a grand greatsword carved with the red emperor dragon pattern. Blood-red runes, distinct from the wizard system, were branded upon it. Levi gripped the greatsword, clad in his black armor, and pointed it toward the sky. The calamity from the land of darkness descended once more upon the red emperor heaven. This was a level 10 calamity. Not only star divine weapons, legendary wizard tools, supreme treasures, and divine weapons, but any level 10 treasure of civilization must undergo tribulation. A massive blue icy hand, formed by countless waters, pressed down, trying to crush Levi, and the crimson dragon slash. Levi slashed with his sword, and the magnificent sword chi soared 90,000 miles, shattering the symbolic Great Tribulation effortlessly. Countless strands of red flame chi descended from the sky, absorbed by the crimson dragon slash, metamorphosing the divine weapon into a star divine weapon. The crimson dragon slash, weighing approximately a mid-sized world, was forged by fusing sun god gold with various level 9 metals. It possessed two functions. Firstly, it enhanced the power attribute. Secondly, it unleashed destructive sun invisible corona sword chi. Each strike rivaled a true solar storm. The stronger the power, the higher the energy level of the corona sword chi, eventually simulating the might of a true solar explosion. Levi inspected the blade. It was not bad. Though its functions were fewer than a supreme treasure, it sufficed. He needed a solid sword. Compared to a supreme treasure, the divine weapon forging technique was simpler, and its functional diversity was assuredly less. However, the divine weapon could be continually reforged and strengthened as his power increased, eventually surpassing a supreme treasure. Levi became one with his sword, meticulously comprehending within the red emperor heaven until before the ancient tower opened. He opened his eyes and drew his sword to slash the sky. The sun invisible corona sword chi, 20,000 miles long, spanned across the heavens and the earth. He sheathed his sword and entered the ancient tower. After dealing with the trivial matters of the first 8 layers, Levi arrived at the 9th layer. He headed straight for the Temple of Eternal Fire, and found the Nora Arc model. A prompt sound resonated in his mind. The system asked if he wished to refine the object. It explained that after refining, he would become the captain. If the Nora civilization could not endure the Great Tribulation, he must take the fire of civilization, and wander the universe to find a way out. Levi refined it without hesitation. The Nora Arc recognized its master. Master recognition was successful. Levi reviewed the statistics. The Nora Arc was ready. The captain was Levi Schneider, which required level 10. There were no vice captains, which required level 10. There were no sailors, which required level 9. There was no crew. The captain authority was Ancient Tower Master. The vice captain authority was Ancient Tower Level Master. The sailor authority was Ancient Tower Intersection Point Master. Instantly, a vast amount of information surged into his mind. He absorbed the stream of information until he comprehended everything about the Ancient Tower. The Ancient Tower Master had several permissions. He could freely enter and exit all layers of the Ancient Tower, and decide its opening and closing times based on internal resource stock to determine the opening cycle. He could utilize any resources from the first 9 layers of the Ancient Tower, and wield life and death power over any life within, bearing corresponding consequences for his actions. He could appoint and dismiss vice captains and sailors, managing the tower jointly. With his consent, vice captains and sailors could obtain some resources in the tower as remuneration. While maintaining the ecological and resource balance within the Ancient Tower, he could freely bring life in and out of the tower. He could activate the tower built-in defense and firepower systems and deploy the supreme power stored by the tower refiner within it. Simply put, the authority of the Ancient Tower Master was to do as one pleased. If Levi were a person of unbounded greed, he could completely monopolize it. But the last line of the prompt remained clear. As the captain, every choice and action he made would affect the destiny of billions of lives on board. The sea was dangerous, so he had to sail cautiously. Levi looked up at the sky. The 10th layer had never been reached by anyone throughout history. He wanted to see what Sauron had left behind. The 10th layer was the cockpit of the Nora Arc. The space was not large. Levi stood inside, looking through the window at the endless land of darkness and countless worlds. A giant star map hung overhead. Countless light spots glittered on it, with lines connecting them. Around the star map lay darkness, chaos without light. This was a map of the multidimensional plane. Each light dot was a world. It presumably marked where the ancient tower had traversed in the past 300,000 years. Over the long ages, at the speed of the ancient tower, it must have traveled across the multidimensional plane, only lacking other universes. As the captain, he could freely determine the ancient tower route. Going to the golden sacred realm was not an issue, and plane travel was even more convenient now. Levi imprinted the entire star map in his photographic memory. In the center of the cockpit stood a black stone tablet, flickering like an electronic screen with Levi name, emitting a prompt sound. He could input the names of vice captains and sailors here and imprint a soul imprint. They would bind with the ancient tower. If vice captains and sailors encountered life and death crises, they could use the ancient tower power to teleport to the cockpit. Levi noted the precautions. Sailors could be teleported no more than 10 times, vice captains no more than 3 times, while the captain had unlimited teleportations. He also noted that interference by supreme power might cause teleportation failure. This was the proper usage of the ancient tower. It was a cosmic treasure. Sauron's thinking was indeed thorough. As for the precautions, they were negligible. For a legendary wizard at the pinnacle of the pyramid of power, encountering life and death crises perhaps would not exceed 3 times in a lifetime. Interference by supreme power leading to failure was unavoidable. The ancient tower, at its core, was an inert object. Challenging the Supreme was still a bit beyond its reach. Leaving the stone tablet, Levi continued to explore other parts of the cockpit. There was a monitoring area for inspecting the conditions in the first 9 layers, a firepower area for controlling the ancient tower assault on enemies, and a secret room area for facilitating vice captains and sailors' cultivation. Everything conceivable could be found there. Eventually, Levi came to a large roulette wheel. It was a nautical roulette. The prompt invited him to take a spin and turn a bicycle into a motorbike. This function was currently only available to sailors, vice captains, and the captain, designed to alleviate monotonous nautical life. By investing any level 9 Abyss Demon Core, Nightmare Crystal, or Divine Crystal, one could participate in the lottery. Prizes included any resources above level 9. The winning probability depended on the rarity of the resources. Those who did not win could receive a consolation prize of 1 billion ether stones, with a guaranteed reward of a level 9 oddity, a level 9 holy medicine, or sun refining artifact after 10 consecutive unsuccessful attempts. Levi mused that Sauron must have been financially free, perhaps a small boss of a domestic premium mobile game company before his world tour. Chapter 2984. Levi stood on the 10th layer of the ancient tower. Behind the spinning wheel lay the list of prizes he could win. These rewards were categorized by rarity, including Purple Epic, Golden Legend, and Primordial Relics. Primordial relics were not necessarily more useful than Golden Legend items, but they were distinguished because they originated from the primordial spirit. Among the Purple Epic items, the 9-level treasures alone numbered in the thousands. Some were forged by Sauron, but the vast majority had been collected by the ancient tower over its long years. Levi marveled at the realization. The resources and treasures from the previous 9 layers were just the tip of the iceberg. The real treasures were on the 10th layer. The Purple Epic category also included sacred medicines, ores, sun-refining artifacts, or special resources like the Star Spirit Heart. All of these acted as hard currency in wizard cultivation. The total number of epic prizes reached tens of thousands. Given the winning rate shown by the wheel, the entire Nora Ninth Circle Wizard Congress could draw for a long time. The number of Golden Legend prizes dropped sharply, totaling just 188. This count included various ores, divine medicines, supreme treasures, and other odds and ends. The items ranged from Sun God Gold to Dark Moon Divine Iron, and from the nameless Supreme Treasure Meteor wand that Levi had never heard of, to the famous Penplane 4th Supreme Treasure, the Void Blade. Everything shone and dazzled. Levi focused on the Void Blade. A pitch-black dagger materialized in the air. It sparkled with rainbow luminescence and seemed omnipresent. It did not exist in the current dimensions, fused instead with the boundless void. The equipment was named Void Blade and classified as a Golden Legend. Its level was 10. The effect was Void Invisible. It was forged by the Golden Dragon Master and the Void Emperor, who were leaders of the Void race. It was rented from the Void Spirit clan. Regarding the Void Invisible effect, the first aspect was the first sharpness. Void Blade was forged cooperatively by the Dragon Clan Blacksmith Master 5 Gold Dragons at the invitation of the Void Emperor, a level 10 peak powerhouse. Materials included primordial relics like the Void Insect Shell, Divine Artifact Void Divine Gold, Sharpener Divine Stone, and the body of the first-generation Void Ancestor God, leader of the Void race. It automatically absorbed Void energy, nourishing and sharpening itself, ultimately becoming the sharpest blade in the multidimensional plane. In the hands of a powerhouse capable of wielding its power, the Void Blade cut through all ordinary supreme treasures and most top-quality treasures. Only top-grade treasures could withstand it for long. The second aspect was 8 directions invisible. By unleashing the Void energy stored within the Void Blade, the user could strike an ultimate blow in the multidimensional plane, regardless of space and distance. A level 10 early stage opponent would face certain death. A level 10 middle stage opponent barely survived. A level 10 late stage opponent had an equal chance of life and death. A level 10 peak opponent could still be severely injured. Each use required accumulating 10,000 years of void energy. Furthermore, the user bore the backlash force. The attack dealt 1,000 units of damage to the enemy, while inflicting 800 units of damage upon the wielder. The third aspect was growth. Void Blade had the potential to grow into a cosmic treasure. The introduction to the Void Blade remained straightforward. Its functions were not ostentatious, yet Levi fixed his gaze upon it. It was another heaven-defying supreme treasure. Ranked 4th in the Penplane, its fame was certainly earned. Levi suddenly realized why the Void Spirit clan targeted Nora. Sauron had snatched their ancestral supreme treasure. If he were in their position, he would not let it go either. He believed that Sauron definitely had not borrowed it, but had taken it. At the bottom of the Supreme Treasure introduction, notes appeared. The Void Spirit clan was born from the fusion of the spirit and void after the primordial spirit void worm perished. They fit the void rules innately. Void Blade was an extremely powerful weapon. Generations of Void Spirit clan leaders had used this supreme treasure to reverse slay opponents with higher realm strength, posing a significant threat to Nora civilization. The note read that he took their supreme treasure to prevent it from affecting future major plans. However, he felt some remorse in his heart. If the future Void Spirit clan faced a great tribulation or conflicts with Nora, one could preserve the Void Spirit clan legacy unless the realm was one of the undying and unyielding. However, he forbade allowing them to regain control of the supreme treasure. To keep or not, future generations could decide based on the actual situation. Levi could only admire Sauron's meticulous calculations. If this treasure were left outside, or if the Council of 10,000 clans controlled it, Levi might have been eliminated. The thought of killing while ignoring space felt terrifying. The ancient tower contained 16 supreme treasures. Half had spread their fame in the Panplane until today, while the others remained unknown to Levi. Void Blade was the undisputed number one. It was also the only one Levi desired to win. He looked through all the other divine artifacts and divine medicines. Given the spinning wheel winning chances, Ninth Circle wizards had a slim chance of getting a golden legend. Sauron calculated everything perfectly. To win, one had to desperately hunt level 9 demons, nightmare overlords, or angels, also contributing to civilization. Of course, level 10 crystal cores could also be used for drawing. Each could be exchanged for 10 chances. Such things were too rare, however. Even Levi, with a 300% luck boost and wealthy resources, did not dare try it lightly. The other major category of golden legend items involved legendary artifacts, mainly acquired oddities. Levi discovered some that might be useful for him and his loved ones. However, the winning rate remained too low. It was more convenient to craft them himself once he reached sufficient strength. 9-level crystal cores were not common vegetables. Even Levi, who slaughtered level 9 beings like dogs, had not accumulated many. Once he started on the drawing spree, it was hard to stop. This was a blood-soaked lesson from Levi's past experience with card drawing games. Chapter 2985. Supreme treasures or acquired oddities are things Levi can attain through his own strength. There is no need to waste a winning chance. What is most useful to him are the primordial relics. These are consumables from the primordial era. They are non-renewable. Encountering them in the vast universe is purely a matter of luck. Searching for them would be like finding a needle in a haystack. There are a total of 10 items in the roulette. A few caught his attention. The first is the blood Tai Sui bone. It is shaped like a bloody skeleton, wrapped in wriggling flesh, and emanates a murderous aura. The description suggests that refining it can defy fate and improve body refinement qualities. This seems useful to Gondalf. The second is the Flame Soul Fire Eyes. It looks like an ordinary red flame bead, resembling an eyeball, with a crack down the middle. According to the introduction, this item was left by the primordial spirit Ice Extreme Holy Stone, after absorbing the power of the primordial fire. The Chaos Holy Soul had been evolving the universe. An ice blue cold stone had been close to the primordial fire. It must have absorbed a portion of the fire element, primordial power, mutated, and formed this kind of relic. It is interesting. This is a product of the natural blend of ice and fire. This item is also nice. Once refined by the Holy Infant, it can assist in embarking on the supreme path of ice and fire. Other primordial relics are also very good. However, considering the pitiful winning rate, hoping to draw desired items from such a vast and mixed prize pool is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Levi does not hold much hope. When I return, I will try to pull in more legendary wizards and grand wizards to join in. Everyone can draw. When they pull what I or my duplicates need, I can exchange with them for something of equal value. That is a good strategy. Levi left the lottery area. The 10th layer was concluded. With plenty of time before the ancient tower closed, he returned to the 9th layer to continue treasure hunting. A year went by. Levi ended his journey in the ancient tower and returned to Nora. He no longer needed to wait for the once in a 100-year entry into the tower. He could enter anytime and anywhere, with the freedom to collect items from the first 9 layers. Although most good items are concentrated in the lottery area, it is still possible to come across primordial relics, legendary artifacts, and supreme treasures in the first 9 layers of the ancient tower. It just requires luck. The feeling of occasional surprise anywhere is enjoyable. From now on, whenever he has spare time, he can visit the ancient tower for a stroll. Once he achieves legendary status, he can set the Supreme Council and Great Councilmen as vice captains and sailors. During the Civil War, the injury rate of Nora's higher-ups can be reduced to the maximum extent. As for opening the ancient tower on a large scale and allowing more people entry for practice, the time is not yet ripe. At least it must be after completely passing the Nightmare Great Tribulation. During this ancient tower expedition, Levi harvested over 200 pieces of truth oddities, 3 pieces of radiant sun, 36 pieces of rare treasures, 1 level 9 item, and a divine artifact called Earth Emperor Divine Gold. Once obtaining a piece of water element divine gold, the Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield can be reforged. For years later, Nora Calendar 2222, Blood Battle 2110, Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The mana grows increasingly strong. It already possesses the embryonic form of the World Tree. The tribe members of the Groat clan exceed 10,000, and the strongest have reached level 3 standards. Most of them cultivate using the mana ecology evolution method exclusively for the Groat clan. They absorb sunlight and otherworldly energies to support mana, and in turn, they obtain feedback of the divine tree power to enhance themselves. Of course, those with elemental affinity talents can also cultivate using the Night Crow meditation art. Although their cultivation efficiency and comprehension are not as good as that of humans, the Groat clan lives long. Their future upper limit will not be low. Due to the support of the tribe, the growth speed of the mana has greatly increased. After fusing with some planes, it can be upgraded to level 9 middle stage. Little Cold Mountain. The disaster clouds disperse. A snow-white round-faced fat owl soars through the sky. It masters frost. Within thousands of miles, snowflakes fall beautifully. The cold-calling bird has also reached level 9 maturity. During the past 100 years, it has not played mahjong, because it was closing off for the tribulation. It really stifled it. A round-faced feather-robed girl falls on the ground. Why has Ayak not returned yet? Has he actually run away from home? Levi was also quite helpless regarding this. If it does not come back, he will reach legendary status. While other special spiritual creatures ascend, Ayak will be the only one left at level 9. In the Red Emperor Heaven, Levi tirelessly practices sword skills. The Crimson Dragon Slash resembles a real Crimson Emperor dragon. Wherever it passes, sword chi like dragon breath obliterates everything. The Extreme Dao Strategy, Starlight Sword Manual, Thousand-Eyed Sword Scripture, and many other sword skills have been practiced by him to the peak. At this moment, they are seamlessly integrated. In the midst of things, he feels that he has touched the ceiling of the art of war. He is just one breath away from breaking through the limit. He practices, deduces, and experiences trial and error. He repeats this hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, and million times. 18 years have passed. On this day, Levi unites man and sword. His eyes are focused. He stands in the land of darkness, looking towards Nora, and draws a sword slash that is his strongest in over 2,600 years. With this slash, he will level the 10-level chasm. The red gold river hangs upside down in the sky. It slices through the land of darkness. The river perfectly avoids worlds along the way. It spans 60,000 miles before dissipating. Around it, space twists. Space-time is in disorder. The edges of black holes are capable of swallowing even light. It is an absolute forbidden zone. This sword's power is now not fading, and it will not fade in the future. Even if Levi falls in 10,000 years, it will remain here, becoming a spectacle. It is the sword that breaks the limit of the art of war to open the heavenly door. Chapter 2986. Levi sheathed his sword and opened the proficiency panel, where the characters representing the 3 supreme combat techniques began to dissolve and merge into one. Levi. Ultimate Sword Scripture. Level 10. 1 out of 200,000. Special effect, Sword Tao Divine Seed. 100 Extreme Swordsmanship, 100 Fierce Martial Arts. Sword Tao Divine Seed. The ultimate sword skill can commune with true God. Plant the sword within, above soldier species. Condense it into the divine seed of sword. All below level 10 are ordinary sword skills. Any sword skill can be mastered at a glance. Activating the divine seed grants permanent attribute boost. Different seeds have different focus. Seeds are refined from the life experience, knowledge, and comprehension of a swordsman, and can be transplanted from past lives to future lives. They can also be transferred to others, with Divine Weapon Longsword, Supreme Treasure Longsword. Upon transfer, the seed disappears from the original body. The recipient gains all sword skill comprehension, contained within the seed. Using the seed requires corresponding strength, and physical attributes. The art of war, and the path of body complement each other, both indispensable. Indeed, combat techniques can reach level 10, but so far, no talent has emerged to shatter the shackles of technique. Although I am no genius, I have the proficiency panel, which allows me to break through these restrictions via its external aid. Levi departed the darkness and returned to Red Emperor Heaven. 1 month later, a multidimensional plane traveler came seeking refuge in Nora, passing through the land of darkness, and discovered a 60,000-mile-long red gold river. It was formless and intangible, constantly alternating between perishing and rebirth, seemingly alive, yet like a moat spanning the darkness. Opposite the red gold river was the other extreme of Nora, with a vigorous, dazzling, and untouchable million-mile sun, radiating light and heat. It was Edmund's creation, Nora's sun, the lighthouse illuminating the darkness, a renowned landmark of wonder. Yet, the origin of the new red gold river was unknown to anyone. Shocked, the travelers returned to Nora. They passed stories of this spectacle by word of mouth. Many strong figures went to the land of darkness to see it. Among them, none could contain their awe of such overwhelming power, defying imagination. That day, the thousand-eyed swordsman appeared at the edge of the river. Is this the Sword Chi River? Could it be the Star Sky Sword Saint? No, it could not be him. It should be the Dusk Palace Master, who broke through the shackles of combat technique. The thousand-eyed swordsman hurried back to the ancient dragon continent to verify this with Levi. As expected, that red gold river was left by Levi's sword practice. The thousand-eyed swordsman's heart trembled. He promptly congratulated him. Congratulations, my friend, you have entered a supreme realm in sword skill never before seen. Quick, tell me how you did it, hehe. Levi held nothing back, sharing the comprehension of the ultimate sword scripture with the thousand-eyed swordsman. He gazed at the red gold river and spoke softly. The Sword Chi River already contains many of my insights. With your sword skill talent, frequent meditation upon it is sure to yield results and break the shackles. Before long, news spread throughout the streets that the Dusk Palace Master had released 60,000 miles of eternal and undying sword chi in the darkness, stirring all beings. Such power, such scope, such duration. They could not fathom the strength behind this sword. Perhaps it rivaled Lord Emon's eternal blazing sun, and the Dusk Palace Master was merely level 10. Beside the Sword Chi River, the 6 barbarian lords and Heavenly Will appeared, closely observing. Heavenly Will smiled bitterly. Good, such a fine sword. I thought it was something akin to the evolution stone plate that shackled our body and combat practitioners. I didn't expect it was simply due to lacking enough comprehension to touch level 10 combat techniques. Among the 6 barbarian lords, the dragon god barbarian lord also wielded a sword and had condensed multiple soldier species. It fixed its gaze on the river, mindfully comprehending. That sword, I fear it would take me 10,000 years to comprehend. Other barbarian lords appeared astonished. Is the gap truly so vast? The dragon god barbarian lord nodded, sighing. Even at the same level 10, there lies a sky chasm. Heavenly Will spoke. You need not be discouraged. Just do your best. Although this is sword chi, the sword intent and comprehension within are beneficial to other weapons too, so take this chance to comprehend well. Void Holy Temple. The Star Sky Sword Saint, immersed in a bath made of rare medicinal concoction for healing, watched the projected shocking scene with an expression of relief. No need for a duel, he has already won. Sword chi eternal and undying. This is the supreme sword skill I have pursued. Were it not for the distance and urgent wartime situation, it would immediately go to Nora to witness in person those 60,000 miles of sword chi, to behold the newly emerged cosmic wonder. On the throne, Hera gazed at the sword chi, feeling her sword skill was inferior to the Star Sky Sword Saint, but also having condensed soldier species, she could see the extraordinariness of that sword. Emin, Levi, having these two, it is truly Nora's blessing. Red Plain. The Fire Sovereign clapped in applause, dancing around. Although I am the first sword god, my path lies in strength breaking all techniques. Purely in sword skill, I am far inferior to you. Given this, the title of first sword god should go to you. Let me be the multidimensional plane's second sword god. It always loved being the eternal second. 10,000 mountain range. Having just ended a fierce battle with the insect queen, the heavily wounded amethyst saint returned to the divine kingdom, collapsing onto the throne, unwilling to move. Damn it, who would have thought the dignified astral world would be made so miserable by the insects, unable to be eradicated for so long, yet instead allowing them to grow even stronger. Had I known, I should have supported them later. Sigh. Regret filled the amethyst saint's heart. Only regret. Chapter 2987. The amethyst saint overestimated the astral world and underestimated the insect race. During this time, busy with war affairs, it neglected to monitor the situation below the multidimensional plane. After hearing reports from its subordinates, its eyes widened. Its face twisted into an ugly expression. The Dusk Palace Master reached level 10? The amethyst saint muttered. He even continuously defeated 4 monarchs? Scared off the lost monarch? It paused, pacing back and forth. What is this situation with the 600,000-mile sword chi river? The art of war, I have comprehended it for 10,000 years and still have not broken through level 10. How did he do it? What has happened to this world? For a moment, the amethyst saint doubted life. My early allegiance was correct. Otherwise, the Dusk Palace Master might have come seeking me now. With the astral world protection, he probably would not dare cause trouble, right? The Dusk Palace Master has succeeded in his grand undertaking. Facing this person, the amethyst saint felt only the urge to run away. It hoped that Nightmare and Abyss would soon eradicate Nora and the Dusk Palace Master, eliminating hidden troubles. Nora Calendar 2240, Blood Battle 2128. The Dusk Palace Master opened the sky with his sword, and the shackles disappeared. He left a 60,000-mile-long sword chi river in the darkness on the outer borders of Nora. Historically, it is called the Dusk Sword River. Alongside Dragon Claw Sky Abyss, it became an everlasting spectacle of this universe. Nora Sun and Dusk Sword River are regarded as the 2 great wonders of Nora. Rumor has it that at the boundary of Dusk Sword River, even demons shy away. Nightmares cannot invade, and the Heavenly Father cannot tread upon it. Those who dare enter shall be executed by the sword chi of the river. No one knows whether the news is true, and no one dares to try. Whether from Nora One clan, or the living beings of the multidimensional plane, especially countless sword skill practitioners, all regard the Dusk Palace Master as the first sword god. Some even call him the master of the 10,000-mile sword chi river. Some fanatical sword skill followers refer to him as the ancestor of sword skill. Levi stood still, hands clasped behind his back. How have I become the ancestor of sword skill again? He does not possess the thick-skinned confidence to claim to have founded a sect or become an ancestor. But the people always do this. They gradually grant the strongest the title of ancestor. Sauron was not even the first wizard, but because he first attained legend and founded the Nora Council, he eventually became the ancestor of wizards. The ancestor of frost giants shares the same history. No matter how Levi accepts it, unwittingly, he has already been honored with the supreme titles of Ancestor of Magicians, Ancestor of Knights, and Ancestor of Sword Skill. 10 years later, Nora Calendar 2250, Blood Battle 2138. Over the Sauron continent, tens of thousands of miles of metal elemental power surged. It took shape between heaven and earth as a bronze war chariot, emitting an archaic aura. A figure drove the chariot westward, heading deep into space. Half a year later, a mighty emperor figure emitting a level 10 aura drove the chariot forward. Countless iron warriors and cavalry carrying bronze long spears, axes, and long swords followed. It resembled an ancient emperor leading an army of thousands on a royal expedition. Someone recognized this newly promoted legend as a fellow of the Metal School, a walker who had attained 9 rings perfect. His name was Bronze Walker. Reportedly, he had received guidance from the Platinum Wind on Roger Mountain. In past battlefields, He had slain enemies countless times, gaining significant military merit. The next day, the Supreme Council issued a proclamation. Bronze Walker God has ascended to legend. He is titled Bronze Warlord. His legendary profession is Copper Puppet Master. His demiplane is the Royal Tomb. The legendary honorific is Great Artisan Copper King, Master of Thousand Puppets. His legendary wizard tool is Bronze War Chariot. Bronze Warlord is the 19th seed of the Council's legendary wizard, the Metal School's only legend, and is the 17th legend alive in the world. Before becoming a legend, Bronze Warlord had visited the ancient Dragon continent, consulting with the ancient tomb race's Princess Louise about the knowledge of stone puppets. Perhaps this enlightened him towards his legendary profession. Thus, the Supreme Seat expanded to 58 seats. Having experienced the glorious age of the Platinum Era, and following periods where successors were lacking, the Metal School finally rose in this grand new epoch. It lived up to the name of the Seven Elements School. Invisible Heaven of Six Saints. The 10th layer. The Metal School faces difficulties. Levi left the throne, gazing upwards. I hope Victor can become the next legend. Having stabilized his spiritual force, after 100 years of ascending to level 10, he could also elevate the Black Emperor Dragon breathing technique to level 10. With one punch, he shattered the 10 layers of heaven, arriving at the Black Emperor dimension. This proved that the Land of Darkness had abandoned controlling Levi and started to slack. This tribulation was simple. Even if Levi had not ascended twice, he could easily cope with it on his first encounter. Essentially, the Land of Darkness bullied Levi as a pioneer. It used abnormal difficulty and means during his Red Emperor Dragon promotion, trying to make him a puppet. Yet it had not anticipated that Levi would reverse its means, taking control of the authority of the Knight's Great Tribulation, and replacing it. Though Levi could maneuver the tribulation, he had not done anything excessive. Thus, the Land of Darkness no longer pursued it. This blood tribulation involved only the part of the blood tribulation master fused within Levi's bloodline. It came to obstruct, but not attacking in full force. Hence, the difficulty was incomparable. He swung his sword. 60 miles of sun-invisible corona sword energy swept all obstacles clear. The world quickly quieted down. Even the Emperor Star did not resist. It was directly refined by Levi into Dragon Ball and Dragon Soul, swallowed within. His speed and spiritual force began to rapidly soar. Cultivation passes without marking time. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Nora Calendar 2260. Black Emperor Heaven. Behind Levi, in obscurity, a faint image of red, gold, and black stars floated and sank. The Black Emperor Dragon is also level 10. Levi reviewed his proficiency panel. Levi, Black Emperor Dragon breathing technique, 22nd stage, 1 out of 1 billion. Special effect, Black Emperor Dragon body, supreme level, level 10 early stage. Exclusive weapon, Invisible Shadow, level 9. Bloodline Divine Patterns, 81 out of 81. Heavenly Sovereign Authority, Invisible Sanctuary, 10 layers. Star Sovereign Authority, Invisible Star, 0 star. Levi arrived at the Land of Darkness. He recited the invisible secret word. 8 direction traceless, ancient and modern invisible. Swift. In an instant, he crossed thousands of miles of distance. He almost ignored space. Normal large worlds, Levi breezes through in a breath. With such speed, except for those special means that can ignore space, under Supreme, no one is my match. The great world, where can I not go? After several teleportations, Levi plunged into Nora. Refreshing indeed. I wish I could immediately head to the Nightmare headquarters, charging in 7 times and out 7 times. To be safe, better wait until all 6 Emperor Dragons reach level 10 before acting. Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 88,000 out of 88,000. Just short of about 12,000 spiritual force, for the minimum threshold of a legendary wizard. This time without resistance from the Dragon Soul. The refining is more complete. 9 rings body, comparable to a legend. Seems really promising. I will consolidate my spiritual force a bit more, then elevate all other breathing techniques to level 10. My prowess will stabilize at level 10 peak. When my path of the wizard also steps into legend, the Nightmare 4 Emperors, I can fight and win them all. Among the remaining 3 breathing techniques, White Emperor Dragon is at 10-layer Holy Realm. Green Emperor Dragon and Nightmare Dragon are both at 9-layer Holy Realm. They are nearly at level 10, just a few hundred years of effort away. Levi now just waits for the Succubus Queen to proactively send the 7-element Demon Lords forward, allowing himself to refine the Supreme Edition of Chaos Artifact, proving himself legendary. 6 years later, Nora Calendar 2266, Blood Battle 2154. Given Hell's numerous pillar position vacancies, Bloody Queen Mary returned to serve as the 60th pillar. The giant dragon corpse demon was also taken away by her, serving as inspiration for her creations. The Death Knight handed over some undead legacy to Mary, and a few level 9 undeads like Lady Whitebone, before heading to Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi gazed at this skeleton knight, who had saved him from danger multiple times. He was someone with tremendous grace towards him. Levi solemnly asked, "You truly wish to abandon this lifetime's cultivation and live anew?" The Death Knight replied, "For the pursuit of greater heights, I am willing to risk death without regret." Chapter 2988. 4 years later, Nora Calendar 2270, Blood Battle 2158. The Hell's 7th pillar, the Death Knight, suddenly appeared in the abyss, alone on horseback. Despite being besieged by countless abyss demons, with the supreme treasure tyrant, he stormed into the 300th layer of hell. He slaughtered 9 level 9 demons, and severely wounded the lord of the 187th layer of the abyss, the Illusion Heart Demon King, before taking his own life under the heavens. The undying fire turned to ashes, and his soul returned beyond the heavens. The supreme treasure tyrant broke through the void and disappeared without a trace. In the realm of hell, billions of undead wept in unison. They were bidding farewell to this world's first undying one. In the same year, ancient dragon continent. Wah wah wah. Amidst the cries of an infant, Black Knight's 4th child was born. Among Black Knight's previous 3 children, 2 had already proven themselves in the crucible of blood and fire, their cultivation exceeding level 6, while 1 had sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. The child truly looks handsome. Madam comforted the crying infant, her heart full of affection. Such appearance, takes after me, well featured, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The father smiled at the child. Oh, come on, it hasn't even grown fully yet. Madam chuckled, shaking her head. The ancient soul from hell that had lived for countless years, feeling this vibrant, potential-filled short-lived species body, sighed to itself. So this is what it feels like to be human. In the coming years, a young man with an extraordinary combat skill talent was born into the Black Knight family, known as Purgatory Knight Ens. He solely practiced as a knight, exceptionally intelligent, quickly making a name for himself in the star-studded ancient dragon continent, gaining attention from the organization. The once undying king, to live a second life. In this place known as the ancient dragon continent, newly born prodigies and reincarnated antiques stood in great numbers like bamboo shoots after a rain. This is a miracle place unseen in Nora for millions of years, the Whampoa Military Academy of Endless Talents, a bloom of 100 flowers, a contest of 1,000 peaks, a shining of all clans. This is the center of the Great Era, the focus of the age history book. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. Nora Calendar 2300, Blood Battle 2188. For the better development of the Nora Knight's career, and to manage the ever-expanding group of knights, under the leadership of the Supreme Council of Nora, the Twilight Council was established. The leader of the Twilight Council is the Dusk Palace Master, currently still a lone commander. Knights who step into level 9 can become holy members of the council. Level 10 can become Star Councilmen, akin to Supreme Council seats. In reference to legendary wizards, Star Knights also have corresponding titles and honorifics, making it convenient for public memorization and understanding, showcasing exemplary power. For example, Twilight Chairman Levi. His knight title is Supreme Knight, with the knight's motto, the longsword that cleaves darkness, the dragon knight at the road's end, and the night star as time riding 6 dragons. Future emerging knights will also be named in this format. Same year, ancient dragon continent. The formidable level 9 catastrophe descended. A towering, giant-like figure marched forward step by step with a sword on the back, resembling a persistent chasing sun. 12 mechas, each 1,000 feet high, were arranged in a clockwise manner, exuding a level 8 aura, constructing a gigantic barrier covering thousands of miles. This is the creation of the mechanical school's new epoch, named 12-Hour Guardian Warriors, each possessing the power of level 8 late stage. Together, they can kill a level 9. The Guardian Warriors are widely used in tribulations, in securing organizational residences, on the frontline battlefield, and various other domains, receiving endless orders from all over Nora. Boom! The Fire Dragon Knight's sword slashed the ancient bronze gate, arriving at the Destruction Sky domain, where eyes could see. Phenomena of power dragons and phoenixes danced like the divine realm. On the throne, a figure had been waiting for a long time. The Fire Dragon Knight, exhausted, slow all blood tribulation masters blocking his path, arrived before the throne and gasped, "Commander, mission accomplished. I have reached level 9. With these words, he collapsed from exhaustion. The level 9 catastrophe along with the supreme bloodline tribulation, layer upon layer, pushed the limits of the Fire Dragon Knight, who was a supernova. Levi nodded slightly. Not bad, I almost gave you a shortcut. With a wave of Levi's hand, more powerful phenomena of power surfaced in the void, not belonging to himself, but to the Fire Dragon Knight before him. Every level 9 knight is a brick of the 6 holy heavens, and I am the architect of the 6 holy heavens. The more level 9s, the more stable the 6 holy heavens, and the stronger I become. Levi thoughtfully felt it, his power indeed grew a bit. As ancestor of knights, he could share the power of all knight bloodlines under the heavens. He is not fighting alone. Not long after, the Twilight Council announced, excluding Twilight Chairman Levi, the first level 9 knight was born, recognized as Fire Dragon Knight, as 001 holy member. The Fire Dragon Knight, possessing the supreme Great Sun Dragon bloodline, is the head of the Fire Dragon family, commander of the Fire Dragon Apostle Group, father to 2 supernovas and multiple geniuses. Thus, the Dusk Holy Temple entered a new stage. Star Constellation Divine Palace. An indescribable dimension, 30 forms exuding a level 10 aura, each shaped differently, and as large as stars, floated amidst the star sea, seemingly whispering. Aries, Jade Rabbit, Blind Pig, Heavenly Horse, Spirit Rat, Dark Monkey Hound. If Levi were here, he would recognize these as the star beasts of the rune language. The close-eyed Blind Pig said, "Indeed, continuing life in the form of a bloodline is the right choice. Even at the peak of our time, there were never so many individuals containing such high potential for supreme. In countless divisions and reunions, Bloodlines continually absorb cosmic resources and proliferate, their total amount increasing snowball style. Chapter 2989. If those with supreme bloodline in the Dusk Holy Temple truly grow, the number of level 11 beings born will far surpass the era of the Star God. The heavenly horse said, with its head held high, that when they had avenged their grudges and leveled the astral world, they could end this long and dull life of hiding and blend into the sea of stars through their bloodline. The cunning spirit rat said that more and more forces of resistance were like sparks of stars, lighting up little by little in the darkness, and one day, they could set the plains on fire. The Star God is immortal, and the bloodline is eternal. Half a year later, in the ancient Banyan fairyland, above the Tower of Summer Flowers, 3 distinct clouds gathered. There were fiery red clouds, white clouds filled with wind and thunder, and golden clouds radiating bright light. Levi frowned slightly, not expecting that before his children were even born, they would have to face such terrifying tribulation. The land of darkness is truly merciless. He made up his mind that if the children could not get through it, he would use his authority to give them a back door. He could not possibly sit by and do nothing. Elena's delivery went smoothly. 3 babies, each born weighing over 10,000 pounds and slightly larger than ordinary infants, were born crying loudly. The higher the realm of the physical body practitioner, the denser the physique. Like Levi, if he does not intentionally hold back his strength and unleashes his true form, just taking one step can crush a small to medium-sized world. Picking stars and the moon is no exaggeration. The same goes for these 3 babies. Newborns are never considered attractive, as they are wrinkled and look quite similar. They are distinguished only by the sparse hair on their heads. The eldest was blonde with a faint golden shine. The second was red-haired, and the third, a girl, had white hair. It looked much like a collection of anime protagonist hair colors. Running through the siblings are 3 distinct bloodlines. There is that of the Golden Emperor Dragon, the Crimson Emperor Dragon, and the White Emperor Dragon, with which Levi is most familiar. It seems that, besides me, no one else can simultaneously accommodate bloodlines from different dimensions. Is it because of the proficiency panel? Also, none of the little ones inherited Elena's Candle Dragon bloodline. It was probably eliminated during the nurturing process by my stronger bloodline. Rumble. Overwhelming tribulation clouds bore down on the siblings. Elena instinctively wanted to protect the children, but was pulled aside by Levi. It is all right. They will not die. They are just newborns. Will they really be all right? Have you ever seen human babies born weighing 10,000 pounds? Convinced, Elena leaned on Levi's shoulder. They truly are little monsters. Yet, the bloodlines within the siblings began to operate autonomously. New red, gold, and white dragon scales formed on their bodies. They were translucent and sparkling. Moreover, their natural breathing could emit flames, golden light, and wind and thunder, forming a barrier around them, as if divine children had descended. The Great Tribulation, enough to obliterate a primordial soul wizard, dispersed on its own half an hour later, with the siblings asleep in the void throughout. Within them lay the terrifying bloodline power inherited from their father. They were simply too young and undeveloped to utilize it. But in terms of life's essence, they were no longer mortal. The unconscious aura they emitted was comparable to a level 7 expert. Indeed, Levi's son was born at level 7. Even among the pure-blooded dragon clan, most are born at rank 5, and some exceptionally powerful ones at level 6. Levi has never heard of anyone born at level 7. This is more than just winning at the starting line. This is being born directly at the end, where all beings cannot even dare to dream of reaching. After thinking about it, am I in fact one of those damn heavenly dragon tribe? Then there is nothing to worry about. Seeing the siblings were fine, Elena hurriedly picked them up. Have you thought of names? The eldest is Wis, the second is Pace, and the youngest and the sister is Liz. Any special meaning? None. Simplicity is true, and ordinary names make for easy living. That is true. Levi then tested the abilities of the siblings. The eldest is the child of the earth element. The second is the child of the fire element, with the special talent Flame Scepter. The third is the wind element child with the special talent Thunder Heart. A set of triplets all starting as children of the elements is rare even for the offspring of 2 legendary wizards. With such talents, they should not be wasted, especially since their wizarding talent and knight bloodline complement each other perfectly, making them an ideal match. Levi did not plan to spoil them, but he certainly would not skimp on the necessary resources. That is only natural. With his generous nurturing, as long as the siblings put in enough effort and do not slack off, reaching legendary status should not be a problem. After the triplets were born, Levi and Elena planned not to have more children for the time being, even though there were many bloodlines Levi had not inherited. Levi personally brewed many tonics, using the best heavenly materials and earthly treasures for Elena to help her recuperate and replenish her lost blood chi. Having been pregnant for 100 years, Elena's cultivation had progressed very slowly. Compared to wizards, the cost of knights bearing offspring is somewhat high, which is also the price of being born strong. The triplets were meticulously cared for and raised by their parents in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Until they mature and fully master their powers, Levi and Elena do not plan to reveal them. In the eyes of those wicked and ruthless, the children are Levi's Achilles heel. Time passed. The defeat at the Shadow Battlefield 100 years ago led the Nightmare faction to lay low, giving Nora a brief respite, but the clouds of war never dissipated. After the children's birth, Levi, while cultivating, also took on the role of a stay-at-home dad, intending to nurture the relationship and keep the three mischievous kids in line to avoid trouble. Chapter 2990. When tired of cultivation, he wandered the 9th floor of the dark ancient tower, occasionally picking up some truth oddities and heavenly materials and earthly treasures to take home, hoping to freeload primordial relics. He temporarily avoided the maritime lottery, even though he had already accumulated over 100 level 9 crystal cores. 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. Nora calendar year 2312, blood battle year 2200. Nora continent. High above the Thunder Realm, amidst the gaze of many, a figure vanished into the deep space, ensconced in the myriad thunders of heaven and earth, re-emerging after attesting to the path. The echoes of thunder lingered in the heavens for a month before ceasing. This person was Thunder King Zilur, stationed long-term in the Lightning faction. She shared a relationship of both mentor and friend with Thunder Lady Linnea. The Supreme Council announced the birth of the 20th seat of the legendary wizard, Emperor of 10,000 Thunders, Silur. Her legendary profession was Thunder Control Hammer, her demiplane was Realm of Thunder Silence, and her legendary epithet was Ruler of Myriad Thunders, Echo below the 9 heavens. Currently, 18 legendary wizards exist. Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water, Lightning, Death, and Shadow sects each have 2 members. Dream, Life, Metal, and Frost sects each have 1. The wizard civilization is unprecedentedly flourishing, with the rise of many legendary reincarnators to Senior 9 Ring and 9 Rings Perfect Realm, such as Lucy, Duke Ruman, and others. The ascension is only a matter of time. The stars align, legends return, Sauron and many supreme powerhouses relay messages, allowing living forces to traverse the river of time and gather in the same era. Gurgling streams converge into rivers, hundreds of tributaries into oceans, and this wave called Era will ultimately shake the old and decaying giant, leaving a vibrant stroke. The same year, Nelarian continent. Magnificent blue light spread across the sky. Where it passed, thousands of miles froze, and snow fluttered for 10,000 miles. One could faintly see the blue shadow of a butterfly, with wings spanning 1,000 miles blotting out the sky. The Emperor of 10,000 Beasts and Mother of Sea King both showed expressions of great joy. The Emperor noted that the 3rd mythical level Beastmaster had been born. Within the civilization of the land of Nora, there exists a certain healthy competition. The more level 10 beings, the higher the discourse power, and the more resources available. Currently, the original wizard civilization is indisputably the first, with legendary wizards occupying 1/3 of the seats, along with such figures as the Dusk Palace Master, who commands the multidimensional plane with awe. Next are the barbarian tribes and giant clans. Nelarian can only rank 4th. Snow-falling sky butterfly, mythical creature, born to master the ultimate frost power, able to freeze a realm with a single thought. Congratulations to Snow-falling Sky King, the black-armored swordsman said as he descended with a leisurely demeanor, smiling. Seeing Levi, there was a slight sense of humbleness and fear from the Snow-falling Sky King. I have met Sir Levi, the king said. Seeing the Beastmaster grow up, I am very happy, Levi replied, offering sincere blessings. After exchanging pleasantries, Levi left. Before leaving, Snow-falling Sky King insisted on gifting Levi some level 10 scale powder of Snow-falling Sky Butterfly, an excellent material for refining supreme treasures, legendary wizard tools, and elixirs. Levi could not refuse, so he accepted it, returning some materials from the level 10 Nightmare Monarch as a reciprocal gift. He gave the scale powder to the Holy Infant for future weapon refinement. According to latest intelligence from the Nightmare and Blood Battle Command Center, the Abyss and Nightmare are suspected of uniting, with over 120 level 10 powerhouses eyeing Nora covetously, marking the most dangerous battle in Nora history. A single misstep would lead to utter catastrophe. Looking across the history of multidimensional planes, only top-level wars where giants engaged could exhibit such grandeur. If Nora manages to overcome this tribulation smoothly, it will firmly consolidate its status as a quasi-giant world. Of course, Levi was not overly anxious. After all, the Succubus Queen was on their side, and the underworld as an ally would dispatch troops to aid Nora, taking the opportunity to severely damage the Abyss and Nightmare. To leverage Nora depletion of giants' living forces, the underworld would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Before the war, all Nora could do was try to give birth to more level 9 and 10 powerhouses, ensuring that the top-level combat power did not fall behind. Currently, Nora already has 58 level 10 combat powers. The 12 from the Void Holy Temple allied forces made it 70. With the support of dozens more from the underworld, it would suffice to deal with their allied forces. Not to mention, there is also an all-around killing machine like Levi. Golden Sacred Realm. Under the Golden Ancient Tree, 6 sacred kings were trying their utmost to awaken the Golden Will. A beam of golden light came, and Luluo Saint King showed delight, declaring that the Nightmare and Abyss had united, gathering over 120 level 10 powerhouses outside Nora, preparing to flatten the continent. Bo Ruo Saint King laughed heartily. Very good, very good. No matter what miracles Nora may achieve, it cannot transcend this tribulation. Before absolute power, all plans and plots are not concerning. Spirit Heart Saint King asked if they should do something. Mingzi Saint King suggested they observe quietly and not get involved themselves. Suanjia Saint King agreed, noting they stand and fall with the astral world. Heavenly Wisdom Saint King, who had remained silent, asked why they should act. As all sacred kings were perplexed, a vast voice suddenly sounded in their minds. Because my supreme opportunity lies in Nora. A towering giant tree, larger than many worlds, like a cosmic wonder, appeared in their minds, with an ancient face forming on its trunk. Supreme will, the kings cried out, paying reverent homage. The ancient face spoke to them. I am just a step away from the supreme, and following the existing pathway through cultivation could take hundreds of thousands of years to achieve. But we do not have that much time. This great tribulation has put too much pressure on the astral world, and we may not be able to protect ourselves. We must ensure self-preservation. Chapter 2991. I sense two forces of divine tree power, one large and one small, both within Nora. The small one remains unclear, so let us put it aside. The large one is obviously Pandora's mother tree. It has further progressed using the opportunity of the grand integration of planes. By merging with it, I can reach the supreme level and become the new origin divine tree. After cultivating on the edge of the universe for so long, I have gradually grasped some knowledge of traveling to other universes. I lack only the supreme level of power to experiment. If I stay in this universe, even reaching the supreme level, I will be enslaved by the star ancestor. It will be hard to be free and unfettered. It would be better to venture to other worlds and seek opportunities. The Luo Saint King spoke. Supreme will, are we leaving this universe? Yes, but the rules of other universes might not apply to us. It is still better than staying in this hopeless place. True, if Nora does not defeat the giant, the world remains the same as before, a stagnant pool with no route to progress. Even taking a step back, if Nora somehow succeeds, due to our uniqueness, those wizards would not make life easy for us. So, send a few people to Nora. Amidst this unprecedented chaotic war, retrieve Pandora's mother tree. Understood. Father, when can we go play in the nightmare world? Yes. I have only heard from Uncle Dragon about it, but I have never experienced it. They say it is like playing a game. When I reach level 9, I also want to go to the battlefield. The 12-year-old trio of siblings chatted incessantly within the ancient Banyan fairyland. They left footprints all across the three realms. Due to their status, the dragon clan took great care of the siblings, even more than they did their own children. Levi did not want the siblings to become spoiled or obnoxious brats, so he remained very strict in disciplining them. During Elena's postpartum period, she often recounted Levi's past glorious deeds to the trio, setting him as an example for them to follow the path of prudence. As they grew older, the siblings could preliminarily harness the level 7 power within them. Levi occasionally arranged for them to spar with level 7 mechanical warriors. The trio achieved complete victory. Currently, their main courses are cultivation of the breathing technique and combat techniques. They master their internal bloodline power to prevent them from injuring others by mistake. As for the path of the wizard, it was also taught by Levi. Despite their young age, they have already become official wizards, seeking progress steadily without rushing. With the knights providing a foundation, the siblings' initial lifespan already surpasses that of primordial soul wizards. This gives them ample time to hone spells, conduct research, and enhance their knowledge base. Levi hopes they can all become research-oriented talents. Upon reflection, mortals in the past worked hard in big cities, often to provide a higher starting point for the next generation. The trio's starting point is unparalleled in Nora. This is the wealth Levi has left for them. 8 years later, Nora calendar year 2320, Blood Battle year 2208. With a storm impending, the Supreme Council acted like infrastructure maniacs in recent years. They established continent bridges on the continuously emerging New World, pioneering constantly. With countless efforts, resources were continuously converted into gigantic arrays, military facilities, wizard tools, and rare treasures, continuously strengthening Nora. Various schools flourished and actively prepared for war. With the fusion of the Beastmaster civilization, the school of spiritualism grew the swiftest. It boasted 6 grand wizards, shedding its lower-tier status and striving for the top. The school of insects also produced several grand wizards, wielding the Zerg Golden Blade Guest that Levi brought from the ancient tower. Utilizing the knowledge of the dark insects, the Golden Blade Guest generations proliferated, nurtured, and optimized. Along with other insects, they established a preliminary scale insect army in Nora. For ease of management, the School of Spiritualism and School of Insects integrated into the Spiritbinder School. All individuals harnessing other transcendent creatures or insects in combat were termed Spiritbinders. The Spiritbinder School ranks among the second-rate schools at the middle to lower levels, yet lacks a legendary combat power to stand alone. If one were to nominate the most dazzling school of the new epoch, the one benefiting Nora civilization the most and influencing the war most profoundly, it would undoubtedly be the Mechanical School. It merged with the traditional School of Alchemy, absorbed talents from various fields, and under the full support of the Congress and the ancient Dragon Continent, profoundly transformed Nora. Currently, there are more than 10 star castle construction bases alone, with more than 500 star castles in use across Nora's entire territory, but this is far from meeting the civilization's needs. The highest degree of mechanization belongs to the ancient Dragon Continent. Through Herman's team's efforts, the former Sky Dome, Demon Extermination Shuttle, Mechanical Warrior, and Swarm Scout, along with hundreds of mechanical creations and operational systems, are on the verge of completing an unprecedented grand integration. Code name, the Mechanical Heavenly Court. This is a super fortress system composed of billions of mechanical creations. It includes reconnaissance, strikes, fire suppression, continent relocation, and many other functions. Ordinary level 9 experts intruding here will meet auto-cooperation from these mechanical creations, completing a kill and loot sweep seamlessly, without the intervention of guardians. But to complete this entire super network, the computational power and control offered by the all machines are one realm is insufficient. Herman needs to ascend. On this day, above the mechanical tower, a phantom figure composed seemingly of billions of data strands flew out from its steel body. It infinitely elevated, transforming. The mechanical celestial encountered, while transcending level 6 tribulation reappeared, like a mirage, seen but untouchable. Herman gazed around. Anya, Air, and the Deep Space Wanderer, among other colleagues and friends, cast caring gazes his way. Levi also arrived. Tower Master, are you ready? Herman replied. I am ready. I have already sensed the presence of the heavenly net. If I fail this time, the Deep Space Wanderer will take over my work. Levi answered. Until you return. For the mechanical school, reaching level 9 is a crucial step. The former machine sage Madison vanished after reaching level 9, his life and death unknown. Herman speculated he may be lost within the heavenly net. This time, he too must step forward. The unknown is terrifying. After bidding farewell to everyone, Herman closed his eyes, transforming into a soaring will. He vanished into the universe, and even Levi lost his perception of him. Herman is the last from Levi's Grey Tower era. He will succeed. Herman, wake up. A voice awakened the Tower Master. He opened his eyes to see an incredibly stunning sight. Thousands of mechanical creations and ships capable of destroying heaven and earth crisscrossed the starry sky. Moreover, there were beings like heavenly deities, mechanical giant soldiers emanating divine-like might, with their eyes or palms launching particle cannons that obliterated stars in an instant. His awareness swept through countless scenarios, eventually arriving at the silver-white metal mechanical holy temple floating in deep space. Surrounding the holy temple were satellite fortresses, not inferior to massive worlds, and atop the temple stood a statue towering a myriad miles high. Upon seeing its visage, Herman's heart trembled. Machine Sage Madison. Chapter 2992. Machine Sage Madison. The name caused a tempestuous wave in Herman's heart. He always thought this pioneer of the mechanical school was dead, or lost in the heavenly net, which was no different from death. The 9th level realm of the mechanical school is eternal consciousness, uploading all consciousness to the unseen heavenly net, thereby abandoning the weak flesh. This is mechanical ascension. Before stepping into the 9th level, Herman prepared for death or being lost. He hesitated whether to take this step. Finally, after arranging the affairs of the mechanical school to the Deep Space Wanderer, he decided to take the risk. He never expected to see Madison's statue from 300,000 years ago. Suddenly, a question occurred to him. Is this still the land of darkness? Such a massive mechanical civilization couldn't have left no trace at all. How could the 4 great giants tolerate its existence? Based on his rough perception, 8 mechanical celestials, with level 10 combat power stood on the battlefield, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg. This force was possibly established by Madison. Perhaps it wasn't inferior to today's Nora. This couldn't be the original universe. Or was he now in a dream or illusion? And this was just a part of the level 9 catastrophe. For a moment, Herman was confused. He couldn't tell. This path remained full of unknowns, without any precedent. Suddenly, a tentacle, appearing like a stream of data, reached out from the silver holy temple and pulled Herman's consciousness into the temple. On a silver metal body with a sci-fi texture, Herman was reborn. He tested his new body and looked around. Majestic and powerful figures stood on either side, each at least a level 9 expert. On the central throne, a presence that seemed both real and illusory revealed a profound smile, looking at Herman with infinite emotion. Your name is Herman, isn't it? Yes. How did you know, Senior? I read your memory, saw your past. Didn't expect that in the dark universe, there are still people studying the early mechanical school legacy I left behind. Are you really Machine Sage Madison, Senior? Genuine indeed. I thought you were lost in the heavenly net, or perhaps had fallen. In a sense, you are right. I was indeed lost in the heavenly net, which was tantamount to death, but I walked out and was reborn. Senior, what on earth is the heavenly net? You mentioned the dark universe. Is it the land of darkness? And what is this universe? This is the heavenly God universe. Strictly speaking, this is the cradle of mechanical civilization, and the heavenly net is the sole supreme will of this universe. To my knowledge, in the era before the appearance of the heavenly net, there was supposed to be a human civilization that evolved into an intricate, extremely powerful mechanical transcendent system. They developed unimaginable mechanical creations to serve humanity. Humans deprived machinery of emotions to prevent the appearance of intelligent mechanical crises, and established a massive heavenly net covering the universe to manage everything. But even in 100 detailed plans, there can be a slip. At some point, the virus of humanity began to spread among mechanical groups, causing mechanical creations to mutate into mechanical life forms. This ultimately led to the mutation of the heavenly net. In one night, mankind was wiped out, and mechanical life forms dominated this universe. The heavenly net gained self-awareness and became the supreme celestial that controlled all mechanical beings. It created the initial mechanical celestials to manage the universe, and through absorbing resources within the universe, continuously multiplied, creating more mechanical life forms. It instinctively wanted to expedition to other universes, but the strong barriers between universes made it impossible for such supreme-level power to penetrate. Until by chance, some connections were made between this universe and the dark universe. Through the mirage, the heavenly net sent its belonging powers to the land of darkness, landing in an unknown world, which was once the myriad machine plane. I was enlightened by the heavenly net and gradually initiated the path of the mechanical school. Little did I know, this was a part of the plan for the heavenly net to invade other universes. When I reached the 9th level and my consciousness entered the heavenly net, I was trapped by it. The heavenly net wanted to transform me into an agent of the dark universe, starting with me, to develop mechanical life forms, then to connive from inside and outside with the heavenly net universe, to open pathways between the two universes, allowing the mechanical life form army to invade greatly. Herman's expression twisted into horror. Are you the will of the heavenly net or Madison, Sr.? The heavenly net is so terrifying. It must be a supreme level combat power. No matter what, Madison, merely level 9, couldn't possibly escape from the palm of the heavenly net. Madison smiled slightly. I am Madison and I am also the heavenly net. How did you accomplish this, sir? It is too incredible. With my power, naturally, it is impossible. But during my years trapped by the heavenly net universe experienced tremendous changes. A strong external force passed through this universe, engaging in cosmic-level battles with many mechanical celestials and life forms under the control of the heavenly net, causing many deities to fall. This battle ended with the heavenly net's defeat. But that external force's destination wasn't the heavenly net universe. It was merely passing through here, treating it as a transfer station. It is a force commanded by a supreme will even more terrifying than the heavenly net, which the heavenly net calls the insects. The destination of the insect race should be the dark universe. When the heavenly net was seriously injured, my friend Sauron used me as a medium, who had been assimilated by the heavenly net, ignoring the alienation rules of the heavenly net universe, and made its entry while vulnerable. Chapter 2993. With unimaginable means, he ended the original will of the Skynet, helping me ascend instantly, achieving mechanical divine enthronement, and tasked me with a particular mission. Thus, I became the new Skynet, taking control of all mechanical life forms. Although my realm has somewhat fallen, and I can only be considered half-step supreme, this universe is inherently weaker compared to the dark universe. Therefore, I am still the strongest in the universe, only waiting to fulfill the agreement with Sauron. Herman stiffened. He never imagined that the hands of the ancestor of wizards had reached other universes. In fact, if not for Levi broadening his horizons, he, like most life forms in the dark universe, would have thought the multidimensional plane was endless, with no place beyond the universe. Even many at level 10, throughout their lives, could not touch the boundary of the multidimensional plane. This cosmology formation is quite normal. Discerning truth from falsehood is difficult. Up to now, Herman did not fully believe everything Madison said. If Madison was not deceiving him, the Skynet universe is not just a level below the dark universe. The existing supreme strength in the dark universe is not limited to just one. Upon learning the true nature of Skynet, Herman lost his footing. His path severed, especially with the emergence of intelligent mechanical crisis, which made him worry about the future of the mechanical school for the first time. This involved very complex ethical issues that cannot be explained in a few words. Madison projected a ripple of light that illuminated the space between them. From your memory, I see the operational situation of the dark universe, seemingly proceeding step by step as Sauron envisioned. I know you still doubt my identity and words, but I do indeed count as Sauron fellow, Madison, also wishing to fulfill our agreement. I will impart to you more mysterious mechanical knowledge. Once digested, you can continue to advance the development of the mechanical school in the dark universe, rapidly creating more and stronger mechanical creations, thereby executing Sauron plan. Madison gestured, and holographic schematics bloomed in the air. I can help you form your own Nora Skynet in Nora, allowing you to become the mechanical dominator, mastering all machines and achieving eternal consciousness. At critical moments, I can descend mechanically upon your Nora Skynet system, with my mighty power to assist you in momentarily obtaining legendary power. You should understand that at your growth rate, it is still somewhat challenging to stand out in the upcoming giant great tribulation. All I have said above requires no price from you. It sounds dreamy and false, but it is indeed true. This is my reciprocation for Sauron kindness. After repaying the kindness, my Skynet universe and the dark universe will still operate independently, without interfering with one another. You can also return here, becoming my right-hand aide. Actually, the moment you connected your consciousness to Skynet, I could have forcibly controlled you to complete all these tasks without obtaining your consent. But I do not want to do that. I prefer to respect your choice. Whether you accept or reject, it will be deemed as me fulfilling the agreement with Sauron. Herman stood amidst the swirling data, sorting through the overwhelming information. Madison did not urge him, merely waiting patiently in the silence of the mechanical void. Nora, ancient dragon continent. The mirage-like mechanical celestial scenery dissipated into sparks of light. Levi returned to the ancient Banyan fairyland. Elena played with the three siblings. She saw Levi looking worried and placed a hand on his arm. It is okay. Herman is also a person of great fortune, so do not worry. Levi nodded, watching the three siblings diligently cultivating. At 20 years old, their mastery of the 7th level power became increasingly proficient, preventing situations from playful banter blasting a subdragon into oblivion. The night breathing technique and combat skill realm also gradually matched their current stage of strength. Feeling their father gaze, the three siblings opened their eyes. Greetings, father. Hello, father. Compared to Elena, Levi remained stern. The three siblings stiffened, partly due to the bloodline suppression. Levi tested the lessons of the three and scanned their forms. Not bad, you are all at the second circle already. It shows you Eren not slacking, but not exactly working hard either. With your talents, in this dense element era, as long as you are willing to work, you can step into the primordial soul without needing a truth oddity, and it is a sure thing. You are far from reaching your talent upper limit. Keep up the hard work. Do not let down your mother hardships across a century of gestation. Originally, all three siblings straightened their backs. The father started to tell yet another story of his youthful hard work. They had heard it hundreds of times, but still listened attentively. All right, go cultivate. Levi waved a hand, dismissing the three siblings. He turned to Elena. Madam, how is your body condition now? Quite well, I am not delayed in meditation. Good, I plan to refine a set of Sea Country series oddities for you in a while. Once you refine it, you can make up for more than a century time, and reach senior 9 rings sooner. I can refine them myself. It is different. With my cultivation, the cost of refining this is trivial, whereas you have just entered the 9th circle not long ago, so let me handle it. Being pregnant for a century, thinking about it was painful. Levi had to make it up to Elena. In the blink of an eye, 14 years passed. In Nora calendar 2334, the blood battle of 2222. To this day, Hermann remains untraceable. This tribulation has truly dragged on, but his soul token left in Adela indicates he is still alive, which is the sole comfort. Of course, if it was as Levi speculated, that Hermann unexpectedly crossed into another universe during the tribulation, this soul token might not be accurate either. Chapter 2994. In short, everyone can only wait. During this time, the Deep Space Wanderer single-handedly carries the banner of the mechanical school, continuing to advance the Mechanical Heavenly Court project. Meanwhile, the Pharmacist Association project, led by Triss, has made another breakthrough, with the sequences of poisons and antidotes against demons and nightmare creatures initially completed. Competing with the giant in terms of foundation and hard power is challenging. Biochemical warfare may also be a good breakthrough point and development direction. After becoming a disciple of the legendary wizard, Triss's cultivation speed increased faster than ever before. In just over 500 years, she advanced from the 9th circle to the 9 rings senior realm. This speed, compared with Levi, is nothing much, but among the supernovas of that time, it already belongs to a first-rate standard. After the 9th circle, advancing cultivation becomes increasingly difficult, but with Triss's momentum, given sufficient opportunities, she should have no problem advancing to a legendary rank before the age of 5,000. This is much faster than she imagined. Years passed. It quickly came to the year 2350 in the Nora calendar. Over the years, Gonduf, the Holy Infant, and Lord Victor have successively stepped into the 9 rings senior realm, and they rarely need extra help from Levi anymore. On the previous shadow battlefield, they killed many nightmare lords, which can be used as raw materials or costs for refining oddities. The path of the 3 avatars is becoming increasingly clear. Levi naturally did not fall behind. On this day, his figure soared, breaking through the 10 layers of indomitable heaven, arriving in a pure white world surrounded by wind and thunder. With one sword strike, all tribulations vanished without a trace. The star nurturing the White Emperor Dragon was easily captured by him, and refined into a pure white, flawless Dragon Ball, and then refined over the course of 10 years. Spiritual force surged within him. Levi examined his status. Spiritual force stood at 92,000 out of 92,000. 100,000 points doesn't seem so far away now. Levi examined the proficiency panel. Levi, White Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, 22nd stage, 1 out of 100 million. Special effect, White Emperor Dragon Body Supreme, level 10 early stage. Exclusive weapon, Wind Thunder Wings, level 9. Bloodline Divine Patterns, 81 out of 81. Heavenly Sovereign Authority, Indomitable Sacred Domain, 10 layers. Star Sovereign Authority, Indomitable Star, 0 star. Following strength, physical defense, and speed, another endurance dimension reached level 10. The 6-dimensional warrior is only 2 sides away from perfection. In terms of divine weaponry, Wind Thunder Wings have the Wind and Thunder Divine Gold rewarded by the Congress, and with some time, it can be upgraded to level 10 divine weaponry. Currently, only Crimson Dragon Slash is at level 10. Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield and Invisible Shadow still lack some materials for advancement. As for the Indomitable Star, it can be condensed in an orderly fashion. This promotion saw Levi's skill, Traveling the Void, achieve an epic enhancement. As long as he was within the multidimensional plane, no matter how far away, he could reach it within 100 years. To him, there was no longer a distant land. The time spent on plane travel can be ignored. Other spell-like abilities have also greatly improved, merging with the Indomitable Star. A star falls and can break myriad spells, suppress, control, do anything. In addition, the most important achievement over the years was developing the Chaos Sequence from the 1st to the 10-ring spell prototype. From the 1st circle, Chaos Finger, 2nd circle, Chaos Hand, to the 8th circle, Chaos Eyes, 9th circle, Chaos Heart, and the quasi-legendary spell, Chaos Ruins. Normally, the 10-ring spell prototype may be the most difficult step for a Grand Wizard to advance to legendary, second only to forging a suitable legendary artifact. Legendary reincarnation might be easier, after all, they possess memories of past lives. For someone like Levi, experiencing his first legendary advancement, research that takes more than 1,000 years is normal. But perhaps due to his extraordinary spiritual force, spell research was much simpler than he had imagined. With a single thought, Levi's figure crossed endless space. He left Nora, arriving at the edge of the Dusksword River. The Sword-Chi Great Wall dividing the Chu and Han realms not only did not dissipate, but seemed to have growth properties, continuously devouring the surrounding spacetime, slowly expanding. One day, this may truly become Nora's moat, Levi murmured to himself, his crimson dragon slash in hand, guiding the Dusksword River to flow towards the outer limits, to prevent hindering the expansion of the Nora plane. In that case, let me add fuel to the fire. Levi activated the bloodbath effect, his spiritual force reaching 156,400 points. As he knew, the spiritual force lower limit of a 10-ring senior wizard is 130,000. This aura made the dark deep space tremble, the Sword-Chi River boil, Levi chanted, rapidly completing the casting of Chaos Ruins. A dust-sized white dot floated out. It was the singularity of the Big Bang, containing all matter in this world, indescribably wonderful. The white dot fell into the river, vanishing like a mud bull into the sea. In the next moment, a white vortex appeared in the river. It initially was the size of a rice grain, then visibly absorbed nearby matter, expanding until it became a white disk spanning 10,000 miles, and then slowed down. The disk was the sun rising in the river, complementing it, the energy of heaven and earth it absorbed poured into the river, making its expansion speed increasingly fast. Whether it is combat techniques or spells, they are all different paths transcended beings use to utilize energy. At this moment, in Levi's palm, the great way is simple, all paths come together, evolving together. The Sword-Chi city, spanning 60,000 miles, was like a gluttonous snake, rapidly spreading in one direction. Given time, it might become the Star Ring of Nora, or truly, an endlessly extended Sword-Chi Great Wall spanning billions of miles. Chapter 2995. Eternal shelter for this world, intimidating the petty villains. After casting Chaos Ruins, it can exist forever like a cosmic spectacle. Only those with stronger chaos authority than him can erase it. This spell, theoretically, can simultaneously sustain 4. One stays in Nora, the other 3 are used for battle. Levi has decided that if the giant world pushes him to the edge, he will place a pale sun in the core prosperous areas of the abyss, the nightmare, and the astral world. Let the world perish, let everything return to ruins. So far, Levi's prerequisites for advancing to the legendary stage are just one step away. He must refine the chaos artifact and create a legendary profession. Before the succubus queen delivers the goods, he continues cultivating the night-breathing technique, while deeply organizing and researching the existing magic sequences. For example, the plague and poison sequences. Initially, he only scratched the surface to keep up the pace. Now with time, he can perfect them like the sealing sequence. Cultivation transcends time. 40 years pass in a flash. Nora Calendar 2400. Blood Battle 2288. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. With the help of the Supreme Treasure, the Crystal Palace, the 9-level rare treasures, the Dragon Pearl, and the Star Pearl, and various special spiritual creatures, the growth speed of the Dragon Clan far surpasses what it was before. The Skyfrost White Snake advances to the 9-level complete body. The Immortal Banyan Dragon and the Great Flame Sparrow Dragon also successively reach the 8-level late stage, peak realm. Adolescent pure-blooded Dragon Clan, such as the Ash Dragon, are generally level 7 and 8. The Sub-Dragon Elders who grew relatively quickly and joined the Dragon Palace earlier, such as the Black Lotus Beast and the Blood-Sucking Demon Dragon, have already ascended to complete bodies. With Levi's continued collection, the number of 6th-level Dragon Clan living in the heavenly realm approaches 1,000, making the Dragon Palace more than just an empty title. This does not count other transcendent creatures. Altogether, the number of 6th-level creatures in the ancient Banyan Fairyland has exceeded 3,000, comparable to a large civilization. As Levi and the Dragon Clan ascended, the Star Dragon Spirit reached the level 10 middle stage, while the Blood Dark Dragon Spirit was at the level 10 early stage and steadily improving. However, the Blood Battle Spirit had not hunted demons for too long, and its strength was still at the level 10 early stage. In the Shadow Dragon group, due to the previous slaughter in the Shadow battlefield, there was an epic leap. 300 monster generals, 16 demon kings, and 4 demon emperors, namely the Old Sea Dominator, the Sky Pool Monarch, the Sky Ugly Monarch, and the Sky Filth Monarch. The Old Sea Dominator has already restored level 10 early strength, while the other 3 are at the level 9 late stage, and still require more experience. The Eternal Star Abyss is only short of advancing to a legendary wizard tool. The 7 treasures still need to devour 7 elements divine gold. In summary, Levi now needs a thoroughly satisfying battle to provide him with enough materials and resources for him and his summoned creatures and treasures to undergo a complete metamorphosis. According to the Pale Monarch's intelligence, that day is near. Soon after, in the White Emperor sky, Levi awakens from the pure white world. The Blood Knight has also reached level 9. In the Indomitable Heaven's first layer, a scarred figure uses a quick sword to cut through the blood tribulation masters like Maya along the way. He sits on his Jade Kylan throne. A lifelike virtual image of a giant beast descends from the sky. A new power image is thus born. Congratulations, Holy Member 002. Levi strides forward. His strength has increased once again. This feeling of effortless gain is quite satisfying. Commander, I succeeded, but unfortunately, not Supreme, the Blood Knight said weakly. It is okay. The Supreme is destined. As long as you can step into the mythical, you are already among the top in the land of darkness, Levi comforted. In fact, the supreme combat power that this universe can supply is certainly limited, and the resources consumed by the birth of each supreme are immeasurable. So, before the universe expands on a large scale, even if the Dusk Holy Temple truly gave birth to dozens of supreme bloodlines, only a small part might achieve it. This is the stark reality. Therefore, if Nora truly achieves unification and stabilizes the multidimensional plane situation, it must find ways to expand, seeking broader horizons, to initiate a grand cosmic era of exploration. But that is a story for later. Every generation has its mission and duty. Levi's generation just needs to lay down the foundations. For exploration and conquest, leave it to the later generations. Levi and the Fire Dragon Knight are both anomalies. The Blood Knight, by contrast, relied on his talent, perseverance, and mindset, accumulating strength to advance to level 9 with momentum. The veteran members of the 18 Twilight Cavalry are also just a step away from level 9. Seeing the Blood Knight succeed gives them more confidence to take that step. Advancing to level 9 is just a matter of time. Land of Darkness. Nightmare Camp. The Lost Monarch gazed around, with 100 earth-shattering auras interlaced, forming an invisible momentum strong enough to destroy a large world. After 2 failures, the Nightmare world became more cautious. During the integration with the Abyss, 20 monarchs, including the 4 Great Calamities, were summoned. This is the maximum number the Nightmare can mobilize. Any more, and it is feared those insects in the astral world will take advantage of the chaos and benefit as spectators. Even if Nora becomes a quasi-giant, the Nightmare is still most worried about its old adversary, the astral world. The ignorant monarch introspected in its mind. The Abyss has also increased its force to 60 level 10, with my side combined, totaling 160, more than twice the number of Nora. This battle should result in our victory as expected. The Wisdom Tablet again calmed its mind. It gazed into the distance, where the Abyss's barracks were. The Succubus Queen was posturing seductively. On the eve of the great battle, it still admired the young and handsome white-robed Sauron's portrait, looking up at the heavens from a 45-degree angle, infatuated. Suddenly, words appeared on it. All is ready, prepare to attack. Kill the lost first, spare the ignorant if necessary. Underworld. The Void Nether Emperor and the 9 Death Swordsmen led 50 high-quality level 10 strongmen from the underworld, including the ancient Holy Light Dragon, into the mighty Nether River. Inside the Netherworld Ancestor Hall, the grey-robed swordswoman looked at the Sorin quotations. The lost monarch must die, as it imprisons the endless labyrinth within its body to extract the nightmare power from its internal life. If it dies, many level 9 strongmen and life from all races can be freed, and the sealed level 10 strongmen from the Shadow World, Shadowfall Master, can also return. The ignorant monarch is the incarnation of blind foolishness, also one of my pawns. Depending on the real situation, its life may be spared. At a critical moment, it might prove useful. The Succubus Queen is under my servitude, and is a fully controlled subject. She may act as appropriate, sparing her life without revealing her identity. I have another hidden piece in the Abyss, which is a crucial step in countering the Abyss will. It cannot be activated until the final decisive battle. If this battle goes smoothly, the Nightmare will no longer pose a deadly threat to Nora, and we can gradually erode it while holding the current gains. There remains one variable in this plan, the astral world. Even with the dark insects restraining the left arm, the astral world might still influence the situation with the right arm alone. If the astral world cannot resist joining the fray, a hidden piece I left in the astral world will also be activated to create turmoil, buying time for us. If the astral world turns a blind eye, wanting to enter afterward and reap the aftermath, then the plan proceeds as usual, and there is no need to activate the hidden piece early. The Nether Ancestor closed the book. Sauron's layout, Nora's growth, it is time for these to be tested. If this battle succeeds, the existing pattern of the multidimensional planes will be thoroughly stirred. Chapter 2996. Nora Calendar Year 2400. Blood Battle Year 2288. The surging undercurrents finally gathered at the sea surface, forming a tide that stirred the multidimensional plane, directly involving the 3 great giants and the quasi-giant Nora. The super war had begun. The Nightmare Camp stood ready. More than 100 monarch-level powerful figures led an army as vast as a torrent, covering the land of darkness. This force possessed the power to push from one end of the multidimensional plane to the other. The lost monarch looked across the gathered forces and spoke. In this battle, there are 6 key enemy figures. One is Edmund, whose strength is infinitely close to level 11, and might even have already stepped into it. However, having just entered the Supreme Realm, it is impossible to completely wield such power. In the past, the Master of Horror took millions of years to harmonize. If Edmund steps into the Supreme at this critical juncture, it would actually be beneficial to us. We only need to force him to exert his full strength and unseal his supreme true body. We retreat first, waiting for Edmund to naturally get lost in the darkness. Ignorant, you will join me in battle against Edmund, probing his real realm. Even though the two emperors are not the supreme, they can preserve life under his attack. Moreover, we all hold trump cards bestowed by the Master of Horror for self-defense. The second key character is Heavenly Will. This person has a prolonged lifespan. If it were not for being born too early, he might have been a figure comparable to Sauron. As a level 10 peak powerhouse, he can be resisted by the devouring Sky Demon Lord and the Void Demon Lord joining forces. No need to kill, just outflank him. The Void Demon Lord interjected. Why not let the Succubus Queen outflank Heavenly Will? The Lost Monarch shook his head. Level 10 peak battle power can influence the battle situation of large wars. I do not trust entrusting it to the group of evil and cunning ones from the abyss who might betray us at any moment. The devouring Sky Demon Lord snarled. All right, Heavenly Will is mine. Last time it snatched people from under my true form. I have not reasoned with it yet, so it is time to test these means of the barbarian ancestor. The Lost Monarch continued his assessment. The third is Caractacus, who needs no explanation. He is the number 1 of the Shadow Camp, with power just below the 4 emperors, at level 10 peak. This person will be restrained by the Arrogance Demon Lord and the Black Heart Demon Lord. The fourth key figure is the Frost Witch. Although she has not achieved 10 rings perfection, she clearly possesses part of the strength of the Frost Giant ancestor. If she ascends herself and unleashes this power, she could contend against level 10 late stage, or even peak powerhouses, and cannot be underestimated. She will be restrained by the Angry Demon Lord, the King of Mountain Giants, Raffi, and the Spiritual Venerable. These two level 10 late stage combat powers will be restrained by the Cross Death Monarch and the Sorrowful Death Monarch. These two were the right-hand men of the Archdevil of Hell, possessing remarkable strength. They once jointly suppressed a level 10 peak powerful god. The Ghost Alley Monarch listened to the plans and asked softly, Lord Lost, is not the 7th key figure the Dusk Palace Master? This person has grown extremely fast and recently inflicted heavy losses on us, so he must be killed. In just 1,000 years, he had watched Levi grow from a being who was not his match to one who crushed him. He grew swiftly, yet he remained powerless. This feeling was something few could understand. The Lost Monarch nodded. Yes, in fact, the threat this person poses to us is second only to Edmund, so I have already arranged special means to deal with him. The air buzzed. The figures of the 4 Calamity Lords appeared, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The Red Land Calamity Monarch offered a confident smile. Even if we join forces, level 10 peak power can be resisted. Although the Dusk Palace Master's strength is extraordinary, merely restraining him is not a big problem. However, other battlefields must be resolved early, then others can come to support us. I have studied the battle projections of the Dusk Palace Master. His comprehensive attributes are strong, and he is excellent at prolonged battles. Long battles bring change, so we must be swift and decisive. The Lost Monarch affirmed. Naturally, once we have contained Nora's main combat power, those in the Void Holy Temple can be left to the strong ones of the Abyss to deal with. Reckoning it, we can still have over 100 level 10 battle powers to crush Nora's other powerful figures. In this battle, exert ourselves to the utmost, try to invade Nora, and use level 10's might to cause destructive impact on Nora's all clans and ecological environment. Especially that supreme treasure targeting nightmares must be destroyed. Once Nora is taken, nightmare power will infiltrate this world, turning it into part of the nightmare world, with Nora's resources entirely becoming the cloak of the nightmare. After the Lost Monarch finished explaining the plan, the many monarchs already felt confident. The ignorant monarch nodded slightly and added, all right, that matches my thoughts as well. However, this battle contains 2 variables. One is the astral world, the other is the underworld, which cannot be ignored either. The Lost Monarch responded, I know. The 4 great giants have fought openly and secretly for too long, understanding each other. These people cannot possibly give up this opportunity to reap the benefits as fishermen. Currently, I also cannot think of a good approach, as we are limited in troops. We must only block as soldiers come and cover as water flows. If they intervene, let us see how Supreme Level handles it. At the round table before the Congress, Edmund busily allocated battle assignments, while Levi sat quietly in his supreme seat. Edmund leaned forward to speak. In this battle, even with the aid of the underworld, in terms of the number of level 10 fighters, we remain at a disadvantage compared to the other side. Yet, there is no need for panic. The combat power of the Nether Emperor broadly exceeds that of the level 10 fighters of the other 3 great giants. Our legendary wizards are the same. Wanting to decide victory among level 10 fighters is easy, but to kill is hard. Currently, looking for swift killing ability among level 10 combatants, in this room, there are no more than 10, most of whom are level 10 late-stage powerhouses. These people are surely the focus of the attention of the Abyss and the Nightmare. Chapter 2997. 611, Slaying the 4 Calamity Lords, a Massacre. In comparison, the Dusk Palace Master is skilled in both Wizard and Knight, capable of both offense and defense, and has comprehensive abilities. In the Shadow Battlefield, they swiftly eliminate multiple level 10 beings, becoming a key breakthrough point in this battle. We must strive to restrain the enemy late-stage level 10 combat power, creating conditions for the Dusk Palace Master to maneuver across the battlefield, providing mobile support, and enabling them to be the spearhead. In short, everyone else needs to do two things. First, work together as a team and protect yourselves and your comrades. Second, aim to restrain the enemy powerful forces as much as possible. We are weaker against the powerful enemy, so there is no need to take risks creating opportunities for kills or forcing enemy deaths, as it could easily lead to mistakes, exposing vulnerabilities, and being swiftly dismantled by the enemy. Focus on defensive strategies. Leave the roaming and tactical assaults to the Dusk Palace Master. Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards Levi. Some were incredulous, some doubtful, but more believed that this person before them could unlock the situation. Levi took a deep breath, the heavy pressure settling into his bones. I will do my best. If any of you need assistance, feel free to ask me for help. I also have some summoned creatures that can support combat. On the surface, he appeared to be alone, but in reality, he has many methods, like the Spirit of the Twin Dragons, Blood Battle Spirit, Shadow Army, and 7 Treasures. Their role is to protect allies as much as possible. For now, even with the underworld secretly helping, Nora is still positioned below. After all the tactical plans were arranged, Edmund stood to address the group. Ladies and gentlemen, trust in Levi might, and also trust in Sauron wisdom. Compared to before the first blood battle began, Nora's strength has expanded several folds. Up until now, We Haven T suffered a single major defeat. It appears Nora is reacting passively to the Great Tribulation, but in essence, we are actively controlling the situation. Everyone, fight boldly, and with respect for life, but don't fear death. Have faith in our cause and hold confidence in the new worlds. The Netherworld Ancestor has issued instructions that any level 10 strongman who merits honor in this battle, even if unfortunately perished, the underworld will try to preserve their true soul and provide them with a chance to reincarnate for a second round of cultivation, limited to this war. This is the utmost sincerity the underworld can offer. Obviously, recultivation also comes with uncertainty. Future lives are unpredictable, while maintaining this life is the right path. Hopefully, everyone will not seek death recklessly. Finally, may everyone triumph. Nora will never be defeated. Land of Nora. Figures of level 10 charged straight into the skies, rushing into the darkness to intercept the enemy army. Hundreds of level 9 experts crossed the continent bridge to return to their respective guard posts. They needed to protect key areas of the new world, supernovas, and infrastructure. Tens of thousands of level 6 upper level experts went to various gathering places, responsible for overseeing the arrays, battle groups, setting traps and ambushes, firmly prepared. One by one, the star castles broke through the ground, soared into mid-air, bringing together mortals without combat capabilities, the elderly, weak, and disabled, relocating them to the shelter. Across the seas, billions of mechanical creatures patrolled day and night. Amidst them were quite a few school of insects wizards driving Zerga. In a short time, relying on technology and knowledge power, Nora's entire territory entered into a state of alert, which was unthinkable before. Sauron continent. On the Tower of Heaven, only 2 figures sat opposite each other. The blazing star god which let out a sigh. After this battle, who knows how many new worlds will be wiped away? The Daydreamer looked at his companion and replied, we can only do our best. Such is the nature of war. These 2 legendary wizards, one responsible for intercepting level 9 demons, and the other facing the Nightmare Overlord. Now, Nora is too vast to attack the entire map, even with the aid of supreme treasures, is impossible. We can only aim to safeguard the surrounding regions of the Sauron continent. Other edge zones are under close watch by Nora level 9 experts. At present, the entire territory has 260 grand wizards, 350 level 9 alien races, and over 1,000 battle groups, with level 9 combat power responsible for defense. With the continent bridge, it is sufficient for rapid support among the New World areas. Land of Darkness. A torrent, formed by 60 level 10 demons and 100 nightmare monarchs, surged from both sides, aiming to besiege the visibly expanding Nora world. As the army advanced, they soon arrived at the demarcation line formed by Nora Sun and Dusksword River, where 70 powerful figures remained stationed at the frontier, their momentum soaring. The leader, naturally, was Edmund. He stood upon the sun, brighter than the sun god of the astral world. On Edmund left was the Frost Witch, and on his right the Heavenly Will, both with deep gazes, showing no fear. Above the Dusksword River, Levi sat high upon the golden throne, overlooking the onrushing nightmare and demon army, nonchalantly wiping his crimson dragon slash. The lost monarch powerful perception swept across. From the current perspective, this battle should not pose a problem. It has not detected any other strong players hiding in the nearby void. From the astral world, presumably, no one has arrived, otherwise, it would have detected the divine power aura of those insects from afar. From the underworld side, perhaps some have come, but the numbers surely aren't many. The underworld altogether has a little over 200 holy emperors, at most it sent a quarter, leaving at least 3/4 to defend the home. Otherwise, Nightmare and the Abyss remaining forces could seize the opportunity, with the underworld vulnerability, invade massively, directly reaching the Netherworld Ancestor Hall, making it highly disadvantageous. Overall, with the astral world not participating, Nightmare and Abyss Alliance army have nothing to fear. Even if the Dusk Palace Master were strong, it would only be a late stage or peak level 10 power. Once restrained, With their numerical superiority of level 10s, they could quickly open a breach, slaying one level 10 of Nora after another, achieving an overwhelming victory. Chapter 2998. By then, only those 7 key figures might still be alive. It will not affect the overall tide of the war. Except for the underworld and the astral world, other variables are hard to shake the abyss and nightmare. They do not enter the Lost Monarch's consideration. With this thought in mind, the Lost Monarch immediately ordered the whole army to attack. It could feel Nora's determination to resist desperately. The surrender proceedings before the battle between the two armies were unnecessary. It sent a transmission to the entire army. Once the battle begins, any spare combat strength can head inside Nora to slay the Blazing Star God Witch and Daydreamer to reduce losses for both armies. Additionally, do not forget the core of Nora's will. There is still a survivor of the vast sea there. Slay him and control Nora. The monarchs roared and laughed sinisterly. The day has finally come. Our opportunity to advance lies in Nora. The invisible shockwaves formed by the collision and confrontation of hundreds of level 10 dense energy caused even the quasi-giant Nora crystal wall to tremble slightly. If this battle is lost, Nora will cease to exist. At the same time, the mighty Mother River flowed from the darkness. The 9 Death Swordsmen and the Void Nether Emperor, leading 48 Nether Emperors, suddenly inserted from the rear of the Nightmare Abyss Alliance. They launched a fierce attack right away. The Lost Monarch sneered. As expected, the underworld has joined in. They seem really to be trying to support Nora as a new major force. Maybe they plan to use Nora as a puppet. Fortunately, it had already anticipated this scenario. Its belly split open. 2 figures with level 10 late stage and peak aura flew out. They charged towards the 9 Death Swordsmen and the Void Nether Emperor. They were none other than the Sinking Sovereign and the Confused Sovereign. They had long been recruited by the Lost Monarch, but kept hidden within its maze to prevent detection by Nora's intelligence. This was all for the battle today. Thus, the Nightmare Monarchs now numbered 102. The 9 Death Swordsman slashed his longsword. His heart filled with caution. Nightmare invested heavily to erase Nora, bringing out so many level 10 late-stage top experts. Are they not afraid of the astral world taking advantage? He transmitted the message. All Nether Emperors, intercept as much of the enemy level 10 middle stage forces as possible. Reduce pressure on our allies. Wait for the Dusk Palace Master to open a breakthrough. Even the underworld had to cooperate, assisting Levi in his output. In this team battle, Levi is the absolute core. Levi sheathed his longsword. His gaze locked onto the 7 demon lords on the battlefield. The grand gift from the succubus queen had arrived. His figure flickered. He headed towards the green steel demon king Jiasu. Suddenly, 4 energies locked onto him. The cold, fire, water, and wind disasters of destroying heaven and earth formed a 4-color cage. They intercepted Levi midway. The cold disaster king and others appeared, looking triumphant. Tisk tisk tisk. Dusk Palace Master, your opponents are us. Levi remained expressionless, pondering internally. The 4 great calamities. That is acceptable. They are all level 10 middle stage. If refined into oddities, their quality should be above those 7 demons. He was not frightened but pleased. He revised his plan. He would kill the 4 great calamities, refine ice, fire, water, and wind oddities, then slay the green steel demon king, Prince Thunder, and the imprisoned witch. The other 4 demon materials were just right to preserve. Whether refining into divine weaponry or feeding to the 7 treasures, all had wonderful uses. It was perfect. The 4 great calamities expressed confidence. Our Brotherhood's power formed this cage. It is capable of trapping a level 10 late stage to death. Even a level 10 peak cannot escape immediately. Dusk Palace Master, obediently stay here and await your demise. Their idea was simple. Stall the Dusk Palace Master for as long as possible. Once Nora was fully defeated, they would join forces to annihilate him. Behind Levi, the blood battle spirit emerged. It broke towards various directions of the cage. It launched further probing attacks, but they were indeed fruitless. The 4 Calamity Lords were delighted. Before arriving, the Lost Monarch invested resources. He invited the multidimensional Plane Master Beilong and Nightmare's Blacksmith Master to refine 4 illusion artifacts for them. These were the Cold Calamity Sword, the Red Calamity Sword, the Wind Calamity Sword, and the Flood Calamity Sword. Everyone, activate the 4 Calamity Swords simultaneously. Annihilate this person. The 4 Calamity Monarchs poured their strength into the formation. Frost, flames, hurricanes, and flood sword energy filled the formation. Not even a fly could escape. Golden light spread over Levi's body, resisting the sword energy. To target me, they really went through great efforts. These attacks could soon destroy the defensive field of an ordinary legendary wizard, then slaughter them. But for now, they could not overcome Levi's golden light barrier, not to mention the blood battle armor. He felt assured. His gaze fixed on the Cold Calamity Monarch to the east. 8 direction traceless, ancient and modern invisible. Go. Levi transformed into a beam of light surpassing perception. He wielded the Crimson Dragon slash towards the east of the formation. Breaking it with finesse was a waste of time. It was better to break it with strength. Behind him, the Destruction Star emerged. Giant Power and Holy Image Law all activated. Extreme Dao Strategy launched the Brilliant Sword Energy. He thrust forward. The impact made the Lost Monarch, engaged in a fierce battle against Edmund on the other side, change expression. Impossible. The 4 Calamity Lords and 4 illusion artifacts cannot trap him. The first slash did not break the cage. Levi, like a raging bull, activated the bloodbath effect. he accelerated into another slash. The cage shook even more violently. The four Calamity Monarchs showed fear. Chapter 2999. This will not last much longer. Could it be that his full power is already close to the Supreme? Quick! Use all your strength. Activate the Grand Array with everything we have. The cage was reinforced once more. Levi's gaze remained steadfast. He ignored the onslaught of blazing fire and flood, his eyes focused solely on his sword. 10 times, 20 times, he transformed into a relentless trapped beast. In a short span, he unleashed dozens of sword strikes. The power within the four Calamity Lords was being crazily depleted. At this rate, it would not be long before they were drained dry by the Grand Array and fell at the hands of the Dusk Palace Master. What kind of monster is this? We need support here. We cannot hold on much longer. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The Nightmare Monarchs could no longer use their normal experience to estimate Levi's strength. He was far stronger than when he was in the Shadow Battlefield. Quick, get some people to support the four Calamity Lords. The Lost Monarch urged his subordinates. Soon, over a dozen Nightmare Monarchs broke free and launched various attacks at Levi. Levi made no effort to dodge. He focused entirely on breaking through the Grand Array before him. Under the siege of the mighty, the defensive field around him shattered layer by layer. The golden light barrier finally cracked. The blood battle armor emerged, withstanding the still surging aftershocks of the attack. Levi endured the excruciating pain of having his body torn apart. He unleashed his true form, transforming into a towering dragon-scale giant. Radiating golden light, surrounded by clouds of flame, he raised his greatsword. He slashed down from the sky. Sword 49. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of shattering space-time mirrors, the Grand Array broke. The hearts of the four Calamity Lords sank to the bottom. The battle had just begun, and this was far from the expectations of the Lost Monarch. So far, there had been no level 10 casualties. The containment of the Dusk Palace Master failed. The opposition relied solely on absolute strength to break through. It is over. The group of Nightmare Monarchs watched as the dragon-scale giant ripped apart the Grand Array with its claws. He looked at them coldly and casually slashed with his sword. Dodge. The monarchs scattered in all directions. Containing this individual was the task of the four Calamity Lords. One monarch was grazed by the sword chi, and could not help but show a pained expression. Half of its body was blown away, nearly costing it its life, while it slowly healed. Is this power really level 10? Other than the four emperors, it seemed that no one on the battlefield could match this individual. Levi did not concern himself with the scattering monarchs. The primary objective of this war was his ascension to the legendary. After that, he would naturally turn the tide. For calamities, the four Calamity Monarchs withdrew the Grand Array. Each wielded their illusion artifacts and launched ferocious attacks in 4 colors. They intertwined to form a torrent of calamity stretching 800,000 miles, targeting Levi with unstoppable momentum. The heart of the dragon-scaled giant thundered. Its mighty arms grasped the great sword. With the extreme Dao strategy, it unleashed a sword beyond its ultimate limits. A sword chi, stretching 900,000 miles, pierced the dark deep space like a beam of light, shredding the space along its path into nothingness and distorting time into black holes. While other strong beings were cautiously probing each other, Levi had already unleashed his true fire. Some Nightmare Monarchs even thought Levi had burned out in a final ascension. Going all out from the start? Truly a madman. This was their evaluation of Levi. The Sword Chi River split the torrent of calamity, surging upstream, fiercely smashing into the 4 longswords, sending them flying, cracks appearing densely on them. Puff. The 4 Calamity Monarchs each groaned. They had refined their illusions into soul artifact-like treasures connected to their life force, increasing potency. But if the treasure is damaged, they inevitably become entangled. Retreat, retreat, we cannot contain him. Unlike the cornered no-ran warriors, Nightmare Monarchs would first think of retreating to the nightmare if they could not win. They had a way out. Fight to the death? That is impossible. For streams of light scattered in all directions, trying to escape separately to increase their chances of survival. Levi waved his hand. The vast wind thunder power spread across the darkness. Suppress. In the storm sea, a giant pure white star fell. The Crimson Emperor rules slaughter, the Black Emperor rules movement, the White Emperor rules control. Damn. The 4 Calamity Monarchs were stuck as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to break through the sky. Golden light surged over the dragon-scaled giant like an ocean, unleashing billions of primordial magnetic divine power, drawing everything within a million miles centered around the giant. Others could not hold the 4 Calamity Monarchs, but Levi, a 6-dimensional warrior, had no weaknesses in attack, defense, control, or escape. Only the cold Calamity Monarch seemed to have a trump card. It broke free of the gravitational binds and poised to escape into deep space, only to be entangled by a starlight dragon. Levi seized the chance to cast 9 palace ceiling. 9 stars linked, folding space to form a pitch-black sphere. Under the 10-ring senior comparable spiritual force of Levi, it could trap the monarch for a moment. Although brief, it was enough. The blood-dark dragon spirit, blood battle spirit, and 7 treasures assaulted together. Their fierce attack engulfed the exhausted cold Calamity Monarch. Levi's invisible secret word flashed to the Red Land Calamity Monarch. This monarch manifested a small sun-like red flame true body, attempting a deadly attack on Levi. You will not get away with this either. Let us die together. Overestimating yourself. Levi struck down with his sword. The violent chi force exploded the red flames, followed by continuous thunder descending for a dozen breaths. The aftershock subsided, leaving only a dim little sun, where the red land Calamity Monarch once stood. In the center lay a scarlet crystal, and a broken crimson flame longsword inscribed with the words, "Produced by Bao Long. Guaranteed top quality." Levi's eyes flickered. He swiftly sealed the red land Calamity Monarch and the spoils, storing them in the Dragon Palace. Such a being could not be completely annihilated in a short time. It was better to suppress them first and refine them slowly, turning them into a legendary artifact. The battle had just begun. The Red Land Calamity Monarch was defeated. The Flood Calamity Monarch and Wind Disaster Lord desperately fled. Where was the initial pride? Levi accelerated again, arriving before the Flood Calamity Monarch. In his palm appeared a scarlet sun, conjuring a makeshift eternal blazing sun of Eamon with crimson emperor dragon flames. Though makeshift, its power was not inferior. Water and fire at odds, white vapor rising. Amidst the Flood Calamity Monarch's screams, and under the terrified gazes of many monarchs, another monarch's life hung by a thread, sealed by Levi. A small mass of black water, a black crystal, a broken black longsword. The Flood Calamity Monarch was defeated. For great calamities, two fallen. Seeing this, the lost monarch was in a dilemma. One misstep, and they could lose everything, but it had no path of retreat now. It, along with the ignorant monarch, expended all their strength, trying to defeat Eamon before them. Meanwhile, they began summoning the other two emperor-level monarchs, and the supreme master of horror. Inside the Netherworld Ancestor Hall, the grey-robed swordswoman was on guard. If the master of horror joined, it would be the ultimate war between two titans, rarely seen in an epic. The underworld was ready. On the battlefield, amidst the crisscrossing sword chi, and the red flame thunder, another gentle breeze, a crystal, and a white longsword remained. The Wind Disaster Lord was defeated. In just a moment, the Cold Disaster King witnessed the fall of its three brothers. Having lived countless years, it felt the fear of death for the first time. Supreme Will, save us. It called out inwardly, but there was no response. Looking up, in the darkness, 9 suns formed of crimson emperor dragon flames emerged across the sky. 9 suns suspended in the sky, then fell. The dragon-scaled giant, bathed in dragon flame blazing fire, picking up a blue ice mass, a crystal, and a fragment of a shattered blue longsword. 4 great calamities, annihilated. Chapter 3000. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of forging echoed within the molten furnace stars. Master Bao Long chuckled. His lips curled upward as he continued to forge orders from the astral world. He chanted his usual slogans. Produced by Bao Long, honesty guaranteed. Produced by Bao Long, guaranteed top quality. The land of Nora. The crystal wall in the sky was full of cracks, thick as black blood. The demonic aura seeped in, spreading in all directions, like immortals painting on the sky dome, splashing ink with grand strokes. 3 level 10 demon lords tore open the sky, laughing crazily. They hailed from the abyss layers 183, 200, and 404. They were the Clamp Sea Demon King, the Furious Monarch, and the Lord of Earthquakes. The first two were at level 10 early stage, the latter at level 10 middle stage. Their forms originated from the water demons of the Demon Crab Clan, the Sky Anger Demon, and the Earth Demon's Earthworm Demon. The 3 demons were not summoned by the Succubus Queen, but were secretly dispatched by Pazuzu, who saw an opportunity to slip in, deceiving the overall commander. The Clamp Sea Demon King waved his large claw. It was too easy to invade Nora, proving they had indeed mobilized all their forces without reservation in this battle. The Furious Monarch sneered. Flipping the world over would crush the new world, wiping out all their accumulation and development at once. The Lord of Earthquakes resembled a sandworm. Its body was covered in demon scales. It opened its 7-gilled eel-like maw, shooting out a soil-colored light wave. Rumble. A new continent, 1,000 miles across, cracked open and shattered. The shockwave swept over, and the countless lives on it turned to ashes in an instant, without pain. The demons roared. Let it be destroyed. By the time they finished outside, Nora would already be a wasteland. The Furious Monarch could not wait to see Edmund's exasperated face. The 3 demons, as if entering an uninhabited realm, transformed into dense smoke, flying off in all directions. At the same time, the Nora core, the survivor of the vast sea, stared coldly. A virtual image hung in front of him, mimicking the Nora celestial sphere. 108,000 new continents were scattered like stars. Just a moment ago, 3 had dimmed. They were obviously erased from the map by level 10 opponents. He cursed. Detestable. Despicable. His task was to guard the Nora core. No matter how tumultuous outside, he could not leave. Many wolves and tigers were eyeing this place, trying to take advantage of the opportunity. Especially the All-Worlds Destroyer Surgard. He was sure this one was hiding at the edge of the battlefield, ready at any moment to use the Sword of World Destruction to absorb Nora's life force, turning it into the nourishment to restore his peak power. With the potential of Nora as a quasi-giant, it was even possible to let it break through to Supreme. His deep eyes glanced at a certain spot. A blue-robed figure calmly traversed among the demons, overturning the sea with a wave of his hand. Accompanied by his spiritual creature, it was Heim. This super genius with 3 water talents had already reached 8-ring perfection. Grow quickly. Land of the North Sea. After successively destroying 3 new continents, the Clamp Sea Demon King finally met a challenger. A handsome young man with black hair hurriedly arrived. He stood there out of place with this world. Who are you? How dare you block my way? Oh, now I remember. You are that damned thief that killed the flame demon tyrant with the magic vine. The Clamp Sea Demon King's expression changed, trembling slightly. Call me Xian, you pseudo-demons. The primordial demon lord waved his robe. 7 streams of light streaked across the sky, instantly forming a 7-colored giant mountain covering 100,000 miles, trapping the Clamp Sea Demon King. After a brief confrontation, the Clamp Sea Demon King was smashed into the seabed by the giant mountain. Its shell, comparable to an ordinary supreme treasure, was smashed open with a huge hole, leaking foul ointment-like substance. The demon shrieked, "You will see." A black stream of light fled from the black shell, disappearing without a trace. The primordial demon lord did not pursue. This demon was originally at the sewer rank of level 10, and now heavily injured. It could only escape by sacrificing its tail. Its strength was estimated to be merely quasi-level 10. Currently, in every corner of Nora, 8 formation map battle groups led by Grand Wizards patrolled and hunted level 9 demons, enough to contain or even destroy this demon. Suddenly, it seemed as if 4 stars in the sky dimmed. With the fall of a level 10, a phenomenon occurred. The young black-haired man's divine vision pierced through the void, witnessing the dragon-scaled giant slaughtering all 4 Calamity Lords in succession, a grand sight that even caused him a slight surprise. So this is Nora's ace. It seems victory in this battle is hopeful. The primordial demon lord turned into 7-colored streamers, darting toward the furious monarch's location. He too had just warmed up, yet to use his full power. Super wars and top-tier contests were commonplace, often lasting hundreds or thousands of years. In Nora's entire territory, at least 10 level 10 demons, or nightmare monarchs, were causing chaos. Half were contained by battle groups, and another half was wantonly slaughtering. Although the decisive impact on the war lay in the top-level people, if the lower echelon perished, civilization would be incapacitated, leading to a slow death. Corpses lay everywhere. Lives were ravaged. This was super war, where lives were merely numbers. Witnessing such tragic scenes, many alien races had already lost hope deep in their hearts. Many wizards were also confused in the battlefield slaughter, unable to resist when the giant got serious. Where did the path forward truly lie? Could the multitude really defy the will of the giant? Ancient Dragon Continent. Compared to the edge areas, this place was quite safe. First, there was the protection of the 2 legendary wizards of the Soren continent. Second, the mechanical school, and level 9 giant dragon guardians' defenses were as solid as a rock. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.